2706, the Great Formation is activated, too, that's right. Xia Ruofei nodded. This place is too close to the sea. Will the safety of the future? Li Yifu could not help but ask. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Foster husband, don't get your thoughts wrong. Once the formation is activated, the entire Taishu Xianqing formation is a single entity, both at the edge and the center. Furthermore, in theory, the closer you are to the core of the formation, the stronger the defense. There is no need to worry about the safety here. Yes, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu accepted the lesson with an open mind. Let's go in, Xia Ruofei said casually. The two of them walked into the small cement house. They were both cultivators, so they didn't need to light up a lamp to see everything in the house. Of course, the furnishings in the house were quite simple. To be precise, there was almost nothing. It was a single-story house with only one door and no windows. There was nothing in the house. The only difference was that the floor of the house was made of a whole piece of green jade. If one were to use their spiritual power to scan it, they would discover that the interior of the green jade was as smooth as a mirror, and there were many mysterious array patterns scattered all over it. These array patterns converged from the surroundings to the center, and in the center of this green jade, a circular groove had been dug out. In addition, there were 3 small round holes around the groove. If the 3 holes were connected with a line, they would form a standard equilateral triangle. When this piece of green jade was transported from the United States, it was still a whole piece of flat green jade. The grooves and small holes were personally processed by Xia Ruofei on Peach Blossom Island. The array pattern inside the green jade was naturally personally carved by Xia Ruofei. Although these array patterns were profound and complex, the difference in level between them and the core array disk was not just a little. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xia Ruofei casually placed his backpack on the ground and took out the core array disk. After a moment of silence, he placed the array disk into the groove. As a cultivator, Xia Ruofei's precision in processing this kind of material was naturally very high. The size of the array disk was just right for the reserved groove. There was no obstruction when he put it in and it was perfectly fitted. Li Yifu stood at the side and watched Xia Ruofei's every move nervously. He didn't even dare to breathe. However, he noticed that there was no change after he put the array disk in. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Just then, Xia Ruofei took out 3 crystals from his backpack with a pained expression and mumbled to himself, I'm really going all out this time. I hope that the Star Caesar Sect's assets are rich enough. Otherwise, I'm going to suffer a huge loss. Li Yifu was speechless. The Star Caesar sect was led by an Aura's core stage cultivator, but his grand uncle, Master, actually treated them as his own property, as if the Star Caesar sect's assets had already been reserved by him. Of course, Li Yifu had blind trust in Xia Ruofei. Although he was shocked, he didn't think that Xia Ruofei was being arrogant. On the contrary, he felt a sense of heroism. Xia Ruofei took out 3 pieces of origin crystals. These were treasures that were much more precious than spiritual crystals. Even golden core cultivators could use them to cultivate. If a chi refining cultivator used them, 1 piece of origin crystal was enough to support him until he reached chi refining level 9. Now that he had to take out 3 pieces at once, Xia Ruofei's heart naturally ached. In the activation stage, the spiritual energy of the array did not come out of thin air. To activate such a huge array, the consumption of spiritual energy was naturally huge. If an ordinary spirit gathering array was used, it would take a lot of time to gather the spiritual energy needed to activate the array. If not for the Star Caesar sect incident, Xia Ruofei could have set up an energy-gathering formation and let it slowly absorb the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Then, he could gather it at the core of the formation and continuously compress and purify it. When it reached the standard to activate the formation, he could activate it. Once the formation was activated, it would naturally absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Not only would it satisfy the needs of the formation, but it would also increase the density of the spiritual energy on the entire Peach Blossom Island, eventually turning it into a paradise for cultivation. However, this method of activation was obviously not suitable now, because the efficiency was too low. If he wanted to scheme against the people of the Star Caesar sect, he would have to activate the formation in an instant. The only thing that could meet this requirement was origin crystals. Hence, in this sense, these 3 origin crystals had really been used up because of the Star Caesar sect's interference. It was not unreasonable for Xia Ruofei to put the blame on the Star Caesar sect. Of course, there was an even more important point. When the formation was first activated, it would not be able to gather too much spiritual chi. When dealing with the Star Caesar sect, one would need to use the formation's ability to trap and even kill the enemy, and these abilities would also consume a large amount of spiritual chi. Therefore, origin crystals were necessary as a reserve of energy. Once the spiritual chi absorbed by the formation was insufficient, it could be immediately absorbed from origin crystals to ensure that the various functions of the formation could continue to function. Most of the array runes that Xia Ruofei had carved on the green jade were designed to transform the spiritual energy. The principle was a bit similar to a hybrid car. When there was a lack of power or when climbing a hill or accelerating required more power, the car would automatically use fuel to achieve seamless connection and switching. Xia Ruofei inserted the crystals into the 3 holes and checked them carefully. After making sure that there were no mistakes, he took a deep breath and controlled a stream of spiritual energy to enter the core of the array board. He gently touched one of the nodes of the array pattern. It was as if the ignition switch of a rocket had been pressed. Rays of light lit up on the array pattern, and like a fire dragon, they quickly spread towards the 3 origin crystals. In the blink of an eye, the origin crystal was lit up. Center of the array disk was as dazzling as the sun. 1739, the light emitted by that point was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. A huge amount incomparably pure spiritual chi was continuously absorbed from the origin crystals and gathered towards the core array disk through the array Dao patterns. The extremely complicated array patterns on the core array disk also lit up all of a sudden. The center of the array disk was as dazzling as the sun. The light emitted by that point was so bright that no one dared to look at it directly. A huge amount of energy was still gathering, and the light in the center was getting brighter and brighter. Soon, a ray of light shot into the sky. The roof of the concrete house did not block this invisible light at all, and the light directly rushed out of the house. Xia Ruofei had already brought Li Yifu outside the house. As soon as the 2 of them walked out, they saw 9 spots on the Paradise Island light up as if they were responding to the light from the core array board. The 9 positions were where Xia Ruofei had placed the 9 jade pillars. The closest one to this side was naturally the jade pillar on the western side of the cliff. Then, Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu felt the power of heaven and earth being activated. The entire Paradise Island seemed to be shaking. Of course, only cultivators could observe such a phenomenon. Ordinary people might be subconsciously shocked at this moment, but they would not be able to see anything with the naked eye. The entire process was actually very fast. From the moment Xia Ruofei activated the core array disk to the 9 jade pillars responding to each other, it only took a few seconds. After the heaven and earth powers were drawn in, it was like a huge millstone that slowly turned. Under this mighty force, even the sea stopped roaring. The waves seemed to be suppressed, and the constant sound of the waves crashing against the shore disappeared without a trace. After about 2 seconds, Xia Ruofei seemed to hear a loud boom. Then, a huge film of light appeared out of thin air and covered the entire Peach Source Island. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered at an extremely fast speed. Immediately after, the core array disk stopped absorbing energy from origin crystals and turned to absorb the spiritual energy. The entire conversion process was extremely smooth. The light membrane did not tremble at all and could be said to be a seamless connection. The sound of the waves, the chirping of the insects, and the sea breeze were all blocked out. The Peach Blossom Island had never been so quiet before. Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power to his heart's content. With his spiritual power cultivation of the spirit-gathering realm, he could almost cover the entire island. He silently felt every detail of the great array. Li Yifu, who was standing beside him, was already shocked by the great power of this natural great array. He looked at everything in front of him with a dumbfounded expression, unable to say a word. After a long time, Xia Ruofei retracted his spiritual power and said with a smile, "Adopted husband, it seems to have succeeded." 2707, let's start then. 1. Li Yifu was also trembling with excitement. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not need to confirm it personally. Just the spiritual energy that was gathering quickly was enough to prove that the Taishu Xianqing formation had been activated. After all, this was the core of the formation, and naturally, it was the place with the densest spiritual energy. In fact, even if ordinary people couldn't see the existence of the array with their naked eyes, they could still feel comfortable after the spiritual energy gathered here. If it continued to gather spiritual energy for a long time, people who lived here for a long time would be even more healthy, immune to all diseases, and have no problem living for a long time. Of course, spirit gathering was only a small part of the function of the Taishu Xianqing formation. This was a sect, protecting formation. It was estimated that in the current cultivation world on Earth, there were not many sect, protecting formations of the same level as the Taishu Xianqing formation. Thus, this was a comprehensive formation. It contained spirit gathering, trapping, killing, hallucinating. There were many effects, and the complexity of it was self-evident. If it was not a naturally formed formation, it would be impossible for Xia Ruofei to set up the Taishu Xianqing formation with his spiritual power cultivation and array Dao. It was already very difficult for him to repair and trigger the natural array. Furthermore, to set up the void clarity formation out of thin air would require a huge amount of resources. Xia Ruofei's current wealth was not bad. He had enough spiritual crystals and origin crystals for his own cultivation. He could also provide cultivation resources for the people around him. However, if he wanted to set up the void clarity formation, this little amount of resources was not even a drop in the bucket. Therefore, the preciousness of this grand array could also be seen at a glance. This was Also the reason why Xia Ruofei would rather fight to the death with a cultivation sect with an Oris core stage cultivator in charge than to give up Paradise Island. Xia Ruofei used his heart to feel it and then said to Li Yifu, foster husband, you stay here and don't run around. I want to check the surroundings. By the way, you can directly cultivate here for a while. The current spiritual qi concentration is not bad. Yes, Marshal. Granduncle. Li Yifu replied. He knew that he didn't understand this big array at all. If he ran around rashly, he would probably attract the attack of the array. He was a low-level cultivator of the 4th qi layer. He probably wouldn't even have the chance to dodge and would be directly blown into pieces. Xia Ruofei's figure flashed and he flew towards the west. Li Yifu also sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. Xia Ruofei had personally designed and activated the formation. These days, in order to activate the formation, he knew the internal structure of the Taishu Xianqing formation like the back of his hand. Furthermore, he had personally built the core of the formation. He could directly communicate with the formation plate from any position in the formation. Therefore, he would not be in any danger even if he walked sideways in the formation. Xia Ruofei went to the cliff on the west side of the island and sat down cross-legged, then started to examine the various functions of the Taishu Xianqing formation. A trapping array could form a maze or a foggy area, causing the cultivators who were trapped in it to be like headless flies, unable to leave. As for using force to break the formation, of course, it was not impossible. The premise was that one's cultivation must be able to compete with the entire Taishu Xianqing formation. This was because the formation was endless and the energy was constantly flowing. There was not much difference between attacking one point and attacking the entire formation. It was hard to say if there were any cultivators on Earth who could break the Taishu Xianqing formation with one blow, but at least Oris core stage cultivators could not do it. Killing array, as the name suggests, when a cultivator is trapped in the array, he will trigger all kinds of attacks. These attacks are impossible to guard against, and the power is also controllable. The explosive attack naturally consumes spiritual energy. As long as there is enough spiritual energy, even a golden core cultivator can't handle it. Once a cultivator fell into a maze, they would fall into a randomly generated illusion. The most terrifying thing was that the array would unknowingly trigger the cultivator's inner demons. If the cultivator's mind was not strong enough, they would even directly fall into a state of madness. These formations weren't limited to a certain area, and could completely change positions according to the user's will. Even arrays could be randomly combined and superimposed. For example, a maze array and a killing array could be combined into a maze-killing array. The degree of danger would suddenly rise. When a cultivator fell into an illusion, it was impossible to judge whether the attack they suffered was illusory or real. Moreover, in the situation where they were distracted, it was difficult to not be hit by an attack when it suddenly descended. There was also a trap and kill array formed by a trap array and a kill array, which had a similar effect. Xia Ruofei sat on the ground and kept communicating with the core array board. He tried out all kinds of arrays. Of course, he didn't have masochistic tendencies, so he naturally wouldn't direct these formations towards himself. He only observed the effects of the formations up close. Then, Xia Ruofei personally went to all directions of the Paradise Island and checked every key point of the formation. He was quite satisfied with the results. Basically, he had achieved his expected results, and some of them were even better than he had expected. After all, formations were naturally formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth. With his array Tao level, it was impossible for him to completely and flawlessly calculate the effects of the real formation after it was activated. Similarly, no matter how deep Xia Ruofei's theoretical research was, it was impossible to achieve 100% accuracy. Hence, after the formation was activated, he still found a few areas that needed to be fine-tuned. 2708. Let's start then. 2. Of course, even if they didn't make any adjustments, it wouldn't affect the operation of the entire formation. It might be slightly delayed at some nodes, but the overall power wouldn't be reduced by much. However, since Xia Ruofei had discovered it, he would have to adjust it. After all, no one would complain about the power of their formation. Not to mention that the array would soon welcome a wave of tests. The closer the array was to perfection, the more capital he had. Hence, Xia Ruofei silently noted down the few areas that needed to be modified. Then, his figure flashed and he flew towards the cement room where the core array disk was placed. Li Yifu was still sitting cross-legged on the ground, completely immersed in his cultivation state. Even though Xia Ruofei did not want to disturb Li Yifu's cultivation, he only hesitated for a moment before he shot a wisp of spiritual energy into the core array board and stopped the operation of the array immediately. After the Taishu Xianqing formation stopped, the surrounding spiritual energy lost the support and supplement of the formation, and the concentration of spiritual energy naturally dropped rapidly. Li Yifu soon felt that his spiritual energy had become impure, and he naturally left his cultivation state. When he opened his eyes, he saw that Xia Ruofei had already taken out the core array disk and the 3 crystals. Li Yifu quickly stood up and bowed to Xia Ruofei. "Senior granduncle, you're back." Xia Ruofei nodded. "Adopted husband, in order to prevent the Star Caesar sect from sending people to spy on us from the outside, the Taishu Xianqing formation cannot be used for long periods of time. I stopped the formation. I'm fine." "I'm fine," Li Yifu quickly said. "I also think that it'll be a waste if I don't cultivate with such a high concentration of spirit qi, After getting rid of the hidden danger of the Star Caesar sect, I can cultivate at any time and place in the future." Xia Ruofei said, "That's why we're not in a hurry." "I understand, Martial Granduncle," Li Yifu said. Then, he quickly asked, "By the way, Senior Granduncle, you've checked the array just now. Is there any problem with it?" Xia Ruofei said, "Overall, the effect is better than I expected. A formation at the level of the Taishu Xianqing formation was indeed worthy of its reputation. However, I've also discovered that there are a few areas that need to be adjusted. Let's go back first, and I'll immediately list out the details of the adjustments for you. Tomorrow morning, you can arrange for the brothers of the Hong sect to complete it." "All right, Marshal Granduncle," Li Yifu replied without hesitation. "The adjustments aren't big. It should be completed soon." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "After the adjustment, the power of the formation can be increased by at least 5 to 10%. I've personally gone to test the various changes of the formation. Even an Aurus core stage cultivator would find it difficult to escape, unless he has some life-saving means." "That's great, Senior Granduncle," Li Yifu said excitedly. "This way, the Star Caesar sect can't do anything to us." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I didn't see the Star Caesar sect as a big threat to begin with. Actually, I'm more worried about this news. If it's leaked and spread to the cultivation world, we'll be in deep trouble. If one or two nascent soul eccentrics are drawn out, the current strength of the formation may not be able to stop them. Yup. Li Yifu had lived for almost 90 years. Naturally, it was easy for him to figure out the key to the problem. However, the issue is beyond our control. I hope that the Star Caesar sect will keep the news to a relatively small extent for their own interests. We can only bet like this now, Xia Ruofei said calmly. Regardless of whether this news has been leaked or not, the Star Caesar sect is still a problem that must be resolved. Let's go back first. Adjust the formation to its best condition tomorrow and welcome our guest. Yes. Senior Granduncle, Li Yifu said. The two of them quickly returned to the warehouse in the airport without anyone noticing. Although it was already the second half of the night, the two of them were not sleepy at all. They sat under the table lamp. Xia Ruofei held the original construction plan and used a red pen to mark the positions that needed to be changed as he explained to Li Yifu. Li Yifu listened attentively and nodded from time to time to show that he understood. There were a total of 5 areas that needed to be adjusted, and the changes weren't very big. Some were to increase the depth of the materials by 10 centimeters, some were to adjust the position by 1 or 2 degrees, and some were to add 1 or 2 materials. In short, they were all relatively simple to operate. After listening to the story, Li Yifu said without hesitation, Senior Granduncle, we'll definitely be able to finish adjusting it within half a day. Good. I'll leave it to you guys. Xia Ruofei said, tomorrow, I will personally check the position of each adjustment. Go and rest first. Only by recuperating will you be able to better deal with the incoming enemies. Yes. Senior Granduncle. Li Yifu put away the construction plan, walked to the other side, and lay down to sleep. Xia Ruofei also fell asleep on the military bed and soon fell asleep. The next day, after breakfast, Li Yifu led his brothers to the few points that needed to be adjusted and made changes. Xia Ruofei sat in the warehouse, going through the entire plan in his mind several times to make sure that there were no obvious flaws. At around 10 a.m., Li Yifu came to the warehouse in high spirits and reported to Xia Ruofei that the 5 areas that needed to be adjusted had been completed. Xia Ruofei personally went to the 5 points to make sure that there were no mistakes in the adjustments. If there were any mistakes during the adjustments, it might affect the formation greatly. It would be better if they did not make any adjustments. In serious cases, the formation might not even be able to be activated. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not dare to be careless. After confirming, Xia Ruofei finally revealed a satisfied smile. This time, there was no need to activate the formation to test it. Xia Ruofei was 100% sure that the formation would be activated after the adjustment and its power would increase by a lot. After returning to the warehouse, Xia Ruofei called Li Yifu and Benaladi over and said with bright eyes, now, everything is ready, but we're just short of the crucial wind. It's time to start our plan. Li Yifu and Benaladi both looked excited. They had prepared for so long. Just for this day. Xia Ruofei looked at Li Yifu and said, foster husband, you're in charge of the personnel. This time, whether it's the employees of Paradise Island or the brothers of the Hong sect, all of you are to go to the shelter at Qingyun Mountain. No one is allowed to leave without orders. Back then, the Liu family had used the Green Cloud Island as the family's last barrier, so not only had they equipped the island with advanced weapons and equipment, but they had also dug out the inside of the only small hill on the island and built a solid shelter. The construction standards of this fallout shelter were quite high, and it could even be preserved in a nuclear attack and isolate radiation. The space in the shelter was enough to accommodate the members of the Hong sect and the employees of Paradise Island. There was also sufficient food, drinking water, and other supplies. The shelter was originally built to avoid the disaster, so it was natural that these supplies were fully prepared. Although this was a bit of a restriction on personal freedom, there was Tang Hu in the Hong sect and Lu Qingfeng in the Lu family staff. Xia Ruofei felt that even if there were some complaints, there should be no problem. As for the mercenaries stationed on Peach Blossom Island, he naturally called them and told them to stay in the camp for the next 2 days. Otherwise, they would bear the consequences if anything happened. No problem. Li Yifu replied, I'll make the arrangements now. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. There's no hurry. We'll organize our men to enter the shelter after dinner. There's still time. All right, Marshal Granduncle. Li Yifu replied. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Bainaladi and asked, the most important call is about to be made. Are you sure you remember every word I said? Yes, Mr. Xia. I promise. There won't be any problems. Bainaladi said with certainty. Very good. Xia Ruofei said. After he finished speaking, he didn't let Bainaladi make the call. Instead, he took out his phone, found Wang Bashan's number, and dialed it. 2709, as expected. Apparently, Wang Bashan had been waiting for Xia Ruofei's news for the past 2 days. He picked up the call very quickly. Wang Bashan said enthusiastically, Director Xia. I've been waiting for your call. Hello, Chief Wang. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Ha ha ha. President Xia, you must have good news for me. Wang Bashan couldn't suppress his excitement. Has the official relationship of the agate map been coordinated, and the Peach Garden Island can perform the transfer procedures? Wang Bashan had been eyeing the Peach Blossom Island for a long time. He was the first to discover that the island, which was still called the Azure Cloud Island at the time, was somewhat different from the rest. Out of his cultivator's intuition, he reported the news directly to the sect master of the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng. As the Star Caesar sect's representative in the secular world, although his cultivation level was not high, he had the authority to report directly to the sect master. Later on, the Star Caesar sect sent Jing Yongshou over to investigate. Although he did not directly confirm that it was the Taishu Xianqing formation like Xia Ruofei, he could at least tell that it was a very high-level natural formation. Thus, Luo Qingfeng sealed off the news and ordered Jing Yongshou and Wang Bashan to take down the Paradise Island at all costs. The events that happened after that were full of twists and turns. Now, Wang Bashan could finally see success in front of him. Thinking about the heavy reward that the sect would give him, Wang Bashan could not help but be excited. Mr. Wang, Xia Ruofei said calmly, I'm sorry to disappoint you. I don't have good news today. Wang Bashan could not help but be stunned for a moment and quickly asked, President Xia, is there a problem? Could it be that the government in the city was not coordinating well? It shouldn't be difficult to deal with the politicians of such small countries. Just use us dollars. Don't be afraid of spending money. When the time comes, the cost can be paid by our Stars group. It's not because of the agate. Xia Ruofei interrupted Wang Bashan's words and said, it's just that I suddenly don't want to sell myself. My dream since I was young was to have a world of my own. Peach Blossom Island can be said to be exactly the same as my childhood dream. I don't want to sell my dream for money. After all, I don't lack money. When Wang Boshan heard this, he could not help but want to curse. What nonsense childhood dreams. I was just short of the spinal shiver. You're actually telling me that you suddenly don't want to sell it for some dream? Mr. Xia, do you think the price is too low? Wang Boshan asked anxiously. We can still discuss this. Even though the company's budget is limited, it's not impossible to increase it. It has nothing to do with money, Xia Ruofei said. I just don't want to sell it. CEO Wang, I'm really sorry. Wang Boshan's face turned gloomy and his tone turned cold. President Xia, what you're doing is a little unkind. We've made a deal before, and we've been raising money for the past 2 days. In order to raise so much cash, we've paid a lot of money. It's a bit unreasonable for you to suddenly not sell it. Xia Ruofei replied nonchalantly, Oh? Didn't Chief Wang say that you have sufficient funds and can take out the money at any time? Wang Boshan choked on Xia Ruofei's words. After a long while, he said angrily, You're going back on your word. We already made an agreement 2 days ago in the capital. How could you go back on your word? If I'm not mistaken, I didn't sign any written agreement with your company, did I? Xia Ruofei said calmly. Do you think a verbal promise can be changed so easily? Wang Boshan lost his mind and said loudly, Director Xia, your behavior is a taboo in the business world. If I were to spread this news, who would dare to do business with your Paradise Corporation in the future? Wang Boshan's emotions were so agitated, but Xia Ruofei remained calm. He said lightly, Chief Wang, everyone's understanding is different. According to my understanding, we should have only reached the intention to make a deal in Beijing. It can't even be considered a verbal agreement. Everything is changing. I'm not optimistic about this deal, so I changed my mind. There's no problem with that. Then there's nothing to talk about? Wang Boshan asked gloomily, I can't even pay more? I'm sorry. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. It seems that President Xia is determined. Wang Boshan was so angry that he laughed. Very good. I hope you won't regret it in the future. Wang Boshan didn't wait for Xia Ruofei to speak and hung up the phone. Xia Ruofei smiled and kept his phone. Done. Xia Ruofei smiled at Li Yifu and Ben Aladi. Ben Aladi, you'd better think back to what I told you. This angry CEO Wang will contact you soon. Mr. Xia, don't worry. I've already memorized it. Ben Aladi said. Li Yifu couldn't help but ask, Senior Granduncle, aren't you afraid of completely angering them? It will lead to uncontrollable consequences? For example? Xia Ruofei shrugged and asked. For example, the other party has completely given up on acquiring the Peach Blossom Island through commercial means. Instead, they've mobilized a large number of cultivators from the Star Caesar sect to directly seize the island. Li Yifu said. It's certain that we'll give up on commercial means. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, but they definitely won't. Reported directly to the sect. As for the reason, you can analyze it yourself. The relationship within a cultivation sect is actually similar to that in the workplace. 2710 As expected, too, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, Li Yifu revealed a thoughtful expression. After a while, he said, I think I understand now. Grand Uncle, Master, once they report this to the sect, it will also show their incompetence. Even if they give up on using commercial means, they will definitely try it with their own means. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, that's pretty much the case. Of course, the key problem is that I'm just a relatively rich, ordinary person in their eyes. If they use the methods of cultivators to deal with me, I won't be able to resist at all. Think about it, under such circumstances, would Wang Boshan and that martial uncle Xing still report to the sect? Since it's seized by the means of cultivators, the two of them are enough. Why report it to the sect and leave an incompetent influence on the higher-ups of the sect? Yes. This disciple has learned. Li Yifu lowered his head and said. In the capital, in a luxury suite of the Wanhao Hotel, Xing Yongshu was in a rage. He pointed at Wang Boshan and asked with an ashen face, what's going on? Didn't you already pat your chest and guarantee that you'll definitely be able to take down that island? Why did the other party suddenly change his mind? Wang Boshan couldn't help but criticize in his heart. 2 days ago, Xing Yongshu was also present at the private kitchen negotiation in the prince's mansion. After the negotiation, Xing Yongshu praised him a lot. Why did Xia Ruofei change his mind now, and it all became his responsibility? However, Xing Yongshu was his uncle, master, so Wang Boshan did not dare to show his dissatisfaction. He could only say helplessly, Martial Uncle Xing. I've only just found out about this news. There were no signs before this. The information from Paradise Island also shows that Xia Ruofei flew directly to Evac, the capital island of Ponetu, as soon as he arrived. He had a long discussion with Ponetu's Minister of Internal Affairs, Evian, behind closed doors. We have a mole in Ponetu's Minister of Internal Affairs and confirmed the news. I was caught off guard when Xia Ruofei suddenly called today to say that he's not selling the island. What do we do now? Xing Yongshu gritted his teeth and said, I told you not to go through so much trouble. Just go and restrain those people above. Even if you don't want to kill, you can just lock them up. When the sect leader comes, we'll investigate it carefully and determine the level of the natural formation. Then we'll be able to control the island completely. As for the agate, who cares if they admit it or not? Wang Boshan smiled bitterly, Martial Uncle Xing, I'm just thinking for the sect. Don't worry, I'll immediately contact the mole on the island to confirm the situation, and then we'll discuss our next step. I guess this is the only way. Quickly make the call. Xing Yongshu said sullenly. Yes, Martial Uncle Xing. Wang Boshan said as he took out his phone. This time, he naturally couldn't wait to send a text message and then wait for Bainaladi to call back. He immediately found Bainaladi's number and dialed it. Fortunately, Bainaladi didn't hang up this time. After ringing for about 6 or 7 times, he picked up. Mr. Wang, why did you call me directly? Bainaladi lowered his voice and said, fortunately, the boss wasn't with me just now. I found a quiet place to answer the call. Wang Boshan said impatiently, cut the crap. I need first-hand information, and I'll give you a lot of money. What information would Mr. Wang like to know? Bainaladi asked, slyly. Wang Boshan did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Xia Ruofei called me just now to cancel the island deal. I want to know why. What had happened on the Peach Blossom Island since yesterday? Is there something unusual about it? As long as it's something you know, or something you think is valuable, tell me. This time, the money will definitely be yours. As long as the information is useful, I will double the money. When Bainaladi heard that, he couldn't help but whistle and say, "Wow. Mr. Wang is too generous." "Don't talk nonsense, I'm pressed for time," Wang Bosan said impatiently. "Hurry up and pick the useful ones." All right. All right. Mr. King, I don't know how to define the unusual thing you're talking about, Bainaladi said. However, something strange did happen on the island last night, and many people saw it. Oh? Wang Bosan sat up straight and asked, what happened? His intuition told him that the strange thing that Bainaladi mentioned was probably the reason why Xia Ruofei's attitude had changed 180 degrees. Wang Bosan didn't know that Xia Ruofei had deliberately created all this for him, including every word that Bainaladi had said. It was carefully planned to mislead him and create an illusion. Bainaladi said in an uncertain tone, I can't tell you the details, but at around 10 o'clock last night, a 7-colored light suddenly appeared on the west side of the island. Many people on the island saw it, but the boss immediately sent his own people over and sealed off the area. As for what exactly appeared, I think only the boss himself knows. 7-colored light? Wang Bashan's eyes revealed a strange look and he immediately asked, you don't know what it is? Then, from the time the 7-colored light appeared until now, did Xia Ruofei have any unusual behavior? The boss and his men rushed over last night, said Bainaladi, but the light soon disappeared. Boss has locked himself in his room the entire day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so relaxed. Also, the western area of the island has been sealed off. No one is allowed to approach. Wang Bashan's expression changed and he asked, other than that, is there anything else that you feel is unusual? Think carefully again. The information you just told me is very useful. I will pay you 3 times the price. If you can still remember any useful information, I will give you more money. You might not even need to work for the rest of your life. God. Mr. King, you really are an angel sent by God. Bainaladi praised. Wang Bosan exaggeratedly in a greedy tone, then said, let me think. Let me think. What else is unusual? Don't worry, take your time to think, Wang Bosan said, as long as you feel that there is something abnormal, you can tell me. Bainaladi muttered to himself for a while before saying with a hint of uncertainty, Mr. Wang. There's one more thing, but I'm not sure if it'll be of any use to you, you go first. Wang Bosan said. It's just. After the 7-colored light appeared yesterday, until now, I feel that the air on the Paradise Island seems to be much fresher, and my mood is much better. I had a slight high blood pressure, but I just had my blood measured today, and it has actually returned to normal. Of course, this is just my subjective feeling. It probably won't be of much use to you, no. This information is very important. Wang Bosan said, all right. Bainaladi, I will pay you $1 million. Check your account later. Heavens! I'm so grateful to you. Bainaladi said excitedly, thank you. Thank you. I still have things to do here, so let's leave it at that. Wang Bosan said, oh right, this is a critical period. If there's any situation, you must call me immediately. My phone can be reached 24 hours a day. You don't have to worry about money, I've always been very generous with valuable information. All right. All right. Bainaladi quickly said, don't worry, Mr. Wang. I'm your eyes in paradise. island. Nothing here can be hidden from me. Wang Bosan hung up the phone, then looked at Jing Yongshou and said, Junior Master Zheng, I think I found the reason why Xia Ruofei suddenly changed his mind. 2711 Falling into a trap. 1. As a qi refining level 7 cultivator, Jing Yongshou's hearing was very strong. Moreover, Wang Bosan did not deliberately avoid Jing Yongshou, so he naturally heard the contents of the phone call. It seems something we don't want to see has indeed happened. Tell us your judgment, Jing Yongshou said with a gloomy face. Wang Bosan nodded and said, Martial Uncle Zheng, I think the rainbow light Benaladi mentioned should be the birth of a spiritual object. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not have changed his mind without any warning. Moreover, the last detail that Benaladi mentioned was also worth paying attention to. He said that he felt that the air on the island had become a lot fresher, and he felt very comfortable. This is clearly the most intuitive feeling that ordinary people have when they are in a place with rich spirit energy. Jing Yongshou nodded and said, These are all obvious clues. The key question now is, how did Xia Ruofei get his hands on the spiritual object that came into being so easily? He could even confirm its value and tear up the agreement with us without any hesitation? Could he be a cultivator? Wang Bosan pondered for a while and said, The possibility of this person being a cultivator is almost zero. After all, we've both come into contact with him face to face. If he's a cultivator, it's impossible for us not to notice him at all. With his age, even if he was a cultivator, how high could his cultivation be? How could I have hidden it from your eyes? Jing Yongshou slowly nodded and said, Maybe I'm overthinking it. The possibility of this person being a cultivator is very low. Yup. Junior Uncle Zheng. If he was a cultivator, he wouldn't have needed to meet us, let alone give up the Peach Blossom Island. Wang Bosan said, All the signs show that he was just lucky. We still don't know what kind of natural formation it is, but perhaps the spiritual objects that come into being don't need any profound cultivation to be easily obtained. Jing Yongshou said. Thoughtfully, there is such a possibility. Also, even that Benaladi could feel the changes brought about by the spiritual energy. This means that he can't stop the spiritual energy from leaking out from that Fae. This also confirms that this kid is an ordinary person. Yes, I am, Wang Bosan said. Besides, Benaladi only absorbed a little bit of the spiritual energy from the Fae, and he could feel it so clearly. This Xia Ruofei has been in close contact with the Fae for so long. He must have gained a lot. Also, didn't he send people to seal off the place where the spiritual objects appeared? I think this kid is treating the Fae as a rare ore. He thinks that it's a mineral vein and wants to continue excavating more Faes. That's the only reason that can explain his 180-degree change in attitude. He stopped the deal and didn't even want to talk about money. He's obviously determined. Jing Yongshou coldly snorted and said, That's most likely the case. Humph. This spiritual object just had to appear at this time of all times. It's really ruining our great plan. Yup. It's not that easy to change Xia Ruofei's mind now, Wang Bosan said with a worried look. Jing Yongshou sneered and said, Bosan, are you still holding on to the fantasy of using your so-called commercial means to acquire the Peach Blossom Island? I advise you to wake up. The current situation was very clear. We can't use the common methods anymore, it's time to let that ant experience the methods of cultivators. Wang Bosan was silent for a moment, and his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Marshal Uncle Zheng, since this kid is determined to ruin our plan, then we don't have to follow so many rules. In any case, that place is far away from the cultivation world and is just an isolated island. If we deal with it quickly, no one will find it. It should have been like this long ago. Xing Yongshou stood up. Let's go. Let's set off now. Junior Master Zheng, that Xia Ruofei and the employees on the island are not a cause for concern. Wang Boshan hesitated for a moment before saying, according to the situation we have, there are still international mercenaries stationed on Peach Blossom Island. These people are equipped with advanced modern weapons, and the defensive equipment on Peach Blossom Island is also very advanced. If we attack by force, I'm afraid, a bunch of useless chickens and dogs. Xing Yongshou said disdainfully, besides, we're going with just the two of us, why do we have to attack? As for the mercenary group you mentioned, we can sneak in late at night and kill them all. Marshal Uncle Zheng, you mean just the two of us will go and seize the island? Wang Boshan was stunned for a moment and asked, don't we need to report to the sect leader and send more people? Xing Yongshou sneered, Boshan, you've really stayed in the secular world for too long, you're becoming more and more timid. You're afraid of just a few dozen ordinary people and a group of so-called mercenaries? Marshal Uncle Zheng, it's not that I'm afraid, but shouldn't we ask the sect leader about this? Wang Boshan said with a bitter smile. Xing Yongshou waved his hand and said, how can we cultivators be so overcautious? The sect leader has already given us full authority to deal with it. He only looks at the results. Besides, this matter is top secret. After you report back, the sect leader is unlikely to send reinforcements. Unless the old man came personally. Did he have to trouble the sect leader to deal with a few ordinary people? Wouldn't that make us look too incompetent? 2712 falling into a trap, too. Speaking of this, Xing Yongshou's face also revealed a strange expression, and said, and Boshan, do you really want someone to share our credit? The expression on Wang Boshan's face changed a few times. He gritted his teeth and said, Marshal Uncle Zheng is right. If it wasn't for the rules, we would have dealt with this long ago. Now that we've decided to use the methods of cultivators, a few ordinary people can't threaten us at all. There's no need for the sect leader to worry. This is right. Xing Yongshou revealed a satisfied smile and said, aren't you going to book the tickets? Yes. Wang Boshan quickly replied. If Li Yifu saw this, he would definitely admire Xia Ruofei even more. The development of the situation was almost exactly as Xia Ruofei had expected. Xia Ruofei had even considered Xing Yongshou's headstrong character. The phone call to Wang Boshan seemed to be risky, but in fact, everything was under control. Stars Corporation also had a public jet, but it was not so convenient to apply for a flight route, and it was impossible to land directly on Peach Blossom Island like Xia Ruofei's plane. Therefore, for Wang Boshan and Xing Yongshou, the most convenient way was to take a civil flight. Even if they needed to transfer flights, one day was enough for the entire flight. The two of them flew from the capital to Australia's Brian and transferred 2 flights, before finally arriving at Everts Island, the capital island of Carnade, in the evening. The next day. For the past 2 years, Wang Boshan had been keeping an eye on the Paradise Island, which was still called Green Cloud Island at that time. He didn't even care much about the business of Stars Group, and left it to the professional managers below. He'd been to Everts Island for the past 2 years, and had even bought a property there, so he was quite familiar with the situation here. Soon, Wang Boshan rented a diesel-powered fishing boat. The rent he paid was so high that he could even buy a new fishing boat. His only request was that he had to drive the boat himself and not allow the boatman to follow him. The boatman had so much money that even if Wang Boshan sailed the boat to the open sea and blew it up, he would not lose anything. Therefore, he naturally agreed without hesitation and handed the boat over to Wang Boshan. After Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho made some preparations, they got on the fishing boat and sailed out of the civilian dock on the east side of Everett's Island, heading straight for Paradise Island. It was still early, and the sun was hanging over the sea in the west, slowly setting. Therefore, Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho did not directly attack Paradise Island. When the outline of Paradise Island gradually appeared in their sight, Wang Boshan turned off the engine of the fishing boat and threw the anchor. Jing Yongsho squinted his eyes and looked at the peach blossom island in the distance. He said, "Boshan, to be on the safe side, we'll sneak onto the island at midnight. We'll take care of the ordinary people first, then deal with the mercenaries." "All right, Marshal Uncle Zheng," Wang Boshan replied. "After we get on the island, find a way to find your mole and give him more benefits so that he can lead the way for us." Jing Yongsho said, "After all, he is more familiar with the situation on the island." "All right," Wang Boshan said, "this guy is the most greedy. As long as we give him enough benefits, he will definitely work for us." Jing Yongsho said indifferently, "After we take over the island, this person will be useless. We can just dispose of him at that time." "All right, Marshal Uncle Zheng," Wang Boshan replied. They didn't take Benaladi's life and death seriously and thought it was a matter of course. Ordinary people were no different from ants in their eyes. Moreover, this Benaladi actually dared to keep this rare commodity and continuously increase the price of the information. Wang Boshan had long wanted to deal with him. "Marshal Uncle Zheng, which direction should we go to get on the island?" Wang Boshan asked. Jing Yongsho closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, "Didn't that Benaladi say that the rainbow light would appear on the west side of the island? Let's go to the island from the west." If he remembered correctly, there should be a cliff there. It was a natural barrier that normal people could not climb up. Xia Ruofei would not have set up a strong defense in that direction. "We can enter the island from that side without anyone noticing and check out the place where the spiritual object is born." "Yes," Wang Boshan said. Then, he took out some dry food and mineral water from his backpack and handed them to Jing Yongsho. Respectfully, the two of them had a simple meal and rested on the fishing boat. Time passed by, and the fishing boat swayed gently with the waves on the sea. The two of them sat cross-legged on the deck. Although the world energy was very mixed at this time, and they couldn't cultivate it all, it was good to be able to close their eyes and rest. After all, it was quite exhausting to control so many ordinary people. At night, finally, Wang Boshan saw that the hand on his watch had passed midnight. He said softly, "Marshal Uncle Zheng, it's almost midnight." Jing Yongsho opened his eyes and said, "Let's go. Be careful not to get too close. To prevent the sound of the engine from exposing our whereabouts." "Yes." Wang Boshan started the engine of the fishing boat and headed in the direction of Peach Blossom Island. When they were still 600 to 700 meters away from the west side of Peach Blossom Island, Wang Boshan turned off the engine of the fishing boat. Then he put down a Small rubber boat at the stern, sat in the rubber boat with Xing Yongshu, and rowed hard in the direction of Peach Blossom Island. Although Wang Bashan's cultivation was low, only at refined Qi level 3, he was still a cultivator. Therefore, it was very advantageous for him to row the rubber boat. The speed of the small boat was very fast, and it silently headed towards the west side of Peach Blossom Island. Soon, they arrived at the submerged reef area. Although the rubber dinghy was relatively small, it could not continue forward. Therefore, Wang Bashan brought the rubber dinghy closer to a slightly larger reef, and jumped on the reef with Xing Yongshu. Wang Bashan also tied the rubber boat's rope to the reef. Although he felt that the rubber boat was most likely not needed, out of his habit of being cautious, he felt that he should leave a way out for himself. Otherwise, if he really had to leave Peach Blossom Island in an emergency, he could only choose to swim back to the fishing boat. Wang Bashan and Xing Yongshu's figures flew, using the reef that was exposed above the sea as a foothold, and quickly came to the bottom of the cliff. The two of them looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then, they quickly climbed up. The cliffs here were hit by the waves all year round, and it could be said that not even a blade of grass grew here. It was impossible for ordinary people to climb up from here, but for the two cultivators, there was no difficulty. They grabbed the protruding parts of the cliff and climbed up very agilely. Their speed was so fast that even the top rock climbing masters could not compare. In a short while, the two of them had already flipped over the cliff. Xing Yongshu quickly glanced around and said in a low voice, "There's no one here as expected. Martial Uncle Zheng, the spiritual qi here is obviously denser than outside the island. It should be the spiritual qi leaking from the spiritual objects," Wang Bashan said. Xing Yongshu nodded his head, and his eyes revealed a trace of fire as he said, "I don't know what kind of luck. That kid Xia Ruofei has to be able to get a spiritual item. However, the treasure should be kept by the virtuous. He's just an ordinary person like an ant. What right does he have to obtain the treasures? Marshal Uncle Zheng, this kid was happy for nothing. In the end, he's still making a wedding dress for us." Wang Bashan laughed. Xing Yongshu also revealed a rare smile and said, "Let's go. Let's search to the east and see if we can find the place where the spiritual object appeared. If we meet anyone along the way, we'll knock them out and tie them up." Wang Bashan's backpack was mostly filled with ropes, which were used to tie people up. The two of them lowered their bodies and sneaked toward the east side of the island. The two of them walked for more than 10 minutes, but they still didn't meet a single person. It was as if the entire Peach Blossom Island had become empty, and the surrounding environment was unusually quiet. Xing Yongshu suddenly stopped in his tracks and frowned. "Wait. Bashan, why do I feel like something is wrong?" 2713 Falling Down 1 Wang Bashan was still immersed in the excitement and anticipation of making a great contribution and did not feel anything unusual. He saw Xing Yongshu stop and couldn't help but say, "Martial Uncle Zheng, I think it's quite peaceful. It's impossible for them to discover us." Xing Yongshu looked around and said with a serious face, "It's because it's too quiet that I feel something's wrong. In addition, how long have we been walking?" "How long?" Wang Bashan was stunned for a moment. He calculated silently and his expression changed slightly, "More than 10 minutes. How big is this island? With our speed, we can cross the entire island from the west to the east coast in 10 minutes. But what about us now?" Xing Yongshu said. Wang Bosshan looked at the surrounding environment and looked at the distant buildings. He finally realized that something was wrong. His voice trembled as he said, "Martial Uncle Xing, we seem to have been staying in the same place. But we're walking in a straight line. Why? If I'm not wrong, we've already fallen into a very advanced formation." Xing Yongsho said with a serious expression. "How is that possible?" Wang Bosshan lost his voice. "With Uncle Master's array Dao level, what level of array could make you fall into it without being aware?" This, Xing Yongsho's face turned green as he said, "There's something strange about this island. We can't walk around aimlessly now. Otherwise, we'll definitely sink deeper and deeper." "Martial Uncle Xing," Wang Bosshan said in a trembling voice, "could it be that the natural array on this island was suddenly activated?" "Impossible." Xing Yongsho growled in a low voice, "I've observed this array from the outside. Although I can't be sure what kind of array it is, it's of a very high level. It was already a miracle that a natural formation of this level could take shape. How could it activate on its own? It must have been modified by a cultivator." This, Wang Bosshan was confused after hearing it. Xing Yongsho said with a gloomy face, "Bosshan, we've all been wrong. That Xia Ruofei, he's playing the pig to eat the tiger." "You're saying he's a cultivator?" Wang Bosshan looked as if he had seen a ghost and said, "That's impossible. We've all had direct contact with him. There's no trace of a cultivation aura on his body. There's only one possibility, and that is that his cultivation has far surpassed both of us," Xing Yongsho said in a deep voice. "This is even more impossible. How old is he?" Wang Bosshan said, "Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it's impossible. It's impossible for him to have a higher cultivation than you." Xing Yongsho also showed a trace of hesitation and said, "Logically speaking, with his age, the cultivation environment on Earth was already very poor when he was born. No matter how talented he is, it's impossible for his cultivation speed to be so fast." "Yup. Martial Uncle Xing, let's not scare ourselves." Wang Bosshan quickly said, "And you want to? If his cultivation base is really far beyond ours, why would he go through so much trouble? He could have taken us down a few days ago in the capital, but this place is indeed strange, and it's very likely to be a trapping array," Xing Yongsho said with a frown. Wang Bosshan thought for a moment and said, "Martial Uncle Xing, do you think there's such a possibility? There were cultivators who lived on this island many years ago. Was this array left behind? It's not the natural formation, as." Wang Bosshan spoke up to this point. He suddenly recalled the rainbow light that Benaladi had mentioned and quickly added, "Also, didn't Benaladi say that there was a rainbow light the day before yesterday? Could it be that the birth of a spirit item triggered this formation? According to him, the Fae appeared around here. Xia Ruofei might have been lucky not to get caught up in it, and this area is deserted, so no one noticed it?" Xing Yongsho pondered for a long time before saying, "That's indeed a possibility. Bosshan, if that's the case, then our luck is really bad. Of all the places to enter the island, why did he choose this side?" Wang Bosshan didn't dare to speak. It was Xing Yongsho's own decision to go to the island from the west side. He was only following orders. How could he dare to use this to provoke bad luck now? Xing Yongsho took a deep breath and said, "No matter what, let's think of a way to escape from this formation first before we think about our next step." With that, Xing Yongsho took out a compass from his backpack and carefully used it to determine the direction and find a breakthrough in the array. Wang Bosshan knew nothing about arrays, so he could only wait anxiously. On the side. He didn't dare to leave Xing Yongsho's side. He knew that he was trapped in the array. And was afraid that if he was even a little further away from Xing Yongsho, he would be completely separated by the array. He didn't even dare to imagine facing the array alone. Xing Yongsho measured with the compass for a long time with a solemn expression, then took 3 steps forward to the right with some uncertainty. Wang Bosshan also followed him step by step. Then Xing Yongsho used the compass to test for a long time before continuing to move forward. The two of them carefully tossed and turned for almost half an hour before Xing Yongsho let out a long breath and said, "Bosshan, it seems like our guess was right. This is just an ordinary trapping array. It's still far from the level of the natural array." "Martial Uncle Xing, you mean? We've already walked out of the formation?" Wang Bosshan asked with uncertainty. 2714 Falling, 2, Xing Yongsho smiled slightly, giving off the feeling of a master from beyond the world. "I'm sure we've already walked out of the trap array's range. The magnetic field in the array earlier was obviously more chaotic, but look, it's back to normal now." After Xing Yongsho finished speaking, he showed the compass in his hand to Wang Bosshan. How could Wang Bosshan understand it? However, he knew that Xing Yongsho was one of the Star Caesar sect's top formation experts. Since Xing Yongsho had said so, there should be no problem. Wang Bosshan was overjoyed and quickly flattered. "Fortunately, Martial Uncle Xing is here. Otherwise, we would be in real trouble. Uncle Sect Leader sent me here to deal with this kind of situation." Xing Yongsho said indifferently, "We've already wasted a lot of time just now. Let's hurry up and work." "Yes. Junior Uncle Xing," Wang Bosshan replied excitedly. Xing Yongsho put away the compass, identified the direction, and then said, "This way." In a flash, the two of them headed quickly in the direction of the airport warehouse. According to the information provided by Benalati, Xia Ruofei and his subordinates were all near the airport warehouse. To catch the bandits, one had to first catch the leader. To control Peach Garden Island, the most important thing was to capture Xia Ruofei. Moreover, Benalati was also at the airport warehouse. They also needed to find Benalati as soon as possible and let him be their guide. Xing Yongsho suddenly saw a figure flash in front of him while he was moving quickly, and he quickly stopped. Wang Bosshan did not know what was going on, so he naturally stopped as well. "There's someone in front," Xing Yongsho said in a low voice. Wang Bosshan squinted his eyes and tried his best to look forward, but he didn't see anyone at all. However, he didn't dare to raise any doubts. After all, Xing Yongsho's cultivation was much higher than his. Even if he couldn't see it, it didn't mean that Martial Uncle Xing couldn't. Wang Bosshan didn't know that in Xing Yongsho's line of sight, that figure was standing 5 meters in front of them, with his back facing them. Xing Yongsho coldly snorted and said, "You're acting like a ghost." The people on this paradise island were all ordinary people. Even if they discovered his whereabouts, it wouldn't have much of an impact. So, Xing Yongsho relied on his 7th chi layer cultivation and didn't have too many scruples. He directly took advantage of the situation and hit the back of the figure with his palm. Just as his hand was about to touch the other person's body, the figure suddenly shifted a foot away, slowly turning around. While dodging his attack, a pale face appeared in front of Xing Yongsho. When Xing Yongsho saw this face, his eyes suddenly became round and his face revealed an extremely shocked expression. His own face also became pale. Luo. Luo. Senior brother Luo, Jing Yongsho's teeth chattered uncontrollably, making a gurgling sound. He was obviously in a state of extreme fear. He had never dreamed that he would meet his senior brother Luo, who had been dead for many years, on an island in the South Pacific Ocean, thousands of miles away from the sect. Most importantly, Luo Wenchuan was the one who had pushed Luo Wenchuan off the cliff. That year, when they went to pick herbs together, they were very lucky to find a 300-year-old misty star grass on a cliff. In order to monopolize this spiritual grass, that was enough for him to break through a small realm. Jing Yongsho found an opportunity to seriously injure Luo Shixiang, who was completely unprepared for him, and pushed him off the cliff. After returning to the sect, Jing Yongsho also relied on this star mist grass, and successfully broke through to refined Qi level 7. There was still blood on the corner of Luo Wenchuan's mouth. He smiled at Jing Yongsho and said, "Junior brother Jing, you're really a good junior brother that I've taken extra care of. Back then, you kicked my back, and it still hurts even now. Look, the footprint you left behind is still there." After saying that, Luo Wenchuan slowly turned around. The strange thing was that his face was still facing Jing Yongsho, even when his back had completely turned, his face was still facing Jing Yongsho, and he continued, "Junior brother Jing, do you still remember? When you first entered the sect, I was the one who brought you up the mountain. That day, I even lent you my clothes to wear. Every time you were scared when you were on duty in the ancestral hall, I was always with you. Is this how you repay me?" The footprint on Luo Wenchuan's back was very eye-catching, as if it was reminding Jing Yongsho of the crime he had committed back then. Jing Yongsho's soul was in a daze at this moment, and he shouted, "No. You're not senior brother Luo. I've killed senior brother Luo with my own hands. How could he be here? Say. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Why did you pretend to be senior brother Luo? You don't want to say it? I'll kill you. I'm going to kill you." Jing Yongsho shouted crazily while hitting Luo Shixiang's face, who had turned 180 degrees. He used his fiercest killing move at the beginning, not holding back at all. However, Jing Yongsho's attacks seemed to have all fallen into the air. Even several times, his palm directly passed through Luo Shixiang's body without any resistance. Luo Wenchuan looked at Jing Yongsho and said, "I've already been killed by you. How can you kill me again? No. Get lost. Get lost." Jing Yongsho shouted hysterically, "Get lost." As he shouted, he attacked Luo Wenchuan crazily, not caring about the rapid consumption of his true qi. Wang Boshan was already stunned and did not have any reaction at all. He only saw Jing Yongsho suddenly hit the air with his palm, and then crazily attacked the empty space in front of him. This scene was extremely strange, and it made his heart tremble. At this moment, Wang Boshan suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. He screamed in shock and jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on. Wang Boshan quickly turned his head around, his eyes immediately revealing extreme fear. In front of him, there were 5 to 6 girls around the age of 14 to 15. Each of them was dressed in rags and their hair was disheveled. Some of them even had scars on their faces. They all had strange smiles on their faces as they looked at Wang Boshan in unison. Wang Boshan sat on the ground, paralyzed. He kept moving backward, trying to get away from those girls. You Don't come near me. I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you. Ah, he kept saying. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw all the girls pouncing on him. Wang Bashan's soul was shattered and he fainted after letting out a blood-curdling scream. Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu were standing less than 10 meters away from them, looking at them quietly. In fact, from the moment Wang Bashan and Jing Yongshu stepped onto Peach Blossom Island, they had never left Xia Ruofei's surveillance. The last time they tested the formation, Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu were both standing outside the attack range of the formation, so they could feel all kinds of strange phenomena. Today, Xia Ruofei had specially used the spirit gathering array to gather some spiritual energy in the western area of the island, which made Wang Bashan and Jing Yongshu more certain of their judgment. Using origin crystals to activate the formation was extremely fast, so the two of them didn't notice any abnormalities at all and directly fell into the formation. Moreover, the two of them weren't trapped in the trap formation that Jing Yongshu thought they were, but another even more terrifying formation, the misty illusory formation. Therefore, Jing Yongshu and Wang Bashan had already fallen into the illusion. Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu were not far away from them, watching them running in circles within a radius of more than 10 meters. Later on, Jing Yongshu thought that he was breaking a trapping array and had even succeeded. In reality, this was all their own illusion. It was only when they relaxed their minds that the inner demons in the illusory formation took advantage of the opportunity to enter and completely destroy their will. Li Yifu revealed a shocked expression and said, "Martial Granduncle, is this illusory formation so powerful? To be able to scare people like that?" Xia Ruofei chuckled. "Actually, I don't know what the illusory formation has created. I only know that the illusory formation of the Taishu Xianqing formation can directly attack the things that people fear the most and are most unwilling to face. It can also infinitely magnify this fear. It's already beyond my expectations that Jing Yongshu could last this long." 2715 effortless_1 Li Yifu couldn't help but click his tongue and said, "Grand Uncle, Master, the power of the Taishu Xianqing formation is too terrifying." Li Yifu had heard everything about the Taishu Xianqing formation from Xia Ruofei. Although he had tried the formation the day before yesterday, it was a short time and he had not experienced the trapping and attacking functions of the formation himself, so he did not have a direct experience. But today, Li Yifu had personally witnessed a Qi refining level 7 array Dao master being pushed to the brink of a mental breakdown by the illusory formation of the Taishu Xianqing formation without any resistance. Li Yifu's heart was shocked. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "This is only the tip of the iceberg of the Taishu Xianqing formation. It's also because the opponent is too weak. There are still a few formations that I haven't had the chance to use. However, this is only effective against Qi condensation cultivators. If Jingdan or even Yuanying cultivators were to come here, it would be difficult for this level of illusory formation to affect them." Li Yifu's mind was in a state of chaos. He felt that with the formation in his hands, he could rule the world. Even if the Star Caesar sect sent out all their forces, they would not be able to deal with such a heaven-defying formation. After hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he suddenly realized something and said hurriedly, "Senior Granduncle, this disciple understands." Xia Ruofei once again looked into the array. Wang Bashan had already fainted, and Jing Yongshu's breathing was chaotic and he seemed to have gone crazy. The true Qi in his body was almost exhausted. The key was that his emotions were in turmoil and he had completely fallen into fear. It's almost time. Xia Ruofei said, adopted husband, stay here and don't move in case you get hurt by the formation. I'll go and deal with these two guys. Yes. Martial granduncle, you be careful too. Li Yifu quickly said. He knew that his cultivation level was low, especially in the field of arrays. He would only be a burden if he followed. Xia Ruofei nodded and stepped into the formation. The illusory formation that scared Jing Yongsho and Wang Boshan out of their wits had no effect on Xia Ruofei at all. The entire formation was controlled by his thoughts. The formation automatically separated on his path. Xia Ruofei didn't care about Jing Yongsho, who was in a state of madness. Instead, he went directly to Wang Boshan and penetrated his body with spiritual power, entering his sea of consciousness without any obstacles. Then, a soul seal was sent into Wang Boshan's sea of consciousness by Xia Ruofei. The next moment, Xia Ruofei felt a spiritual connection with Wang Boshan. He knew that the soul seal had been successfully planted. So he withdrew his mental power, and without caring about the still unconscious Wang Boshan, he came to Jing Yongsho. It was slightly different from before. This time, Xia Ruofei directly released a huge amount of spiritual power and suppressed Jing Yongsho with a majestic force. Jing Yongsho himself was in a state of confusion, and his spiritual power cultivation was a whole realm lower than Xia Ruofei's. How could he have the power to resist in such a situation? He didn't have any reaction before he fell unconscious under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power. Xia Ruofei didn't stop at all. He used the last soul seal that he had condensed a few days ago. The soul seal disappeared in a flash and entered Jing Yongsho's forehead. A trace of mental connection was established. Xia Ruofei took in Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho as soul slaves, without any effort. With a wave of his hand, he stopped the Taishu Xianqing formation. At the same time, he stimulated the two sea of consciousness with his spiritual power, and they woke up at once. After a short period of confusion, Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho saw Xia Ruofei standing with his hands behind his back. They couldn't help but feel a shiver in their souls. This kind of absolute obedience came from the depths of their souls and was not under their control at all. Even though they hated Xia Ruofei to the core, after the soul seal was planted, they had undoubtedly become Xia Ruofei's most loyal servants. Master. Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho knelt in front of Xia Ruofei and greeted him respectfully. Get up. Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Yes. Thank you, Master. The two of them said in unison. Then they stood up and stood beside Xia Ruofei with their hands by their sides. You guys wait here for a while. Xia Ruofei said. Yes. Master. Xia Ruofei walked towards Li Yifu, who was not far away. Li Yifu was already dumbfounded. He only saw Xia Ruofei walk over and didn't see Xia Ruofei do anything special. He vaguely saw Xia Ruofei release a ray of light. This light entered Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho's foreheads, but it was so fast that he couldn't see it clearly. Then, he saw Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho respectfully kneeling in front of Xia Ruofei and calling him master. What was this? Xia Ruofei did not intend to hide it from Li Yifu. He walked in front of Li Yifu and smiled. Foster husband, this is the most important part of my plan. I'll first subdue the two of them completely, then we'll arrange the next step of the plan. Senior granduncle, you. How did you do it? Li Yifu asked. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, it's just an application of spiritual power. There's a secret technique called the soul seal that can make a person's soul completely submit to it. Previously, we used this method on Ben Aladi. That's why I'm so assured of him. After being planted with the soul seal, he will never betray us. 2716 effortless_2 Li Yifu couldn't help but feel that this secret technique was too overbearing. Xia Ruofei glanced at Li Yifu and more or less guessed what he was thinking. Xia Ruofei asked, "Foster husband, do you think that this method is evil? Do you feel a little uncomfortable? Your disciple wouldn't dare." Li Yifu replied fearfully. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's good to have the courage to question. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, then I'll explain it simply. What was an evil spirit? Are there good and evil secret techniques? Li Yifu revealed a thoughtful expression. Xia Ruofei glanced at him and continued, at the moment of life and death, when faced with the cultivation sex coveting the peach Blossom Island like wolves and tigers, if you still worry about whether the secret technique is in line with the right path, that's pedantic and not righteous. A secret technique that is used in the right way is the right way, and the opposite is the evil way. The soul seal is the same. Xia Ruofei's words were like the evening drum and morning bell, making Li Yifu feel enlightened. His body trembled slightly, and the confusion in his eyes was swept away. Li Yifu bowed to Xia Ruofei respectfully and said, "Thank you for your advice, senior granduncle. This disciple has learned." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Foster husband, remember this. As long as you stick to your principles, you don't have to doubt yourself, no matter what method you use to achieve your goal. There are good and evil people, but there are no martial arts." Xia Ruofei paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, the premise is that the cultivation of this technique doesn't require the assistance of any messy blood essence or even the assistance of young boys and girls. The soul seal is a cultivation technique passed down from our sect. Do you think it's this kind of evil secret technique? Senior granduncle, this disciple knows his mistake." Li Yifu said, "I was too pedantic." He did have such doubts just now, but after Xia Ruofei's words, he realized that his thoughts were a little too pedantic. In fact, Li Yifu had been a low-level individual cultivator for the past few decades. He didn't understand the cultivation world on Earth, especially those cultivation sections. If it were a sect disciple, his first reaction would definitely not be whether this cultivation method would harm the harmony of the world, but whether he could learn it. The laws of the cultivation world were far crueler than those of the secular world. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Also, the spiritual power requirement for using the soul seal is very high. One has to be at least in the spirit gathering realm. I barely meet the requirements. Also, there is a limit to the number of people who can be controlled by the soul seal." Xia Ruofei then patted Li Yifu's shoulder and said, "All right, let's not talk about this." He had finally achieved his goal today. Let's go back first. I need to ask the two of them some questions. Immediately. Yes, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu replied. Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu strode towards the warehouse of the airport. Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou did not need to be called and quickly followed. On the way, Li Yifu couldn't help but ask, "Martial Granduncle, since you've mastered the soul seal secret technique, why don't you use it directly in the capital? Didn't you guys meet face to face before? Beijing is the core of Huaxia, after all. It's not good to make a scene." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, of course, the main reason is that using a soul seal is not always successful. The reason why I went through so much trouble was to find the opportunity when they were distracted. Otherwise, even if my cultivation is higher than theirs, it would not be easy to plant a soul seal in their sea of consciousness. Once they resist, they might die. The Star Caesar sect will immediately be alerted. Li Yifu thought about it carefully and recalled that Xia Ruofei had asked Ben Aladi to constantly send false information to Wang Boshan. Even earlier, Xia Ruofei had also planted a soul seal on an ordinary person like Ben Aladi. In fact, he had already been planning this. It could be said that every step was calculated very accurately to ensure that there were no mistakes. Li Yifu couldn't help but say, Senior Granduncle's plan is flawless. This disciple is impressed. No, Xia Ruofei said, waving his hand. It's related to a cultivation sect. We can't be too careful. While they were talking, the group had arrived near the airport warehouse. The four of them were all cultivators, so they easily avoided the patrolling brothers of the Hong sect and entered the warehouse without anyone knowing. Xia Ruofei found a chair and sat down. Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho stood in front of Xia Ruofei with their hands down. Although the two of them did not turn into delirious puppets under the effect of the soul seal, they did not have any hatred towards Xia Ruofei. Instead, they had a kind of absolute obedience that came from the depths of their souls. Xia Ruofei asked Li Yifu to find a chair to sit down as well. Then, he looked at Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho and asked lightly, tell me, how did you set your eyes on the Peach Blossom Island? Wang Boshan quickly told him everything about how he accidentally discovered the extraordinariness of the Paradise Island, how he reported it to the sect leader Luo Qingfeng, and how the sect sent Jing Yongsho to take charge of the mission. He did not hold anything back. So you're saying that you haven't confirmed the specific situation of this formation? Xia Ruofei asked. Jing Yongsho replied. Respectfully, Master, this subordinate's array skills are limited. I found an opportunity to examine it up close, but I can only confirm that this array is of a very high level. It's much higher than the Star Caesar sect. Protecting array. I can't tell anything else. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked the question he was most concerned about. Apart from the two of you and Luo Qingfeng, the sect master of the Star Caesar sect, does anyone else know about the natural formation on the Peach Blossom Island? Jing Yongsho hesitated for a moment and said, Master, before this subordinate left the sect leader had sealed off all information. Even the sect elders didn't know. The sect leader also strictly ordered his subordinates not to leak the news. He said that once the news spread, it was very likely to attract other sects to snatch it, so it must be tightly sealed. Thus, this subordinate judged that this news should not have spread. It's just that this subordinate has left the sect for some time. I don't know if the sect master has told this news to anyone else. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt a little more at ease. Although he could not be sure of the scope of this information, at least he knew that Luo Qingfeng had his own concerns, so he would not spread the news everywhere. Xia Ruofei continued to ask about the Star Caesar sect, paying special attention to Luo Qingfeng. Wang Boshan and Jing Yongsho naturally didn't dare to hide anything. As long as they knew it, they poured it out like beans from a bamboo tube. Xia Ruofei's information was similar to the one Lu Qingfeng had obtained from the sect. However, Wang and Jing had explained it in more detail, which could be considered as confirmation of the previous information. The one with the highest cultivation level in the Star Caesar sect was undoubtedly the sect master, Luo Qingfeng. He had already reached the early stage of the Oris core stage and was the only person in the sect who had reached the Oris core stage. Xia Ruofei calculated. In his heart. 1 golden core cultivator, 2 Qi level 9 cultivators, 20 to 30 Qi level 7 and 8 cultivators, plus 60 to 70 low-level cultivators. This was the entire strength of the star-picking sect. He definitely couldn't fight against them alone. The good news now was that the information about the Paradise Island had not been spread. If he could deal with sect leader Luo Qingfeng, he could probably block the news. At the same time, he could also obtain a soul slave at the Golden Core stage and even control a cultivation sect indirectly. Therefore, although this was the most dangerous thing he had encountered since he had obtained the spirit map, space, risk and opportunity coexisted. If he could handle it well, the benefits would be huge. Without the Taishu Xianqing formation, Xia Ruofei would not even dare to think about subduing an Oris core stage cultivator. But now that he had a natural formation and had gone through the test today, Xia Ruofei was even more confident. In addition, he had 2 spies who were absolutely loyal to him. With a good plan, it was not impossible to take down the Oris core stage cultivator Luo Qingfeng. 2717 The Army and the Prince's Son, in Law 1, although Xia Ruofei had learned from Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou that the Star Caesar sect had only sent the 2 of them to handle this matter, and that no one else was involved, and that Wang Boshan had even hired a staff member to be a spy. In the Internal Affairs Department of Panatu, Xia Ruofei still had Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou leave Peach Blossom Island overnight and return to Everts, the capital island of Panatu, out of careful consideration. Xia Ruofei had them stand by on Ivatez Island and wait for orders. Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou, who had already been implanted with their soul seals, naturally obeyed the order. They immediately withdrew from the cliff on the west side of Peach Blossom Island and drove the fishing boat they had rented at a high price back to Ivatez Island. Wang Boshan had once bought a property on Ivatez Island where the 2 of them lived. Wang Boshan's phone was always on 24 hours a day, waiting for Xia Ruofei's notice. After sending Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou away, Xia Ruofei did not have time to rest. He had to plan his next move immediately. The situation was better than he had expected. At least, the news of the natural formation on the Peach Blossom Island had not spread. The problem that he needed to solve now was the Star Caesar sect master, Luo Qingfeng, who had already been confirmed to know the news. The most ideal result would be to use the Soul Seal to completely control Luo Qingfeng. This way, as long as Luo Qingfeng did not tell anyone about the news, it meant that the existence of the natural array on the Peach Blossom Island would not be leaked. Unless another cultivator accidentally discovered the clue, there would be no more trouble. Peach Source Island was located in the depths of the South Pacific Ocean. According to the information obtained by Lu Qingfeng and Jing Yongshou, most of the cultivation sects on Earth were in Huaxia and its surrounding countries. Some of them were on islands, but most of them were in the northern hemisphere, not far from Huaxia. The cultivation of the cultivators on Earth wasn't very high. Even if golden core cultivators could ride a flying sword, they generally wouldn't fly for such a long distance. After all, it would consume true qi. In addition, the cultivation environment on Earth was relatively harsh, and it was almost the same everywhere. Therefore, the probability of cultivators passing by Paradise Island was not high. Unless it was someone like Wang Boshan, who had a certain level of cultivation and was also in charge of the sect's secular affairs, but came here because of business matters. However, the possibility of satisfying so many conditions was not high. Although Qingfeng Luo was an Oris core stage cultivator, he had only broken through not long ago and was only in the early Oris core stage. Currently, the Taishu Shanqing formation on the Peach Blossom Island was Xia Ruofei's biggest reliance. With this natural array, Xia Ruofei would have the ability to fight against golden core cultivators. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had reached the spirit-gathering realm and he could control 5 child seals at most. He had already used 4 of them on Lu Chengfeng, Ben Aladi, Wang Boshan, and Jing Yongshou. There was one spot left for Luo Qingfeng. However, to capture an Oris core stage cultivator alive and plant a soul seal in his sea of consciousness was not an easy task. Xia Ruofei had to come up with a perfect plan in a short time. First, he had to make sure that Luo Qingfeng arrived at the Paradise Island without any suspicion. Then, he would use the Taishu Shanqing formation to deal with him. Xia Ruofei frowned. All sorts of plans appeared in his mind and he was trying to find a loophole. With Xia Ruofei's current strength, he could only succeed in one try to deal with a golden core cultivator like Luo Qingfeng. Once there was a mistake in the middle, it would be almost impossible to catch him again. In particular, he had to lure Luo Qingfeng to the Peach Blossom Island. This was a crucial part. Once Luo Qingfeng noticed it, it would basically mean that the plan had failed completely. An Oris core stage cultivator who was in control of a cultivation sect, it was needless to say that he was decisive in killing. It was conceivable that when Luo Qingfeng realized that it would be difficult to take the Peach Blossom Island by force, he would probably spread the news. By then, Xia Ruofei would face endless trouble. Even if Xia Ruofei had the best conditions, he would not be able to fight against the entire cultivation world. Li Yifu knew that Xia Ruofei was thinking about something important, so he did not dare to disturb him. Xia Ruofei sat in silence for 1 to 2 hours. A plan gradually took shape. However, he did not immediately start to implement it. After all, there were still many details that needed to be thought over bit by bit. There could not be any mistakes. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a matter of life and death. Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and looked at his watch. It was already 3 in the morning. He saw that Li Yifu was still by his side, so he said, "Adopted husband, go and rest first. There are still many things to do tomorrow." "Grand uncle, master, then you." Li Yifu hesitated. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course I'm going to rest too. We're only achieving in progress results. In order to win the final victory, we must conserve our energy." "Yes," Li Yifu said. Xia Ruofei didn't say much. He walked to his bed and lay down. Although the process of subduing Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou was very smooth, in fact, from the beginning of the plan to the end of the net, every link had consumed a lot of Xia Ruofei's energy. Moreover, the key to activating the Taishu Shanqing formation was completed by Xia Ruofei personally, so he was mentally exhausted. These days. 27:18 The Army and the Horses, 2. After lying on the bed, Xia Ruofei felt a wave of fatigue hit him and he quickly fell asleep. When Xia Ruofei woke up the next morning, he saw that Li Yifu was already up. Seeing Xia Ruofei stand up, Li Yifu quickly walked over and bowed. "Senior granduncle, you're up." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. You slept so late last night, why didn't you sleep a little more in the morning? I don't sleep as much as I get older, said Li Yifu. I woke up just as the sun rose. Senior granduncle, Li Yifu continued, do you have a plan to deal with Luo Qingfeng? Yesterday, when Xia Ruofei asked Wang Boshan and Zheng Yongshou, Li Yifu was there the whole time, so he was very clear about the current situation. He knew that the key to the problem was Luo Qingfeng. However, Luo Qingfeng was a golden core cultivator. Compared to Luo Qingfeng, Zheng Yongshou, who was at level 7 of the Qi refinement realm, was like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Even though the Taishu Shanqing formation had given Li Yifu a lot of confidence, his heart could not help but beat like a drum when he thought of Luo Qingfeng's cultivation. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, I have a general plan. But don't rush. Luo Qingfeng is thousands of miles away, and he has given the task to Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou. He definitely won't start urging us now, so we still have enough time. This matter must be planned properly, and there can't be any mistakes. Yes. Li Yifu said, that's a golden core cultivator. Just thinking about it makes me feel intimidated. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, in front of the Taishu Shanqing formation, an early Oris core cultivator can't do much. The problem now is how to make him defenseless on the Peach Blossom Island. I've already come up with a preliminary plan, but that's not the priority right now. We need to evacuate everyone on the island. Everyone is retreating? Li Yifu asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, there is no point for them to stay. Once we start to deal with Luo Qingfeng, we have to consider the possible changes. These ordinary people will only be a burden if they stay here. There were 3 groups of people on the island. The brothers of the Hong sect were brought here to carry out the modification project. It turned out that the staff of the Paradise Island were in charge of the daily operation of the island. And then there was the international mercenaries. The reason why Xia Ruofei kept these people was, on one hand, for the preliminary work, on the other hand, it was to minimize the possibility of the secret being leaked. Now that Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou had become his sole slaves, he didn't have to be so careful in keeping it a secret. After all, those who could really find out the news were people like Wang Boshan. Although his cultivation was low, he had a lot of power in the secular world. As for Luo Qingfeng, these cultivators were all far away from the mortal world. The news of the Star Caesar sect's mortal world was all passed back by Wang Boshan. Luo Qingfeng would never have dreamed that Wang Boshan would betray him, so it was naturally impossible for him to arrange for someone else to deliberately inquire about the information of the Peach Blossom Island. Therefore, if these ordinary people were dismissed, there would be no hidden dangers. Yes. Li Yifu nodded. I'll make the arrangements immediately. The dismissal of the staff sounded complicated, but it wasn't difficult to execute. As for the international mercenaries, the fees paid by the Lu family had not expired yet. They could end the mission ahead of time and leave this isolated island without any entertainment, and they would not have to refund the money. They were overjoyed. Li Yifu had asked the brothers of the Hong sect to help him. Now that their work was over, they were supposed to go back to their own places. Xia Ruofei personally went to Lu Qingfeng's side to inform him. In the past 2 days, more than 50 staff members had actually been moved to live in the shelter inside the mountain. When Lu Qingfeng heard that Xia Ruofei wanted all the staff to leave, he was only a little worried about the daily operation of Paradise Island. After all, the airport control and Some equipment maintenance staff needed very professional people to take on the responsibility. If they dismissed everyone now, wouldn't Paradise Island be paralyzed? However, after seeing Xia Ruofei's firm attitude, Lu Qingfeng did not say anything more. He immediately began to actively organize the work of returning to the country. After all, the Lu family had already prepared a good position for him. The only request was for him to fully obey Xia Ruofei's management on Peach Blossom Island and do the aftermath well. Now that Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to ask everyone to leave, he could return to the bustling capital immediately and grasp more power. Why not? Under normal circumstances, one had to take a boat and then transfer to another plane to return to China from Paradise Island, which was very troublesome. There were many people who wanted to leave the island this time, so it was not easy to organize them. However, Li Yifu directly contacted Tang Etian and asked him to book 3 Qingba passenger planes from Australia to Peach Blossom Island. The employees of the Lu family and the brothers of the Hong sect each took one of the chartered planes and flew directly to Australia. After landing in Australia, the Lu family's employees naturally transferred back to their country. The brothers of the Hong sect also returned to their respective places. Li Yifu asked Tang Etian to arrange everyone's itinerary. The international mercenary group, because they had a lot of weapons and equipment, naturally did not go to Australia for a transit flight. According to their request, Australian Airlines chartered a plane to send them to another island country in the South Pacific. This mercenary group had been operating in that island country for many years. Going there was equivalent to returning to their base camp. They naturally had a way to return to their old nest. When the last chartered plane took off on Peach Blossom Island's runway and soared into the sky under the sunset, the entire Peach Blossom Island suddenly became quiet. There was no one in the airport tower or on the runway. The dock was also quiet. There were only 3 people left on the entire Peach Blossom Island. They were Xia Ruofei, Li Yifu, and Benalati, who was actually useless. The rest of the crew had all left, including the helicopter pilot who wanted to stay and work. Alright, we don't have to live in the warehouse anymore. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, let's move to another place. Although the project department building was empty, the basic living facilities did not need to be maintained every day. The island's electricity mainly relied on solar and wind power, so it was basically self-sufficient. When there was a shortage of power, they also had diesel generators. Now that there was no one on the island, the electricity consumption had dropped significantly, and solar energy was enough. There was no problem with water and food. There was also a large cold storage in the sanctuary in the mountain. The food stored in it was enough for 3 people to eat for several years. Xia Ruofei asked Benalati to find a guest room to stay in while he brought Li Yifu to the luxury suite that he was originally living in. When Xia Ruofei took out the peach blossom de Hong Pao, Li Yifu naturally didn't dare to let his senior granduncle make the tea himself. He quickly took the tea leaves and started to boil water and make the tea. The 2 of them sat at the coffee table, drinking tea and discussing Xia Ruofei's plan. This time, Xia Ruofei did not hide anything from Li Yifu. On the contrary, he felt that Li Yifu had lived for a long time and had been in charge of a huge financial group for a long time. He should have more experience. Luring Luo Qingfeng to the Paradise Island actually had little to do with cultivation. It was more of an analysis from the perspective of human nature, such as whether Luo Qingfeng would fall for a trap, whether he would have doubts, how he would react, how he would deal with it, and so on. When Li Yifu heard Xia Ruofei reveal the whole plan, he couldn't help but nod and say, "Senior granduncle, you've considered it very carefully. You've thought of almost all the possibilities." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Don't say that. I want your opinion now. The plan is definitely not perfect. If you have any problems or doubts, you can tell me. It's better to find a loophole now than to have it discovered by Luo Qingfeng, right?" 2719 Imparting Cultivation Technique 1. Li Yifu thought for a while and said, "Granduncle, master, I've carefully thought over the first half of the plan. There shouldn't be any major problems. As long as the other party didn't know that Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou had changed sides, they definitely wouldn't have such a big defense. Furthermore, as an Aura's core stage cultivator, they definitely had this confidence. The only thing we can't control is we don't know if Qingfeng Luo will come alone. After all, he's here to take over the Peach Blossom Island. After that, he still needs to carry out the island's construction. He might even move the entire sect here. There are many things that he can't do alone." Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, "This is indeed a problem, but it's something we can't control. And according to my judgment, the possibility of Qingfeng Luo coming alone is very high. From his previous style of doing things, he should be a cautious person. With his personality, he probably won't let this news spread unless he's already completely in control of the Peach Blossom Island." Xia Ruofei paused for a moment, and his thoughts became clearer. He said, "According to our information, apart from Luo Qingfeng, the only other person in the Star Caesar sect who has studied arrays is Jing Yongshou. The purpose of Luo Qingfeng's trip this time is to activate the array. There is no point in bringing the rest of the sect along. He can activate the array and then start laying out the plans for the island's construction. After all, for a cultivator, as long as they can control the array, the Star Caesar sect will basically have complete control over the Peach Blossom Island." It was also difficult to find a breakthrough. But before that, it was hard to say. He would probably continue to block the news. So, I think it's highly possible that Luo Qingfeng came alone. Li Yifu thought about it carefully for a while and said with an expression of admiration, "Martial Granduncle's words are reasonable." Then, Li Yifu frowned and said, "Martial Granduncle, although this disciple has some apprehensions about the first half of the plan, I don't think there will be any problems on the whole. As for the second half, I feel that there's a lot of uncertainties. After all, Luo Qingfeng is a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. We've never encountered cultivators at this level. Their strength and means may exceed our expectations. In addition, according to Jing Yongshou, the person with the highest level of array Dao in the sect is Luo Qingfeng. Thus, I'm worried that the Taishu Xianqing formation won't be able to trap him." Xia Ruofei smiled. "If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to be prepared to fight to the death. Of course, when facing an early Golden Core cultivator, we might not even have the capital to fight to the death. We might not even have the chance to escape. The worst case scenario is that neither of us can escape and we'll stay here forever. I'm mentally prepared for that." Li Yifu's expression changed as he said, "Senior Granduncle, I've already put my life and death aside. However, if there is really a problem, I hope that Senior Granduncle can escape decisively. Although my cultivation is low, I will do my best to stall Luo Qingfeng. Even if I can buy one more second, I am willing to do so. But nothing must happen to senior granduncle, otherwise our sex legacy will be broken. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, adopted husband, you don't have to be so tragic. I've said it. That's the worst outcome. We should always consider the most difficult things in everything we do. This is the right attitude, but it shouldn't affect our confidence. Xia Ruofei looked confident and continued, in fact, I'm very confident in the Taishu Xianqing formation. It's still unknown how much of an effect Luo Qingfeng's knowledge of arrays will play in the face of a large formation of this level. To be honest, although the overall strength of a sect like the Star Caesar sect is not bad, they are not good at array formations. Luo Qingfeng's array formation skills are relatively high, but we can't scare ourselves before the war even starts. I understand. Li Yifu said, I only hope that if the worst-case scenario really happens, Granduncle, Master must not care about my life and death. Please escape from this place as quickly as possible. As long as you're alive, there's hope. As long as Marshal Granduncle can be safe and sound, even if Disciple's body is smashed to pieces, Disciple can still die with a smile. Don't say such demoralizing words. Xia Ruofei chided him in a low voice, adopted husband. I've told you that the Peach Blossom Island is our greatest opportunity. I've also promised that I'll help you break through the shackles of the ore refining realm. Do you think I'm a man of my word? This disciple doesn't dare. Li Yifu said fearfully, it's just that we are facing a great enemy. I hope to tell you some things in advance. It's precisely because Marshal Granduncle is a person who values relationships and righteousness that this disciple is worried that once things go south, Marshal Granduncle will miss the best opportunity to escape because of this disciple. If that's the case, even if this disciple dies 100 times, it's still difficult to atone for his sins. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, all right. Let's not talk about this now. Foster husband, since you've acknowledged me as your Marshal Granduncle, I can't possibly abandon you at a critical moment and run for my life. This goes against my principles, and if I do, it might even affect my Tao heart, making it difficult for my cultivation to advance in the future. Do you understand? 2720 Imparting Cultivation Technique 2. I understand. Li Yifu lowered his head and said. He knew that what Xia Ruofei said made sense. If Xia Ruofei really abandoned him and ran for his life, with Xia Ruofei's loyal personality, he would probably live in guilt for the rest of his life. He would also be implanted with a huge mental demon, and it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Therefore, Li Yifu secretly made up his mind that if he couldn't hold on any longer, he would kill himself decisively so that his senior granduncle could escape without any distractions. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not know that Li Yifu had already prepared for this. He softened his tone and said, Foster husband, you don't have to think too much. I still have many ways to save our lives. Even if this Luo Qingfeng can really break the Taishu Xianqing formation, we still have a great chance of escaping. Yes. Senior granduncle. Li Yifu lowered his head and said. Li Yifu's conviction to sacrifice his life for justice was extremely firm. He felt that Xia Ruofei's words were just to comfort him. Hence, although he agreed verbally, he did not change his mind. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not just comforting Li Yifu. Even if Luo Qingfeng's array skills were far beyond their expectations, and he could break the Taishu Xianqing formation, Xia Ruofei would still have a way to escape. He could only wait for his death. Xia Ruofei's biggest trump card was not the Peach Garden Island or the Taishu Xianqing Formation, but the spirit map space. In the worst-case scenario, Xia Ruofei could have brought Li Yifu into the spirit map space. He was absolutely sure that an Oris core stage cultivator would not be able to discover the secret of the spirit map space. It would not be a big problem to save their lives. However, if that were to happen, he would have to reveal the secret of the spirit map space to Li Yifu. There was also the biggest problem. When Xia Ruofei was in the space, the spirit map scroll could not be moved. To enter the space at any time, the spirit map scroll had to be within Xia Ruofei's range of thought. This meant that even if Xia Ruofei brought Li Yifu into the space, they would still be trapped in Paradise Island or even in the space for a long time. There was no chance to escape. Hence, unless it was the last resort, Xia Ruofei would not use this trump card. Xia Ruofei looked at Li Yifu and said, "Wait here for a moment, I have something to give you." "Yes, Marshal Granduncle." Xia Ruofei got up and walked to the bedroom next door. Then, he took out a small booklet that he had prepared earlier from the spirit map space. He then returned to the living room. Xia Ruofei handed the booklet to Li Yifu and said, "Take it. Cultivate well for the next 2 days. Although it's just a last-minute preparation, every bit of improvement is good." Li Yifu was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at the cover of the small booklet in his hand. Then, his whole body trembled, and his eyes could no longer move away from the words, Guiyuan scripture written on the first page of the booklet. Li Yifu's cultivation technique was called the Guiyuan scripture. Although it was only one word different from the Guiyuan true scripture, the difference was like heaven and earth. To put it bluntly, the origin returning scripture was only a simplified version of the origin returning true scripture. Compared to the origin returning true scripture, there were many omissions and even mistakes. This was also an important reason why Li Yifu's cultivation progress had been slow for the past few decades. When Xia Ruofei first met Li Yifu, he already knew about this. However, he did not pass on the Guiyuan scripture to Li Yifu rashly. Although the Guiyuan scripture was only one of the many cultivation techniques stored in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance and its level was not particularly high. There was a saying in the world of cultivation that techniques should not be passed on easily through some experiences. Later on, Xia Ruofei had a better understanding of Li Yifu and was more assured of his character. He thought that the time was right, so he gave Li Yifu the Guiyuan scripture that he had already copied. Although some of the techniques he had obtained from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance were better than the Guiyuan scripture, Li Yifu had been practicing the Guiyuan scripture for decades. It was a technique that originated from the Guiyuan scripture. Now that he was practicing the Guiyuan scripture, it could be said that they were of the same lineage, and success came naturally when water flowed. The most suitable one was the best. Li Yifu's hands couldn't help but tremble slightly, and he couldn't speak for a long time. He had once fantasized that Xia Ruofei would give him the Guiyuan scripture, but he did not dare to have too much hope. After all, Xia Ruofei had only mentioned that the sect had this technique, but did not say whether it had been passed down. Moreover, even if it was passed down, why would Xia Ruofei pass it to him? Xia Ruofei had always been the one who had been kind to him, giving him pointers on cultivation and giving him spiritual crystals. But he had only given Xia Ruofei a commercial plane. To him, money in the secular world was nothing. If he were to be measured in value, a Gulfstream G650 commercial plane was not even comparable to the scraps of spiritual crystals Li Yifu knelt in front of Xia Ruofei and said in a trembling voice, "Senior granduncle, this disciple is fear. I can't accept a reward without doing anything. Senior granduncle has given this disciple such a precious cultivation technique. This disciple," Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Get up first." Although Xia Ruofei had accepted the fact that Li Yifu was his grand disciple, he still felt uncomfortable when an old man knelt in front of him. Yes. Li Yifu didn't dare to disobey and quickly stood up. Xia Ruofei said kindly, "Adopted husband, this technique is not particularly outstanding among the inheritances of the sect. However, you've been practicing this technique all these years. It's the most suitable for you. To be honest, when I first met you at Big Brother Tang's house, I had the idea of passing the cultivation technique to you, but I didn't do so at that time. I hope you don't blame me for not passing it to you later." "I wouldn't dare," Li Yifu quickly replied. The disciple had not made any contributions, but the granduncle, master, had guided the disciple's cultivation and even given him a spirit crystal, the most precious treasure for cultivation. The disciple was already terrified. Moreover, at that time, the senior granduncle didn't know much about his disciples. The cultivation technique was so precious, so how could it be passed on to the wrong person? This disciple understands Marshal Granduncle's good intentions. Xia Ruofei had wanted to explain, but seeing that Li Yifu had thought it through so clearly, he could save his breath. "It's good that you understand," he said gently. "It shouldn't be difficult for you to learn this cultivation technique. However, if there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me anytime. In short, the most taboo of cultivation is to shut yourself in. If you don't understand, ask. You can't rely on your own imagination." Although Xia Ruofei did not cultivate the Guiyuan scripture, the techniques in the Jade Talisman of Inheritance were directly transferred to his mind. He also had a lot of cultivation experience, so there was no problem in guiding Li Yifu. "Yes, Senior Granduncle," Li Yifu said respectfully. Xia Ruofei encouraged Li Yifu with a few more words and then let him find his own room to cultivate. After Li Yifu left, Xia Ruofei did not immediately rest. Instead, he left the building and flew towards the shelter on the island. The Paradise Island was now empty, and he didn't have to worry about being discovered, so he didn't need to hide. He took the fastest path and quickly arrived at the shelter embedded in the mountain. After passing through the heavy door, Xia Ruofei headed straight for the storehouse. After a while, he arrived at the huge warehouse. About half of the entire shelter was a warehouse, while the other half was a living area. The Liu family's warehouse was full. They had prepared for the worst. Most of the food stored were necessities for survival, such as food and drinking water. There was also a large cold storage warehouse full of meat and fish, all of which had been frozen solid in the low temperature below 0 degrees. Xia Ruofei didn't hesitate. He used his spiritual power to store the items in the warehouse into the spirit map space. The mountain and sea realm in the spirit map space was extremely vast. Even if all the food in the sanctuary was stored inside, it would only take up a small portion of the space. In the spirit map space, he didn't have to worry about food going bad. He casually set up an independent space in the mountain and sea realm and moved all of the war preparations and storage materials in the sanctuary into it. Xia Ruofei was preparing for the worst. If he really needed to hide in the spirit map space, he might have to live in the space for a long time. He could only find a chance to escape when the time was right. So, it was safer to move these supplies into the space in advance. After all, they were just small amounts of spiritual power. After emptying the warehouse, Xia Ruofei returned to his luxurious suite in the project department building. He took out the crystals and cultivated for a while before going to bed to rest. 2721 Scheming against a golden core cultivator. 1. The next day, Xia Ruofei arranged for Bainaladi to leave Paradise Island. As well, he got Benaladi to drive a speedboat that was parked at Paradise Island's dock to Ivatez Island to wait for orders. Benaladi also had property on Avat's Island, and he would definitely not betray Xia Ruofei since he had a soul seal planted on him. Hence, Xia Ruofei was at ease to let him leave. After all, he would only be a burden if he stayed. In fact, after subduing Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou, Bainaladi was no longer of any use. A soul slave without any cultivation would not be of any help to Xia Ruofei. Bainaladi's nature was that of someone who only saw money. Back then, he was the one who sold a lot of information about Paradise Island to Wang Boshan, which made Xia Ruofei somewhat passive. Therefore, Xia Ruofei did not really care about Benaladi's life or death. He could use a secret technique to remove the soul seal so that he would not take up a spot. After all, although removing the soul seal was dangerous, it was mainly targeted at the person controlled by the soul seal. As the master, Xia Ruofei would not be in any danger. Even if he failed to extract the soul seal and Benaladi died, his soul slave spot would be empty. In fact, it was considered a success. However, Xia Ruofei still felt a tinge of compassion and did not directly use the soul extracting seal. Of course, the most important reason was that using the secret technique would consume a lot of Xia Ruofei's spiritual energy. With the enemy in front of them, any unnecessary consumption had to be avoided. Hence, after some consideration, Xia Ruofei decided to let Benaladi be on standby at Everett's Island. Benaladi set off on his speedboat, not knowing that he had already walked one round around the gates of hell. Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu sat together again and went over the entire plan from beginning to end several times. Finally, Xia Ruofei decided, it's done. I think it's close to perfection. There shouldn't be any oversights. Li Yifu nodded and said, Senior Granduncle, this matter should not be delayed. Since it has been decided, I think we should implement it as soon as possible. That's right. Xia Ruofei's eyes were filled with determination. Then let's begin. In a seaside villa in the rich district of Ivatez Island, Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou were drinking tea and chatting in the living room. Xia Ruofei had given them the order to stay in Ivatez and wait for orders, so they didn't go anywhere for the past 2 days and stayed at home, waiting for Xia Ruofei's orders 24/7. Wang Boshan's phone rang. The two of them stood up at the same time. Wang Boshan hurriedly took out his phone, looked at the caller ID, and immediately picked up, Mr. Ling. As long as it was a phone call, there was bound to be the possibility of being monitored, especially when Wang Boshan was still in the capital island of Panatu, Evac. This kind of small country did not have any moral integrity, and it was hard to say if there were any monitoring methods for outsiders. That was why Xia Ruofei strictly ordered Wang Boshan and Jing Yongshou not to call him master when they were on the phone. They were not even allowed to call him Mr. Xia, but to use the alias Mr. Ling. In fact, Xia Ruofei had just casually used Ling Qingshua's surname. There's some progress, Xia Ruofei said indifferently. Let's meet. All right. Wang Bosan quickly said, what time would be convenient for you? In an hour. Xia Ruofei said. No problem. We'll definitely be there on time. Wang Bosan said. Xia Ruofei had told them the meeting place before they left the day before yesterday, so they did not mention the meeting place at all. After Wang Bosan hung up the phone, he said to Jing Yongshou, Marshal uncle. Jing, there's news from there. Let's pack up and set off immediately. Jing Yongshou knew that it was Xia Ruofei's call, so he didn't dare to delay. He nodded and said, all right, don't be late. An hour later, a speedboat slowly approached a fishing boat in the middle of Paradise Island and Yvetez Island. Wang Bosan caught Xia Ruofei's rope and connected the boat to the fishing boat. Xia Ruofei tiptoed and leaped into the air, landing lightly on the deck of the fishing boat. He came here alone today and left Li Yifu on Peach Blossom Island. Firstly, there was no one on the island now, so Li Yifu was needed to stay and guard the place. Secondly, Xia Ruofei also hoped that Li Yifu could spend more time cultivating. It would be good if he could improve his cultivation. As soon as Xia Ruofei landed on the deck, Wang Bosan and Jing Yongshou knelt down on one knee and cupped their fists. Good day, master. This was also the etiquette of the cultivation world. Of course, it was only a fist salute. Cultivators would definitely not kneel on one knee when they met. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Let's talk in the cabin. The three of them came to the cabin. Xia Ruofei sat down boldly while Wang Bosan and Jing Yongshou stood in front of him with their hands by their sides. To protect the secret of the Peach Blossom Island, I've decided to trap the Star Caesar sect master, Luo Qingfeng, Xia Ruofei said. Wang Bosan and Jing Yongshou were not surprised. They said in unison, what should this subordinate do, master? The initial plan is like this. Xia Ruofei said. Wang Bosan will stay on Peach Blossom Island, and Jing Yongshou will return to the Star Caesar sect and report to Luo Qingfeng about the situation on Peach Blossom Island. Let me first talk about Jing Yongshou's mission. Yes. Master, please speak. Jing Yongshou quickly said. 2722 scheming against a golden core cultivator. 2. The two of them had no doubts about Xia Ruofei's arrangements. They only wanted to do their best to complete the task given by Xia Ruofei. Even if they were to die, they would not hesitate. Xia Ruofei said, your main task this time is to get Luo Qingfeng to come to Peach Blossom Island. It's best if he comes alone. Once you complete this, you'll have completed more than half of your task. If possible, you can try to find out if the news of the natural formation of the Peach Blossom Island has spread beyond the three of you. Of course, this is only a secondary mission. 4. Safety's sake, you don't have to deliberately inquire about it, in case Luo Qingfeng gets suspicious and affects our main mission. Yes. Master. Jing Yongshou said. Luo Qingfeng, Xia Ruofei continued. When you return to the sect and see Luo Qingfeng, tell him, Xia Ruofei gave Jing Yongshou detailed instructions on how to report to Luo Qingfeng when he saw him. He even analyzed Luo Qingfeng's possible reactions and gave his responses. At the same time, he handed him a small box that he had prepared in advance. A cultivator's memory was very good, so Jing Yongshou hurriedly and diligently memorized Xia Ruofei's instructions. In the end, Xia Ruofei said, after all, we can't exhaust all the possibilities. Luo Qingfeng might have a reaction that is beyond our expectations and ask you other questions. You have to grasp it yourself. In short, the first rule is to not make him suspicious. The second is to lure him to Peach Blossom Island as soon as possible. Everything will be based on these two rules. You need to adapt to the situation. Yes. Xing Yongshu replied with a serious expression. Don't worry, master. Based on my understanding of palm Luo Qingfeng, master's plan is very meticulous. He will definitely be fooled. If anything happens, I'll be able to handle it. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, yes. Pay attention to your own safety. In fact, Xia Ruofei was just casually reminding him. Only when Xing Yongshu was safe would the plan go smoothly. Otherwise, if Xing Yongshu was exposed, the follow-up plan could not be carried out. However, after Xing Yongshu heard Xia Ruofei's casual advice, he shed tears of gratitude and knelt on the ground again. He said in a trembling voice, thank you for your concern, master. This subordinate will not hesitate to shatter my bones. Not only did Wang Bashan not look down on him, but his face was full of anticipation. He felt that it was really enviable that junior uncle Xing could get the care of his master. This wasn't because the two of them were wretches, but because this was the effect of the soul seal. This kind of submission from the soul was something that the two of them couldn't control at all. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, get up. I don't need you to die in vain, just do your best to complete the mission. Yes. Master. Xing Yongshu stood up and said. Then, Xia Ruofei looked at Wang Bashan and said, as for your task, you will have to wait on the Peach Blossom Island. When Luo Qingfeng lands on the island, you will have to complete the following tasks, Xia Ruofei explained Wang Bashan's mission in detail again. Compared to Xing Yongshu, Wang Bashan's mission was much simpler, and he finished explaining in a short while. Wang Bashan naturally remembered Xia Ruofei's words and said, yes. Master. Xia Ruofei's arrangement was also in line with the current situation. Wang Bashan was originally in charge of the Star Caesar sect's secular affairs. This time, he would stay behind to guard the Peach Blossom Island and wait for the sect leader's arrival. Xing Yongshu, who had a higher position, would return to the sect and report to him. This was more logical. After arranging their tasks, Xia Ruofei asked casually, by the way, based on your judgment, if Luo Qingfeng were to come to Peach Blossom Island, what kind of transportation would he choose? There were only two options to get to Peach Blossom Island. One was to take a plane, and the other was to take a boat. Now that all the staff on Peach Blossom Island had been dismissed, Xing Yongshu would also report to Qingfeng Luo in the same way, so they could only take a boat or a helicopter. If they could make a prediction in advance, they could make the corresponding arrangements, which would be more active. Xing Yongshu said almost without thinking, it's very likely that they're going there by boat. Qingfeng Luo was rather repulsed by means of transportation, such as airplanes. This was because he felt that he could not control his own fate when he was not flying with his own strength. If he was alone, he might have chosen to come from nearby on sword too, but since I'm with him, he might choose to take the boat. Luo Qingfeng was an Oris core stage cultivator and was already capable of sword kinesis flight. However, the Star Caesar sect was tens of thousands of miles away from here, so he definitely could not fly on his sword directly from the Star Caesar sect. If he took a ship from the Star Caesar sect, wouldn't it take a few days? Xia Ruofei frowned. From the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere, and the distance was so long. It was normal to take 1 or 2 months by ocean ship. It's possible according to my understanding of him, said Xing Yongshou. However, he should be in a hurry. I'll try to persuade him to take a plane to a nearby island. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, that's a real problem. This way, many things would become uncontrollable. How about this? Didn't Luo Qingfeng never go to Paradise Island? He'll definitely need you to lead the way. No matter what mode of transportation he uses, you just have to adapt to the situation. Also, you have to find a way to keep in touch with us. 27-23 Scheming against a golden core cultivator. 3. At this point, Xia Ruofei took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xing Yongshou, saying, if anything happens, you can call Wang Boshan directly. This mission was originally completed by the two of you. Moreover, Wang Boshan is still waiting for Qingfeng Luo on Peach Blossom Island, so you won't arouse any suspicion if you call Wang Boshan. There are some code words on it. It's enough to pass on simple information. Take the time to remember them. Xia Ruofei had come into contact with this field when he was in the military. This morning, when he was perfecting the plan, he had also made a simple code comparison form. Through this code form, he could completely meet the needs of simple information delivery. In fact, it was not complicated. It was just a simple sentence with specific keywords. Different keywords had different meanings. Xia Ruofei had come up with several possibilities, such as everything is as usual or change the waterway. As for the news that they were departing from the Star Caesar sect or that they were about to arrive, Xing Yongshou could have called Wang Boshan openly and asked him to prepare for the reception. It would definitely not arouse any suspicion. Yes. Xing Yongshou quickly replied. Master. He took the piece of paper and quickly memorized it. After a few minutes, he handed the paper to Wang Boshan and said, Master, this subordinate has noted it down. Yes. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, if the situation changes, Wang Boshan might contact you and use the same code. All right. Xing Yongshou said. After a while, Wang Boshan had also memorized the secret code. He respectfully returned the paper to Xia Ruofei and said, Master, this subordinate has also remembered it. N. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, you guys can go back. Xing Yongshou will leave today and return to the Star Caesar sect. After Wang Boshan sends Xing Yongshou off, he will come directly to Paradise Island. Yes. Master. The two of them replied in unison. Xia Ruofei stood up and walked to the deck. He untied the cable of the speedboat and gently landed on the speedboat with his toes. On the deck of the fishing boat, Wang Boshan and Xing Yongshou cupped their fists at the same time and said in unison, this subordinate will see you off, Master. Xia Ruofei waved his hand without looking back and drove the speedboat in the direction of the Peach Blossom Island pier. Wang Boshan and Xing Yongshou also turned the ship's bow and returned to Everett's Island. After returning to the Peach Source Island, Xia Ruofei personally led Li Yifu to make some arrangements on the island. They were mainly targeting the points where the Taishu Xianqing formation had been activated. The two of them disguised and arranged each point. Then, the two of them returned to the project department building and waited for news while they cultivated. After Wang Boshan arranged the return trip for Xing Yongshou, he personally sent Jing Yongsho to the small airport on Avat's Island. After Jing Yongsho's plane took off, he returned to the Avat's Island dock and drove the fishing boat to Paradise Island. 2 days later, in the South China Sea, there was an island surrounded by spiritual qi. This place seemed to be covered in fog all year round. Not only could radars and satellites not detect the existence of the island, but as long as a ship entered the nearby sea area, the navigation and compass would spin randomly, unable to give the correct direction at all. Over time, this area of the sea became a mysterious area. In addition, it was far away from the traditional sea routes, so fewer ships passed by here. The people of the secular world had no idea that there was a cultivation sect in the sea. This was the Star Island, the headquarters of the Star Caesar sect. There was a mountain that was 1,000 meters tall on the island, and many antique-looking buildings were built against the mountain. In the dense fog, the pavilions could be vaguely seen, making it really look like a paradise on earth. The ancient building at the highest point was the residence and cultivation place of Luo Qingfeng, the sect master of the Star Caesar sect. In a quiet room, a middle-aged Taoist in a sky-blue Taoist robe was sitting cross-legged on a futon with his 5 hearts facing the sky. There wasn't even a strand of white hair on his head, and the skin on his face was quite tight and smooth. He looked to be in his 30s. In fact, this middle-aged Taoist was already more than 150 years old. He was the sect leader of the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng, the only gold core realm expert in the sect. A light knock on the door was heard. Luo Qingfeng opened his eyes with a hint of displeasure on his face. He raised his voice and said, "What is it? Didn't I say that no one is allowed to disturb me when I'm cultivating?" Outside the door, a young and tender voice said with some fear, reporting to sect leader, Martial Uncle Jing Yongsho has returned. He said that he has something important to report to you, so this disciple is bold enough to, Yongsho is back? Luo Qingfeng's eyes lit up. He stood up and said, "Let him in." Yes. The Taoist child outside the door secretly heaved a sigh of relief and rushed out. Qingfeng Luo paced back and forth in the room, his excitement evident on his face. From the moment Wang Boshan sent back the news, to the moment Jing Yongsho confirmed that the island in the South Pacific Ocean had a natural array that was far higher level than the sect's great sect, protecting array, he had always been thinking about this matter. Qingfeng Luo knew the importance of this matter, so he did not even reveal it to his most trusted junior brother. He only instructed Jing Yongsho and Wang Boshan to operate in secret and seize the time to control the island. The two of them hadn't made any progress for a long time, and now that Jing Yongsho had suddenly come back to report in person, it was obvious that there had been a major breakthrough in that matter. Luo Qingfeng thought to himself, as long as I can get my hands on that cultivation paradise, the rise of the sect will be imminent. He hoped that Yongsho would bring back good news. He calmed himself down, then walked to the futon and sat down. After all, he was a golden core cultivator, and his face quickly returned to its usual calm and tranquil state. Soon, footsteps could be heard from outside, followed by a knock on the door. Jing Yongsho said, "Master, disciple has returned. I have something to report to you." "Come in," Luo Qingfeng said indifferently. "Let's talk inside." "Yes," Jing Yongsho replied. Then, Jing Yongsho pushed the door open and walked in. He bowed slightly in front of Qingfeng Luo and said in a tone that was trying hard to suppress his excitement, "Congratulations, Master. that matter. It's done. 27-24 Great trickery. 1. Even though Luo Qingfeng was a shrewd person and had been pretending to be calm, he could not help but raise his eyebrows after hearing Jing Yongsho's words. His eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice, "Tell me the details." "Yes, Master." Jing Yongsho said respectfully, "This disciple came out of the mountain to supervise this matter. I originally wanted to order junior nephew Wang Boshan to give up the secular means and directly seize the island by force. After all, this matter has been dragged on for so long. However, just as we began to plan, things suddenly took a turn for the better." "Oh? What do you mean? What is it?" Luo Qingfeng asked indifferently. "I'll report to you about the possession of Peach Source Island." "Oh, I mean the Blue Cloud Island." Jing Yongsho said calmly, "The secular family that originally owned this island suddenly transferred the ownership of the island to a young man. It was also him who changed the name of the island to Paradise Island." "Continue." Luo Qingfeng said. "This young man's attitude is different from the Lu family's. He's not that insistent on the ownership of the Peach Blossom Island." Jing Yongsho said, "Martial nephew Boshan has made some small achievements in the secular world over the years, so I made the decision to buy the island from this young man with money that exceeded the value of the Paradise Island. When we increased the price to $4.5 billion, he finally couldn't resist the temptation and agreed to sell the island." "That's great." Luo Qingfeng's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. As for Jing Yongsho's $4.5 billion, he didn't take it to heart at all. Some worldly wealth was no different from floating clouds to him. Let alone 4.5 billion, even if it was 45 billion, if it couldn't be exchanged for cultivation resources, it was no different from waste paper in his eyes. However, the Peach Source Island was a top-notch cultivation resource that could directly enhance the overall strength of the entire sect. How could it be exchanged? For money? Jing Yongsho continued respectfully, "Honored Master, before I returned to the sect, I had already completed the transfer of ownership of the island with junior nephew Boshan. Now, the Peach Blossom Island belongs to the Stars Corporation of the secular world. In other words, the island with the natural formation is already our Star Caesar sect's." "Very good." Qingfeng Luo said happily, "Yongsho, you've done a great job. Speak. Whatever reward you want, I will definitely satisfy you." "Master." "It's disciples' honor to be able to share Master's burden. It's just a small contribution, how would I dare to ask for any reward?" Jing Yongsho quickly said. "It's not my style to not reward someone for their contributions." Luo Qingfeng waved his hand and said, "Just say it. As long as the sect can provide you with resources, I can make the decision to reward you." "Thank you, Master," Jing Yongsho said respectfully. "However, it is already a great blessing for me to be able to cultivate in the sect these years. I really don't dare to ask for any reward. If Master agrees, this disciple wants to follow Master and learn the Array Dao. Master's Array Dao level is something that this disciple can only look up to." Qingfeng Luo could not help but laugh. He knew that his disciple was very obsessed with arrays, which was also one of the things that he was proud of. Jing Yongsho's words had just scratched his itch, making him feel very happy. "What's so difficult about that?" Luo Qingfeng said, "In the future, I will teach you everything I know about array formations. Our sect also needs a capable array Formation expert, so that I don't have to take action personally when it comes to array formations. Thank you, Master. Xing Yongshu revealed an overjoyed expression as he said. Then, he hesitated for a moment and said, Master, this disciple still has a presumptuous request. Speak. Qingfeng Luo was in a good mood at this time, so he raised his hand and said indifferently. Yes. Xing Yongshu first bowed slightly, then said, the success of this matter is inseparable from the efforts of martial nephew Boss Han. This disciple implores Master to reward him with some cultivation resources. After all, it wasn't easy for him to make a living in the secular world, and the cultivation environment in the secular world is harsh. With some cultivation resources, he can improve his cultivation and self-protection ability, and serve the sect better. No problem. Luo Qingfeng said, although this Wang Boss Han is a little lazy, he is really a talent in the secular world. With such a great contribution, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to request to return to the sect. Since he's willing to stay in the secular world, I'll reward him with some cultivation resources, and personally guide him so that his cultivation can improve a little. Disciple, thanks teacher on behalf of martial nephew Bo Shan. Xing Yongshu said hurriedly. Then, his eyes widened as he asked, Master, you mean you want to make a trip personally? Haha. Luo Qingfeng laughed and said, if I don't go over, can you activate that natural array? Xing Yongshu revealed. A trace of confusion, lowered his head and said, Disciple's array skills are inferior. I'm still not strong enough to deal with a natural array of that level, that's why I'm the only one who can handle this matter personally. Luo Qingfeng said, it just so happens that I've been staying in the sect for the past few years. It's time to go out and take a breather. Yongshu, you'll come with me this time. First, you'll lead the way, and second, you can learn more about arrays from me. Activating such a natural array is a great opportunity to learn. 2725 Great Trickery, 2, yes. Thank you, Master. Xing Yongshu said excitedly. He had laid out so much so that Luo Qingfeng would take the initiative to bring him along. Although in theory, he had to accompany Luo Qingfeng and lead the way for him, he could not rule out the possibility that Luo Qingfeng would go by himself after asking for the location. After all, golden core cultivators could ride flying swords, and it was more convenient for them to travel alone. Now that Luo Qingfeng had taken the initiative to bring him along, he had achieved his goal. Teacher, after disciple and martial nephew Boss Han took over the Peach Source Island, we dismissed everyone on the island. Now, only martial nephew Boss Han is staying on the island, waiting for your arrival. Xing Yongshu continued. You guys have done well. Luo Qingfeng said, those ordinary people are a hindrance on the island. It's better to disband them. In the future, when the island needs to be built, we'll just recruit more people. The most important thing now is to activate the formation. Luo Qingfeng's thoughts were in line with Xia Ruofei's. Unfortunately, his wish could never be realized, because Xia Ruofei had already activated the Taishu Xianqing formation completely. Yes. Master. Yes, Xing Yongshu replied, then continued, I brought martial nephew Boss Han to survey the Paradise Island carefully, and we did find something. Oh? Luo Qingfeng asked with interest, could it be that you can see through such a large array? That's not it, Xing Yongshu said hurriedly, it's just that I still saw some clues and wanted to report it to Master. Oh? Then tell me. Luo Qingfeng was also interested and said with a smile. Yes. Xingyongshu said. He secretly took a deep breath and said, according to what Xia Ruofei had taught him, I found out that the array on this paradise island is not just a natural array. I didn't investigate it in detail before, but this time, after handing over the island, this disciple walked around the entire Peach Blossom Island and found many traces left by cultivators, but they were all very old. This disciple surmised that this island once had ancient cultivators. Perhaps it was because of the island's natural formation that the ancient cultivators were attracted to it. They had also successfully activated the formation, but with the passage of time, no one maintained it and it lost its effectiveness. Only the naturally formed parts can still be seen. Luo Qingfeng's eyes shot out two rays of light as he said, in that case, it does make sense. If ancient cultivators once lived on this island, and there are traces of an artificially activated formation, then we'll have even more clues. This way, the difficulty of activating this natural formation will be greatly reduced. The more Luo Qingfeng spoke, the more excited he became. He then asked, Yongshu, did you find anything else other than these? Xingyongshu lowered his head and said, Master, I found spiritual energy gathered in a place that was suspected to be left behind by ancient cultivators. After excavating it, I found this item about 3 feet deep. With that, Xingyongshu took out the small box that Xia Ruofei had prepared for him and threw out the last stun grenade. Xingyongshu handed the small box to Qingfeng Luo with both hands as he said, Master, this disciple is slow-witted and doesn't know what this is. However, this item is rich in spiritual energy, and it can be seen that it is not an ordinary item. Therefore, this disciple doesn't dare to hide it and will immediately bring it back to the sect for Master to deal with. Qingfeng Luo nodded and opened the box. His eyes suddenly opened, and an inexplicable look of surprise appeared on his face. He saw that there was a spirit crystal in the box, which was emitting a strong spirit qi. Qingfeng Luo held the spirit crystal in his hand and felt the spirit energy within it. He found that more than half of the spirit energy contained in the spirit crystal had been consumed. However, it was still a rare cultivation treasure for the current cultivation world on Earth. This thing? You found it on that island? What? Qingfeng Luo asked in disbelief. Yes, Master. Xingyongshu said, there are many similar ancient cultivator ruins on the island, and there are many places where spiritual energy is concentrated. However, I know that this is a serious matter, so I didn't continue to excavate and immediately rushed back to the sect to ask Master to make a decision. Martial nephew Boshan will guard the Peach Blossom Island well. Almost no cultivators will go there, and the ordinary people of the secular world will not be able to threaten the safety of the island. You've done well, Luo Qingfeng said with satisfaction. What's even more remarkable is that you can only think of the sect and not have the slightest greed in the face of a cultivation treasure with such rich spirit energy. I am very pleased. This was actually a spiritual crystal that Xia Ruofei had prepared in advance. He had even specially chosen a spiritual crystal that he had used during his cultivation. He had been using this spirit crystal all along. Later, when he got better origin crystals, he changed to origin crystals, so he had already absorbed a lot of the spiritual qi in the spirit crystal. Not only did Luo Qingfeng not doubt it, but he was even more convinced. The reason was simple. After so many years, the array on the Peach Blossom Island had lost its ability to gather spiritual energy. And the spiritual energy in the spiritual crystal had gradually dissipated. This was in line with the actual situation. If it was a spiritual crystal full of spiritual energy, it would cause Luo Qingfeng to be suspicious. Qingfeng Luo was very satisfied with Jing Yongshuo's disciple. Although he wanted to generously give the spirit crystal to Jing Yongshuo, the spirit crystal was too precious. After hesitating for a long time, he did not give it up. 2726 Great Trickery. 3. Qingfeng Luo thought to himself, let's talk about this after we get to Peach Source Island. If he could find a few more of these spiritual crystals, it would be fine to give one to Yongshuo. With that thought in mind, Luo Qingfeng put away the spirit crystal carefully. Jing Yongshuo had been quietly observing Luo Qingfeng's expression. Knowing that Luo Qingfeng had put away the spirit crystal, he felt more at ease. At the same time, he admired Xia Ruofei, his master, more. Xia Ruofei had specially arranged for Jing Yongshuo to fabricate news about the ancient cultivator ruins and report it to Luo Qingfeng. The purpose was to make Peach Blossom Island more attractive to Luo Qingfeng, making him eager to go. At the same time, not only was there a natural formation on the Paradise Island, but there were also the remains of ancient cultivators, so activating the formation was much easier. In addition, there might be more spirit crystals. With so many factors combined, it was even more impossible for Luo Qingfeng to leak the news to others according to his personality. Of course, this move had an additional effect, which was to make Qingfeng Luo's loyalty to Jing Yongshuo no longer have any doubts about a precious cultivation resource like the misty spiritual crystal. Even if he could not name it, he could at least sense the rich spiritual energy inside, right? He offered it to the sect without any hesitation. If such a disciple wasn't loyal, who else could he trust? Sure enough, Qingfeng Luo looked at Jing Yongshuo with an even more affable gaze. He said gently, Yongshuo, you've had a hard time on this trip. However, you can't rest for the time being. After all, the natural formation of the Peach Blossom Island is related to the rise of the sect, so I've decided to go to the Peach Blossom Island today. Jing Yongshuo's heart was filled with joy, and he quickly said, Shizhuan, disciple didn't work hard to be able to serve by Shizhuan's side is disciple's honor. Then, Jing Yongshuo pretended to be concerned and asked, Shizhuan, which martial brothers do you want to bring with you on this trip? I'll inform them to make their preparations. Let's go. Luo Qingfeng said seriously. This time, we will go in secret. You can't reveal our whereabouts to anyone. The natural formation of the Peach Blossom Island is of great importance. Before you successfully activate the formation and control the core of the formation, any information about the Peach Blossom Island must be kept top secret. You must not leak the slightest bit of information, or else it's very likely to attract the covetous eyes of other sections. Do you understand? Jing Yongshuo was overjoyed. He quickly lowered his head and said, yes. This disciple will remember. Luo Qingfeng nodded with satisfaction and said, okay, wait here for a while. I'll prepare some things. We'll leave immediately. It was not that Qingfeng Luo did not trust Jing Yongshuo. He was worried that Jing Yongshuo would leak the news after he left his site. He did this because he did not want too many people to know that Jing Yongshuo had returned to the sect. Secondly, he was already very anxious. He was going to set off soon after making some preparations. It was naturally the most convenient for Jing Yongshuo to wait here. Yes. Master. Jing Yongshuo replied respectfully. Luo Qingfeng got up and took out some array flags, compasses, jade stones, and other array setting tools from the cabinet. After some thought, he also took out a few crystals. These crystals were similar to spirit crystals and contained spirit chi. They could be used by cultivators, but the purity of the spirit chi was not on the same level as spirit crystals. They could barely be considered low-quality spirit crystals. Luo Qingfeng waved his hand, and all these things disappeared into thin air. He looked at the dumbstruck Xing Yongshou and waved his hand at him, showing him the ring on his middle finger. He smiled and said, "This is a storage ring. It's something I found by chance while exploring some ancient ruins, and it can be said to be the most precious treasure of our Star Caesar sect." The space inside Qingfeng Luo's storage ring was only about 10 cubic meters. Compared to Xia Ruofei's vast spirit map space, it was like comparing a homeless man sleeping under a bridge to the richest man in the world. However, in Qingfeng Luo's eyes, it was still an extremely precious treasure. In fact, storage rings involved the laws of space and had been passed down from ancient times. It was almost impossible to make one in the current cultivation world on Earth, so there were very few of them. Many Oris core stage cultivators might not even have a storage ring. But Luo Qingfeng had one, which was why he had always been proud of it. However, the space in the storage ring was not big. Usually, Qingfeng Luo would only store the most precious things in it and carry it with him. This time, he was going on a long journey, and it involved activating a large array. Therefore, he had also put the array books, array flags, and other things that he usually kept in the cabinet into the storage ring. The other few crystals were prepared to be rewarded to Wang Boshan. If it was before Xing Yongshou took out the spirit crystals, Luo Qingfeng might be a little reluctant to give them away. Now that he had the spirit crystals, his vision had widened a lot. It was just a few crystals that contained spiritual energy. Wang Boshan had made such a great contribution this time, so it was time to reward him with some good things. Xing Yongshou's eyes widened as he stared at Luo Qingfeng's storage ring. He exclaimed, "I didn't expect Master to have such a treasure." As he spoke, he thought to himself, this storage ring was really not bad. Humph. The more treasures the better. It's best to bring all of them, then they'll all be Master's. Qingfeng Luo was very satisfied with Xing Yongshou's shocked expression. He smiled and said, "Let's go." "Yes, Master," Xing Yongshou said respectfully. Just as Xing Yongshou was about to ask Qingfeng what mode of transportation he would like to choose to go to Paradise Island, Qingfeng Luo took the initiative to say, "That's right, I heard that the Paradise Island is 10,000 miles away from here?" "Yes," Xing Yongshou quickly replied. Shizhuan, Peach Blossom Island is located in the southern hemisphere, and the 4 seasons there are the opposite of ours. It's indeed very far away, and every time I go there, I take a plane. Luo Qingfeng frowned subconsciously, but the urgent desire to go to Paradise Island prevailed. He thought for a moment and said, "In that case, let's take that plane this time. We need to get to Peach Source Island as soon as possible." 2727 Sword Control 1 Yes, Master, Xing Yongshou quickly said. "After we leave the sect's territory, this disciple will immediately let Martial Nephew Bo Shan arrange the journey." Within the range of Star Caesar sect's protective formation, even satellites could not detect Star Island. Naturally, there was no signal for mobile phones here. If he wanted to contact Wang Boshan, he had to leave the sect's range. After Wang Boshan was in charge of the affairs of the secular world, he had managed to obtain legal identities for all the important figures of the Star Caesar sect. As the sect leader of the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng naturally had a set of legal identity documents. He could even leave the country without any problems. Although Qingfeng Luo had never used this identity, Wang Boshan still carefully maintained his identity as the chairman of Stars Corporation's board of directors. Even the visas for major countries in the world were ready. Made. As the chairman of a board of directors of a large corporation with a scale of 10 billion US dollars, it was very easy to apply for a business visa for multiple trips. It was just that a little disguise was needed when applying for the visa. After all, Qingfeng Luo could not really apply for it from the embassy. It was not difficult for cultivators to change their appearances. Therefore, as long as he left the range of the sect's great array, Jing Yongshou could give Wang Boshan a call, and Wang Boshan would be able to arrange the trip very quickly. In fact, Jing Yongshou's identity was also done this way. His public identity was that of an executive of Stars Group. Luo Qingfeng reluctantly chose to travel by plane, which also reduced a lot of trouble for Jing Yongshou. He could directly pass the news to Xia Ruofei through Wang Boshan, without even using code words. Qingfeng Luo nodded and said, "Let's do that. However, it's too inefficient to leave by boat. I'll give you a ride." Without waiting for Jing Yongshou to react, a flying sword with a sharp aura appeared in front of Luo Qingfeng like a fish. Then, Jing Yongshou felt a force lift him up into the air. Qingfeng Luo and Jing Yongshou turned into a stream of light and flew out of the quiet room's window. They drew an arc in the air and then flew toward the land at an extremely fast speed. When Luo Qingfeng flew out of the quiet room on his sword, he left a message, "I'll be in closed door cultivation for a while. No one is allowed to enter my room." The voice was still there, but the person had long disappeared. The Tao child, who was waiting for orders not far away, quickly and respectfully replied, "I will obey the orders of the ancestor." After he finished, he looked at the closed door of the quiet room suspiciously and muttered in his heart, "Why didn't he see Martial Uncle Zheng?" Could it be that Martial Uncle Zheng was also in closed door cultivation with the Grandmaster? Or did Martial Uncle Zheng leave when I was napping? The Tao child couldn't think of a reason, so he didn't think about it anymore. In any case, he just had to follow the orders of the sect leader. He quickly went to pass on the order to increase the number of people here to prevent anyone from unknowingly barging in and disturbing the sect master's seclusion. When Jing Yongshou saw the flying sword, his heart couldn't help but tremble. He subconsciously thought that he had been exposed. Of course, he wasn't worried about his own safety, but he was afraid that it would affect the execution of his master's plan. However, he soon realized that he had misunderstood. In the next moment, Luo Qingfeng had already taken him on his flying sword and flew out. When Jing Yongshou came back to his senses, they were already flying at high speed above the sea. Even with the protection of the vital energy released by Luo Qingfeng, they could not be completely isolated. Flying at such a high speed, the wind was blowing into Jing Yongshou's mouth, and he could not even open his eyes. His heart trembled. Although he was a cultivator, he had never experienced sword kinesis flight before. This was the first time he had ever experienced it. He didn't expect it to be such an exciting sport. Qingfeng Luo was only an early stage golden core cultivator. If he were to ride a flying sword to the Peach Blossom Island, which was thousands of miles away, His vital energy would not be able to withstand the consumption even if he was alone, not to mention bringing Jing Yongsho with him. Therefore, such a flight was destined to be short. Of course, Luo Qingfeng could also choose to fly all the way there, but he would have to find an island to stop on the way and recover his vital energy before he could continue flying. Cultivation resources were so precious now, so how could he waste his true qi on sword kinesis flight? Therefore, although taking a plane was a helpless choice, it was actually the most reasonable choice. Qingfeng Luo flew with Jing Yongsho for about 10 minutes before they slowly descended and finally landed on an uninhabited island. Naturally, he had already left the range of the star Caesar Sex protective formation. Qingfeng Luo looked at Jing Yongsho, who was pale and weak at the knees. A smile flashed in his eyes as he asked, "Yongsho, is this your first time riding a flying sword? How do you feel?" Jing Yongsho resisted the urge to vomit and said, "Shurzuan, disciple almost vomited in the air just now. This disciple has finally seen the difference between himself and a golden core cultivator." Luo Qingfeng could not help but laugh and said, "Look at you. Wasn't it just a little faster, a little higher, and a little stronger wind? You're a Qi level 7 cultivator, how could you be so scared?" Qingfeng Luo, who was in a good mood, teased Jing Yongsho and said, "You should call Boss Han. Get him to arrange our trip as soon as possible." Jing Yongsho was stunned for a moment and quickly said, "Master, this is an uninhabited island. There's definitely no signal here." 2728 Sword Control 2. Isn't this thing known as clairaudient? Why do we still need some signal? Luo Qingfeng asked with a frown. "I've heard from Martial Nephew Boss Han before. To communicate through mobile phones, we need to rely on some base station. There's no one living on this island, so they definitely wouldn't build that kind of base station." Jing Yongsho nodded. "The things in the secular world are convenient sometimes," Luo Qingfeng said. "But they're a little too troublesome." Although Jing Yongsho did not travel much in the secular world, he had left the sect 3 times for the Peach Blossom Island. Especially this time, he had stayed in the secular world for quite a long time and went to many places, so he was naturally more knowledgeable than Luo Qingfeng. In particular, Jing Yongsho was even more familiar with the route to Peach Blossom Island. He thought for a moment and said, "Master, if we take a plane to Peach Blossom Island, the nearest airport should be in Yi City of Nanhai Province. Why don't we go directly to Yi City? You'll definitely be able to make a phone call there." Qingfeng Luo had spent most of his life in the South Sea. Although Yi City was very close to the mainland, he had been there a few times. So, after hearing Jing Yongsho's words, Luo Qingfeng calculated in silence and said, Yi City wasn't too far away. If they flew at full speed, they would reach it in less than an hour. Then let's do this. Yongsho, we've had enough rest, let's continue our journey." When Jing Yongsho heard that it would take another hour or so, he immediately regretted making that suggestion. The feeling of Wanwan was too exciting, he couldn't take it. Jing Yongsho felt that his mouth was really cheap, even if it was just a suggestion to find a small island with people living nearby. It would also be fine. There would be cell phone signal there, and they could also take a boat to Yi City, right? However, he did not have time to react at all. Soon, he was swept up by Luo Qingfeng and soared into the sky. The whistling sound of the wind rang in his ears again. In an instant, he was hit by the strong wind and burst into tears. He quickly closed his eyes. After More than 40 minutes, Qingfeng Luo and Jing Yongshu landed on a deserted beach in Yi City. Even with Luo Qingfeng's profound cultivation, after 40 to 50 minutes of flying, he still felt that his dantian was a little empty. Flying on a sword consumed too much true qi, especially when he was flying with another person. Qingfeng Luo had also considered that after flying to Yi City, he would no longer need to continue flying on his sword. His true energy could also slowly recover naturally. If he had to consume crystals to replenish his true energy, he would rather die than do so. After flying for such a long time, Jing Yongshu really wanted to die. As soon as he landed, without the support of Luo Qingfeng's true energy, he immediately fell to the ground, his legs unable to exert any strength. It took a while for Jing Yongshu to recover. He looked at Luo Qingfeng and said, "Master, this disciple's cultivation is too low. It's too embarrassing." Luo Qingfeng was also sitting cross-legged to recover his vital energy. He waved his hand and said, "You've recovered?" Then, he would call Bo Shan. "Tell him to arrange our schedule as soon as possible." "Yes, Master," Jing Yongshu quickly said. He took out his phone from his pocket. This phone was given to him by Wang Boshan, and he only knew how to use some simple functions. Jing Yongshu found Wang Boshan's number and dialed it. On the Paradise Island, Wang Boshan was waiting for a call from Jing Yongshu. As soon as his phone rang, he immediately picked it up and turned on the speaker. At the same time, he gestured to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei immediately walked over. As soon as the phone was connected, Jing Yongshu directly said, "Bo Shan, the headmaster has decided to bring me to the Peach Blossom Island. You must be prepared to receive me." Wang Boshan revealed a trace of joy. He knew that the first step of Xia Ruofei's plan should have succeeded. He quickly said, "All right. Junior Uncle Jing. The most important thing now is to book air tickets and arrange our itinerary for sect leader, master, and me," Jing Yongshu continued. "We're going to take a plane from Yi City's Milan Airport. Can you help us book the tickets now?" "I understand. Don't worry, Marshal Uncle Jing, I'll get it done right away," Wang Boshan quickly said. Jing Yongshu thought of his experience of sword kinesis flight, and his heart moved slightly. He deliberately said with a trace of pride, "Boshan, the head master, and I are already in Yi City, so you can book the earliest flight. Do you know why we were so fast? Ha ha ha. We came here on our flying swords, and the sect leader took me directly from Star Island to Yi City. You haven't experienced this feeling before, have you?" Qingfeng Luo did not suspect anything. He just felt that it was both funny and infuriating that Jianjia, who had been so scared that her face turned pale, was so close to live broadcasting her sword vertigo in the air. She had just recovered and was already bragging in front of the younger generation of her sect. However, Qingfeng Luo was very satisfied with Jing Yongshu today. Even though Jing Yongshu's performance was a little exaggerated, Qingfeng Luo did not blame him at all. Instead, he felt that Jing Yongshu was still a child. This was the performance of an honest person. No wonder he was so loyal to the sect. Qingfeng Luo laughed and scolded, "Yongshu, stop bragging to Boshan. Tell him to quickly book that plane ticket." Jing Yongshu had already conveyed all the information he wanted to convey, and it was all in clear language, not even code words were needed. 2729 Sword Control 3. Therefore, after hearing Qingfeng Luo's words, Jing Yongshu immediately said, "Yes, Master." Then, he took out his phone and said, "Boshan, you've heard the words of the sect master, right? Arrange a schedule to arrive at Everts Island as soon as possible and report to me." "Yes. Junior Uncle Zheng." Wang Boshan said, "Please wait for a moment." "Sect master. I will do it now." N. Jing Yongsho hung up the phone and turned to Qingfeng Luo. He said respectfully, "Master, Marshal Nephew Boshan is already making arrangements. Do you think we should head to the airport now and wait?" "All right." Qingfeng Luo nodded and said. The area they landed in was sparsely populated, and it was difficult to get a ride. However, this was not a problem for the two cultivators. The two of them were very fast, and under the cover of the night, they soon came to a road. The two of them walked along the road, and after a while, a taxi passed by. They got in the car smoothly and soon arrived at the Milan Airport in Yi City, Peach Blossom Island. After Wang Boshan hung up the phone, he looked at Xia Ruofei and said respectfully, "Master, Junior Uncle Zhang's last words must be to send us some kind of message." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's not hard to guess." What he wanted to say was definitely sword kinesis flight. Since Qingfeng Luo and Jing Yongsho were able to travel such a long distance from your sect's Star Island to Yi City in Nanhai Province on their flying sword, it means that when they arrive at Yvetez Island, they will most likely not choose to take a boat or a helicopter, but a flying sword. "Master is wise," Wang Boshan said with admiration. Xia Ruofei waved his hand. "Let's not worry about this for now. You should hurry up and book the tickets according to Jing Yongsho's request." "Yes, Master," Wang Boshan quickly said. He quickly booked tickets for Qingfeng Luo and Jing Yongsho from Yi City to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and then transferred to Australia's Blackberry. After that, they would switch to a passenger plane to Evac. This was already the best route because Yicheng did not have a direct flight to Lisbon, so they could only add a transit in Kuala Lumpur. The flight from Yicheng to Kuala Lumpur would take off in about 2 hours. After Wang Boshan booked the ticket, he quickly sent the relevant information to Jing Yongsho and called him. On the phone, Wang Boshan used a secret code to send a simple message to Jing Yongsho, similar to the situation is known, and the corresponding arrangements have been made. Xia Ruofei had specifically instructed him to add this before he had called. Xia Ruofei watched as Wang Boshan finished his call. He sat on the sofa and pondered for a moment. Then, he said to Li Yifu, "Looks like I've still underestimated the ability of an early golden core cultivator. He was actually able to carry Jing Yongsho on his flying sword for such a long distance. I still don't know enough about golden core cultivators." "Grand Uncle, Master, what about the follow-up plan?" Li Yifu asked hesitantly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "It's okay. As long as Luo Qingfeng falls into the trap, it won't be easy for him to escape. However, since it's very likely that they'll land on the island directly, I'll still have to go and check it out again to avoid giving themselves away at the last minute." 2730, The Heavenly Network, 1. Xia Ruofei went straight to the helipad on the roof. The Super Jaguar was still parked there, but the pilot was no longer on Paradise Island. However, Xia Ruofei had received simple helicopter piloting training when he was in the army. He had also ridden this Super Jaguar a few times. With a cultivator's learning ability, it was not a big problem for him to fly the plane. Of course, Xia Ruofei's greatest confidence was That even if Ying had a flight accident, he had the spirit map scroll and was absolutely confident that he could escape. As soon as he knew that Luo Qingfeng was likely to come on his flying sword, Xia Ruofei immediately decided to survey the island from the sky. Some of the disguises and arrangements that he and Li Fu had made on the island were almost flawless from the ground. However, the observation angle in the sky was different. If they left any flaws, Luo Qingfeng would immediately be on guard, given his cautious character. All the staff members on the island had returned to their countries, so they had to do all the work themselves. Xia Ruofei unlocked the helicopter's wheel and entered the cabin. He familiarized himself with the cabin and checked the oil level. Fortunately, the fuel tank was full, or Xia Ruofei would have to personally refuel the helicopter. After the inspection, Xia Ruofei started the engine of the helicopter. The propeller started to spin slowly, and the speed became faster and faster. It brought up a strong wind and blew away the dust on the parking lot. Xia Ruofei slowly lifted the helicopter and it rose vertically. He pushed the control lever slightly and the helicopter started to fly forward. At first, Xia Ruofei's operation was a little rusty. However, he had learned how to pilot a helicopter before. Even if it was a crash course, he was still very familiar with the operating principles. The strong learning ability of a cultivator allowed him to get used to flying very quickly, and his movements when piloting the helicopter became smooth and natural. After the helicopter took off, Li Fu and Wang Boshan realized that Xia Ruofei had gone to the tarmac on the roof to fly the helicopter. They couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Li Fu said anxiously, "It's too risky for Granduncle, Master to do this. What if we?" Li Fu stopped mid-sentence, perhaps because he felt that his words were a little inauspicious. Wang Boshan also stood in front of the floor, too, ceiling window, and looked at the helicopter that was climbing. He said, "Mr. Li, since the owner dared to open it, it means that he is confident. You don't have to worry too much. But as far as I know, Uncle, Master has never flown a helicopter before." Li Fu sighed. "Master, didn't you fly a large aircraft too? Force a landing?" Wang Boshan smiled and said, "The principle should be similar. Besides, Master's cultivation is so high that he can deal with any situation calmly." As Xia Ruofei's sole slave, Wang Boshan had a blind admiration for Xia Ruofei. In their eyes, their master should be omnipotent. "I hope so," Li Fu sighed slightly. "Senior granduncle should have brought me along. If something really happens, I can take care of him." He did not know that it would be even more inconvenient for Xia Ruofei to bring Li Fu along. If he were to fly the helicopter alone, and the helicopter went out of control, he could just hide in the spirit map space. However, if he brought Li Fu along, it would mean that the spirit map space's existence would be exposed. Hence, he would definitely not do that. After Xia Ruofei familiarized himself with the flight controls, he drove the Super Jaguar around Paradise Island. He repeatedly checked the ancient cultivator ruins that he and Li Fu had set up at various altitudes. Of course, he didn't dare to fly at a very low altitude, because the helicopter would create a large amount of airflow, which could destroy the traces of the previous arrangement. Xia Ruofei flew the Super Jaguar for more than an hour. He looked left and right a few times and found 3 or 4 places that could have been overlooked. Although these places were not obvious, they were not perfectly disguised. Looking down from the sky, it was hard to notice unless one was already on guard and had been looking very carefully. However, since Xia Ruofei had already checked, he would not let go of such an oversight. He would not allow any possibility of an accident to exist. After making sure that he had checked everything, Xia Ruofei then flew the Super Jaguar helicopter back to the landing strip on the roof of the project department building. The wind on the island was relatively strong, and the airflow was not particularly stable. In addition, the parking area on the roof was actually relatively small, and there was very little room for error. Once the landing operation was not accurate, it was possible to crash the plane. After all, Xia Ruofei was not a professional helicopter pilot. He tried 2 or 3 times, but every time he was about to land, he would deviate a lot. So, he would pull it up again and land again. Li Yifu and Wang Bosan had been waiting on the rooftop for a long time. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but worry for Xia Ruofei. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei was a cultivator of the 9th level of the qi refining stage. His learning ability and adaptability were very strong. He quickly mastered the technique of landing accurately when the airflow was turbulent. After a series of complicated and precise micro-operations, he finally landed the helicopter steadily. He landed right on the H parking spot, without any deviation. Xia Ruofei turned off the engine and jumped out of the cabin with a smile. Then, he personally closed the lock and walked towards Li Yifu and Wang Bosan. 2731, The Heavenly Network, 2, Senior Granduncle, you're too risky. Li Yifu couldn't help but say, I was so scared just now that my heart almost jumped out of my throat. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you're a cultivator. How can your heart be so weak? I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. Alright. I only boarded the helicopter because I'm confident in my ability to protect myself. I've learned how to operate a helicopter in the army. It was a little dangerous when I saw you landing just now. Li Yifu muttered. Xia Ruofei pretended not to hear him. He walked towards the stairs and said, I just observed from the sky and found a few flaws. Godfather, come with me to arrange it. Li Yifu only complained out of concern for Xia Ruofei. Otherwise, he would not have dared to go against Xia Ruofei. Now that he heard that there was a serious matter, he quickly said, yes. Senior Granduncle. Xia Ruofei continued, Wang Bosan, continue to guard the phone. If there is any news from Xinyongsho's side, you must report to me immediately. Yes. Master. Wang Bosan replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei and Xingyongsho took the elevator to the underground parking lot and left the building in an off-road vehicle. There were a few places that needed to be checked and filled. Xia Ruofei had already memorized them, so he went straight to those places after getting in the car. After a series of camouflaging arrangements, Xia Ruofei flew the Super Jaguar for a few rounds of patrol in the air and finally felt relieved. This time, the landing process was unusually smooth, and he succeeded in one try. After he got off the plane, he said to Li Yifu, there shouldn't be any loopholes. Now, let's wait for sect leader Luo. Li Yifu secretly clenched his fist and nodded heavily. He knew in his heart that success or failure depended on this one move. If they could successfully subdue Luo Qingfeng as planned, the safety of the Peach Blossom Island would no longer be a threat in the short term. However, if the Taishu Xianqing formation could not defeat Luo Qingfeng, a golden core cultivator, even if it could not trap Luo Qingfeng and let him escape, there would be endless trouble in the future, and there would be no peace. Xia Ruofei had made all the necessary preparations and was very calm. He even took the time to guide Li Yifu in his cultivation. Although Xia Ruofei had never cultivated the Guiyuan scripture, his explanations often pointed directly to the great Tao. It could be said that the whip had penetrated deep into the wood. Often, a simple sentence or two could make Li Yifu feel enlightened. Under Xia Ruofei's guidance, Li Yifu's cultivation had steadily increased by a large margin. He had already touched the barrier of refined qi level 5. One could imagine that once the danger of the peach blossom island was resolved, the Taishu Xianqing formation would begin to operate normally, and he would soon usher in another breakthrough in his cultivation. On Peach Blossom Island, Xia Ruofei and Li Yifu had prepared a huge trap for Luo Qingfeng. On the other hand, Jing Yongshou accompanied Luo Qingfeng on the flight from Yi City to Kuala Lumpur. After a few transfers and flying through the night, the two finally landed at the airport in the capital of Panatu, Ivatez Island. Qingfeng Luo and Jing Yongshou walked out of the simple and crude terminal. Even though Qingfeng Luo was an Oris core stage cultivator, after such a long night flight, he could not help but show a trace of fatigue on his face. It wasn't that he couldn't support it physically, but that he wasn't used to the feeling of not being able to control his own life and death in the air. Even though Wang Boshan had booked first class tickets for them, Luo Qingfeng still felt a little breathless to stay in a closed cabin with some ordinary people. In fact, Jing Yongshou wasn't any better. After this long, distance flight, he also felt that there was something wrong with his whole body. When the plane landed, it was already past midnight, so Jing Yongshou said to Luo Qingfeng, "Master, you've had a hard journey. Marshal nephew Boshan has purchased a property here. Do you want to go there and rest? We'll go to Peach Blossom Island tomorrow?" Qingfeng Luo felt much better after taking a few breaths of fresh air. He waved his hand and said, "No need, we've already walked over 10,000 li. I want to see our immortal island immediately. Let's go there directly." Jing Yongshou was also hoping that Qingfeng Luo would go over immediately. After all, the visibility was at its lowest. It was definitely better to go now than during the day. Qingfeng Luo would not be able to easily notice anything wrong when he was not on guard. Therefore, Jing Yongshou immediately said, "Yes, Master. Then I'll give Marshal nephew Boshan a call and have him prepare to receive you." Qingfeng Luo nodded and said, "All right. I'll make the call while I walk. Let's find a place where there's no one and go there on our flying swords." Jing Yongshou's face couldn't help but shiver when he heard that he had to ride a flying sword again. He recalled the sour and cool feeling of riding a flying sword during the day. "Okay, Master, let's head south after we leave the airport. There's a beach up ahead. There aren't many people during the day, and it's already midnight. There shouldn't be anyone," Jing Yongshou said. N. Luo Qingfeng nodded and walked toward the south. Jing Yongshou quickly followed and took out his mobile phone to call Wang Boshan. Their itinerary was arranged by Wang Boshan, so Xia Ruofei and the other two knew their approximate arrival time. Moreover, Wang Boshan had been paying attention to the flight status of Luo Qingfeng and Jing Yongshou through the internet, so Xia Ruofei and Wang Boshan did not rest. They knew as soon as the plane landed. As for Li Yifu, Xia Ruofei had already arranged for him to leave Peach Blossom Island in the evening. The reason was simple. With Luo Qingfeng's golden core cultivation, as long as his spiritual power cultivation reached the spirit-gathering realm, it should be enough to cover The entire Paradise Island. If there was one more person on the island, it would easily arouse Luo Qingfeng's suspicion. When Li Yifu first heard that Xia Ruofei wanted him to leave Peach Blossom Island at this time, he was strongly against it. In his opinion, this was no different from running away at the last minute. Moreover, he was leaving his senior granduncle alone in danger. It was simply disgraceful. Li Yifu refused to listen to Xia Ruofei no matter what he said. In the end, Xia Ruofei had to use his status as a senior granduncle and force Li Yifu to leave. He also repeatedly assured that he had a secret concealment technique that could ensure that he would not be discovered by Luo Qingfeng. Even if there was danger, he was absolutely confident that he could escape. Only then did Li Yifu reluctantly obey the order. However, Li Yifu was determined not to go far. He stopped in the sea between Peach Source Island and another island, pretending to be a night fishing tourist, and kept an eye on the situation on Peach Source Island. The phone rang and Wang Boshan immediately picked it up. He still turned on the hands free and said, "Junior Master Zheng Boshan, the headmaster has decided to come to the island overnight." Xing Yongshou directly said, "Have you prepared the room for master?" "Don't worry, Junior Uncle Zheng." Wang Boshan replied, "I've already prepared it." Xing Yongshou heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. In fact, this was a secret message, which was to ask if the array on the island was ready. Wang Boshan gave him a definite answer, so he was relieved. "That's good." Xing Yongshou continued. "Headmaster, bring me here on my flying sword. We'll go ashore from the west side of the Peach Blossom Island, and I'll take Master to the ruins where we found the crystal containing the spiritual energy." Xing Yongshou said as he looked at Luo Qingfeng with a questioning look. Qingfeng Luo was obviously satisfied with this arrangement and nodded lightly. On the Peach Blossom Island, Wang Boshan saw that Xing Yongshou had already passed on the information in such detail, and he was slightly happy in his heart. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll be waiting for you in the building." That's it then." Xing Yongshou said, "That's right. Prepare something to eat. We'll serve Master some supper later." "Yes, Junior Uncle Zheng," Wang Boshan said. After hanging up, Xia Ruofei immediately stood up and said, "There's no time to waste. I'll immediately rush to the core of the formation. Wang Boshan, your task is to guard the phone and never miss any information from Xing Yongshou. If there's a situation, use the walkie-talkie to contact me." "Yes, Master," Wang Boshan replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei knew that cultivators could fly very fast on their flying swords. They were not far from Avat's island, so he could not afford to waste any time. He quickly took the elevator to the underground parking lot and drove the Land Rover to the west of Peach Blossom Island. 2732 The arrival of the Golden Core. 1. At this moment, Peach Source Island was quiet, and the roar of the car engine was very loud. Xia Ruofei stepped on the gas pedal. His entire body was trembling, but at the same time, he was extremely calm. Obviously, this was the most critical moment since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. It would also be his first time facing a Golden Core cultivator. However, he had already done his best in his preparations, and his military career had tempered his strong heart. Although he was filled with endless battle intent, he did not lose his mind and did not panic. Xia Ruofei did not drive straight to the small cement room where the core of the formation was placed. He stopped the car about 200 meters away from the cement room. It used to be a construction site, and some construction projects had not been completed yet. Before the staff of the Liu family left, the place had been cleaned up in an orderly manner, and several construction vehicles were placed there. Xia Ruofei parked the Land Rover beside the engineering vehicle. After getting off the car, his figure flashed and he flew towards the cement room where the array core was placed. The distance of 200 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. After Xia Ruofei entered the cement room, he flipped his hand and took out a crystal, skillfully embedding it into the grooves around the array board. The origin crystals he took out had never been used before. The spiritual chi inside was extremely dense, and it could guarantee that the array would be activated in a breath's time. Xia Ruofei used his fastest speed to check the array disk and origin crystals, then left the cement house in a flash. As long as he was within the range of his spiritual power, he could communicate with the array disk and control the array. Naturally, there was no need to guard this place. In theory, Xia Ruofei could control the formation anywhere on the island. However, the closer he was to the core of the formation, the easier it would be to control it. After all, it would consume a lot of spiritual power to cover a large area. After Xia Ruofei left the cement room, he headed straight for the cliff. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the cliff. He did not stop and flew straight out. He reached out to the protruding part of the cliff and used it as leverage. His body descended lightly. After descending for more than 10 meters, Xia Ruofei arrived at a position that he had found in advance. There was a gap in the cliff wall here, and it was blocked by vines. It could not be seen from the outside. This height was just right. If they were too high and too close to the top of the cliff, the possibility of being discovered would increase. If the height was too low, the cliff wall below would be completely bare due to the erosion of the seawater. There was no cover at all. Even if he could find similar cracks, the hiding effect would not be as good as here. Xia Ruofei grabbed the edge of the gap with one hand. At the same time, he summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and carefully stuffed it into the gap. Then, Xia Ruofei camouflaged the vines and weeds outside the crack. After a careful inspection, he found that there were no traces left behind. From the outside, there was no clue at all. With a slight thought, he disappeared from the outside world and entered the spirit map space. Now, Xia Ruofei's aura had completely disappeared from the Paradise Island. Even if Luo Qingfeng used his spiritual power to scan, he would only find Wang Boshan on the island. After Xia Ruofei entered the medium, he first reached the mountain and sea realm. Then, he carefully separated a trace of his mental energy outside and kept an eye on the sea in the west. Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had already reached the spirit gathering realm, which was equivalent to the cultivation of an early stage golden core cultivator. As long as one was not a cultivator who specialized in spiritual power or was particularly sensitive to spiritual power detection, it would be difficult for one to detect such a subtle spiritual power of the same level. According to Jing Yongsho's information, Luo Qingfeng's spiritual power was not his strong point. Hence, Xia Ruofei was at ease and boldly released his spiritual power from the spirit map scroll so that he could fully understand the situation. When Xia Ruofei was done with all the arrangements, Luo Qingfeng and Jing Yongsho had arrived at the uninhabited beach on the island. Qingfeng Luo took out his flying sword and flew in the direction Jing Yongsho had pointed out. The distance between Everett's Island and Paradise Island wasn't too far, and the speed of the flying sword was so fast that they could see the outline of Paradise Island in the distance in just 10 minutes. It was the darkest time before dawn, but with Luo Qingfeng's eyesight, he could still clearly see the Paradise Island a kilometer away. He himself had been studying the array Dao, and his level was only higher than Jing Yongsho's, so as soon as he arrived at the nearby sea, he immediately keenly sensed the existence of the natural array. As Qingfeng Luo continued to approach the Paradise Island on his flying sword, he scanned the area with his spiritual power. Then, the speed of his flying sword began to slow down, and finally, he simply stopped. He stood on the flying sword and held Jing Yongsho in one hand, floating in the air. When Jing Yongsho heard the sound of the wind suddenly stop, he couldn't help but open his eyes. When he saw the Peach Source Island in front of him, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "You should go over. Why are you stopping here?" The place where Luo Qingfeng was standing was not within the range of the array. Jing Yongsho saw Luo Qingfeng stop his flying sword and float above the sea, looking at the Peach Blossom Island not far away without saying a word. He could not help but feel nervous. Did he find out something? At this moment, Luo Qingfeng smiled faintly and said, "It's indeed a big move." Jing Yongsho's heart trembled when he heard that, and he secretly cried out bitterly, "It's finished. It's finished." He had really aroused suspicion. Jing Yongsho wasn't afraid of death, as long as it was a task assigned by his master, Xia Ruofei, he would complete it at all costs. Even if Xia Ruofei asked him to jump off a cliff, he would not hesitate at all. Jing Yongsho was mainly worried that Xia Ruofei's plan would fail. Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng had already raised the alarm before he even reached the island. He must have been not careful enough at some point, which led to him giving himself away. If that was the case, Jing Yongsho felt that he would really die without hesitation. "Yongsho," Qingfeng Luo said, "is Paradise Island in front of us?" Jing Yongsho braced himself and said, "Yes, master." Is there a problem?" The corners of Luo Qingfeng's mouth curled up slightly as he said, "What question?" "This is a big problem." When Jing Yongsho heard this, he felt even more disheartened. He thought to himself, as expected, he found out. "Master, it's all the subordinate's fault for being incompetent and messing up the matter." At that moment, Luo Qingfeng laughed and scolded, "I see that you've been studying formations all day, but you haven't come up with anything. You can't even tell that it's such an obvious, natural Taishu Xianqing formation?" He didn't go into details when he went back to report. "If I knew it was the Taishu Xianqing formation, I would have come here personally." "Ah?" Jing Yongsho was in a daze, and didn't come back to his senses for a while. Qingfeng Luo looked at Jing Yongsho and said with a smile, "Have you been blown silly by the wind? Why was she so out of it? I remember telling you about some high-level formations, including the Taishu Xianqing formation." Only then did Jing Yongsho come back to his senses. He quickly revealed a look of shame and said, "Master, it's all disciples' fault for not being skilled enough, that's why." Qingfeng Luo waved his hand and said, "The final result is good. That's good. It's just a delay of a few days." This is nothing. If Luo Qingfeng had known that this natural array was the Taishu Xianqing array, he would not have allowed Wang Boshan to use the strategy of a slow plan. He might have directly used the means of cultivators to forcibly take the island from the hands of the Lu family. It was a good thing that Jing Yongsho had not been able to completely identify the formation back then. Otherwise, Xia Ruofei would not be able to do anything on Peach Source Island. "Yes, master." Xing Yongshu said respectfully, the cliff on the west side of the island is right in front of us. The remains of the spirit crystals were found not far from there. Master, should we go to the island now? After Xing Yongshu confirmed that it was a false alarm, he discovered that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The most urgent thing in his heart now was to get Luo Qingfeng to the island. As long as Luo Qingfeng entered the range of the array, his mission would be completed. As for whether he could trap Luo Qingfeng, he was like Wang Boshan, blindly worshipping Xia Ruofei. There's something that master can't do? It didn't exist. Don't worry, Luo Qingfeng said lightly. Let's look around first. This is the first time I've seen the real Taishu Xianqing formation, and the main body of the formation is naturally formed. This is simply too amazing. Luo Qingfeng wanted to observe everything. On one hand, it was out of his instinct to be vigilant. On the other hand, he wanted to see the natural Taishu Xianqing formation. Yes, master, Xing Yongshu quickly said. Although he was very anxious, he did not dare to rush Luo Qingfeng at this time, in case Luo Qingfeng became suspicious. Qingfeng Luo and Xing Yongshu flew a few rounds around the island on their flying swords, and finally returned to the sea on the west side of the island. Qingfeng Luo sighed, this is really a work of art. No. This was the work of the heavenly Tao. The main body of the entire formation is completely formed naturally. It's truly too mystical. Then, Qingfeng Luo looked at Xing Yongshu and said, Yongshu, your judgment is correct. There are indeed a few traces left behind by ancient cultivators on this island. Judging from these traces, the Taishu Xianqing formation on this island has been activated over the years. Furthermore, the ancient cultivators' method of activating the array was extremely ingenious, allowing me to deepen my understanding of the array Tao. Master, does that mean that the island still has those crystals that contain spiritual energy? Xing Yongshu asked with a surprised and happy expression. Under normal circumstances, there should be. Luo Qingfeng said, however, after so many years, it is unknown how many spirit crystals have been left behind. However, the value of this natural Taishu Xianqing formation alone was much higher than that of spiritual crystals. After some slight modifications, the formation could be activated. As long as the formation is successfully activated, it won't take long for this place to become a cultivation paradise, and an extremely safe cultivation paradise at that. 2733, Trapped in the Trapping Array, 1, let's go. Qingfeng Luo said with a hint of excitement, we're going ashore from the west side of the island, right? Xing Yongshu suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, yes, master. The place where I found that crystal was near the cliff on the west side of the island. Qingfeng Luo nodded. There are indeed traces of an array set up by a cultivator. Although it has been a long time and the array has lost its effectiveness, it is still of great reference value for us to activate the array. After Qingfeng Luo finished speaking, he rode on his flying sword and brought Xing Yongshu along with him. They drew an elegant arc above the sea and headed toward the cliff on the west side of the island. He didn't deliberately use his true qi to form a protective shield, so the sea breeze made his clothes flutter. Standing on the flying sword, he had the style of a banished immortal, and he looked high, spirited. The distance of a few hundred meters was covered in the blink of an eye, and in the next moment Qingfeng Luo and Xing Yongshu had already arrived at the edge of the cliff. Luo Qingfeng jumped to the ground in a carefree manner and put away the flying sword with a thought. At this moment, Xia Ruofei had already transferred to the spirit map space. When the ray of light from the flying sword appeared on the surface of the sea, he immediately retracted his spiritual power and transferred it to the Archean realm. Time here was 30 times faster than the outside world. 1 minute in the outside world was 30 minutes in the Archean realm. This way, Xia Ruofei could deal with any changes more easily. It could be said that as long as he remained in the Archean realm, it was equivalent to his speed increasing by 30 times. Xia Ruofei immediately released a small wisp of spiritual energy. However, he had his spiritual energy locked on Jing Yongshou and did not dare to directly observe Luo Qingfeng's level of cultivation. He was very sensitive to the prying of spiritual energy. Even if he did not really detect Xia Ruofei's wisp of spiritual energy, he would still be subconsciously alert. From Xia Ruofei's point of view, everything was slowed down by 30 times. However, he was very patient. He watched as Luo Qingfeng and Jing Yongshou slowly approached Paradise Island like a slow motion replay in a movie. Finally, they slowly landed on the rock at the edge of the cliff. Xia Ruofei clenched his fists, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. After planning for so long and spending so much effort, he had finally achieved the expected plan step by step. The moment Luo Qingfeng set foot on the Paradise Island, Xia Ruofei was 100% sure that he had entered the range of the array. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. He extended his spiritual power to the cement room where the core of the array was located, and reached into the core array board. He touched one of the spots and the array board immediately produced a strong suction force. It sucked out the spiritual chi from the origin crystal and poured it into the array board. The array patterns lit up in an instant. At that moment, the power of heaven and earth was also activated. The 9 jade pillars resonated in different directions. In a breath's time, the Taishu Xianqing array was successfully activated. Qingfeng Luo, who was standing on a rock at the edge of the cliff, was looking at everything on the Peach Blossom Island with joy. His heart was filled with great happiness. The natural formation on this island had far exceeded his expectations. It was several levels higher than the Star Caesar sect's current sect, protecting formation. Such a cultivation paradise was of great significance to a sect. With the Taishu Xianqing formation, over time, the Star Caesar sect would be able to continuously nurture talents, and the overall strength of the sect would also take a huge step forward. Just as Luo Qingfeng was thinking about the future of the Star Caesar sect, he suddenly felt a gust of wind blow past him. As a cultivator in the Golden Core stage and having learned a lot about arrays, Qingfeng Luo was very sensitive to the changes in the power of heaven and earth. Generally, this situation would only appear when the array was activated. However, he had clearly felt a huge amount of power of heaven and earth being attracted in an instant. Although the process was very short, it did not escape his perception. What's going on? Luo Qingfeng said to himself. However, he did not realize that his disciple had become Xia Ruofei's most loyal servant. He also did not expect that his disciple would lead him into a huge trap. Therefore, his guess was more about the natural array. After all, after on-site investigation, the prototype of the natural array had already been formed and was in a very high state of completion. Moreover, there were many traces of cultivators activating the array on the island, so it could not be ruled out that the natural array had not completely failed and was only activated occasionally. Just as Luo Qingfeng was carefully sensing the changes in the surrounding aura, a dense fog suddenly surged in from all directions. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously made a defensive move. He took out a long sword from his storage ring and held it tightly in his hand. At this time, Jing Yongshou, who was very close to Luo Qingfeng, seemed to have fallen into a huge dilemma. He was clearly beside Luo Qingfeng, but it was as if he could not see anything. His face was filled with panic as he kept shouting, "Master! Master! Where are you?" Qingfeng Luo frowned slightly. With his rich experience, he could tell that Jing Yongshou's cultivation level was still relatively weak. After falling into the trap array, he was lost in the fog. Even if he was less than half a meter away from him, he could not see anything. All he could see was the fog. Qingfeng Luo was also an array master, so he understood the situation very well and did not doubt Jing Yongshou. "Yongshou, I'm here. You stand there and don't move. Don't run around." "Yongshou!" Qingfeng Luo shouted as he walked toward Jing Yongshou. It was as if Jing Yongshou could not hear Luo Qingfeng's voice at all. He was still shouting "Master" with a trace of panic and kept walking around. "Don't move!" Luo Qingfeng quickly shouted. "Yongshou, don't move. The more you move, the deeper you'll sink." Jing Yongshou was still walking and shouting. Soon, he was getting further and further away from Luo Qingfeng, and finally disappeared into the fog. Even Luo Qingfeng, who had reached the spirit-gathering realm, could not sense Jing Yongshou's existence. Qingfeng Luo could not help but slap his thigh in frustration. He did not expect to be caught in the intermittent activation of an array as soon as he arrived on the island. At the same time, he also felt that Jing Yongshou's array Dao had been learned in vain. The first principle of being trapped in the fog array was not to walk around. But Jing Yongshou, who was known as the king of formations among the younger generation of the Star Caesar sect, was actually so clumsy when faced with this kind of trapping formation, just like a noob who had never learned formations before. Of course, Luo Qingfeng did not panic. It was almost impossible to trap him with a trap array of this level. Since Jing Yongshou had already been separated, he simply didn't think about it, and instead began to think about how to break out of the array. What Qingfeng Luo did not know was that after Jing Yongshou entered the fog and left Qingfeng Luo's range, he kept moving forward until he was sure that he had completely left Qingfeng Luo's perception. Only then did he sit on the ground. After 2 minutes, Xia Ruofei appeared in front of Jing Yongshou and said with a smile, "Well done. His acting is first class. Master, you're too kind." Jing Yongshou quickly said. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "You can rest here. I'll go and meet you, my master." 2734 A duel between Jin Dan, 1, yes. "Master." Jing Yongshou said, "I wish master a swift victory." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand, "Don't run around. If you're attacked from the depths of the formation, even I won't be able to save you." "I understand. I understand." Jing Yongshou said, "I promise I won't leave." Xia Ruofei nodded and disappeared into the mist. Jing Yongshou sat on the ground and let out a long breath. Up until now, he had completely completed the task that his master had given him. Qingfeng Luo had already entered the trap, and the rest was up to his master. Jing Yongshou was very confident in Xia Ruofei, and he did not think that Xia Ruofei would not be able to take down Luo Qingfeng. In fact, Xia Ruofei was not that optimistic. He had never come into contact with a golden core stage expert before, so he really did not know how much power Luo Qingfeng could burst out when he was in trouble. Qingfeng Luo was calm. Even though he could not tell the direction with the compass and was surrounded by thick fog, he did not panic. According to his experience, even if the Taishu Xianqing array on this island was activated intermittently, it should not be able to maintain for a long time. After all, the facilities used to activate the array on the island were very old. In his opinion, it was a miracle that the array could be activated. When he used his spiritual power to observe the outside just now, he found that several man-made facilities related to the activation of the array were in a state of damage. Qingfeng Luo did not just wait there. He walked forward carefully based on his experience and took out an ancient bronze mirror from his storage ring. Qingfeng Luo reached out and touched the surface of the mirror. The mirror began to change slowly, and finally turned into a transparent crystal. He injected his spiritual power into the mirror, and the surface of the mirror immediately emitted a trace of light. Then, he looked through the mirror and saw that the fog in front of him actually began to slowly disperse, becoming thinner and thinner. The corners of Luo Qingfeng's mouth curled up slightly, and he was secretly pleased. This was a treasure that he had found in a trade fair in the cultivation world a few years ago. At that time, many cultivators had seen this bronze mirror, but no one had found its profoundness. In the end, he had picked it up at a very low price. Luo Qingfeng found that there were very complicated array patterns inside the bronze mirror. As long as he used a special method to activate it, he could see through illusions. It was very useful in solving maze arrays. Luo Qingfeng did not know the origin of this mirror, but after buying it, he named it the Void Exploration Mirror. When he saw that the Void Exploration Mirror could be used, he was overjoyed and further increased the strength of his spiritual power. The image displayed on the Void Exploration Mirror became clearer and clearer, and the part that was covered by the fog was slowly revealed. It seems that this array has indeed been in disrepair for a long time. A trapping array is only so. Luo Qingfeng muttered to himself. After the fog was seen through, it was naturally easy to determine the direction. While Luo Qingfeng used the Void Exploration Mirror to observe his surroundings, he began to calculate in his heart. Array Dao was an extremely complex field of knowledge. It involved terrain, environment, astronomy, geography, and many other theories. It was even related to feng shui. Anyone who had a certain level of research in array Dao would have extremely strong computational abilities. This was because whether it was setting up or breaking array techniques, they all needed to go through a large amount of calculations. Even the most basic small-scale spirit gathering array would have to be set up in different ways, depending on the time and place. I've found the Kuan position. Then I should take 3 steps to the right, and then 1 step to the left. Luo Qingfeng muttered to himself. As he spoke, he confidently took 3 steps to the right and then 1 step to the left according to his judgment. Xia Ruofei, who was hiding not far away and observing secretly, could not help but exclaim in surprise when he saw this scene. He was surprised that Luo Qingfeng's judgment was very accurate. If they continued walking at this pace, they would be out of the range of the trapping array completely after another 10 to 15 meters. Of course, this was only a trapping formation. The power of the Taishu Xianqing formation was not limited to this. The large formation also included a maze formation, an illusion formation, a killing formation, and many other formations. Moreover, these formations were still in a completely deactivated state. Xia Ruofei had only released a trapping formation to test Luo Qingfeng's strength. Luo Qingfeng's ability in array Dao surprised Xia Ruofei, but had it not panic. On the contrary, Xia Ruofei's fighting spirit was even more exuberant. Although Luo Qingfeng had taken the right steps, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to change the situation. Instead, he focused his attention and observed Luo Qingfeng's every move. As he broke the array, the expression on Qingfeng Luo's face became more and more relaxed. Every time, he would first use the void exploration mirror to confirm the position, and then after careful calculation and analysis, he would confidently take a few steps forward. Next, he observed and confirmed again, and then calculated again. In a short while, Luo Qingfeng had already advanced about 10 meters in the array. As the controller of the array, Xia Ruofei could see it clearly. He knew that Luo Qingfeng only needed to walk another 3 to 5 meters, and he would be out of the range of the trapping array. Qingfeng Luo clearly knew that he was moving forward on the right path and was only a few steps away from success. The smile on his face grew wider. 2735 A duel between Jin Dan, 2. After some calculations and analysis, Luo Qingfeng took another step forward to the right. With great confidence. I've been waiting for this opportunity. Xia Ruofei laughed coldly as he muttered to himself. After he finished speaking, his mind moved slightly, and his mental power had already communicated with the array board placed in the cement room. Before Qingfeng Luo's foot could land, he immediately felt a sense of warning and a chill down his spine. Almost subconsciously, he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and his body turned 90 degrees. At the same time, he quickly leaned back. A sharp sword ray appeared out of thin air. It was extremely sharp, as if it was going to cut the entire space into pieces. The sword light slashed directly at Qingfeng Luo. If he had not sensed the approaching extreme danger in advance, he would have been cut in half from the top of his head. Qingfeng Luo's body turned 90 degrees and leaned back at the same time, barely avoiding the sword light. Before Luo Qingfeng could react, a second, a third, a total of 5 sword gleams shot toward him from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Luo Qingfeng barely dodged 4 of them. At this time, he had exhausted all his energy, and his body was in a temporary state of stiffness. There was no way he could avoid the last sword light that was flying toward his face. However, even Xia Ruofei could not help but admire Luo Qingfeng's calmness in the face of difficulties. The sword ray flew extremely fast and arrived in front of Luo Qingfeng in the blink of an eye. Luo Qingfeng subconsciously took out his flying sword. As soon as the flying sword appeared, the sword light was already in front of him. With a ding, the flying sword was sent flying by the sword light. Under the shock, the sword light was also out of the attack range, and in the end, it only left a penetrating wound on Qingfeng Luo's shoulder. The wound was completely penetrated, and it looked very frightening. However, for cultivators, this kind of injury was nothing at all. With the use of spiritual medicine, it would be able to recover in a short time. In fact, as long as the head and dantian were not injured, it was nothing to the cultivator. After being hit by the sword ray, Qingfeng Luo did not dare to stay where he was anymore. He ran back the way he came from and left the attack range of the sword ray. The sword light seemed to have a mind of its own. When Luo Qingfeng stepped out of the fixed range, it immediately disappeared without a trace. Luo Qingfeng's expression turned grave as he muttered to himself, "That's not right. The direction of the Kuan position is a dead end. How is that possible?" He had basically analyzed the trap array very thoroughly. It could be said that he was very close to success. However, the attack that he had attracted with that step had made him very embarrassed and injured him. If it were a disciple with a lower cultivation, no one would have been able to survive that attack. Could it be a chain formation? No. Luo Qingfeng mumbled to himself with a grave expression, that's not right. I didn't even walk out of the confinement array. Just now. How did I trigger that terrifying killing array? Don't tell me that the formations are all interconnected? Luo Qingfeng would never know that with just a thought from Xia Ruofei, those illusory, killing, bewildering, and trapping formations could be stacked together, let alone a killing formation. I can't go in the direction of the Kuan position, Luo Qingfeng frowned and muttered to himself, then I can only break through in another direction. But it's clearly a dead end. In other directions, Qingfeng Luo did not expect things to be so tricky. He had just set foot on the Peach Blossom Island, and he had already received such a big meeting gift. He braced himself and tried in other directions, but his face turned even uglier. He couldn't get through at all. Although the void exploration mirror could see through the fog, the trap array did not just rely on the fog to trap the enemy, otherwise the enemy would only need to keep moving in one direction and they would be able to break out of the trap array. In reality, trapping arrays also contained the use of space. Those who were trapped in the trapping array, even if they sensed that they were moving in a straight line in a fixed direction, were in fact always going in circles. Unless they found the right path, they would not be able to walk out of the range of the array, no matter how they walked. This kind of illusion was basically impossible to overcome. It was just like how people on Earth could see that the Earth was flat and could not feel the curvature of the Earth at all. In theory, if a person walked in a certain direction, he would be constantly moving forward. However, in reality, because he was walking on the surface of a sphere, he would eventually return Tohi's original point. Even though the theory behind the trap array was different from this example, the result was similar. Even though Luo Qingfeng knew that he was walking in circles, he had no way of getting out of this strange circle. After more than 10 minutes of struggle, Qingfeng Luo looked through the void exploration mirror and knew that he had returned to the starting position. Not far to his right was the range of the terrifying killing array. Once he stepped into that range, he would immediately attract the attack of countless sword lights. Luo Qingfeng was caught in an awkward situation. He knew the right path, but he just couldn't get out. It was like a person who needed to go out of the house, but there was a fierce beast guarding the door at all times. Other than the door, the walls of the house were all indestructible, and there were no windows. Qingfeng Luo had no choice but to take the risk and break through the killing array again. However, the power of the killing array was much greater than he had imagined. This time, even though he was prepared, he was still surrounded by danger. He only advanced 2 meters more than the last time, but he could no longer cope with it. In the end, he had to retreat awkwardly with his extraordinary reaction speed. One of the sword rays almost cut off his head. He dodged with all his might, but in the end, the sword ray flew past his scalp, splitting his hair bun. Luo Qingfeng was scared out of his wits as he returned to his original position with disheveled hair. When he forced his way through the killing formation, he could still vaguely see a place 6 to 7 meters away. There, sword Qi crisscrossed and almost sealed off all the space. Just a glance made his scalp numb. Luo Qingfeng knew that he would not be able to break through the killing array with his cultivation. He even felt that even if A peak Jiadan realm cultivator came. Once he was trapped in the array, he might not be able to escape. Unscathed. Luo Qingfeng gave up completely after trying it out this time. Although he couldn't get out of his current position and was surrounded by fog, he was at least safe for the time being. Qingfeng Luo could not help but worry that Jing Yongshu would be like Jing Yongshu. Once he was trapped in the killing array, he might be cut into pieces by the sword rays in a breath's time. There was no hope of survival. However, Qingfeng Luo was indeed a golden core stage powerhouse. He knew that it was useless to worry about Jing Yongshu now. He could only hope that Jing Yongshu would be on his own. Moreover, he was also very clear that the current predicament was unsolvable for the time being. There was no use in being anxious. He was very clear about the situation, and even in such an unfavorable situation, he still maintained a very clear mind. Therefore, Qingfeng Luo sat down and took out a crystal that contained some spiritual energy from his storage ring. He cultivated and absorbed it, while keeping an eye on his surroundings. As for the spiritual crystal that Jing Yongshu had given him, he was still reluctant to use it. At the same time, Luo Qingfeng also realized that the concentration of spirit qi in the surrounding area seemed to be slowly rising. Since he could not get out of this place for the time being, he might as well use this opportunity to cultivate. In fact, Xia Ruofei was observing Luo Qingfeng from a distance. However, he could not use his spiritual energy in the confinement array. In addition, Xia Ruofei could change his position at any time. It was like a person with sharp ears and eyes facing a deaf and blind person. As long as the healthy person did not actively touch the deaf and blind person, the other party would not be able to discover him. Initially, Xia Ruofei had wanted to use such a scheme to make Luo Qingfeng impatient. This way, his follow-up methods would be more effective. Xia Ruofei did not expect Luo Qingfeng to be trapped. However, he did not panic at all. Instead, he began to cultivate. This spiritual qi belongs to me. This guy is actually sitting down and absorbing it? Xia Ruofei said in his heart, no. We can't let him be so comfortable. At the thought of this, Xia Ruofei immediately used his spiritual energy to communicate with the core array disk not far away. The next moment, the various array techniques in the Taishu Xianqing array were quietly changing. Although Luo Qingfeng, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, was constantly on guard, he was completely unaware of the changes. 2736 Impermanent changes. 1. Luo Qingfeng sat cross-legged on the ground quietly, steadily circulating the star Caesar sex. Unique cultivation technique, star technique. The spirit qi in the crystal in his hand was constantly being extracted. At the same time, all the pores on his body were open. The spirit qi that had gathered after the activation of the Taishu Xianqing formation also entered his meridians in wisps. Although Luo Qingfeng still had some thoughts to keep an eye on his surroundings, he did not realize that the mist around him had quietly changed. After all, he was in the middle of cultivation and could not keep an eye on the origin exploration mirror all the time. Moreover, under Xia Ruofei's deliberate control, the mist in the direction of the origin exploration mirror had basically remained stable and had not changed much from before. Unknowingly, a burst of sobs came from the depths of the fog. Qingfeng Luo, who was cultivating, did not notice anything unusual. When the whimpering sound entered his ears, his body trembled slightly. In his mind, scenes of him stepping onto the path of cultivation by chance from a cowherd boy in the countryside for more than 100 years suddenly appeared. In that chaotic era, family members were separated, friends were lost, and even the entire village was turned into scorched earth. Ever since he had entered the Star Caesar sect, he had been training diligently in the dense spiritual chi every day, ignoring the flames of war in the outside world. He had started out as the lowest servant disciple, and through his own hard work, he had stood out from the fierce competition in the Star Caesar sect, and in the end, he had inherited the mantle of the old sect master. The important experiences in his life for more than 100 years, as well as some unforgettable moments, flashed through his mind like a movie. In the end, all the images shattered and then reassembled into a middle-aged woman wearing clothes made of coarse cloth. This middle-aged woman was in her early 40s, but the hair at her temples had already turned white. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes were also very obvious, and the skin on her hands was very rough. This was the mark of time left behind by years of labor. When the middle-aged woman appeared, Luo Qingfeng's body could not help but tremble slightly, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He seemed to have forgotten that he was trapped in the Peach Blossom Islands great array and that he was actually cultivating. It was clearly an illusion in front of him, but he was unable to break free from the mist. In fact, he subconsciously did not want to break free either. Although this was the first time he had seen this middle-aged woman, he felt a sense of familiarity and closeness from the bottom of his heart. Moreover, this woman's appearance was very similar to his mother's, so her identity was naturally on the verge of being revealed. "Mother," Luo Qingfeng muttered in a trembling voice. The middle-aged woman gave him a deep look and said, "Little Tao, you're so cruel. You just left us like that, and left for more than 100 years." Little Tao was Luo Qingfeng's nickname. His original name was Luo Songtao. Qingfeng was a name given to him by his master after he had entered the Star Caesar sect. It was given according to the seniority of the Star Caesar sect. The Taoist names of his generation all had the word Qing in them. In the world of cultivation, he was also known as Taoist priest Qingfeng. It had been more than 100 years since anyone had called him by this nickname. Hearing his mother's words, Qingfeng Luo felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed as he said, "Mother, I'm unfilial. After I was separated from you, I was brought to the Star Caesar sect by my master. We weren't allowed to leave the mountain until I had some success in my cultivation. When I finally reached the 4th level of the ore refining realm and was qualified to go out, I didn't waste a single day and immediately went down the mountain to find you. But in those chaotic years, I couldn't find you at all. Our village is gone, it's a piece of scorched earth." The middle-aged woman did not seem satisfied with Luo Qingfeng's explanation. She looked at him indifferently and said, "Little Tao, we're right under that piece of scorched earth." That day, an army rushed into the village and burned the entire village down. All of our villagers. None of them managed to escape. They were all buried under the scorched earth. "Little Tao, we've been waiting for you for more than 100 years." Luo Qingfeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets when he heard this. His body trembled even more violently, and his mind gradually began to show signs of losing control. Xia Ruofei, who had been hiding at the side, did not know that Luo Qingfeng had gone through an illusionary array in the misty Taishu Shanqing formation. He only used the demonic sound as a medium to put the person in a state similar to hypnosis. Then, the inner demon would take advantage of this. Therefore, everyone's experience was different, but it was definitely the most unbearable or the most unforgettable thing in their lives. Xia Ruofei saw that Luo Qingfeng's body was trembling more and more violently. His face was also turning red, as if he could go into qi deviation at any time. Xia Ruofei's heart was filled with joy. He did not expect the illusion of the Taishu Xianqing formation to be so powerful. If he had known this earlier, he wouldn't have needed to use the trap formation to probe the situation and would have directly entered the illusionary formation. Xia Ruofei said to himself. Just as Xia Ruofei was looking forward to Luo Qingfeng's mental breakdown so that he could take advantage of it, Luo Qingfeng suddenly felt a slight chill on his chest. A cool breath entered his body from his chest, and his mind suddenly became clear. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed. He stood up abruptly and sealed his hearing decisively. Then, he put his hand into his pocket and took out a star-shaped pendant. There were 3 dark patterns engraved on the pendant. It was the token of the sect leader of the Star Caesar sect and also the most precious treasure passed down by the sect. It had been personally controlled by the sect leaders of the past generations. 2737 Impermanent Changes. 2. Qingfeng Luo saw that one of the 3 dark patterns on the pendant had lost all its spirituality, and there were some cracks thinner than hair around the dark pattern. Luo Qingfeng's expression became even more serious. This was the sect's precious treasure. If it wasn't for the star-shaped pendant that released a cool aura at the critical moment of his qi deviation, he might have been crippled by now, or even lost his life. However, the dark patterns on the star-shaped pendant had clearly been damaged after this incident. If nothing unexpected happened, one of them would disappear very soon. This made Luo Qingfeng's heart ache. When he had first taken over the position of sect leader of the Star Caesar sect, there had been 4 dark patterns on the pendant. Later, he had been ambushed in a battle and was caught off guard. He had been severely injured. At that time, it was also this star-shaped pendant that had actively released a trace of cool air, allowing him to recover from his injuries in an extremely short time and escape successfully. However, after that, there were 3 fine lines on the star-shaped pendant. The other line disappeared after releasing the cool aura. And now, it was clear that another fine line was about to disappear. In Qingfeng Luo's eyes, the star-shaped pendant was like 3 lives. It could really save his life at a critical moment. He did not expect to use one so easily. When he thought of this, his heart ached. Luo Qingfeng did not expect the array on the Peach Blossom Island to be so dangerous. His understanding of the Taishu Xianqing formation came from the ancient books on arrays. The introduction of these ancient books was not so detailed. Naturally, he had no way to solve the problem from the root and directly break the entire formation. However, it was not difficult for Luo Qingfeng to defend one place and wait for the array to lose its effect. He had never thought that the formation's changes would be so strange and ever-changing, to the extent that he had unknowingly fallen for it. Luo Qingfeng suddenly picked up the void exploration mirror and kept shining it around. In fact, Xia Ruofei had not hidden far away. He had thought that even if Luo Qingfeng did not go into qi deviation, he would soon fall into a state of madness under the influence of his inner demon. So, he was ready to take down Luo Qingfeng in one fell swoop. He did not expect Luo Qingfeng to suddenly wake up. Furthermore, the process of Luo Qingfeng checking the pendant was actually very short. He immediately picked up the void exploration mirror and looked around. Coincidentally, the first direction that Luo Qingfeng randomly checked was where Xia Ruofei was. He had been hiding in the array under the cover of the fog, and he was surprised to see Luo Qingfeng wake up, so he relaxed a little at that moment. When Luo Qingfeng scanned the area with the void exploration mirror, Xia Ruofei had already realized it at once. He immediately used the floating steps to change his direction and hid in the depths of the array. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel depressed. Luo Qingfeng's methods were much richer than he had imagined, and some of them were really impossible to guard against. It seemed that no Oris core stage cultivator could be underestimated. Although Luo Qingfeng was still using the void exploration mirror to look in other directions, his heart was already in a state of shock. Although Xia Ruofei's reaction was extremely fast, the eyesight of an Oris core stage cultivator was by no means comparable to that of an ordinary person. In just a flash of movement, Luo Qingfeng had actually seen half of the person's figure flash and disappear. Although Luo Qingfeng did not make a sound, his brows furrowed. There was someone inside the formation. This was bad news for Luo Qingfeng. From the start of the array until now, Qingfeng Luo had always felt that it was the intermittent activation of the array. Judging from the old state of the facilities, the array would not be able to last long even if it wanted to. This was the biggest motivation for him to sit down and cultivate while waiting for the array to collapse on its own. However, she had clearly seen a person just now, so things were complicated. Luo Qingfeng stared in the direction where Xia Ruofei had disappeared, his mind spinning rapidly. The Peach Blossom Island incident had dragged on for so long without any news. Yesterday, Jing had directly reported the best news to him. The formation of the Peach Blossom Island was not activated earlier or later, but it was activated the moment they landed on the island. Jing Yongshu was a cultivator with a good array Dao level, but when he encountered a trapping array, he was actually incoherent, and his behavior was even more ridiculous. He directly barged into the depths of the array and then disappeared without a trace. There were so many suspicious points mentioned above, but Luo Qingfeng either selectively ignored them or did not care at all. Now, with the appearance of this figure, Luo Qingfeng felt that his thoughts were gradually becoming clearer. No wonder the natural array just so happened to appear at this time. No wonder Jing Yongshu fearlessly rushed into the depths of the array. No wonder when he was about to break the trapping array, a killing array suddenly appeared in front of him. Luo Qingfeng knew that generally speaking, arrays could not change on their own. When the killing array had appeared, he had already felt that something was wrong, but he had not thought of the worst-case scenario. Then, an illusion array had appeared, and with the figure he had just seen, there was no doubt that someone was controlling the great array. Of course, after he understood some things, his expression became even uglier. Jing Yongshu returned to the sect with a face full of joy to report to him, as well as the scenes along the way. They all appeared in Luo Qingfeng's mind. Now, no matter how slow Luo Qingfeng was, he knew that his beloved disciple had actually completely betrayed him. His only purpose in returning to the sect was to trick him to come to this island and fall into the array. Luo Qingfeng's face turned livid. He was in danger on one hand, but it was more because of the betrayal of his beloved disciple. If Wang Boshan had betrayed him, Luo Qingfeng would not have been so angry. After all, Wang Boshan had been active in the secular world all year round and had experienced a lot of complicated things. Moreover, Wang Boshan was not important in the sect. He might have even harbored a grudge. But Jing Yongshu was completely different. Qingfeng Luo had always taken care of Jing Yongshou, because Jing Yongshou also liked array Dao. Furthermore, Jing Yongshou had spent most of his time cultivating in seclusion within the Star Caesar sect. He had a very strong sense of belonging to the sect. Why would he betray the sect just because he was out on a mission? Qingfeng Luo forced himself to calm down. If he did not deal with the current situation carefully, he might even die here. As for the traitor Jing Yongshou and the traitor Wang Boshan, Luo Qingfeng could deal with them after breaking the array. His mind raced and he suddenly shouted, "Yongshou! You're the one who activated this formation, right? I've really underestimated you. You can actually control the Taishu Xianqing formation in such a short time and use it against your master. You've really made it." Xia Ruofei, who was hiding in the depths of the array, could not help but be stunned when he heard these words. Then, he immediately revealed a bitter smile. He thought about it and realized that he might have been too careless just now and did not completely avoid the detection of the void exploration mirror. Luo Qingfeng might have noticed that something was wrong. However, Qingfeng Luo thought that it was Jing Yongshou who had set up this trap. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not panic. After all, the initiative was in his hands. Luo Qingfeng was already deeply trapped in the array. Even if he woke up, it would not affect the situation. After shouting, Qingfeng Luo waited for a while. Seeing that Jing Yongshou did not respond to him, he could not help but shout again, "Yongshou!" There was no need to hide. After all, we're master and disciple. Even if we're going to meet on the battlefield, you should at least come out and meet your master. The array was still silent, but the surging fog seemed to be responding to Luo Qingfeng silently. Luo Qingfeng sneered and said loudly, "Aren't you afraid that I'll capture you and torture you to death after I break the formation? Or do you think that you can trap me with a mere formation? Humph. Since that's the case, I'll give you a lesson on breaking arrays." 2738 A breakthrough at the last minute. 1. There was still no response from the depths of the formation. Qingfeng Luo sneered. With a flip of his hand, he took out a pearl that was emitting a terrifying aura. He poured the tremendous vital energy of the golden core stage into the pearl without reservation. Although Xia Ruofei was hiding far away, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate when Luo Qingfeng took out the pearl. He could smell a trace of danger. Xia Ruofei did not hesitate to move through the array. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the cement room where the core array disk was. Then, Xia Ruofei flicked his fingers and spiritual energy entered the array board. The Taishu Xianqing formation, which had been slowly operating, suddenly accelerated. At the same time, it jumped out of itself, sufficient circulation, and began to absorb the energy of the crystals in the groove. Almost at the same time that Xia Ruofei had completed this series of operations, Luo Qingfeng had also completed the process of accumulating energy. A trace of pain flashed in his eyes, but soon, he revealed a fierce light. He raised his hand and threw the bead that was emitting a terrifying aura. Like a bolt of lightning, the bead streaked across an arc and landed accurately on a node of the array formation to check out the situation of the nearby array formation. Just now, Luo Qingfeng had almost finished checking through the void exploration mirror, but he could not break the array with his own strength. Of course, what he had investigated was only the partial situation of the formation. As for the entire Taishu Xianqing formation, his level of formation Dao was not enough to fully grasp it. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into a passive state so quickly. Xia Ruofei had originally wanted to rotate the array, but just as he finished the reinforcement work, Luo Qingfeng had already started. In the blink of an eye, the bead hit the node of the array and exploded with a huge amount of energy. It was like a nuclear bomb explosion, and a visible shock wave began to spread from the center of the explosion. Xia Ruofei felt as if his eardrums were about to burst. It was as if the entire Peach Source Island was experiencing an earthquake. The strengthened formation was flashing continuously. The energy accumulated since the activation of the formation was being consumed rapidly. At the center of the explosion, the boundary of the formation was clearly approaching its limit and was about to collapse. Once the Taishu Xianqing formation was activated, it could be said to be endless. No matter which point it attacked, it was actually going against the entire formation. The energy in the other parts of the formation was constantly flowing and forming a whole. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even if a cultivator in the early stage of the Golden Core realm were to perform beyond his usual level, it was unlikely that he could break the array. However, there was one exception, and that was when a certain node was struck by energy many times more than what it could withstand. This way, the energy of the other parts of the formation could not be replenished in time. Even if it could be replenished, it could not keep up with the speed of consumption. Then, in theory, this part could also be destroyed. Moreover, a slight change would affect the whole body. Once a point collapsed, it was likely to cause a chain reaction. This was the so-called using force to break through. However, with Luo Qingfeng's cultivation level, even if he used all his strength, it was impossible. However, Xia Ruofei did not expect Luo Qingfeng to have such a trump card. The bead he had taken out, even from a distance, could still feel the terrifying aura it exuded. Xia Ruofei had no idea what it was, but he still subconsciously followed his sense of danger. He rushed to the core array board at once and converted the energy supply of the array into origin crystals. At the same time, he strengthened the array. However, his movements were still half a beat too slow. Before he could rotate the nodes of the array, he was directly attacked by the bead. Xia Ruofei took a look and saw that energy vacuums had formed at the places where the nodes of the formation had been attacked. There was no time to replenish the energy in other parts of the formation. Furthermore, the shock wave was still spreading outwards. The other parts of the formation were also under tremendous pressure. He knew that it might only take a few breaths' time for the formation to show partial collapse. The situation had suddenly become very grim. Xia Ruofei didn't have time to hesitate. He took a big step and arrived in front of the core array board. One of his palms pressed on the array board without hesitation and continuously transferred his true qi into it. At the same time, he used his mind and a piece of origin crystal appeared in his other palm. He was transferring energy into the array at the fastest speed regardless of the consumption. At the same time, he was still operating the Great Tao technique to absorb the spiritual qi in the origin crystal. If he was multitasking, even the slightest mistake would cause him to go berserk. However, Xia Ruofei knew the severity of the situation. Hence, he did not hesitate and chose to do so. True qi was also a very pure energy, even purer than spiritual energy. In a sense, true qi was the product of the circulation of spiritual energy through the meridians and purification in the dantian. In terms of energy purity, it was indeed higher than spiritual energy. However, true energy could not be directly instilled into other cultivators for use. This was because after the spiritual energy was transformed into true energy by the cultivator, it would actually carry the cultivator's own aura. Under normal circumstances, other cultivators could not absorb it. However, the formation didn't have such a restriction. As long as it was energy, it could definitely be absorbed. Xia Ruofei was madly circulating the great Tao chant mental cultivation method. The meridians in his body were also stretched to the limit. Spiritual qi was like a large river flowing through his meridians. On the other side, he was continuously pouring his true qi into the core array disk and quickly transmitted it to the most dangerous position. 2739 Breakthrough at the last moment. 2. After the tottering array barrier received energy replenishment, it shook a few times and began to close in on stability again. Seeing this, Luo Qingfeng could not help but sneer. Then, he flashed over and hit the node of the array heavily with his palm. The full force attack of an early stage golden core cultivator might not be able to shake this enchantment under normal circumstances, but now, the enchantment was already an arrow at the end of its flight. It was originally supported by the energy that Xia Ruofei had added. Luo Qingfeng's attack was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. With one palm, cracks began to appear on the enchantment, and the cracks were spreading at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Xia Ruofei knew the situation inside the formation like the back of his hand. He sensed this situation immediately. However, the more dangerous the situation was, the calmer Xia Ruofei was. He did not panic because of the barrier's destruction. Instead, he quickly released his spiritual power to control the array board and adjust the circulation of the array. Luo Qingfeng was also very experienced. After the wizardry barrier shattered, he did not hesitate to fly along the route that he had previously checked. The direction was exactly the cement house where Xia Ruofei was. Although Luo Qingfeng could not fully understand the mystery of the Taishu Xianqing formation, he had still chosen the most correct path based on his extensive experience and investigation of the local formations. Xia Ruofei's face turned bitter. He did not expect that the biggest variable would be the bead that Luo Qingfeng had taken out. It could be seen from Qingfeng Luo's pained expression that he would not have taken out the pearl if he had not been forced to or at a life and death juncture. It was clear that this item was very precious and was most likely a one-time use item. No matter what, this was the current situation. Luo Qingfeng had already cracked part of the Taishu Xianqing formation, and Xia Ruofei was not able to mobilize the formation so quickly. In addition, this part of the node had been destroyed, so it was inevitable that the operation of the formation would be delayed to a certain extent. Thus, the efficiency was even lower. In the surging fog, the various defensive formations of the Taishu Xianqing formation were constantly changing positions. Xia Ruofei continued to channel his true qi into the formation plate as if he didn't care about his own life. He didn't even care that his dantian was starting to hurt. At the same time, he was also continuously absorbing the extremely dense spiritual energy of the origin crystal in his palm, and continuously operating the great Tao scripture. Xia Ruofei was so focused on controlling the formation that he didn't even realize it. Because of the high intensity cultivation and consumption, the originally firm shackles of the realm had begun to loosen. It was like a heavy door that couldn't be pushed open before, but now a very small gap had been opened. Although the gap was small, he could already smell the scent inside the door. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel it at all. He was still operating the great Tao formula at high speed. At the same time, he was continuously injecting his genuine qi into the core array board to speed up the operation of the array. At this moment, Luo Qingfeng was like a god who had descended to the mortal world. He would kill anything that stood in his way. No matter if it was an illusion array, a trap array, or a killing array, they did not have time to completely close up. Luo Qingfeng's cultivation was relatively high, so he broke through all the arrays with force and quickly rushed to the front of the cement house. Qingfeng Luo saw that there was no fog around the cement house. He was slightly stunned at first, and then he revealed a cruel sneer. "I've finally found you, my disciple." Qingfeng Luo said word by word. With his array Dao level, he could naturally guess that this place was most likely the array core, and the array controller would naturally be next to the array core. However, up until now, Luo Qingfeng still thought that it was Jing Yongshou who had controlled the array to deal with him. The anger in Luo Qingfeng's chest was burning. At the same time, he felt a sense of pride. After all, he had broken the Taishu Xianqing formation with his own hands. Even though he had paid a great price, at least the result was quite good. How could a formation at the level of the Taishu Xianqing formation be so easy to crack? Luo Qingfeng felt that Jing Yongshou's array Dao cultivation was limited, and the array had just been activated and was not yet stable. He believed that after he took control of the Peach Source Island, he would be able to improve the power of the formation by a large margin. Qingfeng Luo's anger dissipated at the thought of his bright future. Losing the pearl was indeed a heartache, but he felt that it was worth it to exchange it for a cultivation paradise like the Peach Source Island. Qingfeng Luo paused for a moment, then waved his hand. The iron door of the cement room was grabbed down by an invisible force and flew to the side. As soon as the iron door opened, Xia Ruofei was naturally exposed to Luo Qingfeng's sight. Luo Qingfeng was stunned when he saw Xia Ruofei injecting vital energy into the core of the array. He squinted his eyes and sized Xia Ruofei up, then said, "Jing Yongshou isn't controlling the formation?" "I knew it." With his half-baked skills, how could he possibly control the Taishu Xianqing formation? Then, Luo Qingfeng asked again, "Tell me, who are you? And how did you find the Peach Blossom Island?" Luo Qingfeng was still very vigilant when he saw a strange young man on the Peach Blossom Island with such a high level of array Dao. It was obvious that Jing Yongshou and Wang Boshan had betrayed the sect and sought refuge with this young man. What Luo Qingfeng was most worried about was that this young man had a sect background. This was because the secret of the Paradise Island had already been exposed. Especially when he found out that Xia Ruofei's cultivation had already reached refined qi level 9. He was even more shocked. How could he reach refined qi level 9 at such a young age? Qingfeng Luo thought about it. When he was her age, his cultivation level seemed to have just reached refined qi level 2. Could it be that he was someone from a powerful faction? Luo Qingfeng had a bad feeling. However, Xia Ruofei did not say a word. He remained sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had already stopped injecting vital energy into the core array disk. Luo Qingfeng was already right in front of him, and it was too late to activate the array. However, Xia Ruofei did not stop cultivating the Great Dao technique. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he simply couldn't stop. Just now, he had desperately poured in true qi at all costs, and at the same time, he had also used his fastest speed to circulate his cultivation method to absorb The spiritual energy contained in the origin crystals. Without realizing it, he had already touched the biggest bottleneck of the Qi refining stage. If Xia Ruofei had discovered it in time, he could have suppressed his cultivation and stopped. However, all of his attention had been focused on the formation at the time, and he had no time to check his own condition. By the time Xia Ruofei realized that something was wrong, he was already on the verge of breaking through and could not stop. It was like a heavy train. If it started to accelerate, it could still stop. However, as it gradually increased its speed, under the huge inertia, if the train wanted to stop, it had to slow down a long time in advance. This was Xia Ruofei's current situation. The difference was that he couldn't slow down at all. The genuine qi in his body was boiling and constantly attacking the bottleneck of his cultivation. The pure energy in the origin crystal was still flowing into his meridians. What Xia Ruofei could do was to break through as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer from qi deviation. If he was lucky, he might lose all his cultivation and become a cripple. If he was unlucky, he might even die on the spot. Even though he knew that he was facing a powerful enemy, Xia Ruofei remained calm and focused on breaking through the bottleneck of his cultivation. Seeing the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground without even turning his head, Qingfeng Luo was furious. However, he soon noticed that something was wrong and could not help but release his spiritual power to investigate. Ha ha ha. Luo Qingfeng could not help but laugh wildly. You're actually breaking through? You still have the heart to break through at this time. Truly, the ignorant are fearless. Qingfeng Luo knew all too well how tough the bottleneck of the qi refinement stage was. Under normal circumstances, one would have to make all kinds of preparations and adjust their body to the best condition before attempting to break through. Even so, the success rate was very low. But this young man in front of him actually broke through at the last minute. Wasn't he looking down on him, an Oris core stage cultivator? A cruel smile appeared on Luo Qingfeng's face. Even if he thought that the chances of Xia Ruofei's breakthrough were very low, he would not let Xia Ruofei continue to try. Now that they were enemies, he would not be so pedantic as to wait for Xia Ruofei's breakthrough before fighting to the death. Luo Qingfeng's figure flashed and he dashed in Xia Ruofei's direction. At the same time, he waved his palm and struck Xia Ruofei's back. 2740 Taking advantage of the situation to break through. 1. It was the most critical moment for Xia Ruofei's breakthrough. When Luo Qingfeng did not have the time to form the surrounding array in front of the cement house. Although he knew that Luo Qingfeng was unstoppable, he had to cut off the connection with the core array disk for the time being and focus all his attention on the breakthrough. Xia Ruofei used all his strength to operate the Great Tao Arts technique. He used his genuine qi to flush the unopened meridians again and again, constantly breaking through the bottleneck of his cultivation. But the shackles of crossing major realms were even stronger than he imagined. Although the true qi cultivated from the Great Tao Arts was extremely pure and the foundation he had laid down before was very solid, this breakthrough was still a little rushed. Xia Ruofei could feel that the sturdy door had been pushed open a crack. Under the repeated washing of essential qi, it was slowly opening. However, the opening speed was too slow. He even felt that it was difficult to continue. Although he was completely immersed in his breakthrough and isolated himself from the outside world, he knew that the situation was not good. He knew that what he needed the most now was time. However, the process of breaking through was extremely difficult, and time did not allow it. What was more serious was that Xia Ruofei could not move at all. In fact, he was fully focused on breaking through. Unless he wanted to go into qi deviation, he could not multitask like he did just now. Xia Ruofei circulated the great Tao arts to the extreme. His genuine qi was constantly breaking through the bottleneck in the high speed circulation. "Break it," Xia Ruofei shouted in his heart. The heavy door was still opening slowly. Xia Ruofei could feel the alluring view behind the door, but he was still far from a complete breakthrough. Luo Qingfeng did not give him any time. Danger was approaching. Xia Ruofei had already closed his six senses. It was only when Luo Qingfeng's attack landed on his back that he suddenly woke up from his state of concentration. The golden core qi entered Xia Ruofei's body from his back. He felt as if he had been hit by a heavy truck. The powerful qi entered his meridians. He felt something sweet in his throat and could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. In fact, Luo Qingfeng's palm had not even touched Xia Ruofei's back, but his vital energy had already surged in. Luo Qingfeng had a cruel smile on his face. There was no doubt that this young man was a genius. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to reach refined qi level 9 at such a young age. He might have even begun to break through the bottleneck of the major realm. Killing such a genius with his own hands gave Luo Qingfeng an indescribable pleasure. However, Luo Qingfeng's smile only lasted for a second before it froze on his face. Then, he widened his eyes as if he had seen a ghost. It turned out that when his genuine qi entered Xia Ruofei's body, Xia Ruofei opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, Xia Ruofei disappeared right after. Qingfeng Luo couldn't believe his eyes. Such a living person had just disappeared into thin air right under his eyes. This made Qingfeng Luo feel like he was hallucinating. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes and looked over, but the young man was still nowhere to be seen. If not for the blood that Xia Ruofei had spat out, Luo Qingfeng would have thought that he was in a dream. He incredulously took 2 steps forward and carefully examined it, but there was no trace at all. It was as if the young man had teleported. Could it be that he had a magic treasure that could teleport? Luo Qingfeng's expression became even more solemn. He had only heard of such a magic weapon, but had never seen it before. To be able to take out such a precious magic weapon, it could be imagined how powerful the force behind this young man was. Perhaps there was a Yuanying stage-old monster beyond the Golden Core stage. Even if he managed to take down the Peach Blossom Island, could he really keep it? Luo Qingfeng could not help but wonder. Of course, Xia Ruofei didn't disappear because of some heaven-defying treasure given by the elders of his sect. When Luo Qingfeng's powerful vital energy attacked him just now, he had finally broken away from the state of no thoughts and no thoughts. It was as if he had been hit by a heavy hammer on his back. If it had been an ordinary person, he would have been flustered. Even if he had not been killed by Luo Qingfeng, he would have been possessed by the devil. However, Xia Ruofei had long trained his mental strength to be strong. At that moment, his thoughts were extremely clear and he made the most correct and crucial choice. He did not hesitate to communicate with the spirit map space with his mind and entered the spirit map space the moment he was attacked. Xia Ruofei had already considered the worst-case scenario when he was making his preparations. Hence, he had hidden the painting in a crack on the cliff wall in advance. He had also covered it with weeds. It could be said to be seamless. The cement room was not far from the cliff. It was within the range of Xia Ruofei's spiritual power. As long as he willed it, he could directly communicate with the spirit map scroll in the crack of the cliff and enter the space. Originally, it was just a preventive measure, but who would have thought that the final arrangement would actually work? It could be said that Xia Ruofei's own cautiousness had saved his life. Xia Ruofei was at the critical moment of his breakthrough. Although he was forcefully awakened by Luo Qingfeng's attack, he only had a moment before he had to continue to immerse himself in the breakthrough. Otherwise, he might really lose control of his violent essential qi. 2741, taking advantage of the situation to break through. 2. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei's mind was very clear and calm. He had also made all the necessary preparations in advance to help his Archean realm in the spirit map space. He had even used the time array flags to set up the formation. After the effects of the time array flags and the Archean realm were superimposed, the time flow in the formation was 2,000 times slower than the outside world. Xia Ruofei's plan was to give himself more time to react when the situation turned bad. This arrangement was now playing a key role. The moment Xia Ruofei woke up, he entered space without hesitation. He even entered the array formation formed by the time array flags of the Archean realm, under the effect of the 2,000 times difference in time flow. When one observed the outside world from the inside of the primordial realm time formation, everything seemed to have stopped. Of course, after Xia Ruofei entered the space, he had no time to observe the situation outside. He entered a state of no thoughts and devoted himself to the breakthrough. Xia Ruofei quickly realized that although Luo Qingfeng's palm had caused him some damage, most of the vital energy had been quickly assimilated by the vital energy of the Great Path after entering his meridians. It had joined the ranks of breaking through the bottleneck. Under normal circumstances, it was very dangerous for the enemy's genuine qi to rush into one's meridians, and it was an enemy who was one realm higher than one's cultivation. It was very likely to cause serious damage to one's meridians. Even if one's meridians were lucky enough not to be injured, it would still disturb the normal operation of genuine qi. One could even go into qi deviation if one was not careful. However, Xia Ruofei's starting point for his cultivation was very high. The foundation of the great Tao arts was too solid, and his meridians had long been tempered by the great Tao true qi to become extremely tough. Although Luo Qingfeng's true qi was powerful, and Xia Ruofei felt as if his meridians were about to burst, he still managed to withstand it. More importantly, the level of the great Tao arts that he had cultivated was extremely high, and it was in line with the supreme truth of heaven and earth. The true qi that he had cultivated was even more inclusive. The true qi that came from Luo Qingfeng could not disturb the circulation of the true qi of the great Tao at all. On the contrary, under the constant brushing, Luo Qingfeng's unique aura was eliminated bit by bit. This vigorous true qi was directly transformed into the purest energy, and together with the true qi of the great Tao, it was charging towards the bottleneck of his cultivation. With the help of this qi of a higher level, Xia Ruofei's breakthrough speed was much faster. Originally, the door was half covered with a pipa, and it took a long time to widen the gap a little. But now with the help of the true qi of Jindan stage, it was as if the door's hinges had been lubricated, and it was much easier to push. Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He quickly mobilized his genuine qi and tried to break through the bottleneck. Even so, this breakthrough was the most difficult one Xia Ruofei had ever experienced since he started cultivating. He spent a full day before he finally felt a cracking sound coming from his body, as if an eggshell had cracked. The originally solid shackles of his cultivation had finally been broken. Once the shackles were broken, it meant that more of the blocked meridians were opened. The huge amount of true energy also had a vent all of a sudden. Like a dam bursting its dam, it gushed through these newly opened meridians. Xia Ruofei was also enlightened. He immediately started to circulate his genuine qi according to the second level of the Great Tao technique. Ever since he had unlocked the Heaven Jade Talisman, Xia Ruofei had already collected all the techniques of the Great Tao technique. However, the qi refinement realm only needed to cultivate the first level of the technique. Hence, this was Xia Ruofei's first time cultivating the second level of the Great Tao arts. Fortunately, the Jade Talisman of Inheritance copied the technique directly into Xia Ruofei's mind and even brought his cultivation experience. Hence, it did not look like Xia Ruofei was cultivating the second level of the technique for the first time. He controlled his genuine qi with great familiarity and circulated it along the more complicated meridian routes. After a breakthrough in cultivation, it was natural to consolidate it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the foundation was not solid, the subsequent cultivation would be affected. If the cultivation was not consolidated in time, it was not impossible to fall back to the qi refining stage. Most importantly, after Xia Ruofei had successfully broken through, the first thing he did was to check the situation outside. Due to the difference in time flow of 2,000 times, although Xia Ruofei had spent an entire day to break through the shackles of the qi refining stage, only less than a minute had passed in the outside world. When Xia Ruofei checked, he found that Luo Qingfeng had not fully recovered. He was still looking for him, so Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to go out. The second level of the Great Tao arts was even more mysterious. Many of the meridians were only opened up when one broke through. When the true energy circulated through these meridians, they greedily absorbed the nutrients of the true energy like a land that had been dry for a long time receiving sweet rain. They expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and at the same time, they became tougher. With every circulation, Xia Ruofei noticed that the genuine qi in his dantian had a slight change. The new genuine qi seemed to be fundamentally different from the genuine qi he had before. The same wisp of genuine qi contained at least 10 times more energy than before, and the density was obviously higher. Xia Ruofei had a sudden realization. This must be the so-called vital qi. The most essential difference between the qi refining stage and the golden core stage was that the true qi of a golden core stage cultivator had been completely transformed into primordial qi. So, to be more precise, when Xia Ruofei was attacked by Luo Qingfeng just now, the primordial qi that had rushed into his meridians was extremely pure. It was also because of this that his breakthrough speed had suddenly increased by a lot. 2742 Taking advantage of the situation to break through. 3. Of course, strictly speaking, Xia Ruofei's current cultivation was not at the golden core stage. A true golden core stage cultivator would completely transform the true qi in their body into origined qi, and form a miniature golden core cyclone in their dantian. The formation of this miniature cyclone marked the cultivator's official entry into the early golden core stage. Luo Qingfeng's cultivation was at this stage. When a cultivator broke through the shackles of the qi refining stage, they had not yet reached the golden core stage. It was generally called the foundation building stage. As the name implied, it was a period of time when the foundation of cultivation was built. However, the foundation establishment stage was only a transitional stage. The whole process was to transform the true qi into primordial qi. When the true qi was completely transformed into primordial qi, as long as the embryonic form of the golden core was successfully formed, it meant that the cultivator had officially reached the cultivation of the early golden core stage. This process could be completed as long as one cultivated step by step, and there would be no bottlenecks in the middle. Therefore, when the cultivation world divided the levels, many times the foundation establishment stage was not regarded as an independent level. As long as a cultivator broke through the shackles of the qi refining stage, they were already quasi-golden core cultivators. Generally speaking, there were very few cultivators who could successfully build their foundation and not reach the early golden core stage. Xia Ruofei felt the difference between vital qi and genuine qi, then continued to use the great Tao arts. He was now in the spirit map space, and the spiritual qi was very rich. After the space was upgraded, he could replenish energy from the chaotic space outside, so he did not have to worry about the space being affected by the large consumption of spiritual qi. Xia Ruofei absorbed the pure spiritual qi into his body. At the same time, the genuine qi in his body was circulating in his meridians. With every big circulation, it would produce a more condensed vital qi. After 3 hours of cultivation, Xia Ruofei finally felt that the speed of the genuine qi conversion had slowed down. He knew that his cultivation base had been completely consolidated. Although only about 10% of the true qi in the body had been converted into primordial qi, cultivation was never something that could be achieved overnight. Even if there were no bottlenecks and shackles in the foundation stage, it would still take a certain amount of time to successfully form the embryonic cyclone of the golden core. Xia Ruofei's cultivation had already been consolidated. If he continued to cultivate, his efficiency would be greatly reduced. He also sent out a wisp of his spiritual energy to check the outside world and found that Luo Qingfeng had given up on looking for him and had turned to the core array disk that was still operating on its own. Luo Qingfeng was decisive. He used his spiritual energy to search the entire Peach Source Island, but he could not find Xia Ruofei. Of course, there were blind spots in his search. Although the Taishu Xianqing formation had suffered some damage, the main body of the formation was not affected. Thus, Luo Qingfeng's spiritual energy could not probe deeply into many areas. Therefore, Luo Qingfeng quickly made the right decision. He had to destroy the core array disk first, before considering the next step. Although this core array disk could activate the Taishu Xianqing formation, it was set up by the enemy. With his array Dao cultivation, it was not enough to find out if the enemy had any other tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the safest way was to destroy the array disk completely first and then use his own means to reactivate the array. In this way, he could still control the formation without leaving any hidden dangers. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei's expression turned cold. Without hesitation, he moved out of the spirit map space and appeared directly outside the cement room. At the same time, his spiritual power entered the core array board without hesitation and began to skillfully manipulate the array. 2743 A direct confrontation _1 As soon as Xia Ruofei's figure appeared, Luo Qingfeng immediately sensed that Shiju was near the core of the array. He did not dare to relax and kept his spiritual power on high alert. Qingfeng. Luo did not turn around. Instead, he controlled his meteor flying sword and stabbed it toward the core ray disk. The meteor flying sword, as its name suggested, was extremely fast. As it flew, it let out a piercing sound. In the blink of an eye, it had already stabbed heavily into the core formation plate. However, the scene that Luo Qingfeng was looking forward to did not appear. The core ray disk suddenly burst out with a brilliant light, and a translucent light film appeared. Before Meteor Sword's lightning-like attack could touch the core ray disk, it was blocked. The light film only caved in a little and immediately returned to its original state. Meteor Sword could not move forward at all. No matter how hard Luo Qingfeng tried, he could not break the light film. Humph. Luo Qingfeng snorted coldly and retrieved his flying sword with a wave of his hand. Then, he turned around and looked at Xia Ruofei coldly. Luo Qingfeng was very experienced in combat. He knew very well that the entire array was controlled by Xia Ruofei. Although he did not know how Xia Ruofei had disappeared, the moment he reappeared, he did not attack Xia Ruofei just because he had a higher cultivation level. Instead, he planned to destroy the array disk first. From Luo Qingfeng's point of view, the Taishu Xianqing formation was Xia Ruofei's biggest reliance. As long as he could completely crack the formation, he would be able to capture Xia Ruofei, who was only at the 9th level of the aura refining realm. Even a lion would use its full strength when hunting a rabbit, not to mention that there were too many uncertain factors in the Taishu Xianqing formation. However, it was obvious that Xia Ruofei's reaction was also quite fast. He activated the defensive function of the formation at the first moment. Luo Qingfeng realized that he could not destroy the array disk in a short period of time, so he decisively chose to give up and turn to face Xia Ruofei. As long as he could restrain Xia Ruofei in an instant, the formation would not be a problem without a controller. At the end of the day, strength was the only thing that mattered. Humph. Luo Qingfeng snorted coldly. I didn't expect you to have some tricks up your sleeve. You actually managed to escape from my hands and even knew to protect the formation at the first moment. Your reaction is also fast. However, you still dare to appear here. Could it be that you think I can't do anything to you? Xia Ruofei's lips curved up and he said, if I were you, I wouldn't be so confident. Who said that you can do anything to me? Luo Qingfeng could not help but burst into laughter as if what Xia Ruofei had said was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Luo Qingfeng pointed at Xia Ruofei and said, why don't you use the formation and see if you can escape from me again at such a close distance? As soon as Luo Qingfeng finished speaking, Xia Ruofei disappeared into thin air again. Luo Qingfeng was stunned. The expression on his face was very interesting. It was as if 1,000 alpacas were running wildly in his heart. I just said you can't escape, and you disappeared into thin air again? Did he have to slap his face like this? The next moment, Xia Ruofei suddenly appeared again. This time, he appeared behind Luo Qingfeng. Luo Qingfeng noticed it immediately and turned around. He stared at Xia Ruofei with a serious expression and asked, you? How did you do that? Could this also be the effect of the Taishu Xianqing formation? Xia Ruofei smiled and asked, you want to know? Luo Qingfeng nodded subconsciously, but then immediately realized that his reaction seemed too low. He immediately snorted and said, stop playing tricks. It was nothing more than using the power of formations or magic treasures to hide their tracks. What can you do to me? Don't tell me that you want to rely on your cultivation of refined qi level 9. Luo Qingfeng suddenly stopped. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. He stared at Xia Ruofei. And his mouth opened subconsciously. He did not come back to his senses for a long time. Xia Ruofei crossed his arms and looked at Luo Qingfeng with a faint smile on his face. Luo Qingfeng asked with a trembling voice, You've broken through? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, he had accidentally used too much strength just now, and directly broke through. Sigh. I originally wanted to lay a more solid foundation for cultivation, but I didn't expect to break through so quickly. What a headache. Luo Qingfeng almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Still vexed? Troubled. Your sister. When other cultivators broke through the shackles of the qi refining stage, they had to go through a considerable amount of accumulation. Moreover, before the breakthrough, they had to make sufficient preparations and adjust their physical condition to the best state. Then, they would find someone they absolutely trusted to help guard them, and then they would go into seclusion to break through. Even for cultivators with a solid foundation and extremely high talent, it would take a long time to break through the bottleneck of such a big realm. Back when Luo Qingfeng broke through the shackles of refined qi level 9, he had gone into seclusion for 7 days and 7 nights before he was lucky enough to break through. It had only been 20 to 30 minutes since he stepped into the Taishu Xianqing formation. Besides, Xia Ruofei couldn't have started to break through before he entered the formation. Otherwise, this couldn't be explained by Almighty Xian. It was simply stupid. Luo Qingfeng judged that Xia Ruofei had most likely entered the state of breakthrough uncontrollably while he was breaking through the layers of formations with an unstoppable force. He had been continuously injecting essential qi into the formations at all costs and at the same time, replenishing his essential qi through cultivation. Moreover, his own cultivation had long reached the critical point. 2744 A direct confrontation. 2. If that was the case, Xia Ruofei's breakthrough process had only lasted 3 to 5 minutes. He completed the breakthrough just like that? It was even easier than eating and drinking, right? What was even more outrageous was that Luo Qingfeng felt that his palm had clearly hit Xia Ruofei. Even if his palm did not touch Xia Ruofei's back, the primordial qi that seeped out of his body had firmly imprinted itself on Xia Ruofei's back. During the process of breaking through, he suffered a heavy blow on his back, but not only was he not injured, but he also did not suffer from qi deviation. Moreover, he easily broke through the shackles of a major realm within 3 to 5 minutes? Did it have to be so fierce? Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng felt that his cultivation knowledge system was about to collapse. Luo Qingfeng could not help but look deeply at Xia Ruofei again to confirm that what he saw was not an illusion. Xia Ruofei had indeed broken through, and it seemed that his cultivation was very solid. His cultivation was higher than Xia Ruofei's, so it was not difficult to see this. However, Luo Qingfeng did not dwell on Xia Ruofei's breakthrough any longer. He snorted and said, So what? If you've broken through? The true qi in your body hasn't even been transformed into vital qi, so how much combat power can you improve? If I were you, since I've broken through by luck, I would hide and consolidate my cultivation, working hard to transform more true qi into origin qi, and not be so arrogant that I think I can wrestle with you just because I've broken through. At this point, Luo Qingfeng looked at Xia Ruofei with contempt and asked, I'm guessing that you've only converted 1/1000th of your true qi into yuan qi, right? You haven't even consolidated your cultivation base, and you dare to jump out. You're truly an ignorant person. Although there would not be any bottlenecks in the whole process from the successful foundation establishment to the complete transformation of true Qi into primordial Qi, it was still quite time-consuming. This was because this transformation could only be completed slowly with solid cultivation, and it was a test of patience. It took Luo Qingfeng 3 years to completely convert the vital energy in his body into vital energy. It had only been a few minutes since Xia Ruofei broke through. Luo Qingfeng felt that he had overestimated Xia Ruofei by saying that it was 1 in 1,000. Ah? 1 in 1,000? Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then said weakly, I don't think I have so little. It should have been converted to about 10%. Pfft, Luo Qingfeng felt like he was about to vomit blood. 10%? What? Luo Qingfeng was in disbelief. Are you sure you're not exaggerating? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, what's there to exaggerate? It's only 10%. It's already very embarrassing, okay? If I wanted to exaggerate a little, I wouldn't say such a low number. You should at least say 70 to 80%. Although Qingfeng Luo did not know what low meant, he could more or less guess it from the context. At least, he could confirm that it was not a good word. 10% and it's still missing? Then how can you let me, who can only convert 1,000th of a favor every day, bear it? Luo Qingfeng thought to himself. Was there really such a huge difference between people? Luo Qingfeng was speechless. Luo Qingfeng, who had recovered from the shock, returned to his cold expression. He snorted and said, so what if it's 10%? I will let you truly experience the gap between you and a real Oris core stage cultivator. After saying that, Luo Qingfeng did not say anything more. Instead, he took the initiative to attack Xia Ruofei. Luo Qingfeng could already feel that things were getting out of his control. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. He felt that it was necessary for him to take the initiative of the situation. As long as he could get rid of Xia Ruofei, he would naturally have the initiative. Luo Qingfeng's speed was extremely fast, and he had rich combat experience, but Xia Ruofei did not panic. He was not trying to act dumb or cute just now. In fact, he had already used his spiritual power to communicate with the core array disk and adjusted all the intact formations of the Taishu Xianqing formation to his surroundings. However, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to activate the formation. He had made a breakthrough in his cultivation, but he had never really fought a golden core cultivator like Qingfeng Luo. He wanted to see how much his strength had improved and how big the gap was between him and Qingfeng Luo. Therefore, when Luo Qingfeng closed in on him, Xia Ruofei did not retreat. Luo Qingfeng appeared in front of Xia Ruofei in the blink of an eye. His palm struck toward Xia Ruofei's face with a cold wind. The qi in his body was flowing as if it had sealed off all of Xia Ruofei's escape routes. It was obvious that it was a very advanced martial art technique. Xia Ruofei took a deep breath and moved his feet at will. He dodged casually and easily avoided Luo Qingfeng's attack. Floating steps. This was the first time that Xia Ruofei had used the floating steps in a battle. He had already practiced this movement technique to an extremely proficient level when he was breaking through the array. Before Luo Qingfeng's attack arrived, he had subconsciously used this movement technique. Luo Qingfeng was slightly stunned. He did not expect Xia Ruofei's movement technique to be so profound. However, he didn't stop. He took advantage of the situation and kicked to the side. He wanted to attack Xia Ruofei before he could steady himself. However, Xia Ruofei seemed to have anticipated his next move. He still easily dodged and appeared behind him. His movement was so fast and his trajectory was so mysterious that even Luo Qingfeng could not see any traces of it. It was as if it was natural. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not be passively beaten up. He now occupied an advantageous attacking position, so he punched Luo Qingfeng's back without hesitation. Luo Qingfeng was also very observant. He tilted his body slightly and extended his forearm to accurately block Xia Ruofei's powerful punch. Xia Ruofei suddenly felt a strong rebound force. He could not help but take 5 or 6 steps back before he could stabilize himself. His fist was in pain as if the bones in his fingers had been cracked. Xia Ruofei could not help but sigh. He knew that although he had broken through, the conversion rate of his vital energy to vital qi was still too low. He was still lacking when it came to a direct confrontation with a golden core cultivator like Luo Qingfeng. What Xia Ruofei did not know was that Luo Qingfeng's shock could not be any greater. In the first head-on collision just now, Luo Qingfeng had thought that even if Xia Ruofei was not bragging and had really transformed 10% of his genuine qi into primordial qi, he would not be able to fight him head-on. He had just injected primordial qi into his forearm. Even if Xia Ruofei had taken the initiative to attack and he had only blocked it, Xia Ruofei would have been sent flying under normal circumstances. Even if the bones of that fist were not broken, it would at least cause a fracture. At the very least, it should have made Xia Ruofei's fist red and swollen. Although Xia Ruofei took a few steps back and his fist seemed to hurt from the impact, that was all. After shaking his fist, he seemed to be fine again. Was this really just 10% of his true qi? Luo Qingfeng was speechless. He felt that even if Xia Ruofei's genuine qi had been converted into primordial qi, his body could not be so strong. It should be known that not only had all of his true qi been transformed into primordial qi, but the most important thing was that the embryonic form of the golden core had already been formed in his dantian. The formation of this vortex would also increase the strength of the cultivator by several times, because this marked the official entry into the golden core stage. Even the level of life had evolved. Luo Qingfeng naturally did not know that Xia Ruofei's great Dao arts was of a much higher level than his own. The vital qi produced by the two was also of a completely different level. In addition, Xia Ruofei had been practicing the little golden man's body tempering movements all this while. The strength of his body was not inferior to that of the other golden core cultivators. Seeing that close-range attacks were ineffective, Qingfeng Luo immediately changed his strategy. Xia Ruofei also felt an extremely dangerous aura. He did not hesitate to activate his floating steps to the maximum. The next moment, he felt a cold light almost brushing past his waist. He could clearly feel the biting cold aura through his clothes. Xia Ruofei was furious. An Aura's core stage cultivator was using a flying sword against a cultivator who had just broken through to the foundation stage? Furthermore, he had even launched a sneak attack. He had simply lost all the face of an Aura's core stage cultivator. You have a flying sword, do you think I don't? Xia Ruofei did not hesitate. With a slight thought, the blue travel immortal sword that had been nourishing in his dantian flew out and accurately hit Meteor Sword, who had just made a wrong move and was about to change its direction to attack again. 27:45 No way to escape. 1. Ding. Ding. In a flash, the two flying swords collided. Luo Qingfeng's meteor sword was sent flying, but the blue travel immortal sword was not affected at all. Its momentum was only slightly reduced. And then it immediately drew a beautiful arc and quickly slashed toward Luo Qingfeng's neck. Luo Qingfeng's mind trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Didn't this young man just break through? How did he manage to nurture a flying sword in his dantian? Most importantly, his meteor sword was completely suppressed by his flying sword and was at a disadvantage. What did this mean? It meant that the other party's flying sword was of a much higher grade than his, and at the same time, the other party's mental power cultivation was at least not weaker than his, and might even be stronger than his. These two conditions were indispensable. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve the effect of sending meteor sword flying with a single collision. For the first time, Luo Qingfeng felt a trace of fear. The person opposite him was definitely a super genius. Perhaps Luo Qingfeng was confident that he would not be at a disadvantage if he were to face Xia Ruofei head-on. However, he also knew that it would be extremely difficult to kill Xia Ruofei. Most importantly, he couldn't afford to offend such a super genius, because only those reclusive superpowers could cultivate such a genius. Each of these forces could shake the cultivation world with a stomp of their feet. Moreover, since they dared to allow such a super genius to roam the world on his own, how could they not have given him a trump card? In just a short while, the other party had mysteriously disappeared on the spot, and now a flying sword of such a high grade had appeared. All of these had already been exposed, so what trump card could it be that had not been revealed? At this moment, the blue travel immortal sword had already taken the initiative to attack him, so he didn't have time to think. Luo Qingfeng dodged subconsciously and tried to regain control of his meteor sword. Initially, he did not think much of Xia Ruofei's attack. After all, no matter how much of a genius Xia Ruofei was, he was only a cultivator who had just broken through to the foundation stage. Even if his spiritual power cultivation was relatively strong, he did not think that he was that skilled in controlling the flying sword. To Luo Qingfeng's surprise, Xia Ruofei's flying sword attack was very fierce, and its attack trajectory was quite strange. It seemed to have calculated the direction he was going to dodge in. It actually changed its direction agilely in the air and waited in front of him. If it was not for Luo Qingfeng's quick reaction, he might have crashed into it. If such a thing really happened, Qingfeng Luo felt that he should just knock himself to death with a piece of tofu. How could a dignified Oris core stage cultivator knock himself against the flying sword of a young man who had just broken through? Luo Qingfeng stopped in time and immediately used the Star Caesar sex movement technique, trying to find a breakthrough point in the sword curtain and attack Xia Ruofei directly. However, Xia Ruofei's flying sword seemed to have a mind of its own and did not reveal any flaws at all. On the other hand, Luo Qingfeng seemed to be in a sorry state under such an attack. He could not even divert his attention to control his own meteor sword. Luo Qingfeng could not help but feel fear, and for the first time, the thought of running away emerged in his mind. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei was overjoyed. He was performing the gentleman's sword, which did not have a nice name. This sword technique had to be used with a flying sword. This was Xia Ruofei's first time using the noble sword in actual combat. He did not expect the effect to be so good. Even Luo Qingfeng was a little flustered when dealing with it. Xia Ruofei's spirit was lifted, and he continued to control the blue travel immortal sword. He did not care how Luo Qingfeng dodged, and directly executed each move according to the gentleman's sword. He did not expect the effect to be so good. Luo Qingfeng was completely at a disadvantage, and there were even a few times when he almost injured him. Luo Qingfeng's face grew uglier and uglier. Finally, he could not hold it in any longer. After barely dodging a fierce attack from the blue travel immortal sword, he turned his hand and took out a talisman from his storage ring. This talisman looked very simple and unadorned. The pale yellow talisman had complex dark red patterns drawn on it, and it actually emitted a faint golden light in the night. Luo Qingfeng's heart ached, but he did not hesitate and threw the talisman at the blue travel immortal sword. This seemingly light talisman seemed to have a huge weight. After being thrown out, it was very fast, and even made a sound of breaking the air. Xia Ruofei controlled the blue travel immortal sword and changed its move, bypassing the talisman just in time. He was about to continue his fierce attack on Luo Qingfeng. However, something that surprised Xia Ruofei happened. The talisman seemed to have a spirit of its own. It also changed its direction in the air, increasing its speed instead of decreasing, and continued to fly toward the blue travel immortal sword. Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned, but the talisman had already caught up with the blue travel immortal sword. Boom! The talisman exploded with a loud noise. A shock wave visible to the naked eye shook the blue immortal sword away and temporarily cut off the spiritual connection between Xia Ruofei and the blue immortal sword. The blue travel immortal sword flew askew for a distance before falling down. Before Xia Ruofei could regain control of the flying sword, Luo Qingfeng had decisively used the shock wave from the talisman explosion to leap forward. Then, he exerted force on his feet and quickly fled into the distance. 2746, no way to escape. 2. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't think that he could actually force an Oris core stage cultivator to run away. Furthermore, he didn't even use the power of the array. It was a direct confrontation. This confrontation had greatly boosted Xia Ruofei's confidence. Seeing that Luo Qingfeng had escaped dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye, Xia Ruofei was not in a hurry to give chase. He calmly looked in the direction that Luo Qingfeng had escaped in, then released his spiritual power to establish a connection with the core array disk not far away. Several arrays that had been set up in place were activated at the same time, and Luo Qingfeng was enveloped in an instant. Qingfeng Luo did not even take his flying sword. He immediately fled in the direction of the island. He was really frightened. He had clearly felt the threat just now. He knew that if he continued to stay here, his life would definitely be in danger. Although he had escaped dozens of meters away in the blink of an eye, Qingfeng Luo did not dare to relax. He increased his speed and maintained a high level of vigilance. Sure enough, he only felt his eyes blur, and then the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Originally, he was under the night sky with a bright moon and few stars. And the sea in the distance could be vaguely seen. However, in the blink of an eye, Luo Qingfeng found himself in a valley with bright sunlight, chirping birds, and fragrant flowers. There were a few white clouds floating in the sky, and his nose could vaguely smell the fragrance of grass. It was as if he had suddenly been teleported to another time zone, and he was instantly in a picturesque paradise on Earth. Although the environment here was beautiful and made people involuntarily relax, Luo Qingfeng did not feel the slightest bit of satisfaction. On the contrary, his expression became even uglier. He knew very well that he must have barged into an illusory formation, and everything in front of him was just an illusion to confuse him. However, the most terrifying thing was that even though he was the #1 formation master of the Star Caesar sect, he could not see any trace of a formation in his surroundings. Everything was so natural and filled with the aura of nature. The feeling of the breeze brushing against his skin was no different from reality. There were also the grass swaying gently in the wind, the butterflies dancing in the wildflowers, and the birds leaving traces of their wings in the sky. Qingfeng Luo looked around nervously. He knew that the more peaceful the environment was, the more dangerous it was. Now, he had basically used up all his trump cards. Whether it was the bead that he had used to break the array or the talisman that he had just used to get rid of the attack of the flying sword, they were all treasures that Luo Qingfeng had kept for many years to save his life. These were all one-time use items, and would be gone once they were used. Moreover, his meteor flying sword had been abandoned at the place where he had fought with Xia Ruofei. It could be said that Luo Qingfeng's strength had been greatly reduced after using these trump cards. Luo Qingfeng was like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. All the vital qi in his body circulated, and he was constantly in a state of high alert. At the same time, he flipped his hand and took out the only magic treasure that might still be of some use, the misty void exploration mirror. This magic treasure could see through all illusions, so it should be effective in dealing with maze and illusionary formations. Luo Qingfeng activated the void exploration mirror and aimed it in the direction he had come from. He was most worried that Xia Ruofei would catch up to him and he would not be aware of it. Therefore, after using the void exploration mirror, he first observed the situation behind him. Unbeknownst to him, he had actually stepped into a bewildering formation just now. He thought that he was running in a straight line, but in reality, he had already circled around the same spot a few times, and his direction had deviated by an unknown distance. Moreover, the effect of the void exploration mirror on this illusory formation did not seem to be as good as Luo Qingfeng had imagined. Although the mirror didn't show the scenery of this paradise, it was dark and shrouded in a layer of mist, so it couldn't be seen clearly. Luo Qingfeng's eyes widened as he stared at the surface of the void exploration mirror and shifted his position bit by bit. He hoped to use the limited information he had to try his best to confirm the location. It would be best if he could find a loophole in the formation. Luo Qingfeng knew very well that the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. He hated Jing Yongshou and Wang Boshan to the core. Of course, he hated Xia Ruofei the most. But he didn't know Xia Ruofei's name yet. While staring at the void exploration mirror, Luo Qingfeng said in his heart, "As long as I can get out of this, I will definitely spread the news of this Taishu Xianqing formation in the cultivation world so that you will never have a peaceful day." He knew that with the Star Caesar sect's current strength, it would be very difficult for them to forcefully take the Peach Blossom Island. This time, not only did he not get anything, he even used his life-saving trump card. Now, he was even trapped in the array. He really tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. Since he could not get it, he would not let the other party have an easy time. This was Luo Qingfeng's current mentality. Luo Qingfeng was staring at the void exploration mirror when suddenly, he saw a dazzling bright spot on the surface of the mirror. Just as he was about to examine it carefully, he suddenly felt a huge warning in his heart. Luo Qingfeng's heart tightened, and he subconsciously rolled to the side. With a flash of cold light, the blue travel immortal sword seemed to appear out of thin air and cut directly at the place where he had just been standing. Then it disappeared immediately, as if it had never appeared. Luo Qingfeng's heart was beating wildly. He now realized that the dazzling light on the void exploration mirror was actually the sword ray produced by the blue immortal sword. If the void exploration mirror had not been aimed in that direction, he might have been seriously injured by now. 2747 No way to escape. 3. As soon as he thought of the void exploration mirror, Luo Qingfeng realized that he had been too focused on avoiding the danger and had accidentally thrown the void exploration mirror away. He quickly turned around to look for it, but where could he find it? The void exploration mirror disappeared just like the blue immortal sword. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed drastically. He could not help but secretly regret that he had only been concerned with running for his life and did not hold on tightly to the void exploration mirror. One had to know that the void exploration mirror was already his most useful magic weapon in this situation, but he had actually thrown it away. Qingfeng Luo was very clear that everything in front of him was an illusion. It was impossible for the void exploration mirror to have fallen into the grass and not be found for a while, because the grass itself did not exist. Perhaps the void exploration mirror was still on the ground, but he could not see it. And the possibility of this happening was extremely small. Xia Ruofei must be hiding somewhere nearby. He probably had already taken this magic treasure away the moment the void exploration mirror fell. After losing the void exploration mirror, Luo Qingfeng, who was in the illusion, looked even more like a blind man. He knew that everything in front of him was just an illusion, but he just couldn't find the way out. Luo Qingfeng's face was twisted as he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't believe that this formation is indestructible. Even if I have to smash it, I'll smash a way out." After saying that, he really did take out a sledgehammer from his storage ring. The hammer was not an ordinary hammer. It was made of many precious ores. It was the most precious weapon in Qingfeng Luo's hand, besides meteor sword. He raised the sledgehammer high up in the air, then poured his vital qi into it and smashed it down on the ground. The ground trembled slightly, and the soil was sent flying. However, in the blink of an eye, the hole in the ground was restored to normal. The valley was still the valley, and the butterflies in the distance were still dancing, as if they were laughing at his overestimation of his ability. Luo Qingfeng's face was livid, and he did not hold back at all. He swung the hammer again and again. This was destined to be a futile effort. The speed at which the ground recovered was even faster than the speed at which he smashed it. At this moment, Xia Ruofei's voice was heard in Luo Qingfeng's ear. "Sect leader. Luo, I'll give you two choices now. Surrender or die." Luo Qingfeng gritted his teeth and roared, "You want me to submit to you? You're just a kid who hasn't even reached the golden core stage? In your dreams." After he finished speaking, he swung the sledgehammer and slammed it down on the ground. Xia Ruofei sneered and said, "Since you're so stubborn, then don't blame me for being ruthless." After that, Xia Ruofei did not make any more sound. The surroundings seemed to have returned to peace. However, the more it was like this, the more uneasy Luo Qingfeng felt. Sure enough, after a short while, the blue travel immortal sword appeared behind him silently. Then, it suddenly accelerated and stabbed at Luo Qingfeng's back. Luo Qingfeng had been on high alert for a long time. When the blue travel Immortal sword began to accelerate. He immediately made a half-turn and lowered his center of gravity, then slashed forward. However, the distance was too close, and the blue travel immortal sword was extremely fast, so Luo Qingfeng could not completely dodge it. In the end, the blue travel immortal sword streaked across his arm and disappeared into the void again. A string of blood flew up. Luo Qingfeng groaned in pain and covered the wound on his arm with his hand. This was the first time he had been injured and bled since he was trapped in the formation. This is just a small lesson. If you're still stubborn, it won't be as simple as a cut on your arm next time. Xia Ruofei's calm voice was heard. Kill me if you can. Luo Qingfeng growled in a low voice, as long as I don't return to the sect safely, the news of a natural array on this island will immediately spread to the entire cultivation world. I'd like to see how you deal with the endless troubles. 2748 Success 1. It seems that you still have some illusions. Are you trying to trick me? Xia Ruofei sneered. The natural array on Peach Blossom Island is so important, and you never thought that Jing Yongshou and Wang Bosan would betray you. Would you leave a backup plan? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? While Luo Qingfeng was trapped, Xia Ruofei had already brought Jing Yongshou to his side and asked him about the entire process of his return to the Star Caesar sect. Hence, Xia Ruofei naturally knew that Luo Qingfeng had not taken any precautions to prevent the news from being leaked. He had quietly left the sect with Jing Yongshou. Even now, the people of the Star Caesar sect still thought that their sect master was in seclusion. Luo Qingfeng's face was livid. Without a word, he continued to swing the big hammer around. He could only try his luck now. If he hit a note of the formation, he might still have a chance of survival. Besides, there was no need to hold back anymore. If they couldn't escape from this illusory formation, what was the point of leaving so much vital qi? Xia Ruofei did not say anything more. He just quietly watched Luo Qingfeng's meaningless attempt. What happened next was a nightmare for Luo Qingfeng. No matter how he tried, he could not break the illusion. Not only that, but what drove him crazy was that the blue travel immortal sword that Xia Ruofei was controlling would often appear in his blind spot without a sound and then suddenly accelerate to stab him without any warning. This method was a bit cheap, but the effect was surprisingly good. Qingfeng Luo did not have such a fast reaction speed. In a short time, he had 6 or 7 wounds on his body. His clothes were also stained red with blood. And he looked like a bloody gourd. Of course, Xia Ruofei did not want to kill Luo Qingfeng so easily. After all, the best outcome would be to use the soul seal to control Luo Qingfeng. Otherwise, if Luo Qingfeng went missing, the Star Caesar sect would definitely notice that something was wrong, because Luo Qingfeng had gone out with Jing Yongshou. Although Luo Qingfeng claimed that he was in seclusion, Jing Yongshou had also disappeared at the same time. Once the investigation was carried out, it would naturally lead to the Stars Corporation controlled by Wang Bosan. If he could use the soul seal to control Luo Qingfeng, everything would be normal. Furthermore, Xia Ruofei would be indirectly controlling a cultivation sect. Therefore, Xia Ruofei's attacks did not target Luo Qingfeng's vital parts. Luo Qingfeng's injuries were mostly superficial. He had lost a lot of blood, and his clothes were covered in blood. It looked scary, but it was not fatal. Another sword came, leaving a bloody wound on Luo Qingfeng's right arm. Luo Qingfeng felt like his spirit was about to collapse. At the same time, he had used up more than half of the yuan qi in his dantian by smashing his body with all his might. Even the cyclone of his embryonic golden core had become a little thin. Luo Qingfeng was gasping for air. He ran and dodged in vain in this illusion, and his heart had already sunk to the bottom. He knew that he was doomed today. Xia Ruofei controlled the array and the blue travel immortal sword to launch countless sneak attacks on Luo Qingfeng like a cat catching a mouse. The whole process lasted for more than an hour and successfully tortured Luo Qingfeng's body and mind to the limit. It was impossible for Qingfeng Luo to be on high alert all the time. He was like a rubber band. If he kept it tight, it would eventually lose its elasticity. If he was too tight, it might even break. Just as his mind was a little careless, the blue travel immortal sword once again appeared silently on his left side. Then, it accelerated to the extreme and slashed toward his neck. By the time Luo Qingfeng came back to his senses, the blue travel immortal sword was already very close to him, and it was too late for him to dodge. Luo Qingfeng could not help but close his eyes in despair, waiting for the final moment to arrive. He could even feel the cold sensation of the sharp edge of the flying sword touching his neck. After waiting for a while, Luo Qingfeng did not feel any pain. He could not help but open his eyes. It was only then that Luo Qingfeng realized that the blue travel immortal sword had stopped when it touched his neck. It was now floating behind him with the blade pressed against his carotid artery. Luo Qingfeng was so scared that he did not dare to move. Then, he saw Xia Ruofei smiling as he appeared 5 to 6 meters away from him. Xia Ruofei's smile was very gentle, but to Luo Qingfeng, it was like a demon's smile. It made his hair stand on end. Today, Luo Qingfeng had been completely defeated. He was an early-stage golden core cultivator, but he could not even fight back against a young man who had just completed the foundation establishment stage. It was really embarrassing. Xia Ruofei had a faint smile on his face. Luo Qingfeng, how do you feel now? Luo Qingfeng snorted and closed his eyes. Then he said, winner takes all, I have nothing to say. I only hope that you can give me a quick death. Luo Qingfeng had no intention of running away. No matter how fast he was, he could not be faster than a thought. Now, Xia Ruofei only needed a thought, and the blue travel immortal sword could easily cut off his head. Moreover, he was physically and mentally exhausted and had no more strength to escape. Out of careful consideration, Xia Ruofei still maintained a relatively safe distance from Luo Qingfeng. He stood in place and said, with a smile, do you want to die so badly? You've cultivated for over 100 years to get to where you are today. Don't you have any feelings for this world? 2749, successful. 2. Luo Qingfeng closed his eyes and raised his head slightly without saying a word. How could he not be reluctant to leave this world? Even ants covet their lives, let alone humans. After he broke through to the Aurus core stage, he had a place in the current cultivation world. Furthermore, he was in charge of a sect and had absolute authority in the Star Caesar sect. Living such a wonderful life if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't escape even after using all his means, how could he stay here and wait for death? Seeing that Luo Qingfeng did not speak, Xia Ruofei's face darkened and he said, he's really unafraid of death. Is it so embarrassing to submit to me? You'd rather lose your precious life than work for me? Luo Qingfeng suddenly opened his eyes and asked, submit to you? Would you be at ease letting me leave the formation? Rather than becoming your Prisoner and struggling on whilst at death's door, I'd rather die. Haha. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, if that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, he had a thought. Luo Qingfeng immediately felt the blue travel immortal sword in front of his neck tremble slightly, as if it was about to cut down. At that moment, even though Luo Qingfeng thought that he had already seen through life and death, he could not help but be scared out of his wits. There was great terror between life and death. Luo Qingfeng could clearly feel Xia Ruofei's killing intent. At that moment, he felt that he was so close to death. He could not help but shout, wait. Wait. A minute. A mocking smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. Under his control, the blue travel immortal sword settled down. Again. Luo Qingfeng could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. You have any last words? Xia Ruofei asked indifferently. Luo Qingfeng took a deep breath and asked, as long as I submit to you, you will not kill me? Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, of course. Why else would I waste so much time talking to you? Don't forget. Your life and death are in my hands. Luo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment before he looked up at Xia Ruofei and said, good. I can submit to you. I only hope that you will keep your word. Let me go. First. Luo Qingfeng was still fantasizing. He guessed that Xia Ruofei might have wanted to ask for information or something from him, which was why he had spent so much time and effort. He might as well go with the flow and pretend to be a snake to save his life first. If he could find a good opportunity, he might be able to reverse the whole situation. After all, Luo Qingfeng's actual cultivation was much higher than Xia Ruofei's. Without the constraints of the array and a sudden sneak attack at the same time, Luo Qingfeng felt that his chances of success were quite high. Xia Ruofei seemed to have seen through Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. He sneered and said, Luo Qingfeng, what are you thinking? Do you really think you'll submit just because you say so? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Luo Qingfeng could not help but feel angry from embarrassment. He asked, since you don't trust me, why waste your breath? Since I said I want you to submit, I have my own way. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. After saying that, he moved his mind, and an extremely complicated mark made up of spiritual power appeared in front of him. Xia Ruofei said coldly, Luo Qingfeng, this is your only chance. The choice is up to you. Now, completely open up your sea of consciousness and don't resist, or you can choose to die immediately. The complicated mark was the child mark of the soul mark. It was the last child mark that Xia Ruofei had condensed. When the child seal of the soul seal appeared, Luo Qingfeng's face turned pale. He was only 5 to 6 meters away from Xia Ruofei. At such a close distance, the moment the child seal appeared, he could already feel a terrifying aura. Especially when he looked at the child seal, he felt as if his soul would be sucked in. Luo Qingfeng was filled with fear toward the child seal of the soul seal. He had already vaguely guessed the use of this seal. Under Xia Ruofei's control, the child seal slowly floated toward Luo Qingfeng. Xia Ruofei also said indifferently, Luo Qingfeng, you'd better not try to destroy this imprint. Also, don't deliberately reject it in your spiritual sea. Otherwise, if you damage the imprint, you'll be dead too. I don't mind telling you that it takes a lot of time and energy to form a mark like this. If it's damaged because you don't cooperate, I won't try to form it again. I can't guarantee that you won't really submit, so I can only kill you. So. You'd better not have any other thoughts, and at the same time, pray that I succeed. After saying this, Xia Ruofei's tone softened a little. You don't have to be too pessimistic. This thing is just to prevent you from having disloyalty towards me. It won't make you lose your self-consciousness, and I won't use it to force you to do something against justice. In truth, submitting to me is also an opportunity for you. In the current cultivation environment, it's already extremely difficult for someone at your level to make progress. The cultivation resources I have here are beyond your imagination. Let's not talk about other things. You saw the spirit crystal that Jing Yongshou brought back for you, right? I still have a lot of intact spirit crystals. As long as you perform well, it's not impossible to give you one or two. Moreover, I have also mastered the Great Void. Clear sky formation. I don't think I need to explain the cultivation environment of this paradise island in the future. Right? Initially, Luo Qingfeng had wanted to resist and secretly destroy the mark. However, after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Xia Ruofei's next words were full of enchantment, and even Luo Qingfeng could not help but be tempted. Finally, a bitter smile appeared on Luo Qingfeng's face. He had finally given up on that last fantasy. Seeing Luo Qingfeng's expression, Xia Ruofei asked lightly, I'm sure you've already thought it through. Luo Qingfeng let out a long sigh and nodded silently. Xia Ruofei's mind moved slightly, and the soul imprint that was slowly floating toward Luo Qingfeng suddenly sped up by several times. It flashed like a meteor and directly sank into Luo Qingfeng's forehead. Sure enough, Luo Qingfeng did not resist at all. He completely let go of his sea of consciousness, and the soul seal entered his sea of consciousness without any hindrance. Qingfeng Luo's spiritual power had also reached the spirit-gathering realm, and his sea of consciousness was much wider than Jing Yongshou, Wang Boshan, and Lu Qingfeng. There was no need to mention an ordinary person like Bainaladi. Compared to Qingfeng Luo's sea of consciousness, Bainaladi's sea of consciousness was simply a small puddle. As Luo Qingfeng had completely given up on resisting, the child seal of the soul seal easily found its position in his spiritual ocean and successfully imprinted itself on it. When Xia Ruofei felt the spiritual connection with the child seal, he finally heaved a long sigh of relief. He knew that the soul seal had completely merged with Luo Qingfeng's consciousness. Even if Luo Qingfeng's spiritual power cultivation had reached the spirit-gathering realm, there was no way he could remove it. If he tried it by force, there was a high probability that it would cause permanent damage to his sea of consciousness, or even directly die. Furthermore, after leaving the soul seal, Luo Qingfeng would not resist him at all, nor would he try to remove the soul seal. Sure enough, after planting the soul seal, a complicated look appeared on Luo Qingfeng's face. The hostility in his eyes when he looked at Xia Ruofei had completely disappeared. In its place was absolute submission from the depths of his soul. With a thought from Xia Ruofei, the blue travel immortal sword flew back to his dantian. On the other hand, Luo Qingfeng knelt on one knee and cupped his fists at Xia Ruofei respectfully. Master, this subordinate has offended you. Please punish me, Master. 2750 Settle accounts after autumn. 1. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Get up and talk. We were enemies before, so how could I blame you? I can't do anything about it. The natural formation on the Peach Blossom Island is too important, so I can only control everyone who knows this secret. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be if the news is leaked. In fact, Xia Ruofei did not need to explain to Luo Qingfeng at all. Under the control of the soul seal, Luo Qingfeng would never have any disloyalty or resentment. However, Luo Qingfeng was a cultivator in the golden core stage after all. He was the cultivator with the highest cultivation level that Xia Ruofei had subdued since he stepped onto the path of cultivation. Therefore, he planned to train Luo Qingfeng to be his right-hand man. Naturally, he should be honest with him. After all, the environment of the cultivation world on Earth was deteriorating. It was not easy to reach Luo Qingfeng's level. Furthermore, now that the soul seal had been planted, there was no need to worry about Luo Qingfeng's loyalty. Thus, he had to maximize his use. Yes. Luo Qingfeng quickly replied. I understand. Although he was controlled by the soul seal and subservient to Xia Ruofei, he did not lose his self-consciousness. Hence, he was very nervous. After all, he had attacked Xia Ruofei without holding back and almost destroyed his breakthrough. If Xia Ruofei held a grudge against him, he would be completely under Xia Ruofei's control. He did not know how he would be tortured. After listening to Xia Ruofei's words, Luo Qingfeng's anxious heart was finally at ease. At the same time, because of the soul seal, Xia Ruofei's gentle attitude had moved him from the bottom of his heart. Xia Ruofei then asked the question that he was most concerned about, apart from you, Jing Yongshou, and Wang Bashan, have you told anyone else about the news of the natural formation on the Peach Blossom Island? Master, Luo Qingfeng replied, I've always treated this as a top secret and have not told anyone. I've also strictly ordered Jing Yongshou and Wang Bashan not to disclose a word to anyone. This time I came out in the name of closed-door cultivation. No one else in the sect knows my whereabouts, so please rest assured, Master. Other than the few of us, no one else knows about this. When Luo Qingfeng heard Xia Ruofei's question, he could already confirm that Jing Yongshou and Wang Bashan were most likely controlled by Xia Ruofei in the same way. Xia Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. Ever since he had taken over the Peach Blossom Island and learned that there was another power watching this place, his heart had been hanging in the air. The Star Caesar sect was like a shadow that he could not get rid of, causing him to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. After all, no matter how strong a person was, he was still very small in the face of a cultivation sect. Even if the Star Caesar sect was not a top-tier sect and Xia Ruofei was not weak, he would still be a small fry. Now that things had developed to this point, he could finally confirm that the crisis of the Paradise Island had been resolved. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Let's go. Let's leave this place first. With a thought, Luo Qingfeng immediately felt the environment change. The illusion had disappeared. He suddenly realized that he had been running around in circles the whole time, and he was still not far from the cement house. Luo Qingfeng felt that he could not blame himself for losing. In fact, even without the help of the Great Formation, Xia Ruofei's superb swordsmanship and fine control of the flying sword would not be at a disadvantage even if he were to fight him head-on. In addition, with the effect of the soul seal, Luo Qingfeng had long admired Xia Ruofei. He suddenly thought of something and quickly took out the precious spiritual crystal from his storage ring. He presented it to Xia Ruofei with both hands and said respectfully, Master, these are your spirit crystals. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, You can keep it. Consider it my gift to you. I've said it before, if you follow me in the future, it won't be worse than you being the sect leader. At least in terms of cultivation resources, it's something you didn't even dare to think about before. Then, Xia Ruofei changed the topic and said, but of course, you'll have to continue being the sect master. The Star Caesar sect must be firmly controlled by us. Even though the Star Caesar sect's strength was not the best in the cultivation world, the power of a sect was still considerable. Now that Xia Ruofei had fully fulfilled this condition, he naturally would not reject a gift that had been delivered to his door. If this power was used well, it might play a key role in the future. Upon hearing this, Luo Qingfeng said gratefully, "Thank you, Master, for your generosity. This subordinate will do his best to serve Master." Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "I don't have the habit of sacrificing my subordinates, and I won't throw you out for no reason. Of course, the premise is that you can carry out my orders without any discount." Yes. This subordinate will definitely remember this. Luo Qingfeng felt warm in his heart as he lowered his head and said. This time, the crisis had been successfully overcome. Xia Ruofei did not stop the operation of the Taishu Xianqing formation. The Great Swanee formation needed time to gather spiritual energy. Only after a period of continuous operation would the cultivation environment of the Paradise Island reach the standard of a cultivation paradise. Without the Star Caesar sect, the greatest threat, and with Peach Source Island being located in the depths of the South Pacific Ocean, it was almost impossible for cultivators to set foot in this area. Therefore, the formation could naturally be maintained. 2751 Settling accounts after autumn. 2. As Xia Ruofei led Jingyongshu forward, he said, "Don't stay on Peach Source Island for too long, in case the sect becomes unstable. After a day of rest, you can return to the Star Caesar sect. If there's anything, I'll contact you immediately. You just need to act as usual." "Yes, Master." "Yes." Luo Qingfeng replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei glanced at Luo Qingfeng and said, "As the sect leader, you still need to strengthen the management of the sect. I don't want the Star Caesar sect to become a place to hide filth and accept filth. I've only taken in 3 of your subordinates. Jingyongshu once plotted against his senior brother for a treasure, and Wang Boshan even raped an innocent girl and caused her death for his own desire. Who are these people?" After Xia Ruofei had subdued Wang Boshan and Jingyongshu, he had asked them what they had experienced in the illusory formation and why they were so frightened. Wang Boshan and Jingyongshu didn't dare to hide anything from Xia Ruofei's inquiry. They told him everything. After Xia Ruofei heard it, he felt that his 3 views had been subverted. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng could not help but look a little embarrassed. He quickly said, "Yes, Master, this subordinate had indeed only cared about his own cultivation in the past and neglected the management of the sect. I will definitely correct it in the future." "Then, how should we deal with Wang Boshan and Jingyongshu? If they did not have a relationship with Xia Ruofei, and Wang Boshan and Jingyongshu were just ordinary disciples of the Star Caesar sect, Luo Qingfeng would have disposed of them without hesitation just based on the evil deeds that Xia Ruofei had pointed out. However, their identities were different now. Strictly speaking, they were the same as Luo Qingfeng. They were both Xia Ruofei's private assets. Luo Qingfeng would definitely not dare to make his own decision. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Let's put Jingyongshu's matter aside for now. I know that in the cultivation world, the weak are prey to the strong, especially in the recent years when there is a severe shortage of cultivation resources. I'm afraid that there are many similar phenomena like him, right? The cultivation world is short of resources, Luo Qingfeng said. Awkwardly. Many people will do whatever it takes to fight for resources. There are even times when senior brothers and disciples turn against each other. But such incidents are rare within the Star Caesar sect. At this point, Luo Qingfeng felt that he did not have much confidence, so he quickly added, at least, it's rare to see someone reporting to me. Xia Ruofei pouted and said, it's probably because you're a sect leader who doesn't care about the outside world. Or perhaps they are too lazy to care about many things. This subordinate is lazy, I will definitely correct it. In the future, Luo Qingfeng said with his head lowered. Let's leave Jing Yongshou's matter aside for now. After all, he didn't harm society. Xia Ruofei said, and then his eyes turned cold. However, Wang Bashan's actions have crossed my bottom line. Quickly deal with him. Yes, Master, Luo Qingfeng said without hesitation. As long as he had Xia Ruofei's instructions, Luo Qingfeng would naturally not feel any psychological pressure when he carried them out. As for Wang Bashan's life and death, he did not care at all. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, Wang Bashan is still in charge of some of the Star Caesar sect's assets in the secular world, right? You have to first find a disciple to replace him. This person not only has to be absolutely reliable, but also has to have a good understanding of the secular world and a certain level of business talent. And as far as I know, Stars Corporation is not a small company. We must take this into account when dealing with Wang Bashan and can't cause too much of a stir. Hearing this, Luo Qingfeng could not help but look troubled and said, Master, why don't we just get rid of him? These worldly possessions are not worth mentioning, silly. Xia Ruofei said mercilessly, is this just a matter of money? Why did you set up such a point of contact in the secular world? Was it to earn money? Stars Corporation has finally grown, how can we give it up so easily? Yes, Master, I was short-sighted. Master, there's a disciple in the sect that you can absolutely trust, Qingfeng Luo said hurriedly. He usually also takes on the job of purchasing and has more contact with the secular world. But in terms of business, you can learn if you don't understand. Xia Ruofei said, let him learn from Wang Bashan. Just say that you want to transfer Wang Bashan back to the sect and let this disciple take over his position. I will talk to Wang Bashan again and he will definitely do his best to teach that disciple of yours. He will definitely not dare to hold back. When the disciple you choose is able to control Stars Corporation, you can transfer Wang Bashan back to the sect. By then, wouldn't it be a matter of a word to deal with him? Qingfeng Luo's eyes lit up and he said, Master has a way. This subordinate has learned. After we go back, we'll make the necessary arrangements. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, punishing Wang Bashan is because his actions have crossed my bottom line. At the same time, it is also an explanation for the young girl who was humiliated to death. But I don't want to deal with it after the matter is over. After you return to the sect, you must strengthen the restrictions on the members. When necessary, catch a few classic examples and kill them as an example to others. In short, the general atmosphere must be strengthened. Xia Ruofei was a cultivator himself. In the current cultivation world, his cultivation was considered pretty good. Hence, he knew how much harm a cultivator could bring to society if he were to cause trouble. Since he had indirectly taken control of the Star Caesar sect, the first thing he had to do was to Restrain the people. Otherwise, if someone were to commit evil, he would be implicated as well. 2752 Settling accounts after autumn. 3. Master, Luo Qingfeng said quickly, I will remember this. I will manage it strictly when I return. I will not let you down. Xia Ruofei and Luo Qingfeng talked as they walked. Soon, they found Jing Yongshou, who was waiting at the same place. Jing Yongshou saw Luo Qingfeng following behind Xia Ruofei respectfully and knew that Xia Ruofei must have succeeded. He quickly walked up to her. Xia Ruofei had already set up a formation nearby, so there was no danger for Jing Yongshou to walk around. Master. Jing Yongshou first greeted Xia Ruofei respectfully, then looked at Luo Qingfeng awkwardly and called out unnaturally, Master. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, Yongshou, let bygones be bygones. We're all working for our master now, so we just have to do our part. Xia Ruofei also smiled and said, whatever happened between you two will remain the same in the future. I don't want this matter to affect your relationship. Qingfeng is right, we served our own masters before, but now we're all in the same pot, so don't hold any grudges. Yes, master. The two of them quickly said in unison. Xia Ruofei brought the two of them to the project department building. Wang Boshan was still waiting for news in the building. Of course, he did not know that Xia Ruofei had already sentenced him to death. Even if he knew, under the effect of the soul seal, he would still be willing to die. On the way, Xia Ruofei took out the satellite phone from the spirit map space and called Li Yifu, who was waiting in the open sea. He informed Li Yifu that the alarm had been lifted and that he should return to Paradise Island immediately. Li Yifu couldn't help but be overjoyed when he heard this, and he repeatedly cheered. Xia Ruofei brought Luo Qingfeng and Jing Yongshou back to the project department building. There was no one else on the island except for them. Xia Ruofei found a random reception room and called Luo Qingfeng and the other two over. He explained the next step to them. Just like what he had told Luo Qingfeng, he would arrange for Wang Boshan to return to the Star Caesar sect, and Luo Qingfeng would choose someone to take over his position. Wang Boshan would never disobey Xia Ruofei's orders. Besides, it was definitely better to return to the sect than to stay in the secular world. Therefore, Wang Boshan agreed with a smile and patted his chest to promise that he would teach the senior brother who would take over his position as soon as possible to smoothly hand over Star's corporation. As for Luo Qingfeng, he naturally returned to the Star Caesar sect to take charge. Jing Yongshou's array Dao was quite good, so Xia Ruofei chose to let him stay on Peach Blossom Island to help. The two of them naturally accepted the order with pleasure, especially Jing Yongshou, who felt that he had been valued by his master, and was so excited that his face turned red. Marshal. Granduncle. I'm back. Li Yifu's voice came from outside the door. Come in. Xia Ruofei laughed. Li Yifu pushed the door open and entered. He immediately looked at Luo Qingfeng. When he saw Luo Qingfeng standing respectfully in front of Xia Ruofei, he knew that this operation must have been a great success. When he thought about how even a golden core cultivator had become his grand uncle master's servant, which was equivalent to indirectly controlling a cultivation sect, Li Yifu couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Even though he was already in his 80s or 90s, his excitement was still evident in his words. 2753 The arrangement _1 Qingfeng Luo and Jing Yongshou both looked at Yifu Li, who was walking in from the door. It was Luo Qingfeng's first time meeting Li Yifu. Xia Ruofei said, Qing Feng, this is a junior, from my sect. His name is Li Fu. In the future, when I'm not around, you will listen to his commands. Li Fu was only a low-level cultivator at refined Qi level 4. Such a cultivation could only be ranked in the lower, middle range of the Star Caesar sect. In the past, Luo Qingfeng, who was a golden core cultivator, would not even look at him. However, it was different now. Xia Ruofei had personally ordered him to do something. How could Luo Qingfeng dare to slight him? Yes, master. Luo Qingfeng quickly replied. Xia Ruofei said, all right, it's already past midnight. You guys should rest. There are a lot of empty rooms here, Wang Boshan, go and arrange it. Yes. Master. Wang Boshan quickly replied. Xia Ruofei gestured to Li Fu, and he quickly followed Xia Ruofei. The two of them went to the luxurious suite that Xia Ruofei was staying in. As soon as he entered, Li Fu asked impatiently, Grand Uncle, Master, did the process of capturing Luo Qingfeng go smoothly? Are you hurt? Although he had already seen Luo Qingfeng standing respectfully below Xia Ruofei, Li Fu still felt like he was dreaming. After all, he was facing a golden core cultivator. Although Luo Qingfeng did not deliberately emit his aura, Li Fu could not help but feel the pressure when he stood in front of Luo Qingfeng. This was the suppression of the level of life. In a sense, golden core cultivators had completely broken away from the scope of ordinary people and could even be regarded as a higher level of life. Of course, Li Fu knew that the result was a success. What he was most worried about was whether Xia Ruofei had encountered any danger or gotten injured in the process of subduing Luo Qingfeng. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, the process was indeed a little complicated, but it was finally completed successfully. Don't worry. I'm not injured, and I even got a lot of benefits. Benefits? Li Fu was a little confused. Xia Ruofei smiled and didn't say anything. He directly released his cultivation aura. Li Fu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes widened and he looked at Xia Ruofei in surprise. He cried out, Grand Uncle, Master, you've broken through? Although Xia Ruofei's aura was not as obvious as Luo Qingfeng's, Li Fu, who was a cultivator, could still feel the similarities between the two. There was only one explanation for this. Xia Ruofei had also broken through to that level. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, you're quite lucky. You've finally broken through a major realm. However, you haven't really reached the golden core stage. I'll explain this to you later. Speaking of which, Luo Qingfeng's contribution to the successful breakthrough this time cannot be overlooked. He helped you break through? For a moment, Li Fu felt that his brain was not enough. In the end, he made a guess that he thought was the most reasonable. Grand Uncle, Master, did you try to break through directly after you subdued him? Did he give you some help during your breakthrough? Xia Ruofei smiled and shook his head. It's not that simple. I did misjudge Luo Qingfeng's strength, which almost caused the Taishu Shanqing formation to collapse. With no other choice, I could only force myself to inject vital energy into the formation to maintain it and cultivate to absorb spiritual energy at the same time to offset the rapid consumption. In the end, I used too much force when I started cultivating. And I reached the point of breakthrough. Li Fu took a deep breath. He could feel how dangerous the situation was just by listening to Xia Ruofei's simple description. Li Fu felt that his heart could not take it anymore. With a look of disbelief, he said, "Senior granduncle, you're saying that you broke through at the last minute?" Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Not only that. At that time, Luo Qingfeng had already broken through a few layers of arrays and was near the core array board. I was at the critical moment of my breakthrough and could not move at all. Now that I think about it, I'm still a little scared." After that, Xia Ruofei called Li Yifu to the sofa and sat down. He took out some tea leaves to make tea and explained the whole battle in detail to him. This time, he had subdued a golden core cultivator and indirectly controlled a cultivation sect. Besides, his cultivation had also broken through a major realm. Furthermore, the paradise of cultivation had finally overcome its crisis and become one of his strongest trump cards. Many happy events had befallen him at the same time. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was very excited. With his mind so active, he could not fall asleep at all. Hence, Xia Ruofei simply told Li Yifu about it in detail. After all, he wanted to share such a happy thing with others. Of course, he had definitely hidden the part about the spirit map scroll. As for the breakthrough part, he said that he was struggling to break through a bottleneck. In the end, Luo Qingfeng's palm full of vital qi happened to become a helping hand, allowing him to break through the bottleneck in one fell swoop and quickly complete the breakthrough. Then, he was able to reverse the disadvantage. After Li Yifu heard this, he couldn't help but be secretly speechless. At the same time, he felt a wave of fear. He said, "Martial granduncle, it was really too dangerous this time. If it wasn't for your great fortune and your swift reaction, you might have already." 2754, the errand _2 Xia Ruofei felt the same way. He nodded and said, "You and I both lack understanding of the means of golden core cultivators. I didn't expect Luo Qingfeng to have so many trump cards and so much power. Now I know that a person like him who has been cultivating for more than 100 years has a terrifying foundation. The overall strength of the cultivation world is also far higher than we imagined. If we really encounter cultivation sects in the future, we have to be more careful." Yes, Martial Granduncle's words are extremely true. Li Yifu nodded and said, "But no matter what, the crisis this time has finally been resolved." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "From the results, it can't be more perfect. Now that we've taken over a cultivation paradise like the Peach Source Island, we'll be in a favorable position at the right time and place. Don't waste such a good cultivation environment. After all, you're not young anymore. If you want to advance further in your cultivation, you'll have to put in more effort than ordinary people." "I understand." Li Yifu said, "Senior granduncle, you've given me the Guiyuan scripture and developed a treasure land like the Peach Source Island. If I still can't make a breakthrough in my cultivation, I'll really let down your care, Senior granduncle. This disciple will never forget the great kindness that Martial granduncle has shown this disciple." Xia Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "Since you call me Senior granduncle, it's my responsibility to guide you and provide you with the best cultivation environment. You and I are on the same side, so there's no need to be so polite. Although you have to work hard in your cultivation, you can't be too hasty, or it'll easily lead to an unstable foundation, and it'll be more difficult to break through to the next realm in the future." Li Yifu had not even reached refined qi level 5 yet, but Xia Ruofei was already preparing for him to break through the shackles of the refined qi stage in the future. Li Yifu hurriedly replied, "Your disciple understands. Thank you for your reminder, Senior granduncle. I'll tell you what to do next," Xia Ruofei said. Yes. Li Yifu said, Grand-uncle. Master, please give me your instructions. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, the situation here is pretty much stable. I'll be back in 2 days. I'll be focusing on recruitment in the coming days. Xia Ruofei had already recruited some veterans, including some excellent officers and retired soldiers of the Lone Wolf Assault Team. These people would gather at the 3 mountains for a short period of training before being sent to Paradise Island to be responsible for the safety of the entire island. Although the array could defend against the attacks of cultivators, the daily safety and the operation and maintenance of some safety facilities on the island required manpower. Hence, other than the security personnel made up of elite veterans, Xia Ruofei also wanted to recruit some staff to maintain the daily operations of the island, such as tower supervisors, weather forecaster, dock manager, and so on. Xia Ruofei continued, foster husband, as the array continues to operate, the cultivation environment here will get better. So, I hope that you can stay on Peach Blossom Island and help me manage the entire island. Of course, the most important thing is that the environment here should be more beneficial for your cultivation. Li Yifu showed a grateful expression and said without hesitation, thank you for your consideration, senior granduncle. Before he met Xia Ruofei, he did not even dare to imagine that he could break through the shackles of the meditational stage. He did not even dare to imagine that there was a place with such dense spiritual qi in the world. In the future, he would be able to cultivate in such a dense spiritual energy bath every day. He couldn't help but be overjoyed at the thought of this. Besides the daily management of the island, I also hope that you can start learning about arrays. In the future, when I'm not on the Paradise Island, you must at least be able to control the arrays to a certain extent, said Xia Ruofei. When Li Yifu heard this, he couldn't help but feel a little uncertain. He hesitated for a moment. Granduncle, master, I don't have any foundation in the field of arrays. I'm afraid I won't be able to meet your expectations in a short time. Besides, the Taishu Xianqing formation is of such a high level. I don't think I can control it with my weak spiritual power cultivation, right? Xia Ruofei said, I'll make a simple Dharma treasure that can communicate with the core array. This way, as long as you're within the range of the array, you can control it to a certain extent. It doesn't require a high level of spiritual power. If that's the case, I can give it a try. But I'm afraid, Li Yifu said. You must have confidence in yourself. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, the array path isn't as difficult as you think. If you calm down and learn, you will definitely gain something. Alright, this disciple will listen to senior granduncle. Li Yifu said. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, Luo Qingfeng and Wang Boshan will leave Peach Blossom Island tomorrow. I'll let Jing Yongshou stay behind to assist you. His array Dao level is also not bad. So you can also consult him often. I'll give him a heads up, he definitely won't dare to hide it. Yes. Senior granduncle. Li Yifu replied respectfully. He was touched because Xia Ruofei had been so thoughtful. Xia Ruofei stood up and walked into his bedroom. Then, he took out 2 books on arrays that he had prepared in advance from the medium. He had used his free time to copy them down. Xia Ruofei passed the 2 books on arrays to Li Yifu and said with a smile, I should be staying on the island for another day or 2. You should read these 2 books about array Dao in these 2 days. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me directly. Alright, Martial Granduncle. Li Yifu said, I will definitely study hard. It's just that I'm not very talented. I'm afraid, don't worry. I don't expect you to become an array expert. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, you only need to have a general grasp of the array Dao. It'll be fine as long as you don't know the concept of it. The control Dharma treasure he was going to make could be controlled by different spiritual power techniques. Even cultivators who didn't know anything about arrays could use some of the functions of the array as long as they mastered the corresponding spiritual power techniques. However, he knew the truth, but not the reason. Xia Ruofei didn't want Li Yifu to stay at this level, so he still hoped that he could learn some array knowledge. Even if Li Yifu really didn't have talent in this area, it would be good to have some knowledge of arrays. Only then did Li Yifu let out a sigh of relief. He suddenly felt less pressure. Yes, Martial Granduncle. He said. I understand. In fact, Li Yifu was not afraid of difficulties, nor was he hesitating about Xia Ruofei's task. He was most worried that he would not be able to do the job that Xia Ruofei had given him. If he made a mistake in the future or caused an accident because he did not know about arrays, it would not be good. Li Yifu and Xia Ruofei chatted for a while before he got up and went back to his room. It was already 4 a.m. and the sky was starting to light up, but Xia Ruofei was not sleepy at all. Therefore, he simply took out the map of Paradise Island from the medium and began to study it. In order to activate the Taishu Xianqing formation, Xia Ruofei had made some changes. However, there was no large-scale construction, and the layout of the island was basically the same. In the future, there would be many ordinary people working on the island. The big and small formations contained in the Taishu Xianqing formation naturally needed to be arranged to a certain extent, and some forbidden areas were drawn out on the island. Otherwise, the staff would be accidentally trapped in the formation in the future, and they would not be able to work and live normally. It would be fine if it was a trapping array, but if he accidentally entered a killing array, he would lose his life. Hence, Xia Ruofei had to further plan the island's functional zones according to the current layout. At the same time, he had to make adjustments to the array to ensure safety and the convenience of the staff on the island. These drawings were left by the Liu family. Some of them were effect drawings, depicting the appearance of the island after the completion of the construction. Some were construction drawings, which clearly showed the functional area of each part of the island. Although there were still some unfinished work when the Liu family withdrew, most of the construction had been completed. The layout of the island was basically the same as on the drawings. As Xia Ruofei looked at the blueprint, he used a pencil to write and draw on it. Soon, the prototype of an array formation was formed. 2755 The storage ring. 1. This plan was much simpler than the modification of the activation formation. The activation of the Taishu Xianqing formation had to be precise to the point of no error. Otherwise, it would affect the effect of the formation. This time, Xia Ruofei planned the island. He only needed to make reasonable arrangements according to the existing functional zones of Peach Blossom Island and draw out some forbidden areas. This was because some of the defensive formations of the Taishu Xianqing formation could be adjusted according to the actual situation. Hence, Xia Ruofei spent about an hour to complete the task. At this time, the sky outside the window had already revealed a trace of white. Xia Ruofei stood up and stretched lazily. He moved his hands and feet, then sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated for a while. The Taishu Xianqing formation had always been running, so the concentration of spiritual qi on the Peach Blossom Island was much higher than the outside world. although it couldn't be compared with the inside of the spirit map space. It had at least met the conditions for cultivation. The most important thing was that, after the purification of the Taishu Xianqing formation, the spiritual energy in the formation was not as heterogeneous and violent as the outside world. The cultivators on the island could directly absorb the spiritual energy for cultivation. Xia Ruofei had just broken through the shackles of the qi refining stage last night and consolidated his cultivation in the spirit map space. However, at least 90% of the genuine qi in his dantian had not been converted into primordial qi. There was no bottleneck at this stage. As long as he cultivated steadily, he would be able to succeed naturally. Xia Ruofei also hoped to reach the golden core stage as soon as possible, so he was more active in his cultivation. The second level of the Great Tao Arts was even more mysterious and complicated. Fortunately, Xia Ruofei had obtained the information from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance, so there was no problem with his proficiency. However, the spiritual qi gathered by the Taishu Xianqing formation was not dense enough for Xia Ruofei, who was used to using crystals or cultivating in the spirit map space. He was not used to it. He always felt that the amount of spiritual qi he absorbed was too little, and his cultivation speed was very slow. In fact, even if the spirit qi gathered by the Taishu Xianqing formation had not reached its optimal state, the cultivation environment here was better than most places on Earth. Even some small cultivation sects might not be able to reach such a concentration of spirit qi. Moreover, Xia Ruofei's cultivation speed was far beyond that of ordinary cultivators. This was also the reason why Luo Qingfeng was so surprised when he saw that Xia Ruofei had only consolidated his cultivation for such a short period of time, but had already transformed 10% of his vital energy. However, Xia Ruofei was used to the speed and environment of his cultivation. He was like a person who was used to eating delicacies. He was not used to having a simple meal. Xia Ruofei finished his cultivation at around 8 in the morning. He checked and realized that the amount of genuine qi that had been converted into vital qi after 2 hours of cultivation was not even 1%. He could not help but shake his head. He got up and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then walked downstairs. Luo Qingfeng, Jing Yongshou, and Wang Boshan were already waiting for Xia Ruofei on the first floor. Li Yifu had also woken up early and was also waiting on the first floor. Wang Boshan even prepared everyone's breakfast. There was a staff cafeteria in the building, and there were many ingredients stored in the refrigerator. Wang Boshan didn't need to leave the building to prepare breakfast. They did not dare to leave the building as the formation was still in operation. Only Xia Ruofei knew where was safe and where was full of danger. Seeing Xia Ruofei walk out of the elevator, Li Yifu quickly went up to him and greeted him respectfully, Senior Granduncle Luo Qingfeng, and the others also quickly came forward to greet him. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Everyone's up early. Let's have breakfast first." After the meal, Xia Ruofei said to Luo Qingfeng and the others, "Then let's follow my arrangements yesterday. Everyone, go and do your work. Qingfeng, go back to the sect directly. Wang Boshan, go back to your Stars Corporation. Both of you must keep in touch." "Yes, Master." "Yes." Luo Qingfeng and Wang Boshan responded in unison. Xia Ruofei then said to Li Yifu, go with them to Avat's Island and bring back Luan's crew. I'll be preparing to return to China in 2 days. Oh right, bring back Bainaladi as well. During the evacuation, Lu En's crew, naturally, could not stay on Paradise Island. Xia Ruofei had arranged for them to be on standby at the nearby Avates Island. Now that the crisis had been averted and Xia Ruofei was preparing to return to his country, he naturally had to bring the crew back. "All right, Marshal Granduncle," Li Yifu replied. "Come back as soon as possible after you've picked them up." Xia Ruofei said, "There are still some things I need you to do." "Yes," Li Yifu said. Xia Ruofei led everyone out of the project department building. He took a deep breath of the air that was filled with spiritual essence and said, "You can go directly to the dock to take a boat. The island's great formation is only activated to gather spirit energy. I've already shut down all the other defensive formations, so there's no need to worry about safety." "Yes. Yes, Master," Luo Qingfeng replied. "I'll take my leave then. Go." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said. From the corner of his eye, he saw the ancient ring on Luo Qingfeng's hand, and his heart skipped a beat. Xia Ruofei had already noticed it when they fought yesterday. He saw that things often appeared out of thin air in Luo Qingfeng's hands. Naturally, he knew that Luo Qingfeng definitely had a storage treasure. "Qingfeng, are you wearing a storage ring?" Xia Ruofei asked after some thought. 2756, the storage ring, too. Luo Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. He quickly took off the ring and presented it to Xia Ruofei with both hands, saying, "Master, it's my fault. This is a storage ring that I obtained by chance. There are some treasures that I've accumulated over the years. Please accept them." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "You've misunderstood. I'm your master, not a bandit. Why would I take your things? Quickly put it on." Luo Qingfeng looked at Xia Ruofei in confusion. He did not know whether he should keep the ring or insist on giving it to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "What are you thinking? I just wanted to ask you if there's any way to buy a storage ring. If possible, I would like to buy a few." Xia Ruofei had his own spirit map space, which was more useful than any storage ring. Naturally, he did not need it. However, he also knew how convenient it was to have a storage treasure. Therefore, if possible, he wanted to buy a few to give one to Ling Qingxue and Song Wei. He also wanted to give one to his little disciple Tang Haoran and his grand disciple Li Yifu. Only then did Qingfeng Luo realize that he had really misunderstood. He put the ring back on embarrassedly, and at the same time, he could not help but feel touched. Under the control of the soul seal, his subconsciousness was completely submissive to Xia Ruofei. He was Xia Ruofei's private property, let alone the storage ring. However, Xia Ruofei still respected his ownership of the goods. He was obviously a very kind master. Luo Qingfeng thought for a moment and said, "Master, if it was 100 years ago, storage rings would still be precious. However, they would not be rare. But now the cultivation environment is getting worse and worse, and many years ago, those Yuanying and above cultivators disappeared without a trace. These people in the cultivation world now simply don't have the ability to refine storage rings, so these things are becoming more and more rare and can't be bought with money." Xia Ruofei was mentally prepared, so he nodded and said, "All right then. Keep an eye on this for me. If there's any news in this area, report it immediately." "Yes, Master." Luo Qingfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "If you really need a storage ring, Master, this one can." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "I've Already said that I won't snatch your things, master, Luo Qingfeng quickly said. I'm willing to offer it to you. Master, isn't that the same? Xia Ruofei said, all right, I'm just asking. You can go now. He was not interested in Luo Qingfeng's storage ring, and there was only one. Should he give it to Song Wei? Or should he give it to Ling Qingshui? If a bowl of water wasn't flat, the backyard could easily catch on fire, so at least 2 pills were needed. All right. Luo Qingfeng could tell that Xia Ruofei really did not want his ring, so he could only nod helplessly. Master, I've heard something about the storage ring, he added after some thought. Oh? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, tell me. There are often people in the cultivation world who organize auctions to exchange information. Luo Qingfeng said, there will be an auction in a month's time. It will be organized by the Falling Leaf sect, and the location will be in a city near the Falling Leaf sect. There is news that there might be more than one storage ring at the auction. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. The Fallen Leaf sect? Yes. Master, have you heard of this sect? Luo Qingfeng asked. Xia Ruofei nodded and did not say much. He asked directly, is the information accurate? Didn't you say that storage rings are quite rare these days? Why is there more than one at this auction? Xia Ruofei was naturally very familiar with the Fallen Leaf sect, because the first soul slave he took in, Lu Chungfeng, was from the Fallen Leaf sect. Hence, he had learned a lot about the Fallen Leaf sect through Lu Chungfeng. It could be said that other than the Star Caesar sect, the sect he understood the most in the cultivation world was the Fallen Leaf sect. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not tell Luo Qingfeng about this in detail. This subordinate has only heard of it, the news has not been verified. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, it is said that the storage ring was made by the same weapon refining master. There are 3 of them in total, and they are a set. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's fake news, and even if it really appears in the auction, I'm afraid the price will be pushed to a very high price. Xia Ruofei nodded. I understand, he said. Is that auction open to all cultivators? We need an invitation. In recent years, the cultivation environment has been getting worse and worse, and some rogue cultivators are unscrupulous in order to obtain cultivation resources. Therefore, the auctions in recent years are generally small scale, mainly for the sake of safety. Only those who know each other well will be invited. Lu Chungfeng said, but our Star Caesar sect will definitely receive an invitation. Master, do you want to participate? And, since there's news of the storage ring, there's no harm in taking a look, Xia Ruofei said, pay attention to the news of this auction and see if there are any storage rings. I'm preparing to go and experience it. Remember to remind me a few days in advance. All right. Master. Yes. Luo Qingfeng quickly said, I will make the proper arrangements. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and asked in embarrassment, oh right, this kind of auction. What do they usually use to pay? It can't be secular coins, right? The money in the secular world, even the firm US dollars or euros, was worthless in the eyes of cultivators. Only cultivation resources were the most important to them. If money couldn't be exchanged for cultivation resources, what was the difference between money and waste paper? However, since it was an auction, it naturally had to be measured with a universal currency. After all, bartering was not very convenient. The value of the items was different, and if one wanted to successfully trade, it would take a lot of effort. Qingfeng Luo was a little surprised. He had always thought that this young master must have a powerful sect behind him. He did not expect that he did not even know some common knowledge about the cultivation world. Of course, the general knowledge of the cultivation world in Luo Qingfeng's eyes might not be clear to some low-level cultivators in the qi refining stage. They had not reached that level yet. Hence, Xia Ruofei might not be able to understand some things very well just through Lu Qingfeng and Jing Yongshou. However, since Xia Ruofei had asked, Luo Qingfeng did not dare to disobey. He explained patiently, Master, in this kind of auction, we usually use spirit stones to trade. Then, he took out a few crystals that contained a certain amount of spiritual qi from his storage ring and handed them to Xia Ruofei. This is a spiritual stone. It contains a certain amount of spiritual qi. However, compared to the spiritual crystal that Master gave me, the spiritual qi in the spiritual stone is much worse in both quality and concentration. Xia Ruofei took it and looked at it. These spiritual stones were all cut according to the standard. Each one was the same size and the spiritual qi inside was almost the same. No wonder they were used as currency. The concentration of spiritual qi in spiritual stones was indeed much lower than that of spiritual crystals. Even so, this kind of spirit stone was considered a relatively precious cultivation resource. Not only could it be used as money, but it could also be used directly for cultivation. Xia Ruofei understood immediately. No wonder Lu Qingfeng and the others did not mention anything about spiritual stones. With their cultivation, they had probably never touched spiritual stones before. Can crystals be used as currency? Xia Ruofei asked. Although these spiritual stones were low-grade, Xia Ruofei did not have any. The most inferior things he had were spirit crystals. Now, he didn't even need spirit crystals. He directly used origin crystals for cultivation. Of course you can. Qingfeng Luo said, according to the market price in the past, one spiritual crystal can be exchanged for 1,000 spiritual stones. Now, there is a price, but no supply. After all, spiritual crystals are very rare. If someone is willing to exchange spiritual crystals, I'm afraid they can be exchanged for at least 1,200 spiritual stones. Hearing this, Xia Ruofei felt relieved. That's good. Alright, you guys can set off. 2757 A simplified version of the formation plate. 1. Although he didn't know how much the storage ring would be sold for, Xia Ruofei still had a lot of spiritual crystals. He also had origin crystals that were much more precious than spiritual crystals. No matter what, he should have the capital to compete at the auction. Of course, Xia Ruofei wanted to attend the auction not only for the storage ring, but also to experience the auction event of the cultivation world. At the same time, it was a good opportunity to learn more about the situation in the cultivation world. In the past, Xia Ruofei had always been very cautious when it came to matters related to the cultivation world. Now that he had a cultivation sect under his control and had a golden core cultivator like Luo Qingfeng as his assistant, he finally had some confidence. Although this kind of strength was not the top in the cultivation world, at least ordinary forces would not come to provoke them for no reason, so the possibility of an accident was not high. Luo Qingfeng and the others had left the Peach Blossom Island. Even Jing Yongshou had left with them, mainly to send off Luo Qingfeng. Although the two of them were now Xia Ruofei's servants, their master-disciple relationship would not change. Xia Ruofei would naturally not reject such a request. Li Yifu had also gone to Avat's island to pick up Luan and the rest of the crew, so Xia Ruofei was left alone. On Paradise Island. He walked around the island and checked the operation of the Taishu Xianqing formation. After 2 adjustments, the formation had reached its current best state. Although the array had suffered some damage when they were trying to capture Luo Qingfeng last night, it was not the foundation of the array. It was just a partial collapse due to the lack of spirit qi. After one night, the array had been completely repaired. Peach Blossom Island wasn't big, and Xia Ruofei was very fast. It didn't take long for him to make a round of the entire island. He simply found a rock facing the sea, and sat down cross-legged, starting to practice the Great Tao formula. Now, Xia Ruofei's enthusiasm for cultivation had clearly increased because he could see the results every time he cultivated. The only difference was the magnitude of the effect. There was no bottleneck at all. As the cultivation progressed, the genuine qi in Xia Ruofei's dantian slowly turned into yuan qi. Although the speed was not fast, it continued. Of course, the so-called slow speed was only Xia Ruofei's own feeling. If Luo Qingfeng knew about his cultivation speed, he would definitely take a deep breath. It was not until noon when a fishing boat appeared in the distance that Xia Ruofei stopped and got up. After a short while, the fishing boat had already docked at the dock of Peach Garden Island. It was Li Yifu and Jing Yongshou who had brought Lu Anji and Benaladi back to Paradise Island. Li Yifu asked the crew to go back to their rooms to rest, then he brought Jing Yongshou and Benaladi to Xia Ruofei's room. Senior Granduncle. Master. The 3 of them greeted Xia Ruofei respectfully. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked, "Have Qingfeng and Wang Bashan left?" "Yes, I dropped them off at the airport before coming back," Jing Yongshou quickly replied. N. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "I'm going back to China tomorrow. After I leave, my foster husband will be in charge of this place. All of you must obey his orders. Do you understand?" "Yes, Master." Jing Yongshou and Benaladi responded in unison. Xia Ruofei continued. "My adopted husband's knowledge of arrays is still lacking. Yongshou, you have to help him control the array as soon as possible." When Jing Yongshou heard this, he realized that Xia Ruofei actually wanted Li Yifu to control the Taishu Xianqing formation. He quickly said, "Yes, Master, I will spare no effort to assist." Senior Li. However, this subordinate's array Tao level is only average. I'm afraid, Jing Yongshou didn't know how to address Li Yifu. In the end, considering Li Yifu's age, he vaguely called him senior. In fact, Li Yifu's cultivation was far worse than his. Initially, Jing Yongshou was very confident in his array skills. However, when he had fallen into the Taishu Xianqing formation, he had not been able to resist at all. The illusory formation had directly broken through his heart. Xia Ruofei had effortlessly planted a soul seal in his sea of consciousness, which had dealt a heavy blow to his confidence. Xia Ruofei chuckled. "I don't expect you to be of much help. You just need to tutor your adopted husband in the basic knowledge of arrays." "No problem," Jing Yongshou quickly said. "You guys can leave." "First," Xia Ruofei said, "I have something to tell my adopted husband." "Yes, Master, your subordinate will take his leave." Jing Yongshou quickly said and left the room with Benaladi. Li Yifu waited for the 2 of them to leave before he said with a hint of worry, "Senior Granduncle, this disciple's skill is limited. I'm afraid that controlling the formation is beyond my ability. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, you don't have to think about this problem. I'll naturally solve it. You don't need to understand too many array Dao principles. You just need to master a few spiritual power techniques. If you encounter any danger that you can't resist, just activate the formation at full power and ask for my help at once. Under normal circumstances, unless a nascent soul-old monster comes in person, the formation won't be broken in a short time. The reason why it was difficult to capture Luo Qingfeng was that the array had just been activated, and the spirit qi was not sufficient. The most important reason was that Xia Ruofei wanted to capture Luo Qingfeng alive and not give him a chance to escape. He had placed him inside the array. If the formation was only used to defend against external enemies, the Taishu Xianqing formation would cover the entire Peach Blossom Island and form a tough protective shield. It would be extremely difficult to attack from the outside. Yes, Martial Granduncle, Li Yifu said without much confidence. Xia Ruofei chuckled. All right, let's put this matter aside. I have something else to discuss with you. Granduncle, Master, please give me your orders. Li Yifu quickly replied. Xia Ruofei picked up the blueprint that he had marked in the early hours of the morning and handed it to Li Yifu. I've marked out some areas here. Arrange for people to isolate these areas for the next few days. In the future, when the island's manpower is gradually replenished, ordinary staff are forbidden from entering these areas. Some of the offensive arrays of the Great Array will be set up in these areas, so it will be very dangerous to enter. Formations like Killing formations and bewildering formations also had to absorb spiritual qi at all times to increase their power, so it was best to keep them in operation at all times. This way, they could be used at any time when there was danger. Thus, it was very necessary to draw out a restricted area. All right. Li Yifu nodded and said, I'll get it done immediately. Xia Ruofei said, there's no need to keep this kind of project confidential. It's just to install some barbed wire, power grid, warning signs, and so on. There's no need to waste so much time. Just ask Bainaladi to recruit some workers from the state of Panaatu. There are still some building materials left on the island. Once the workers are in place, we can start work. The reason why Xia Ruofei still kept Bainaladi was that he considered that it would be much more convenient to have a completely reliable local. Besides, Bainaladi did not commit any evil deeds. The only thing he did was that he was too greedy and had no bottom line. However, after being implanted with the soul seal, this weakness was gone. No matter how greedy he would never betray Xia Ruofei. If he forcefully removed the soul seal, there was a certain probability of death. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his sea of consciousness might be damaged and he would become an idiot. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not want to do this unless it was necessary. Understood, Li Yifu said. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, go and arrange this. I'm just about to refine a magic tool to control the Great Formation, so if there's nothing special, don't let anyone disturb me. Yes, Martial Granduncle, Li Yifu said respectfully, this disciple will take his leave. After Li Yifu left, Xia Ruofei went straight to his bedroom and took out a jade plate from the spirit map. Space. There were a lot of surplus materials among the materials that Li Yifu had transported over using the transport plane. This jade plate was the leftover from that time. It was about the size of 2 palms. According to Xia Ruofei's request, it had been cut into an octagonal shape. Xia Ruofei first adjusted his state of mind before he started to draw on the jade plate. The core of the array was fixed in the cement room on the west side of the island. Xia Ruofei was making a simplified version of the array board that he could carry with him. He could connect with the fixed core array board and control the array. Most importantly, this simplified version of the small array disk could simplify the control process. One only needed to master simple spiritual power techniques to be able to send out simple commands such as opening, closing, and moving. This was similar to the difference between machine language, assembly language, and advanced language in a computer. It was the lowest level of machine language. If one did not use the core array disk to communicate and transfer the array, even Xia Ruofei could not do this. Using the core disk array was equivalent to using assembly language. Although it was much simpler than machine language, it also required a certain amount of storage. Through this simplified version of the small array board, it was similar to the high-level language in the computer. Even if one did not have any foundation, they could still achieve control of the array. The creation of this small array disk was not too complicated. Xia Ruofei had obtained the complete set of methods from the Jade Talisman of Inheritance. The array patterns were much simpler than the core array disk. With Xia Ruofei's current level, he could inscribe it with his hands. Xia Ruofei spent almost an hour and successfully completed the simplified version of the small array disk. He tried to input his mental power into this simplified version of the array disk, and the experiment was very successful. He did not need to directly contact the core array disk to control the Taishu Xianqing formation. Of course, this method could only be used for simple control. It was not as flexible as directly connecting to the core array disk. However, for Li Yifu, it was enough. With these functions, it was enough to ensure the safety of the Paradise Island. No matter how complicated it was, he couldn't control it. Xia Ruofei kept the simplified array disk and called Li Yifu to come to his room. Immediately, 2758 comrades gather. 1. Without much effort, Xia Ruofei taught Li Yifu how to use the simplified formation disk. In fact, it only required a few simple mental power techniques to control this disk array. It was not very difficult for cultivators. However, Li Yifu's spiritual power cultivation was not very high, so he had some difficulties in mastering it. However, with Xia Ruofei's guidance, he mastered it very quickly. When Xia Ruofei was making this simplified version of the array board, he had added some preventive measures. It required a specific spiritual power technique to open it, similar to a spiritual power password. Even if other cultivators obtained this disk array, they would not be able to use it normally. Among the spiritual power techniques that Li Yifu had learned, the most important thing, in addition to the normal simple control of the array, was to activate this simplified version of the array board. Only by mastering these two steps could he use it to control the Taishu Xianqing formation. Of course, this kind of control was only a relatively simple operation. After all, Li Yifu had just started learning the array Dao, and he knew almost nothing about the principles. He knew how it was, but he didn't know why it was. No matter how much Xia Ruofei taught him, he could only master it. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had left a loophole that only he knew on the simplified array board. This way, even if Li Yifu had any other thoughts, Xia Ruofei could take back control of the array immediately. Even if he was outside the range of the array, he would not be affected. Of course, the probability of such a thing happening was extremely low. Xia Ruofei did this because he was used to dealing with it carefully and taking precautions. After Li Yifu obtained the simplified version of the array board, he was also overjoyed. He was especially excited after he successfully tried to mobilize the array. He felt that he was finally not completely useless and could more or less share the burden of his grand-uncle, master. After seeing that he had mastered the use of the simplified formation disc, Xia Ruofei let him go back to his work. At the same time, Xia Ruofei also told Li Yifu to only keep the spiritual gathering function of the formation until the forbidden zone was built to avoid any accidents. In addition, the array disc had to be carried with him at all times. Once a cultivator invaded, he had to activate the defense at the first moment. Naturally, Li Yifu nodded his head in agreement. He also kept this matter in mind and did not dare to neglect it for even a moment. Xia Ruofei stayed on Peach Source Island for another day. Bainaladi quickly recruited some local people from the surrounding islands to work. Li Yifu meticulously followed the drawings that Xia Ruofei gave him and began to organize workers to pull up barbed wires and hang warning signs around the designated restricted area. Jing Yongshou also actively assisted. Xia Ruofei saw that they had completed their work in an orderly manner and was very relieved. The next morning, he took his Gulfstream G650 commercial plane and left Paradise Island. Before he left, Xia Ruofei went to the shelter in the mountain at night and put back the food and supplies that he had stored in the origin space. He had stored all the supplies in the origin space in preparation for the worst-case scenario. This way, even if something happened, he could only hide in the spirit map space and use the supplies to last for a long time. After the plane took off, it quickly entered cruise mode. Xia Ruofei went into the room at the back of the cabin. After locking the door, he took out the crystals and started to cultivate. This period of time was the critical stage of transforming genuine qi into vitality. Whenever Xia Ruofei had the time, he would seize the opportunity to cultivate, hoping to complete this accumulation process as soon as possible. This was also because he could not help but be tempted after seeing the combat power of Luo Qingfeng, an early-stage golden core cultivator. Not to mention anything else, just being able to ride a flying sword was enough to make Xia Ruofei envious. Although Xia Ruofei's spiritual power had long reached the spirit-gathering realm and it was not a big problem for him to control the flying sword, he could barely manage to fly on it. However, the purity of his genuine qi was far from his yuan qi. It was not enough for him to support a long-distance flight. It just so happened that there was no bottleneck in the transformation process. It was completed smoothly from the beginning to the end. It was just the accumulation of time. Naturally, Xia Ruofei was very motivated to cultivate. He did not even come out of the back cabin when the plane stopped in Rainbows for refueling. The back cabin was equipped with a seat with a seatbelt and a seatbelt light as well. Hence, the flight attendant did not dare to disturb Xia Ruofei when did not come out of the room. The Gulfstream G650's take-off and landing were relatively stable. Even if Xia Ruofei really fell asleep in bed, there would not be any major problems under normal circumstances. Naturally, Xia Ruofei would not put on the seat belt when the plane was descending. With his current cultivation, even if the plane encountered strong turbulence in the clear sky, he could still easily stabilize his body. Hence, Xia Ruofei spent the entire journey in cultivation. After more than 10 hours of cultivation, about 20% of the true qi in his body had been converted into yuan qi. If Luo Qingfeng knew about this, he would definitely be shocked. Back then, he had spent 3 years to complete the transformation of genuine qi into vital qi. Compared to Xia Ruofei's cultivation speed, his speed was like a snail's crawl. Xia Ruofei only walked out of the room in the back cabin after the plane landed smoothly at the Chongqing International Airport in Sanshan. The return trip was very smooth. And the airflow on the route was also very stable. There were basically no bumps along the way. This time, it was a 3-man flight crew. Li Yifu had transferred another pilot from his airline company in the United States. This pilot was called Zhou Zheng. He had been waiting for Xia Ruofei and the others to meet up on Peach Source Island before they arrived. Zhou Zheng was originally flying the Gulfstream G650, and he was also a senior captain with very advanced piloting skills. Therefore, on the return trip, he directly joined the work of the cockpit. The 3 of them took turns to rest. After flying for more than 10 hours, it was naturally much easier than Luan and his crew. Xia Ruofei had asked Luan to arrange for Zhou Zheng's accommodation and food. The crew had booked a long-term room in a hotel near the Chongqing International Airport. This time, they only needed to book an extra room. Xia Ruofei dragged his luggage out of the business terminal of the airport and saw Lei Hu, who had been informed in advance, waiting there. When he saw Xia Ruofei coming out from afar, Lei Hu quickly went up to him and called out, "Brother Xia." Lei Hu immediately took Xia Ruofei's small suitcase. As Xia Ruofei walked to the parking lot, he asked, "How many of my comrades are here?" Although Xia Ruofei did not return to the 3 mountains, he had already called Lei Hu to make arrangements for the veterans of Lone Wolf. Lei Hu was fully in charge of the reception this time. Lei Hu did not even think before. He replied, "Brother Xia, there are more than 30 people who have settled in the Peach Blossom Farm now, and there seem to be a few cadres among them." Xia Ruofei nodded. He knew that the officers must be the old company commander Ma Su and the others. He didn't expect them to move so quickly. They had already completed the defense in such a short time and had asked Wolf King Guizhan to give them special permission to come over and help. "Oh right, there seems to be another group of people arriving today," Lei Hu added. "They came by high-speed rail. I've already arranged for other brothers to pick them up at the station." "A batch?" Xia Ruofei was stunned and asked subconsciously. "Yes." He said there were more than 20 people. Lei Hu said, "I have already cleared out the rooms in advance. They can move in as soon as they arrive. By the way, this group of people shouldn't be your old army's veterans, because the person who contacted me was old Su." Hearing this, Xia Ruofei suddenly realized that these should be the comrades that Suyu had just found. When Xia Ruofei first brought Su Yugang back from Australia, he asked him to help contact some comrades who were willing to work on Peach Blossom Island. Now it seemed that the effect of his work was quite significant. He managed to get more than 20 people to work on Peach Blossom Island. After hearing Lei Hu's words, Xia Ruofei could not wait any longer. He said, "Go. Let's go directly to Taoyuan Farm." 2759 in full swing. 1. Taoyuan Farm was located within the borders of the Chongqing district of Sanshan City. It was not far from the airport, and Lei Hu's Mercedes-Benz soon arrived at the farm's entrance. This car was under the name of the Paradise Corporation, and it often entered and exited the farm, so the guard directly raised the bar to let the car in. However, from the corner of his eye, Xia Ruofei caught a familiar figure. He was standing at the window of the guardhouse and registering. There was a large army green backpack by his feet. "Who, stop the car!" Xia Ruofei called out. Lei Hu did not know what was going on, but he still stepped on the brakes subconsciously. The car was not fast to begin with, so it stopped very quickly. "Brother Xia, what's the matter?" Lei Hu turned around and asked. "Wait for me," Xia Ruofei said. After that, he opened the door and stepped out of the car, walking towards the guardhouse. At this moment, the familiar figure of Xia Ruofei had just completed his registration. He gave a friendly smile to the people in the guardsman's room and bent down to pick up his backpack. When he straightened his back, he saw a person standing in front of him. He was stunned for a moment, and then revealed an inexplicable look of surprise and called out, "Class monitor." Xia Ruofei also smiled in surprise and said, "Ha ha ha. Dang you, Jun. It really is you. I told you that your back looks a little familiar." Dang Yujun was Xia Ruofei's comrade in the same class when he was serving in the army. Xia Ruofei's military service was 2 years older than him, and he had entered Lone Wolf 2 years earlier than him. Xia Ruofei was already a class monitor when he retired from the army. He took care of Dang Yujun when he was in the army, and the two of them had a good relationship. Dang Yujun was very talented in sniping, but his physical fitness was relatively weak, especially in a unit like the Lone Wolf Assault Team. His physical shortcomings were even more obvious. He was also selected to enter the Lone Wolf because of his talent in sniping. When he first joined the team, the harsh physical training made Dang Yujun complain endlessly, and he even wanted to retreat. At that time, Xia Ruofei, who was still the vice-class monitor, took the initiative to talk to him and encourage him. At the same time, he used his spare time to give him special treatment based on his own experience in physical training. He focused on training his heart and lungs and core strength. In this way, Dang Yujun slowly adapted to the intensity of Lone Wolf's training. Therefore, Dang Yujun had always been grateful to Xia Ruofei. "Class monitor," Dang Yujun said excitedly. "It was Company Commander Ma who contacted me and said that your company needed to recruit a group of veterans to form the guard team, mainly to carry out missions overseas. I resigned without a second word." "That's great." Xia Ruofei punched Dang Yujun's chest and laughed. "We can get together again in the future." Then, Xia Ruofei looked confused and said, "But why did you retire? Didn't you just get promoted to assistant class monitor when I left the army?" The Lone Wolf Assault Team's mobility was relatively lower than that of ordinary troops because it took a longer period to train an excellent Special Forces soldier. Therefore, the Lone Wolf Assault Team was mainly made up of officers and sergeants. The number of middle and high-level sergeants was also far higher than that of ordinary combat troops. Looking at the time, Dang Yujun should have retired after becoming a sergeant. Under normal circumstances, an excellent sniper had a long career. There would be no problem in choosing to be changed to a sergeant. Even if he continued to be a sergeant major, the hope was still very high. Xia Ruofei knew that some of the old squad leaders of the Lone Wolf Assault Team had already become Class 3 Sergeant Major. There was even a Class 2 Sergeant Major. Later, because he was too old, he was transferred to the training brigade to be a shooting instructor. A Class 2 Sergeant Major could already serve for longer periods of time and work until he retired. It wasn't easy for the military to train an excellent sniper. The number of bullets used was uncountable. No matter how good a sharpshooter was, he still needed to be fed with bullets. Only after countless live ammunition shots and countless repetitions could the technical movements be formed into muscle memory. Deng Yujun revealed a bitter smile and said, I retired at the end of last year. Class monitor, it's a long story. I'll tell you about it when I have the chance. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, sure. Don't think too much. Since you've already left the army, you should just stay there and do well. Now that you're here with me, I won't mistreat you. That's for sure. Deng Yujun grinned. I'm a soldier that you brought out. Xia Ruofei patted Deng Yujun's shoulder and said, with a smile, go. Get in the car with me. I've just come back from another place. Let's go and see what kind of brothers the Wolf King has recruited for me. Yes. Deng Yujun said. At this moment, Lei Hu had also gotten out of the car. He said very cleverly, class monitor, give me your backpack. Thank you. I'll take it. Myself, Deng Yujun said with a friendly smile. Lei Hu grabbed Deng Yujun's backpack without a word and quickly walked to the car, putting the backpack in the trunk. Deng Yujun and Xia Ruofei sat in the back of the Mercedes-Benz. Lei Hu started the car and drove towards the staff dormitory. When the car arrived at the office building, Xia Ruofei saw that Ma Jia was actually organizing the veterans for formation training. More than 30 people were divided into 4 horizontal rows and were training in unison in the square in front of the complex. Each horizontal row was commanded by a squad leader, while Ma Jia stood on the side and kept an eye on everyone's training. 2760 in full swing, too. These veterans were all wearing army green spring and autumn clothes, but they didn't have epaulets, caps, or military symbols. As they marched forward, they shouted out loud slogans. For a moment, Xia Ruofei was in a daze, as if he had returned to the military camp. Deng Yujun and Lei Hu's reaction was similar. To Xia Ruofei's Lei Hu, who had regained his senses, slowly stopped the car by the side. Xia Ruofei and Deng Yujun quickly pushed the door open and got out of the car. Ma Jia saw Xia Ruofei at first glance. He immediately blew the whistle and said loudly, stop. Rest for 10 minutes. Then, Ma Jia quickly walked towards Xia Ruofei and said happily, are you au fait? I heard that you're coming back soon, but I didn't expect you to be back so soon. Eh? Deng Yujun? You're finally here. Deng Yujun subconsciously saluted Ma Jia at attention and called out, Captain. Deng Yujun reporting for duty. Ma Jia forced a smile and said, I'm no longer a company commander. Now, we have to listen to Director Xia's orders. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, who said so? You will always be our company commander. Yujun, don't you think? Deng Yujun was also a quick-witted soldier. He quickly said, yup. That's right. Anyway, you're my company commander when I'm discharged from the army, so I'll only recognize you as my company commander. You too. Kids, you were so close when you were in the army, and now you're still singing the same tune. Ma Jia couldn't help but curse with a smile. At this time, the retired soldiers who had been dismissed to rest also gathered around. Class monitor Xia. Are you au fait? Little Xia. They all greeted Xia Ruofei and addressed him in all sorts of ways. Of course, there were also some veterans who had retired before Xia Ruofei joined Lone Wolf. They were not very familiar with Xia Ruofei, but Wolf King Wuzhan had already introduced him to them before they came, so they naturally knew that Xia Ruofei would be the future boss. So they all looked at Xia Ruofei curiously from the outside. Some of the veterans who greeted Xia Ruofei were his former squad leaders, some were of similar age to him, some were discharged in the same year as Xia Ruofei, and some were like Deng Yujun, who had less experience than Xia Ruofei. Hence, everyone addressed him differently. The few veterans who had retired in the same year as Xia Ruofei had not been doing well these few years. Some chose to retire. Although the retirement fee was relatively high, the professions and skills they had engaged in the army were hardly of use in other places. The retirement fee of hundreds of thousands of yuan seemed to be a lot, but in fact, they could only last a few years if they were to sit and eat. If their business failed, this money would not even make a splash. As for those who chose to settle down, their situation was not much better. Many of them were settled in enterprises, and some were settled in work positions in public institutions. The daily life of eating, and cooking slowly eroded their fighting spirit. After receiving calls from Wolf King Guizhan or company commander Ma Su, most of the veterans did not hesitate and chose to accept the invitation. Then, they gathered at the 3 mountains from all directions. Some had reported a few days ago, some were still on the way, and there would be more coming over in the next 2 days. Xia Ruofei was also very happy and shook hands with everyone. Many of the veterans who had left the army earlier than Xia Ruofei had not seen him for many years. Some of them had even taken good care of Xia Ruofei, the new recruit, back then. Now that they were reunited at the 3 mountains, everyone was naturally very happy. Hugs, handshakes, and small talk filled the small square in front of the complex, with a happy atmosphere. After a long while, Ma Jia let everyone resume their training. Some of these veterans had left the army for many years, but they were still very determined to carry out orders, and their formation was still standard. Perhaps it was because they had not lived in the military for a long time, but their enthusiasm for training was still very high. Soon, they were in full swing again. Lei Hu brought Deng Yujun to the staff dormitory not far away to place their luggage. This building was still very new. It used to be used for employees' lunch breaks, and some of them lived here directly. After the company's headquarters moved to the city, it was too inconvenient to go to work from here. In addition, the company also provided rent subsidies, so all the employees had moved to the city. Now, almost all the employees had been vacated, which was just right for the veterans to use. Xia Ruofei followed Ma Jia to the side of the square. Xia Ruofei asked, "Captain, why are you here so quickly? I thought it would be a while before you'd be free. Have you already finished the matter of moving the troops? There's never enough work to bed one. After the 1,000-mile shift, there's still a lot of work to be done at the new base. However, I'm already a surplus officer. And after arriving at the new base, everyone will be reorganized according to the new order of establishment. The company will also have a new commander, so wouldn't I be making things difficult for them if I stayed there? In addition, I think you need someone to help you organize the veterans, so I asked the Wolf King to approve a month's leave in advance." He directly rushed over. "It'll take some time for old Liu and the others to get their leave approved." Initially, Guizhan had recommended 4 officers to Xia Ruofei. Other than the old company commander Ma Su, there were the military supplies supervisor Lu Mingtian, the security company instructor Wu Jiasong, and the vehicle company deputy commander Zhong Lin. Ma Su's situation was indeed a bit awkward. There was already a new company commander in His position, and this company commander who was transferred from the position of staff officer in the organization used to be a platoon commander under him. He was just a surplus officer in the company, but his prestige was so high. How could the new company commander work without restraint? Therefore, it was better for him to be tactful and take the initiative to take a long vacation and go far away, giving the position to the newcomer completely. As for Lu Mingtian and the others, some of them had business needs and couldn't leave for the time being, while some of them didn't have people to replace them yet, so they still had to take over their positions as full-time cadres. However, it wouldn't take too long. After the troops finished moving, the officers would be adjusted soon. By then, they would be able to take a break and come over. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "That's good. 2. Old company commander. You've helped me a lot. Otherwise, I'll be worried about how to settle these old class monitor. I'm completely at ease now that you're here." Xia Ruofei then pointed at the old soldiers who were training and said, "Old company commander, why are you starting training so quickly? Aren't you in too much of a hurry?" "This is what the veterans asked for," Ma Su laughed and said, "Besides, we're free, so it's good to find something to do." Now that the equipment was not in place, they could only do formation training. Even so, everyone was still not thirsty. They're clamoring to organize an armed off-road run or something. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. It seems that although the old class monitor has retired from the army, their military quality hasn't dropped much. Each of their formation movements are quite standard. I don't think they're too weak in terms of physical fitness. Isn't that so? Ma Su said, "I've been leading soldiers for so many years. I can basically tell the quality of a soldier at a glance." These old soldiers were indeed not bad. With a little training, you can pick up your original profession and do the job of a guard without a problem. Xia Ruofei looked at the energetic veterans with joy and nodded. "There's definitely no problem. Our lone wolf soldiers are good wherever they go. It's the same even if you take off your military uniform. By the way, old company commander, there will be more than 20 people reporting in today. They are not veterans from Lone Wolf, but they are all from the reconnaissance team, so their military quality should be good." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll have to trouble you these days, old company commander. I'll leave all the food, drinks, and shit of these dozens of people to you." "No problem," Ma Jia said with a smile. "Leading troops is my old profession. I guarantee that you'll be well organized and there won't be a single mistake." 2761 An Unexpected Reunion. 1. "It's good that I can help you," Ma Jia said with a smile. Then, Ma Jia couldn't help but sigh, "Ruofei, you are the most promising soldier I have ever led." "Of course, it's not only because you've made such a big career, but also because I, the old company commander, have benefited from you. More importantly, after you left the army, you still made such a great contribution to the country and the army. And you even have the honor of receiving second-class merits. I'm sure I won't be able to do what you're doing in the future. You're overpraising me, old company commander." Xia Ruofei revealed a look of reminiscence. "When I learned of the news of old Luo's death, blood also rushed to my head. In addition, it happened in the Three Mountains, so I'm responsible for it." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Oh right, I've asked Lei Hu to arrange a meal for you tonight. I'll let you meet someone." "Oh? Who's there?" Ma Jia asked. "You'll know tonight," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. You brat, you're still keeping me in suspense. Ma Jia laughed and scolded, you're the boss now, I'll follow your arrangements. Since Xia Ruofei had arrived, Ma Jia had the veterans end their training early and return to the dormitory together. The ex-soldiers had been away from each other since they were discharged from the army. It was rare for them to get together, so they naturally had endless topics to talk about. In particular, a few of the ex-soldiers who were more familiar with Xia Ruofei asked the questions that everyone was very concerned about, which was their future work. Xia Ruofei did not hide anything from everyone and gave them a brief introduction of the situation on the Paradise Island. Of course, he did not mention anything about the world of cultivation or the Taishu Shanqing formation. The guards were mainly responsible for the daily defense of the island. The Liu family had already set up a lot of weapons and equipment on the island, which needed professional people to operate. The guards were dealing with ordinary security threats, including pirates and the like. In the event of civil strife in the agate, Paradise Island, which was relatively close, might be affected by the chaos. If cultivators invaded, there would naturally be a large array to deal with it. When the time came, all the ordinary people would be transferred to the sanctuary in the mountain. Regarding the weapons and equipment that the ex-soldiers were very concerned about, Xia Ruofei also readily expressed that everyone could make a list according to their needs. As long as it was not too exaggerated, he would be able to satisfy them. Everyone was naturally cheering. After being in the army for so many years, especially in the special forces, they had come into contact with a lot of weapons and equipment. The veterans were also very familiar with some foreign military equipment and had long been fascinated by some famous weapons. Thinking that they could use these weapons in the future, everyone was naturally happy from the bottom of their hearts. After everyone chatted for a while, the 20-odd veterans that Su Yugang brought arrived at Taoyuan Farm. These were all his old comrades in the army, and he knew them well. Their military quality was also very good. Su Yugang had gathered everyone together and then took the high-speed rail to come here. According to Xia Ruofei's instructions, Su Yugang had contacted Lei Hu in advance, so the Peach Blossom Company had sent a bus to Sanshan South Station to pick up everyone. Xia Ruofei looked at the travel, warned Su Yugang and gave him a few words of encouragement. He then asked him to quickly bring the veterans to the dormitory to settle down. Soon, Su Yugang came over and explained to Xia Ruofei the situation of the recruitment of veterans. He had brought a total of 23 comrades, all of whom used to be excellent scouts. He had also carefully made a roster, listing everyone's basic information and service status. Xia Ruofei also trusted Su Yugang very much. After a brief understanding, he accepted all the veterans. Of course, Xia Ruofei still had to conduct a routine screening of everyone before he entered the island, including the old Captain Ma Su. It was not that he did not trust them, but Peach Garden Island was too important to Xia Ruofei. He could not allow any mistakes to happen. Xia Ruofei introduced Ma Jia and the other veterans from Lone Wolf to Su Yugang. They were all from the military, so there was a natural sense of closeness between them. Soon, the two groups of veterans got along well and started to chat with each other. In the army, there would always be all kinds of relationships, such as fellow soldiers, common comrades, or the martial arts competition that they had participated in, and so on. Moreover, Lone Wolf's team members were mainly selected from various reconnaissance troops, and many of them could also interact with old troops. Therefore, everyone soon began to chat with great enthusiasm. Of course, they were all old comrades who had been trained by the army for many years. Even though they had already retired, they still remembered the confidentiality regulations in their hearts. As for the secret missions they had carried out during their service, if they had not passed the confidentiality period, they would definitely not mention them. The sky was getting dark. Lei Hu walked over and said to Xia Ruofei, "Brother Xia, the canteen is ready." In order to ensure the food of the veterans, Lei Hu had specially invited the wife of Cao Taishu, who was originally in charge of the canteen, back to be in charge of the cooking. After the Peach Blossom Company's headquarters moved, the number of people eating at the farm's cafeteria had also decreased. Now, it was mainly the farm workers who ate lunch here. The company's headquarters cafeteria for the employees had also been built. Therefore, Cao Taishu's wife had already gone to work in the headquarters cafeteria, leaving only a chef here. This time, Xia Ruofei had ordered to prioritize the food and lodging of the veterans, so Lei Hu had transferred Cao Taishu's wife, who had the best cooking skills, back. 2762 An unexpected reunion. 2. Xia Ruofei nodded and asked in a low voice, "Have you picked up the person?" He's already in the canteen." Lei Hu replied. "All right," Xia Ruofei said. He then asked, "Where's the wine? Are you all ready?" "Don't worry, Brother Xia. Ensure that we have sufficient ammunition." Lei Hu laughed and said, "I personally went to the winery's warehouse to get it." "You're really respected. There are a lot of cars there waiting to be loaded." "I heard that some of them have been waiting for 2 or 3 days. When I went over, they immediately gave me the wine first." The sales of the Drunken Eight Immortals wine had been increasing in popularity for the past 2 years. The most idle job at the winery was the sales post. There was no need to go out to find sales channels at all. The products were always in short supply. It was very common for some to wait for several days at the winery in order to get a batch of goods. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Of course. I'm a shareholder of the winery. Do I have to line up to get some wine? Besides, we won't be taking it for free. There's also money, okay?" Xia Ruofei had only informed the winery, and Lei Hu had bought the goods under the name of the Paradise Corporation. He had also settled the bill under the company's name. Of course, to Xia Ruofei, this was just a matter of using his left hand to replace his right hand. That manager wanted it to be free of charge. Are we the kind of people who take advantage of others? Lei Hu chuckled. She directly stuffed the check into his arms. Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, all right. Don't get too cocky, kid. Hurry up and go to the cafeteria." "Yes," Lei Hu said. This time, Su Yugang had brought along many of Lei Hu's old comrades. He was also quite excited today, even walking with the wind. "My comrades!" Xia Ruofei shouted. "The canteen has already prepared the food. Everyone, go to the canteen and chat while eating. I prepared a little wine today. It's been a long time since we've reunited, so let's get drunk tonight." "Good. We won't leave until we're drunk. I've never been a coward when I drink. I'm going all out with this 100 gene. Ha ha ha. Old Yen, when did you ever drink more than me in the army? Who doesn't know how to brag? We'll see who's the real deal at the table. You have backbone. Then we'll wait and see." The soldiers followed Xia Ruofei to the canteen excitedly. Just as everyone lifted the curtain and walked into the canteen, they saw 2 people coming up to them. Ma Jia was talking to Xia Ruofei, but when she saw who it was, she couldn't help but freeze. These two people were Monitor Old Luo's widow, Lin Yui, and their daughter, Nan Nan. After Monitor Old Luo passed away, Xia Ruofei had specially made a trip to the Monitor's hometown to persuade Lin Yui to work in his company. At the same time, he had also arranged for Nan to study at Sanshan. Ma Jiao looked very surprised and said after a long time, "Sister-in-law? What are you doing here?" "Company Commander Ma, long time no see," Lin Yui said with a smile. Squad leader Old Luo had a lot of experience in the Lone Wolf assault team. Many of the veterans who had come to work in Xia Ruofei's Peach Blossom Island Guard were soldiers he had led before, so they were more familiar with Lin Yui. When they first saw Lin Yui, they were also very surprised. When they regained their senses, they all came forward to greet her. "Sister-in-law. Good day, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, how have you been these past 2 years? We've all missed you." Lin Yui smiled and said, "I'm very good. I'm so happy to see you guys today. Little Xiao, little Li. You're little Wang, right? I haven't seen you for a few years, and you seem to have grown taller." The veteran named Wang Zhihong by Lin Yui said with a bitter expression, "Sister-in-law, when you call Xiao Wang, can you not add the word right?" The seasoned soldiers instantly roared with laughter. Lin Yui was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She couldn't help but purse her lips and smile, saying, "It's my fault. Little Wang, long time no see." Ma Jia separated the crowd and said, "Sister-in-law, you still haven't told me why you're here. We all thought you were in your hometown." Only Wolf King Guozhan knew that Xia Ruofei had arranged a job for Lin Yui. This was also something that Guozhan had asked Xia Ruofei to do. Xia Ruofei had not spread the news, so Ma Jia and the others naturally had no idea. That was why Ma Jia was so surprised when he saw Lin Yui. Lin Yui looked at Xia Ruofei and said, "I've been in the Three Mountains for the past 2 years. And he was working in Ruofei's company." Ruofei had even arranged for Nan to enter the best primary school in the Three Mountains. "Nan, why are you hiding behind? Hurry up and call for help. This is Uncle Ma, and this is Uncle Xiao. When I went to the army, they always gave you delicious food. Have you forgotten?" Seeing that so many people were looking at her, Nan could not help but feel a little shy. She kept hiding behind Xia Ruofei. Although Xia Ruofei did not spend much time at the Three Mountains, he seemed to have a high natural affinity with the children. "Sister-in-law, it's fine." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Maybe it's because we haven't seen each other for a long time. The child is a little shy. He'll be fine in a few days." Ma Zhang was still digesting Lin Yui's words. After a while, he came back to his senses and looked at Xia Ruofei with a complicated expression. "Ruofei, I didn't expect you to do so much for the old class monitor. In fact, we also want to do something for the class monitor, but we don't have the strength." "Ruofei, thank you." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, No. Old company commander. You're being too serious. Back then, I was brought up by old squad leader Luo. If it were in the past, he would be my master. It's my duty to do something for the class monitor to the best of my ability." When Masu saw Lin Yui's state, he knew that she had already walked out of the grief of old Luo's sacrifice. She was living very well in the Three Mountains, and her entire person was filled with a healthy and positive aura. This made him feel even more emotional. The way the other veterans looked at Xia Ruofei changed. Xia Ruofei's act of helping Lin Yui's family had greatly improved his image in the hearts of the veterans. Xia Ruofei felt a little uncomfortable under everyone's gaze and quickly said, "Don't just stare. Find your own seat and sit down. It's getting dark, hurry up and start scrubbing. Old company commander, sister-in-law, you two sit here." Xia Ruofei beckoned the veterans to take their seats. Lin Yui also smiled and said, "Everyone, find a seat. There's a dish I made myself tonight. It's a welcome for our comrades." "That's great. I haven't tasted sister-in-law's cooking for years. Let's all guess which dish sister-in-law made, okay? I think it's possible. If you're wrong, you'll have to drink 3 cups of wine as punishment." "It's decided then." The seasoned soldiers responded noisily and found a place to sit down. Although there was no clear division of ranks, everyone would find their more familiar comrades to sit at the same table. For example, Su Yugang and his group of veterans were concentrated at 2 of the tables. Xia Ruofei, Ma Jia, Lin Yui, and a few others who had been in Lone Wolf for a long time sat together. Chao Tieshu's wife brought the staff of the canteen and quickly served the dishes. Lei Hu, on the other hand, took out all the liquor that he had brought from the winery's warehouse today. They were all from Drunken 8 Immortals' white liquor production team, and they generally liked to drink white liquor. There were 15 boxes of wine and 90 bottles in total. If they finished all of them, each person would have nearly 2 bottles on average. "My comrades, eat to your heart's content. Drink as much as you want." Xia Ruofei stood up and raised his voice. "If there's not enough wine, I still have a lot at home. If you can finish it, we'll finish it all tonight." "All right." The seasoned soldiers responded loudly. Even the horse deputy was very active in responding to the ban on drinking in the army, but it was allowed to drink during the holiday, so it was not against the rules. Moreover, even if it was a little against the rules, Ma Jiao would definitely not be a killjoy on such an occasion. He would drink when he had to. Xia Ruofei took a bottle of Drunken 8 Immortals from Lei Hu and filled it up with wine. Today, he didn't use the thumb cup that was used to drink white wine, but a small glass that was used to drink beer in the south. 1 glass was about 2 taels. Xia Ruofei raised his glass high and said with a smile, "My comrades, all of you, fill up the wine. The first glass of wine, for our reunion, cheers." 2763, we won't go home until we're drunk. 1. Atmosphere was very lively. The veterans had gathered again after such a long time and everyone was very happy. In this atmosphere, they naturally drank a lot. Xia Ruofei had drunk a lot as well, but he did not use his spiritual energy to disperse the alcohol. At this moment, if he did not get drunk, no matter how much he drank, it would be tasteless. Of course, Xia Ruofei's current physique was completely different from before. Even if he did not use his true energy to dispel the alcohol, his alcohol tolerance was much stronger than before. Therefore, even though he was the host and had finished a bottle of white wine in a short while, he only felt a little dizzy, not even tipsy. On the other hand, Ma Jia and the other veterans' eyes had already begun to wander after 3 rounds of wine. It wasn't that Ma Jia and the others couldn't hold their liquor, but that Xia Ruofei's alcohol tolerance was too good. Ma Jia patted Xia Ruofei's shoulder and said, "Are you au fait?" You. You brat. After you left the army, your alcohol tolerance has increased a lot. At the place. You didn't practice less, did you? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Old company commander, I've always been good at drinking. It's just that you used to be my leader, so I was too embarrassed to make you drink until you lie down. Ma Yinlong laughed and said, You're bragging. I think you're also holding on. Come. If you have the ability, have another big drink with me. Company Commander Ma, you should drink less. Both you and Ruofei have drunk quite a lot tonight, Lin Yue persuaded. Ma Jia was actually a little bit drunk at this time. He said, Sis-in-law. It's fine. We still have some left. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Sister-in-law, if the old company commander wants to drink, then let him drink. There's no one else here, and we're in our own territory. If he gets drunk, I'll just carry him back, he'll be fine. Lin Yue didn't drink at night, so she could naturally tell that Ma Jia had drunk too much. However, Xia Ruofei was still sober. After all, Xia Ruofei was the host. Since he had already said so, Lin Yue couldn't persuade him any further and could only nod helplessly. Ruofei, you'd better control yourself. Don't drink too much and cause an accident. If that happens, things might turn bad, she said after some thought. It was a small matter to lose face after drinking too much. Lin Yue was worried that if she drank too much, she might suffer from severe alcohol poisoning or stomach bleeding. That would be troublesome. As the organizer of the banquet and the boss of these people, Xia Ruofei had to take responsibility. Furthermore, these veterans were all old squad leader Luo's comrades. Lin Yue definitely didn't want to see anything happen to them. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Don't worry, sis-in-law. I know what I'm doing, nothing will happen. The veterans were all physically fit. When the military unit did not prohibit drinking, they would drink together a lot after training and missions. Xia Ruofei was confident in their alcohol tolerance. Even if someone did get sick from drinking too much, Xia Ruofei would be there and nothing would happen. After Lin Yue heard Xia Ruofei's words, she nodded her head and stopped trying to persuade him. Xia Ruofei smiled and took the bottle of wine. He first filled Ma Jia's glass and then filled his own. He picked up his cup and said, Old company commander, I'll toast this cup to you. I want to thank you for taking care of me during my time in the army. At the same time, I wish you all the best after you end your military career. Ma Jia nodded heavily and said, Thank you, brother. The two of them clinked their glasses, then raised their heads and drank at the same time. Xia Ruofei drank the waiter's glass of white wine easily. Ma Jia, on the other hand, was a little forced. After drinking the large glass of white wine, the smell of alcohol suddenly surged up. However, he covered his mouth in time and forced it down. Then, he sat in his seat for a while, picked up the glass of juice, and took 2 big gulps to avoid the embarrassment of live broadcast. At this moment, another veteran came over to toast Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei did not refuse anyone. He used his eyes to signal Lei Hu to pay attention to Ma Shu's condition while chuckling and pouring wine from the bottle. He started drinking with the veterans again. Lin Yue's eyes were twitching. Xia Ruofei's manner of drinking white wine as if it were water was really scary. However, the ex-soldiers had all drunk to a certain extent and were not as observant as Lin Yue. When they saw that Xia Ruofei had finished his glass, they all gave him a thumbs up and went to find their close comrades to drink. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xia Ruofei saw that there was not much white wine left in Lei Hu's bottle. Some of the veterans were already sleeping on the table. He felt that he had drunk enough. In fact, he was feeling a little dizzy as well. This was a sign of alcohol. Hence, Xia Ruofei stood up and suggested that everyone drink up. The veterans who were still sober raised their glasses and drank their last glass of wine. Then, they helped their drunk comrades back to the dormitory. Ma Jia was already fast asleep in her seat. Xia Ruofei walked over and gestured for Lei Hu, who was about to help her up, to move aside. Then, he easily carried Ma Jia on his back and turned to Lei Hu, saying, "Make sure someone stays in the dormitory at night. If anyone feels any serious discomfort, inform me immediately. Also, get the cafeteria to prepare some hangover soup for everyone to drink." 2764, we won't go home until we're drunk, too. In fact, Lei Hu and Su Yugang were familiar with many of the veterans, but he did not drink much tonight because he knew he had work to do. In a sense, these ex-soldiers were all considered guests today, and he, Lei Hu, was first and foremost an employee of the Paradise Corporation. His task today was to ensure that he could provide good service. This was something that Lei Hu was very clear about. Xia Ruofei personally carried Ma along to the dormitory to settle down. He then went to each room to let the veterans rest early. At the same time, he also reminded them to take care of the drunk veterans. After Lei Hu finished his arrangements in the canteen, he rushed to the dormitory. Xia Ruofei gave him a few more instructions before going downstairs alone. He went straight back to his small villa in Taoyuan Farm. Although he hadn't lived here for a while, the company had arranged for people to clean it regularly. So the cleanliness was maintained very well. He didn't have to clean it overnight and could move in directly. After Xia Ruofei took a hot shower, he still felt a little dizzy. He had drunk too much tonight. By a conservative estimate, he had drunk more than 3 bottles of high-concentration white wine. Even though he had a strong physique, he still couldn't take it. However, Xia Ruofei only needed to slightly circulate his genuine qi, and the alcohol in his stomach and blood instantly evaporated. He quickly regained consciousness. Xia Ruofei locked all the doors and windows of the bedroom and drew the curtains. He then summoned the spirit map scroll from his palm and entered the medium. He first went to the mountain and sea realm. The time here was synchronized with the outside world. It was already around 11 p.m., and the laborers in the realm were already resting in their temporary rooms. However, Xia Qing was a spiritual puppet, so he didn't need to sleep. Those free laborers were sleeping, but he was still busy working. After seeing Xia Ruofei enter, Xia Qing quickly came forward to greet him. Xia Ruofei nodded. "I'm fine. I'm just here to check on the progress of the construction." Xia Qing replied, "Master, with this batch of labor, the progress of a lot of work has been greatly accelerated. You see, the area of the medicine garden has been expanded to more than 100 mu. There are also dozens of mu of rice fields over there. If I were to take care of it alone, I definitely wouldn't be able to manage it." Xia Ruofei was the absolute master of this space. He could see the situation clearly with just a sweep of his spiritual power. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Well done. Xia Qing, the performance of these free laborers is not bad, right? Is there anyone who's not behaving? No one here dares to be dishonest. Xia Qing smiled and said, now they are already used to your point system. Every day, they will put in their best effort to perform, hoping to exchange for as many points as possible. Xia Qing paused for a moment and continued, you promoted a few team leaders, and the results are good. I intend to give points to these people. Now, in addition to satisfying their food and clothing, they can also enjoy some cigarettes, wine, and drinks. So, they are very motivated. The others saw that they were doing so well, so they also tried their best to perform, hoping to get an official position. Xia Ruofei laughed. Where there are people, there will be competition. As long as we don't engage in egoism and eat from the big pot, we can always maintain vitality. Oh, right, Xia Ruofei said, didn't I tell you to use the time difference at the Archean realm to cultivate some oak trees? How's this matter going? The last time Xia Ruofei brought out a few pieces of oak to make wooden barrels in Australia, Old West was full of praise for the new wooden barrels. He had already urged Xia Ruofei several times, hoping to buy more oak as soon as possible. This was also what Xia Ruofei had promised him, so he had asked Xia Qing to consciously cultivate more oak trees. Xia Qing answered without hesitation. Master, I personally completed this task. There are already around 150 of them. They were all cultivated at the Archean realm using the difference in time flow, before being transplanted here. Xia Ruofei followed the direction of Xia Qing's finger and sensed it. He saw a lush oak forest. These oak trees were growing very well in an environment rich in spiritual energy. The smallest one was 20 to 30 centimeters thick, which was enough to make oak barrels. Xia Ruofei nodded in satisfaction and said, well done. Xia Qing, in the next 2 days, organize some people to cut down this batch of oak trees, remove all the branches and leaves, and saw off the thinner parts of the tree branches. I only need the parts with a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. Yes, Master. Xia Qing immediately responded. That's right. I can bring some large branches to the Archean realm to continue cutting and cultivate oak saplings. They will be useful in the future. Xia Ruofei said, however, after cutting down this batch of trees, we shouldn't be in such a hurry. After nurturing them at the Archean realm for a period of time, we can directly transplant them here. After all, the space at the Archean realm was limited. Xia Ruofei couldn't use the precious space to plant the oak tree. However, he could use some space for cutting. After the saplings survived, it wouldn't be a problem to transplant them to the Archean realm. If there were a lot of them, he would just need to do a few more cuts and be patient. What Xia Qing lacked the least was patience. He did these cumbersome tasks every day without sleep or rest, but he never got annoyed, nor did he quit halfway. Xia Qing replied without hesitation, yes, Master. I'll send a group of people to complete the logging tomorrow morning. I'll personally cultivate the new saplings. The importance of the Archean realm far exceeded that of the Mountain Sea realm. Even though the area of the Archean realm was less than 1% of the Mountain Sea realm, Xia Qing would never let anyone else do the work that needed to be completed by someone at the Archean realm. There's a lot of tools like a saw and rope in the space. You just have to arrange them accordingly. Xia Ruofei nodded. Yes, Master. Xia Qing said. All right then. You can go. Xia Ruofei said, I'm going to the mountain to cultivate for a while. With that, Xia Ruofei appeared at the mountainside of the mountain in the Mountain Sea realm. After several space upgrades, the small hill had now become a steep mountain. The top of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, giving it a fairyland feeling. Of course, the clouds at the top of the mountain were actually formed by extremely dense spiritual qi, which was fundamentally different from the clouds in the outside world. Although the mountain kept growing, the caves and stone rooms on the mountainside did not change much. Xia Ruofei sat cross-legged on the platform outside the cave. He closed his eyes and started to practice the second level of the Great Tao technique. The concentration of spiritual qi here was far higher than that of the outside world. Even the Peach Blossom Island spiritual qi concentration was much inferior compared to this place. As soon as Xia Ruofei activated his cultivation technique, a steady stream of spiritual qi poured into his body. The true qi in his body was also slowly transforming into vital qi, and the efficiency of his cultivation was much faster than directly using origin crystals in the outside world. When he was cultivating, he could not feel the passage of time. When Xia Ruofei stopped, he realized that it was already many o'clock in the morning the next day. He sensed and realized that about 30% of the genuine qi in his body had been converted into yuan qi. After cultivating all night, the results were very obvious. Xia Ruofei let out a breath of air and stood up to stretch his muscles. With a sweep of his mental power, Xia Ruofei discovered that the free labor of the Mountain Sea realm had already started working. However, Xia Qing was probably worried that using a saw to cut wood would affect Xia Ruofei's cultivation. Thus, although she had organized a group of over 10 people, she only distributed the tools to everyone and did not start cutting wood. Xia Ruofei used his mind to tell Xia Qing, I'm going back to the outside world. Organize the workers and start working. Yes, Master. Xia Qing hurriedly bowed in Xia Ruofei's direction and responded. With a thought, Xia Ruofei returned to the outside world. He kept the spirit painting scroll in his body and went to the bathroom to wash up. Then, he threw the clothes that reeked of alcohol into the washing machine and changed into a set of clean and refreshing clothes. He then left the room and went straight to the staff dormitory where Ma Jia and the others were staying. 2765 Follow up arrangements. 1. The veterans had also woken up, but they didn't organize any training. Most of them had drunk too much yesterday, so they were a little dispirited today. Ma Jia simply let them rest for half a day. Ma Jia's face was still pale from the hangover. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he smiled bitterly and said, Ruofei, how did your alcohol tolerance become so high? Last night, I was so drunk that I blacked out. Xia Ruofei chuckled and said, I've already told you that I can hold my liquor well. I was letting you have your way in the army. But you didn't believe me. If you insist on competing with me, don't blame me if you get drunk. I didn't say anything when I was drunk last night, did I? Asked Ma Jia. Xia Ruofei laughed evilly and said, I've said a lot. I've recorded it. I'm going to play it for sister in law the next time I see her. Nonsense. Ma Jia's face was full of disbelief. I usually sleep soundly when I drink too much. I never talk nonsense. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, I'm not joking with you. Old company commander, I see that everyone's condition isn't very good, so I'll make some hangover soup for everyone to drink later. Ma Jia waved her hand and said, the canteen has already sent over some hangover soup. However, it will Take some time for him to recover. Drinking the hangover soup is useless. Xia Ruofei smiled. My hangover soup is different. It's definitely effective. Don't you dare brag. Ma Jia said, I wanted to organize a 5-kilometer run this morning. But my physical condition was really bad. I felt a little light when I walked, so I gave up on it after thinking about it. You guys, wait a moment. Xia Ruofei said. He originally wanted to talk to Ma Jia about the follow-up work arrangements, but when he saw that Ma Jia and the other veterans were listless, he also knew that the feeling of a hangover was very uncomfortable. So, he decided to prepare a special hangover soup for everyone first. Xia Ruofei arrived at the canteen. Chao Tieshu's wife was leading the staff to prepare lunch. Xia Ruofei called out, Sister-in-law, do you still have the hangover soup we prepared for the veterans? If you don't have any, please cook another pot. There's still quite a bit left. Chao Tieshu's wife smiled and said, They are all over there. She pointed at a large stainless steel bucket in the corner of the canteen and asked, Boss, do you want to drink some too? I saw that you drank quite a bit yesterday. You should have a bowl of hangover soup. Xia Ruofei walked towards the stainless steel bucket with the hangover soup and smiled. I'm not drinking it. It's for the veterans. They've already drunk it twice. Chao Tieshu's wife said, This thing doesn't have much effect even if you drink too much of it. You can't drink too much wine. Otherwise, it will definitely take you a few days to recover. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, It's okay. It's not bad to drink anyway. Let them drink it again. As he spoke, he lifted the lid of the soup barrel and saw that there was still more than half a barrel of hangover soup that exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. It should be enough for everyone to drink a small bowl. Xia Ruofei said, Sister-in-law, help me prepare the bowls and spoons. Also, bring the 3-wheeled cart from the canteen here. I'll send it over for everyone to drink another bowl. Chao Tieshu's wife didn't think much of it, but Xia Ruofei was the boss. She didn't dare to refute her boss's words, so she quickly got the staff to prepare the stainless steel bowls and spoons. These things were always in the cafeteria's disinfection cabinet, so they didn't need to be specially prepared. Boss, I'll have someone send it over. You don't have to do it yourself. Chao Tieshu's wife said. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, It's okay, I'll just take it as training. Hurry up and get ready. Most of the staff in the canteen were female. Xia Ruofei was embarrassed to let them do such physical work. Most importantly, he had to add something to the food, so he had to deliver it personally. All right then. Chao Tieshu's wife said, Then wait a moment, I'll go push the cart. Just as everyone was busy preparing, Xia Ruofei used his body to block everyone's view. He took out a few drops of the spirit heart flower petal solution and some spirit pond water from his spatial pocket and poured them into the hangover soup. Then, he pretended to be curious and stirred the soup with a stainless steel ladle, letting it mix evenly. Soon, everything was ready. Xia Ruofei lifted the soup bucket easily and placed it on the tricycle. The employees also moved the plastic boxes with stainless steel bowls and spoons onto the tricycle. Xia Ruofei rode on his 3-wheeled motorcycle and headed towards the staff dormitory. Old company commander, here's the hangover soup. Xia Ruofei shouted from below the dormitory. Get everyone down. Ma Jia stuck her head out from the corridor on the second floor and took a look, then quickly gathered everyone downstairs. Ruofei, how come you're so fast? Ma Jia looked at Xia Ruofei and said with a smile, you didn't bring the hangover soup that Mrs. Chow made, did you? How is that possible? I used my own secret recipe to make this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, the effect is not something that a normal hangover soup can compare to. Hurry up, one bowl for each of you. Everyone has to drink it. All right. You're the boss now, so we have to follow your orders. Ma Jia said with a smile. He was the first to walk over. He used a long ladle to scoop a bowl of hangover soup and directly gulped it down. After a while, Ma Jia finished the bowl. He wiped his mouth and said, and you still say that it wasn't made by sister, in La Chow? Even the taste is the same. 2766 Follow-up arrangements. 2. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, you can even feel the minute differences in the ingredients? Old company commander, don't be too full of yourself. Then, he said to the veterans, everyone, don't just stand there. Line up and come over. One bowl for each person. Not a single one less. The ex-soldiers quickly formed a line and came forward to drink the soup. At first, Ma Su didn't think much of it, but soon his face changed slightly and said, eh? It really does seem a little different. My head doesn't hurt anymore. What the hell? Why is the effect so fast? Xia Ruofei smiled as he watched from the side. Of course. He knew what the effect of the soup would be. The petals of the spirit heart flower could even cure a serious disease, like Old Man Lu. The veterans in front of him were only dispirited after drinking alcohol. They didn't get sick at all. Under normal circumstances, they didn't need to take medicine. They would recover after 2 days of rest. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei had only added a few drops of the solution, the huge bucket of hangover soup had already diluted the solution by many times. However, the effect was still very obvious. Xia Ruofei had also added some spiritual pond water. The spirit pool water was a great help in recovering one's mental strength. After drinking the hangover soup with the spirit pool water and the petals of the spirit heart flower, everyone's spirits were low. Naturally, they recovered quite quickly, and the effect was very good. The ex-soldiers also finished the soup one after another. They also quickly felt the magical effect of this unique hangover soup. In a short while, the veterans in the open space in front of the dormitory building became lively again. A few of them even clamored to go for a 5-kilometer cross-country run. Ma Su was also eager to give it a try. He had been a company commander for so many years and was also a person who couldn't stay idle. Although this was no longer the army, he couldn't help but want to stop everyone from training well when facing a group of soldiers who had led them before. Xia Ruofei stopped him and said, old company commander, although everyone has recovered a lot, we still drank too much last night. Let's rest for half a day today. Besides, you just announced that you would rest in the morning, and now you're changing it to training. It's not the style of the army to change your orders so quickly. All right then. Ma Jia said, then let's rest for half a day. In fact, Xia Ruofei was the boss now, and his instructions had to be carried out firmly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, old company commander, come and sit with me. Let's have some tea, and I also want to talk to you about the upcoming work arrangements. All right. Ma Jia said straightforwardly, the day we arrived, they told me that the small villa over there is where you live. I haven't been there to visit it yet. Then what are we waiting for? Xia Ruofei smiled and said, let's go now. Let's go. It was not too far from the staff dormitory to Xia Ruofei's villa, so they did not take a car and just walked for a while. Xia Ruofei invited Ma Jia to the coffee table in the living room and sat down. He then started to boil water and prepare tea. Xia Ruofei secretly took out a small jar of Dahong Pao from his spatial space and took it out from his pocket. He used a teaspoon to scoop some tea leaves and put them into the pot. As he waited for the water to boil, he smiled and said, "Old company commander, have a good taste of my tea later. I've heard that your company is also selling a type of Dahong Pao." Ma Jia laughed and said, "The internet has a very high evaluation of your tea leaves. They say that the price is affordable, but the quality is quite high." Xia Ruofei chuckled. "The tea here is different from the peach blossom Dahong Pao that our company sells on the e-commerce platform's flagship store. The tea here is all precious for personal consumption. It's much better than selling in bulk." In fact, this was the truth. Xia Ruofei had harvested and made these tea leaves in the medium. Furthermore, they were from the few tea trees that he had cut from the mother tree, Dahong Pao. These were the second-generation authentic Dahong Pao. The tea leaves sold in the flagship store were mostly from the second or third generation cut tea trees. "Then I'll have to have a good taste," Ma Jia said. "I've never even tried the tea leaves you sell in your online store. On one hand, I don't have money. On the other hand, your hunger marketing is too infuriating. Isn't it bullshit that you want to snatch something to buy?" Xia Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "I didn't ask much about the specific sales. It's all the strategy set by the management team. However, it wasn't just marketing. The output of Taoyuan's Dahong Pao tea leaves is indeed a little low. We can't just release all the tea leaves at once. If that's the case, there won't be any tea for sale for a long time, so we can only release some of our stock at a time." By then, the water was already boiling, so Xia Ruofei started to make the tea. In a short while, the unique fragrance of Wui rock tea filled the living room. Xia Ruofei picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Ma Jia, saying, "Old company commander, have a drink and see how it tastes." "Thank you," Ma Jia said and took the cup. He didn't even realize that his attitude towards Xia Ruofei was not as casual as before. Of course, this wasn't to say that Ma Jia was snobbish. After all, they were no longer in the army and Xia Ruofei was going to be his boss. His attitude unconsciously became more polite than before. After Ma Jia took a small sip, she said, "The fragrance of this tea is very special. Although I've never had any good tea before, I think it's really good. It's even more fragrant than the Wolf King's precious tea leaves." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "How dare you drink Wolf King's tea? I have to report to him the next time I see him." "Don't tell on me," Ma Jia said. "Besides, the Wolf King turned a blind eye to it. When did we not take something good from his office?" Ha ha ha, the two of them chatted for a while before Xia Ruofei said, "I'm usually quite busy, and I can't keep an eye on the farm all the time. So I'll have to trouble you with the personnel management." Seeing that Xia Ruofei was talking about work, Ma Jia also said seriously, "No problem. The Wolf King asked me to take a break and come here in advance so that I can help you manage your team." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Actually, we don't have any special tasks during this period of time. Everyone is mainly resting and recuperating. I estimate that everyone will be able to arrive in 2 or 3 days. You can organize some basic training for everyone appropriately, but don't push it too hard. Xia Ruofei agreed with Ma Su's idea of organizing everyone's formation and basic physical training. After all, some of the veterans had left the army for several years, and the guards were basically considered a military unit. Some of the sloppy habits of the local area were naturally not allowed to be brought in. Many people felt that the formation training was just for show, including the army's very strict housekeeping standards, especially the matter of the quilt being folded into tofu blocks, which was often criticized on the internet. In fact, whether it was the formation training or the housekeeping, they were all good ways to cultivate a soldier's discipline. Our army was established in the hearts of the soldiers through such means. Ma Jia had been a company commander for so many years, so he was naturally very clear about this. He nodded and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Xia Ruofei said, "There are still a few things that I have to trouble you with, old company commander. First, everyone's uniforms and equipment must be unified when we arrive at the guard. Old company commander, you're in charge of asking for everyone's opinions on the basis of seeing what kind of clothes everyone likes. American or British, it's fine. Our army's clothes are also not a problem. In short, everyone's opinions are the main priority. At the same time, it must be convenient for work. When the time comes, make a list for me, and I'll think of a way to buy it." "All right," Ma Jia replied. The second would be weapons and equipment. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Similarly, we'll first ask for opinions and then give me a list of equipment. In addition to a set of equipment, if you have any weapons that you really like, you can also bring them up. I will try my best to satisfy everyone. Of course, it's fine as long as it's not too outrageous. For example, there's no need to deploy a set of Patriot missiles on the island." Ma Jia couldn't help but burst into laughter and said, "I know. If that bunch of kids knew about this, who knew how happy they would be. I'll tell them the good news when I get back." 2767 Reunion. After a short separation, 1. Xia Ruofei then explained some details to Ma Jia, including clothing, food, accommodation, and transportation. He was still very concerned about these veterans who came to seek refuge with him. While the veterans were in the 3 mountains, Lei, who was in charge of coordinating all the security as the temporary person in charge of the guards, Ma Su naturally had to intervene in this work. After the two of them finished discussing work, Xia Ruofei asked, "By the way, old company commander, when will sister-in-law come over to meet you?" "She has already submitted her resignation, but there are still some procedures to be done," said Ma Jia. "You also know that this is how the system works. Even if she resigns, she can't just leave as she wishes. It might take another 3 or 4 days. She'll go through the formalities and hand over the work. In addition, she'll have to make some arrangements at home. She should be able to meet up with us within a week." Speaking of this, Ma Su asked, "Ruofei, is it because the Peach Blossom Island is in a hurry to get people? I can urge her." Ma Su's wife was a meteorological major, and Peach Blossom Island's airport happened to need meteorological personnel, so Xia Ruofei had asked her to resign and come to work. This way, not only would they meet more people than before, but it would also solve the problem of the two places being separated. Otherwise, if Ma Jia went all the way to Peach Source Island to work while her lover stayed in China, she would definitely have emotional problems after a long time. Xia Ruofei said, "I've already asked the staff who were originally on Peach Blossom Island to return to their countries. The airport is now closed. However, it's a private airport and only our own planes can take off and land. It's fine if it's a few days later. There isn't even a tower supervisor on Peach Blossom Island now, but I can still take off and land my own plane. The weather is different. Ma Jia said, if there is bad weather that is not suitable for landing, and there is no weather forecast here, wouldn't it be dangerous for the plane to fly over as usual? I'll ask my wife to speed up and come over in 2 days. Xia Ruofei waved his hand and laughed. I'm fine. It's fine. I've asked our pilot and he said that meteorological data is indeed important, but there's an airport near Peach Blossom Island where we can obtain meteorological data. It's just that they can't accurately predict the situation above our airport. It's not a big problem and it can be overcome in the short term. And to be honest, the number of flights taking off and landing at Taoyuan Airport is quite low, so don't rush, sister, in law over such a small matter. Let her deal with everything before coming over. Xia Ruofei then added, of course, if you can't wait to see your wife, so you're using this reason to urge her to hurry up, then it's a different story. Nonsense. Ma Jia laughed and scolded him, am I that kind of person? That's hard to say, Xia Ruofei said with a smile. The two of them made tea and chatted in Xia Ruofei's villa. When it was almost lunchtime, Ma Jia got up and left. He returned to the staff dormitory where the veterans were staying and prepared to have lunch with them. Everything here was in accordance with the military management model. Before lunch, everyone had to line up and walk to the canteen. They also had to strictly implement the rule of singing before lunch. After Xia Ruofei entrusted the management of these veterans to Ma Jia, he did not stay at Taoyuan Farm. He asked Lei Hu to send him back to the Jiangbin villa in the city. In the days that she had been away from the Three Mountains, Ling Qingxue had also arranged for some part-time cleaners to come over and clean the house, so it was very clean. There wasn't a layer of dust because it had not been lived in for a long time. After Xia Ruofei returned home, he first checked the refrigerator in the kitchen, then took out some ingredients from the spirit map space and put them in the refrigerator. Then, he drove to the nearby Walmart to buy some ingredients that were not stored in the spirit map space. After that, Xia Ruofei started to get busy in the kitchen. After a while, there was a knock on the villa's door. Xia Ruofei did not see anyone, but he heard Ling Qingshua's cheerful voice. It smells so good. Ruofei, what delicious food did you make? Before Xia Ruofei came back, he had called Ling Qingxue and asked her to make time to go home in the afternoon, so that the two could have lunch together. This time, Xia Ruofei had left for quite a long time. When Ling Qingxue heard that he had returned, she naturally agreed happily. If Xia Ruofei had not said that he had something to do in the morning and would only be home in the afternoon, Ling Qingxue would probably have run back from the company in the morning. Ling Qingxue finally managed to get off work, so she couldn't wait to drive back to the Jiangbin Villa community. As soon as she entered the kitchen, she could smell the alluring fragrance coming from the kitchen. Xia Ruofei poked his head out of the kitchen and laughed. We'll have braised lamb and steamed Kuan fish for lunch. Isn't that a good standard? Ling Qingxue was bending down to change her shoes. She straightened up and gave Xia Ruofei a thumbs up. I must give it a like. Ling Qingxue wanted to help out in the kitchen, but Xia Ruofei realized that she was getting more and more busy. She was clearly here to cause trouble. Hence, he chased her to the living room to watch TV without giving her a chance to explain. Without Ling Qingxue by his side, Xia Ruofei's cooking efficiency had indeed improved. Very quickly, he had prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Other than the 2 hard dishes, there was also a stir-fried vegetable. The ingredients were naturally the vegetables grown in the spirit map space. He also made a scallop and pork rib soup. 2768 Reunion after a short separation. 2. These dishes were more than enough for 2 people to eat. It had been a long time since Ling Qingxue had a taste of Xia Ruofei's cooking. She enjoyed the meal and praised Xia Ruofei's cooking skills as she ate. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Eat slowly. It's just the 2 of us today. No one's snatching your food." Ling Qingxue took a sip of the rib soup, then raised her head and said, "Tell me. Now that you've been away for so many days, don't tell me you've found me, and Wei Wei, a good sister again?" Xia Ruofei looked embarrassed and said, "Look at you. I'm not that kind of person, okay?" Xia Ruofei didn't want Ling Qingxue to continue this topic, so he immediately said, "Speaking of which, the harvest this time was really not small. Qingxue, are you busy at the company? Can I take a few days off? I want to take you to a place." Ling Qingxue thought for a moment and said, "Of course I'm busy every day, but my dad's here. He's just lazy, so he wants to retire earlier. If I really need to take leave, he can take care of it himself." "All right. Then I'll take 10 days off first." Xia Ruofei said, "I'll take you to a good place." "What is this place?" "He's worthy of your praise." Ling Qingxue asked, curiously. "This is a secret for now." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "But I can tell you a little. This place is called a cultivator's heaven." The place that Xia Ruofei wanted to bring Ling Qingxue to was naturally Paradise Island. With the continuous operation of the Taishu Xianqing formation, the cultivation environment and the concentration of spiritual energy on the Paradise Island would be much better than the outside world. The entire island itself was a priceless cultivation resource. Ling Qingxue also needed to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy for her cultivation. Although she could absorb the spiritual energy from spirit crystals or even origin crystals, it would be even better if she could cultivate on the Peach Source Island. If there was still spiritual energy on Earth, then the spiritual energy inside the Paradise Island was almost inexhaustible. In that case, it has something to do with cultivation? Ling Qingxue's eyes brightened, and her interest was piqued. However, she changed her mind and asked, "Then, will Wei Wei go? You want her to go with you?" Xia Ruofei was slightly stunned. Ling Qingxue rolled her eyes at Xia Ruofei and said coyly, "Aren't you just asking the obvious? If we're going, I'll definitely be going with her. Otherwise, how am I going to explain it to her if she finds out?" Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Of course, I can bring her along. It was originally prepared for you. But I don't know if she'll be able to leave, or if she'll have to go to classes or take exams." Song Wei was still a graduate student. Xia Ruofei was not sure if taking a long leave would affect her studies. "She's a graduate student, big brother," Ling Qingxue said. "Now, even undergraduate students could take a few days off, and graduate students had more freedom. If you don't believe me, I'll give her a call right now, and we'll get this done today." Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to reply, Ling Qingxue took out her phone and dialed Song Wei's number. Xia Ruofei saw that Ling Qingshui had directly found the number in her call history and dialed it. It seems like the two of them have been in contact, Xia Ruofei thought to himself. Ling Qingshui's call had already connected. Ling Qingshui had a sweet smile on her face as she said, Wei Wei, it's Qingshui. I want to ask you something. Ruofei wants to take us to a place, and he asked me to ask you if it's convenient for you to take a leave of absence these days. It'll probably take 10 days to half a month. No problem? That's great. Go and take a leave of absence now. This matter is settled. Ling Qingshui ended the call in a few words. She put away her phone and smiled smugly. How is it? Done. Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, no problem. I'll take you two with me. At this point, Xia Ruofei pondered for a while and said, how about this, tomorrow? The day after tomorrow. I have something to do in Beijing, so we'll go there directly. After I'm done. I have no problem with that. Ling Qingshui said, I'll ask my dad in the afternoon to take 10 days to half a month's leave to relax, then it's settled. Xia Ruofei said. His return to the Three Mountains this time was mainly for the matter of the veterans. In addition, he also wanted to take a look at the Paradise Company. After settling his matters, he could go to Beijing. After they were done discussing the leave, Xia Ruofei smiled at Ling Qingshui and said, Wife, how's your cultivation going? Although I can't practice the absolute beginning Heart Sutra together, I can't slack off in my daily cultivation. If you don't advance, you'll fall back. Ling Qingshui said, I've been persevering every day. However, it's true that set-off cultivation technique is only suitable for joint training. The efficiency of one person's training is really too low. We can practice together today. Xia Ruofei said. He sized Ling Qingshui up and smiled evilly. But before that, I have to check if your cultivation has improved. After he finished speaking, Ling Qingshui screamed in shock as Xia Ruofei lifted her up by the waist and walked towards the stairs, heading straight for the master bedroom on the second floor. It was 2 hours later when the two of them really started cultivating. When the two of them cultivated the absolute beginning Heart Sutra, they also had to be in close contact, and it was a direct contact on the soul level. The feeling was many times stronger than having sex in reality. After all, when they cultivated, they had no other thoughts, and in fact, they didn't have many thoughts in that aspect. Very quickly, Xia Ruofei had set up the array flags. Ling Qingshui had also put on her clothes. The two of them walked into the range of the array flags and began to cultivate the absolute beginning Heart Sutra after some slight adjustments. The two of them had been cultivating in the array for almost a whole day. Of course, because of the difference in the flow of time, only about 10 minutes had passed. In the outside world, after Xia Ruofei's breakthrough in cultivation, Ling Qingshui had practiced the absolute beginning heart scroll with him. The benefits she had gained were even greater. After a whole day of cultivation, her cultivation had improved by a large margin. Xia Ruofei did gain something. On the contrary, Xia Ruofei realized that cultivating the absolute beginning heart Sutra could also promote the transformation of genuine qi into yuan qi, and the transformation efficiency was not low. After a day of cultivation, about 10% of his genuine qi had been converted into yuan qi. Now, Xia Ruofei's dantian had about 40% yuan qi. The remaining 60% was still genuine qi. He needed to continue working hard. Of course, The longer the cultivation time, the better it was. Otherwise, he would simply cultivate for a few days and nights without rest, and he could successfully complete the process of true qi transformation. In fact, excessive training would not only reduce the efficiency, but it could also bring some danger. Therefore, the two of them stopped after a day. It was already 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. There was no point for Ling Qingxue to go to the office anymore, so she gave Ling Xiaotian a call and told him that Xia Ruofei was back and that she would not be going to the office in the afternoon. She also told Ling Xiaotian that she would be taking a period of leave. Of course, the reason was made up. She said that she was going on a trip abroad. When Ling Xiaotian heard that his daughter was going on a trip with Xia Ruofei, he agreed happily, without a second thought. He even urged Ling Qingxue to spend more time outside so that she would not have to worry about the company. Xia Ruofei had wanted to go to his company in the afternoon, but it was obvious that he could not make it in time, so he decided to go tomorrow. The two of them strolled along the Min River until the sun was setting. Then, they returned to the villa hand in hand. Xia Ruofei was still the one who cooked. They made a sumptuous dinner and opened a bottle of half-lawn. After the meal, Ling Qingxue was still a little shy and felt embarrassed to stay the night. Besides, she had to go back to pack her luggage, so she went home after chatting with Xia Ruofei for a while. Xia Ruofei had already cultivated in the afternoon, so he did not cultivate at night. After a shower, he went to bed early. The next morning, Xia Ruofei drove the Night 15 SUV towards the headquarters of the Paradise Corporation. 2769, Company Affairs. 1. The management of Paradise Corporation had gotten used to Xia Ruofei's laziness. Even if he did not appear in the company for 2 months, no one seemed to feel that something was wrong. The company continued to operate as usual. Of course, Feng Jing, Dong Yun, and the director of the Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company, Xue Jinshan, knew very well that even if Xia Ruofei did not appear in the company for half a year, or even a year, he was still the soul and core of the company. Without Xia Ruofei, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Company would not be able to last even a month. All the formulas in Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory were developed by Xia Ruofei. Up until now, he was also the one providing the raw materials. The production process was also personally written by Xia Ruofei and sealed into the computer. It could be said that without Xia Ruofei, Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory would stop production at any moment. In addition, the precious truffles, cordyceps, and Dahongpo tea leaves were all provided by Xia Ruofei. It could be said that Xia Ruofei was the core competitive force of Paradise Corporation. Hence, even though Xia Ruofei had stopped managing the company, his reputation in the company had not weakened. As soon as Xia Ruofei arrived at the company, Feng Jing immediately called for a meeting with all the management to report on their work. Within half an hour, all the senior management in Sanshan had arrived at the small meeting room, including Xue Jinshan, who was busy at the construction site. Xia Ruofei listened to everyone's recent work reports and expressed his appreciation and encouragement for their work. At the same time, most importantly, he was here to solve their problems. If there were any unsolvable problems in the field that they were in charge of or things that required Xia Ruofei's approval, they could take advantage of this rare opportunity to raise it. In fact, everyone had indeed accumulated a lot of problems, such as the large expenses for the purchase of vehicles and equipment, the construction funds from Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory, and the most important raw materials and medicinal herbs were about to be used up. The production scale was about to expand by several times, so Xue Jinshan had been worried all this time. It was not easy for Xia Ruofei to appear, so he naturally poured out his grievances. Xia Ruofei answered everyone's questions with a smile. As long as the expenses were not too outrageous, he would directly sign and approve of them. In fact, Feng Jing was in charge of it. Basically, the expenses that could be reported to Xia Ruofei were all relatively reasonable. Moreover, Xia Ruofei had always given preferential treatment to his employees. For example, he generously agreed to the purchase of a bus as the company's commuting vehicle or to increase the employees' food subsidy. Regarding Xue Jinshan's problem, Xia Ruofei gave him a calming pill and told him that the new raw materials and medicinal herbs would arrive soon. He also asked him to contact the transportation vehicle. In addition, he also readily signed and approved the funds for the pharmaceutical factory to purchase equipment. Xia Ruofei was very efficient. In less than an hour, he had answered or solved all of their questions. The company's higher-ups were full of energy and threw themselves back into work. Xia Ruofei called Feng Jing to his office. "Mr. Chairman," Feng Rao said with a half-smile, "it looks like you're going into seclusion again?" Xia Ruofei was very efficient at the meeting today. He asked everyone to report on what they had to say. He did not use any empty words. Some of the performance reports were also as simple as possible. He did not even finish listening to the financial report and already knew the total figure. Feng Jing knew Xia Ruofei very well. She could tell that Xia Ruofei's schedule was very tight this time. He would probably disappear for many days after he appeared. With that thought, Feng Rao couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Xia Ruofei laughed dryly and scratched his head. "I'm sorry, Sister Che. I've been really busy recently. I really didn't mean to be lazy. Besides, the company has been developing very well under your leadership. I'm not an expert in business management, so I'll try not to interfere with your normal operations." Feng Jing could hear the sincerity in Xia Ruofei's tone. Even though she couldn't figure out why Xia Ruofei would be so busy if she left a company with such huge potential, she was a smart woman and knew when to stop. She also knew that she couldn't get to the bottom of things at this time. So, Feng Jing only smiled and said, "Don't mind me, I'm just complaining out of habit. Since you've handed the company over to me, I'll definitely do my best to help you manage it. You can rest assured about that." Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "It's all thanks to Sister Che's hard work that the company can develop to this scale today. I'm thinking of transferring some shares to you at the end of the year as a token of my gratitude." Xia Ruofei didn't value worldly wealth as much as he used to. When money had accumulated, to a certain extent, it was just a string of numbers. With Xia Ruofei's current wealth, he wouldn't be able to spend it all even in 10 lifetimes. Most importantly, ever since he started on the path of cultivation, Xia Ruofei felt that worldly wealth was not so important anymore. Some good cultivation resources could not be bought with money. At least not with worldly money. Besides, if he really wanted to make a fortune, as long as he asked for it, Qingfeng Luo would definitely transfer the entire corporation to him without hesitation. However, he did not do so. 2770, Company Affairs, 2. After Feng Rao heard this, she waved her hand and said, "The shares you've given me are enough, and my salary is higher than many CEOs in the world's top 500. I'm already taking too much." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Compared to Sister Che's efforts, I think the company's return is still not enough." I have my own plans for this matter. I haven't thought about how many shares I'll give you yet, but you're not allowed to refuse. Although Xia Ruofei's tone was gentle, Feng Jing could feel that there was no room for doubt. Even if she was an iron lady in the company, she couldn't help but nod after hearing Xia Ruofei's words, even if it didn't fit her values. Xia Ruofei immediately said, "Since you've agreed, it's settled. When I have time, I'll get this done." Feng Jing snapped out of her daze. She didn't know why she had agreed so readily. According to her temper, even if Xia Ruofei was the boss, even if he was giving her money, as long as it didn't match her value, she would firmly refuse. However, she seemed to be possessed today. It was too strange. Xia Ruofei chuckled to himself. In reality, he had done a little trick. It was just a small application of spiritual hypnosis. Feng Jing was just an ordinary person. Naturally, she had fallen into his trap without realizing it. Words that had been spoken were like water that had been spilled. Feng Jing couldn't immediately go back on her words, so she could only reply with a confused expression, "Then we'll talk about it later." Feng Jing decided not to think about it for the time being. After all, Xia Ruofei wasn't going to transfer the shares to her immediately. She thought for a while and said, "Ruofei, there are two more things that are related to you personally. That's why I didn't say it directly at the meeting today. If you have time now, I will report it to you." Xia Ruofei looked at his watch and said, "There's still a little time. Sister Che, you can tell me." Xia Ruofei's main purpose today was to make a trip to his warehouse in the city. On one hand, he wanted to receive the wine from the winery, and at the same time, hand over the processed Drunken Eight Immortals wine to the winery. On the other hand, it was naturally to take out the raw materials from the space, so that Shui Jinshan's pharmaceutical factory would have rice to put into the pot. If he hadn't made an appointment with the winery in advance, he would have plenty of time today. But now, he couldn't. He had to get to the warehouse in advance and take the wine out of the space. However, today's meeting was very fast, so he should still have about half an hour. Feng Rao nodded and said, "Then I'll make it short. The first thing is about the Spanish clubs. They hope to sign a strategic cooperation agreement with our company. The two sides will form a deep cooperation in brand promotion, product promotion, and other aspects. Considering the special relationship between you and this club, as well as their hopes of competing in the European arena next season, after our president's office has studied it, we are inclined to agree to this proposal. Of course, this all depends on you to decide." Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, "European war? Did Spain have a chance to enter the European tournament? I thought they weren't leading by that much? The last time Xia Ruofei helped Espanyol with Valencia, he scored 3 brilliant goals and helped Espanyol beat her by a narrow margin of 4-3. After that, he left Spain and returned to China. He remembered that Espanyol's situation at that time could only be said to be more optimistic about their chances of staying in the league. They were still quite far from the European region." Feng Rao was speechless. "You are also one of the shareholders of Espanyol. How much do you not care about your team?" Ever since Xia Ruofei played in the match between Espanyol and Valencia, many people in Paradise Corporation had become fans of Espanyol. The Spanish Football Association was also very generous by adjusting the kick-off time for Espanyol's subsequent matches. It was basically at noon local time, which was around 7 or 8 p.m. in China, and the latest was around 11 p.m. For those who watched the game, this was considered the prime time. Their viewership ratings in China naturally increased greatly, and their influence also increased greatly. Therefore, many people in Paradise Corporation knew about the current points, ranking, and future trends of the Spanish team like the back of their hands. Feng Jing did not expect Xia Ruofei to not pay attention to the Spanish team's situation at all, and she could not help but laugh. Xia Ruofei scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Didn't I just say it? I've been really busy recently. He had been busy with the construction of Peach Source Island, activating the Taishu Xianqing formation, and taking in Oris core stage cultivators as his servants. In comparison, he naturally did not care about the results of the La Liga club that he had invested in out of interest. Feng Rao shook her head. With your help, they won against Valencia. The Spanish team's momentum is like a rainbow. They won the next 2 rounds in a row. The rankings of the lower-tier teams in La Liga have always been in a stalemate, so they are only 4 points away from the European region. With 7 rounds left in the league, the 4-point gap is not that big. Of course, this is on the premise that Bar A has a high chance of winning the King's Cup. As long as they catch up with this gap, they can get a place in the UEFA Europa League qualification. Feng Rao was not a fan of Espanyol, but she knew so much about the situation of Espanyol. It was clear that she had done her homework after the Espanyol club had sent out their intention to cooperate. She had to admit that Feng Jing was a very serious and responsible person at work. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, the owner of the Spanish team is a good person. He has a good eye and a good personality. Just based on this, we can deepen our cooperation with them. As for whether they can enter the European tournament next season, it doesn't matter much. I agree to it. Feng Jing had already guessed that Xia Ruofei would give her this answer. She smiled and nodded. In fact, the strategic cooperation is also very simple. The initial plan is that our company will launch a customized version of tea leaves, cordyceps, and other products from the Spanish clubs, as well as the jade skin cream that is very popular abroad. They hope to design a special version with the Spanish club's badge. As for the Spanish clubs, they will hang our company's logo on the home stadium, the peripheral product stores, and other occasions, and indicate our strategic partners. At the same time, they will also give us a certain refund discount for advertisements on the chest of their jerseys. Xia Ruofei nodded without hesitation. No problem. It won't cost much and it's a win-win situation. Agree to them. All right. Feng Yi paused and continued. In addition, Spain also proposed that in order to increase the probability of the team entering the European zone, they hope that you can represent the team as much as possible in the remaining rounds of the league tournament this season, if conditions allow. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. So you were waiting for me here? I was wondering why they suddenly wanted to work with us on some strategic collaboration. Who asked you to be so catching in that match? Feng Rao pursed her lips and smiled. A lot of fans are protesting on RCD Espanyol's official Weibo. Why did President Xia, who performed so well, not make it into the squad list for several games in a row? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. It's all my fault. How about this? You can reply to them directly. If I have time, I can play a few games on behalf of RCD Espanyol. But you have to contact me at least 3 days in advance. All right. Feng Rao nodded and said, in fact, the domestic fans have high hopes for you. The second thing I want to say is also related to this. You're not going to let me join the national team, are you? Xia Ruofei couldn't help but ask. Feng Rao laughed and said, you're right. The fans spontaneously launched a vote on Weibo, hoping that the national team would draft you. Now, more than 80 million people have participated in the vote, and 99% of the participants have chosen to draft you. 2771 Duty, Bound, 1. A bitter smile appeared on Xia Ruofei's face. He didn't expect that playing a game would bring so many after effects. He had always been a person who was afraid of trouble. Seeing Xia Ruofei's bitter face, Feng Jing couldn't help but smile and said, the most interesting one is the Chinese Football Association. They have always been criticized for pretending not to see the voices of the fans and acting like ostriches in the sand. This time, they reacted very quickly, but because they couldn't contact you, the company has been replying to them that you haven't returned to the company during this period of time, so they also shouted on the internet, hoping to meet you and discuss how you're serving the country. Huh? Xia Ruofei could not help but raise his eyebrows. That's true, Feng Rao said. So, if you don't come back this time, I'll have to call you. After all, if this matter was not handled properly, it would cause a huge negative impact. Your image on the internet has always been very sunny, positive, and full of positive energy, including the traffic jam on the Weibo server last time you gave and signed jersey to the programmer who worked overtime in the middle of his illness, and so on. You've won a huge wave of likes on the internet. Now that the Chinese Football Association has sent out an invitation, it's just that there hasn't been an official letter yet. But the influence of the Weibo platform can't be underestimated, so we still have to respond appropriately. Feng Rao looked at Xia Ruofei and asked, I need to know your thoughts. First. Xia Ruofei smiled. So, you're saying that no matter whether I personally agree or disagree, our public relations department has a corresponding plan? That's for sure. That's their job. Feng Jing continued, but everyone, including me, is inclined to think that you should accept the invitation. After all, you should reject the offer to join the national team. Although your situation is special and the PR department and new media department have come up with a relatively safe response, it's not a good idea. The damage to your image is inevitable. All we can do is to minimize the losses. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, although I don't really care about all this, there's one thing I'm sure of. If I refuse, I'm afraid our public relations staff will have a hard time. Ha ha ha, Feng Rao shrugged and said, that's the money they're taking. Therefore, the decision will naturally be based on your personal opinion. You can only have one voice in Paradise Corporation. No one can force you to do something you don't want to do. Xia Ruofei said seriously, thank you, Sister Ran. But you're right. If the national team really needs it, I shouldn't refuse. It's just that I still have a lot of things to do recently. I'm afraid. By the way, the national team doesn't have any particularly important matches recently, right? Feng Yi nodded and said, after the incident with the Chinese Football Association, we immediately looked up the relevant information. In fact, the most important event for the national team is naturally the World Cup qualifiers next year. There might be a series of warm-up games or cup or friendly games to warm up before that. I heard that these games are also very important. What do you mean? Xia Ruofei raised his eyebrows and asked. It should be related to the national team's international ranking. Feng Jing said, as long as it's an international A-level event, there are points. The number of points determines the ranking. The international ranking will affect the level of the national team in the drawing of lots in the Asian qualifiers. If they can be listed as a first-tier team, they can naturally avoid some of the strong Asian teams. In the first stage of the group stage, now the national football team's ranking just happens to be hovering between the first and second tier, so even if it's a warm-up match, we must strive for as many victories as possible. Of course, compared to the World Cup qualifiers, these warm-up matches are much less important. Moreover, the Chinese Football Association will carefully choose their opponents for the warm-up match, neither too weak nor too strong. If the team is too weak, they won't have many points, and if the team is too strong, the Chinese Football Association can't take them down. So in fact, a lot of work is done outside the field. Even if you are called up to the team, you don't have to participate in such a game. Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly. For the national football team, the Chinese Football Association has been so worried. It's just that sometimes I don't seem to be using my strength in the right place, and I often mess around. Feng Rao couldn't help but burst out laughing. The Chinese Football Association's foreign aid policies and U23 policies had been criticized by people in recent years. Even people who didn't care much about domestic football could see such news from the news or online forums from time to time. Xia Ruofei continued, in principle, I can accept the recruitment of the national team. However, I can't be like other professional players. I can't be on call or even train with the team in closed-door training. I can participate in some important games as much as possible when the time allows. Therefore, I really need to talk to them face to face, but I believe that we can come to an agreement. After all, the Chinese Football Association was only an industry association in name. In reality, it was under the leadership of the General Administration of Sports. With Xia Ruofei's connections in the capital, it would not be a problem to settle the Chinese Football Association as long as his conditions were not too outrageous. 2772 Duty, bound, 2. If the Chinese Football Association had not publicly announced on Weibo that Xia Ruofei was not willing to join the national team, he only needed to inform Zhao Yongjun and the others. Then, the Chinese Football Association would definitely ignore the appeal of the netizens. They had been used to this anyway. Of course, Xia Ruofei also had the desire to serve the country. After all, he had loved football since he was young. When the national football team made it to the World Cup in Korea and Japan, although he was still young, he could still remember the national celebration. Although Xia Ruofei's feelings for the national football team were not as great as a famous commentator had said, Chinese football would always be his holy grail, no matter how many people spittoons it was. But at least Xia Ruofei was not like some fake fans who used the national football team as a target to vent their negative emotions and defame the national football team without any bottom line. If he could help and change the national football team, and even help the national football team advance to the World Cup, he was still willing to do his part. Sure, Feng Jing nodded. As long as you set the tone, we'll handle the rest. Xia Ruofei thought for a while and said, how about this? I'll respond to the Chinese Football Association's invitation on the internet. I'll do it myself. You can contact the Chinese Football Association in advance and tell them that I hope to be able to talk to the relevant responsible comrades about this matter in person. However, the specific time will have to be arranged again. I may not be free in the next few months. All right. Feng Rao replied. Sister Che, is there anything else? Xia Ruofei asked. Feng Jing spread her hands. Busy man, you can continue to disappear. But I hope you can at least keep in touch with me on your phone. That way, if the company needs you to make any decisions, we'll be able to find you. Xia Ruofei quickly said, I promise I'll do it. If you really can't get through to my phone, you can try to call me later, or just leave me a message. I promise you that I won't lose contact for a long time. Xia Ruofei was thinking that if he activated the shield mode of the formation on Peach Blossom Island, he might really lose contact with the outside world. Of course, unless there were special circumstances, the entire Paradise Island would not be blocked. After all, Paradise Island was not like the encampment of other cultivation sects, which had been hidden for hundreds of years. Paradise Island itself could be found on the open sea map or even on Google Earth, so there was no need to block it. If the Peach Blossom Island were to suddenly disappear, it would attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. All right, Feng Rao said helplessly. I got it. Xia Ruofei picked up the handbag on the table and said, Sister Che, I really have something urgent to attend to. I'll take my leave first. We'll keep in touch on the phone regarding the national football team. All right. Drive slowly, Feng Jing said. I know. Xia Ruofei quickly walked out of the office and waved at Feng Jing without looking back. Feng Rao shook her head with a bitter smile and also walked out. Xia Ruofei drove as fast as he could to the large warehouse in the city. He finally arrived 20 minutes before the agreed time with the winery. He heaved a sigh of relief. After locking the warehouse door from the inside, he quickly used his mental strength to check the warehouse and the surrounding conditions. Then, he took out jars of drunken 8 immortals from the spirit map space and placed them neatly in the warehouse. After doing all this, Xia Ruofei rested for a while. The car sent by the winery arrived. They had just delivered the newly produced drunken 8 immortals wine. The handover process was already familiar. The workers first unloaded the new wine from the truck, transported it all into the warehouse, and placed it neatly on the other side. Then, he loaded the jars of drunken 8 immortals wine that had been modified by Xia Ruofei into the empty truck. After about an hour, the loading and unloading work was completed. The manager of the winery shook Xia Ruofei's hand to express his gratitude, then left the warehouse with his team. Xia Ruofei returned to the warehouse and locked the door. Then, with a slight thought, the new wine that had just been transported into the warehouse disappeared into thin air. Very quickly, they were all transported to the spirit map space. Immediately after, Xia Ruofei took out the medicinal herbs that Xia Qing had prepared in advance from the spirit map space. The bags of medicinal herbs were handled very well, and Xia Qing had even added a label on each bag. All Xia Ruofei needed to do was to separate them into different categories and put them away. This time, Xia Ruofei had prepared a lot of ingredients. Enough for Taoyuan Pharmaceutical Factory to use for a long time. Even if the pharmaceutical group's factory and the Chongping branch were to start working, these raw materials would definitely be able to last for a while. With the free labor of the mercenaries, the spirit map space's herb garden expanded at an extremely fast speed. Although many herbs were still growing and had not reached the peak of harvest, Xia Qing had accumulated quite a lot of herbs over this period of time. This time, Xia Ruofei took all of them out. In any case, he would be able to harvest more and more medicinal herbs in the future. Xia Ruofei looked at the medicinal bags that filled half the warehouse and felt a sense of achievement. He gave Xue Jinshan a call to tell him that the medicinal herbs were ready and that he should immediately send a car over to receive them. After Xue Jinshan finished his meeting, he had already gathered all the trucks. He knew that as long as Xia Ruofei gave the order, they would be in place soon. As expected, he received a call from Xia Ruofei not long after he returned to the construction site in Chongqing County. Xue Jinshan was very excited and immediately called for a car to transport the goods to the warehouse. It was not the first time he received raw materials from the warehouse. He was already very familiar with it without Xia Ruofei sending him the address. After Xue Jinshan finished the call, he immediately drove his own car from the construction site in Chongqing County to the warehouse in the city. Xia Ruofei sat in the warehouse, bored. He even took out some crystals and cultivated for a while. It was only when he heard the sound of the truck's engine outside that he stopped his cultivation. He put away the crystals and walked over to open the warehouse door. Xue Jinshan had already met up with the convoy on the way. When he saw Xia Ruofei, he said, "Chairman, you've personally come to arrange the raw materials. It's really hard on you." Xia Ruofei laughed and scolded, "Cut the crap. If I can't get the raw materials for you today, you brat, don't know what you're going to say behind my back, do you?" "I wouldn't dare." Xue Jinshan laughed. As he spoke, he walked into the warehouse and saw the medicine packets piled up like a small mountain. He couldn't help but gasp and call out, "Woof. All of these ingredients are for our pharmaceutical factory?" Xia Ruofei shrugged and said, "Too much? Then pull less. I'll return it." Don T. Xue Jinshan quickly smiled apologetically, "I was just too surprised. This has far exceeded my expectations. Chairman, this is all money. How can we return it when it's already here?" As if he was worried that Xia Ruofei would go back on his words, Xue Jinshan quickly called for the workers to start moving the goods. The workers were busy moving bags of processed Chinese medicinal herbs while Xue Jinshan kept Xia Ruofei company and talked. After moving for more than an hour, half of the warehouse was finally finished. Xue Jinshan's trucks weren't enough. After loading 2 trucks, he estimated that it was enough, so he quickly transferred 3 more trucks over. In the end, 8 large trucks were needed to load all the medicinal herbs. Xue Jinshan was in a hurry to go to the warehouse of the pharmaceutical factory to settle this batch of raw materials. After thanking Xia Ruofei for his support in his work, he bade farewell to Xia Ruofei and led the team to the warehouse of the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory. Xia Ruofei had finally settled some trivial matters. When he was at Taoyuan Farm, he even took some time to go to the main water tower of the farm and the Pomfret's breeding workshop to add some spirit heart flower petal solution. With his current cultivation, he could naturally do it without anyone noticing. Xia Ruofei locked the warehouse and drove back to the Jiangbin Villa district. 2773 Enthusiastic response. 1. As he had spent quite some time in the warehouse, it was already 2 in the afternoon when Xia Ruofei returned to the villa. He made some noodles for lunch, then went to the balcony upstairs. He took out his single-lens reflex camera and tripod from his space. After finding the right angle, he turned on the camera, sat down on the outdoor chair opposite him, and started to record a video. After recording a few times, Xia Ruofei finally stood up in satisfaction. He took out the memory card from the camera and his laptop. He started to edit the video on the balcony. In the evening, the netizens who had followed Xia Ruofei's account on Weibo and today's headline platform saw the video that Xia Ruofei had posted. In the video, Xia Ruofei was sitting on a spacious balcony. Behind him was the beautiful blue sky and white clouds, as well as the scenery of Min River. Xia Ruofei was dressed in casual clothes. He smiled in front of the camera and said, "Hello everyone, I'm your good friend, Xia Ruofei. I've been busy with some personal matters during this time and didn't pay attention to the situation on the internet. It was only today that our company's president Feng reminded me that everyone had also initiated a vote for the Chinese Football Association to call me to join the National Football Association. And the Chinese Football Association also sent out an invitation. First of all, I would like to thank all the netizens for their love and the trust of the Chinese Football Association in me." Xia Ruofei adjusted his sitting position and continued, "I really didn't expect that my appearance in Espanol for fun would attract so much attention. I was a little scared. The Spanish clubs once hoped that I could play for the team regularly every week, but it was not realistic because everyone knows that I am not a professional player. I usually have to manage a company, and coupled with some of my personal affairs, so I often fly around the world. It is really difficult to guarantee that I can go to Spain to play once every weekend. That's why this time it's the same for the national team." However, Xia Ruofei suddenly changed the topic and said seriously, "It's my duty to serve the country. I used to be a soldier and I know that the honor of the country is above all else, so I will officially respond to the invitation of the Chinese Football Association. If the national team needs me and if my participation can help the national team, then I am willing to accept the recruitment and join the National Football Association." At the end of the video, Xia Ruofei said, "Of course, for reasons that everyone knows, I may not be able to follow the team the entire time like other professional players. I also hope that the Chinese Football Association can consider my actual situation and make appropriate arrangements for me. Of course, these are all details. I have already let the company contact the Chinese Football Association. I believe that the two sides should be able to reach a consensus soon. Finally, let's wish Chinese football good luck. I hope that the Chinese football team can make it into the finals of the Qatar World Cup and live up to the care and love of the fans over the years." The video ended there. Xia Ruofei did not make any heroic remarks. He spoke about some of his practical difficulties as they were. His tone was not as impassioned, but he received high praise from the majority of netizens. Of course, after Xia Ruofei uploaded the video to Weibo and posted it on the headlines, he didn't care about Ran anymore. He quickly went to cook as Ling Qingxue would be coming over for dinner after work. Although Ling Xiaotian had readily agreed to his daughter's request for a long leave of absence, Ling Qingxue still went to the company today. After all, she had been in charge of the company's specific affairs during this period of time. This time, she had to be away for so many days, and there were many things that needed to be handed over clearly. Considering that the two of them would be flying to the capital the next day and would be heading to Peach Blossom Island if everything went well, Xia Ruofei did not make many dishes and only made 3 dishes and a soup to avoid wasting food. Of course, the ingredients were of the highest quality. Besides, Xia Ruofei's cooking skills had improved. There was another benefit after cultivation. He could use his mental strength to control the heat. It was quite accurate. This allowed the taste of Xia Ruofei's dishes to reach a higher level. Ling Qingxue's mouth was full of oil as she ate. She didn't even consider the problem of getting fat if she ate too much. In fact, after becoming a cultivator, this problem didn't need to be considered. No matter how much she ate, it could be converted into energy. Some unhealthy impurities could be completely discharged from the body as long as she cultivated. After the two of them finished eating, they directly threw the remaining food into the trash can. Then, they washed the dishes and cleaned the refrigerator together, preparing for the long journey. The two of them had just finished cooking in the kitchen and were about to take a rest in the living room when Xia Ruofei's phone rang. It was Feng Jing. Feng Rao and Ling Qingxue had a good personal relationship, and Ling Qingxue knew that she was Xia Ruofei's right-hand man. Hence, Xia Ruofei did not have to hide anything from Ling Qingxue and picked up the call. "Sister Che, have you eaten?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. "I just finished," Feng Rao replied. He couldn't be bothered to eat. "Ruofei, the entire company's public relations department has been mobilized, and I'm personally overseeing it, all for the video you posted this afternoon." Xia Ruofei laughed. "No way. Was it really that exaggerated? Didn't I just post a Weibo video? I thought it'd be more sincere to post a video than a normal proposal or statement. I have some free time in the afternoon, so I did it myself. I hope it won't cause you any trouble?" 2774, the enthusiastic response. 2. Ling Qingshue's eyes brightened when she heard this. Even though she did not know what Feng Jing said, she could tell from Xia Ruofei's words that he had posted a video on Weibo this afternoon. And it seemed to have caused quite a stir. Ling Qingxue immediately took out her phone and opened the Weibo app. She skillfully found Xia Ruofei's ID in the following list and clicked on it. Xia Ruofei was still on the phone with Feng Jing and did not care about what Ling Qingxue was doing. "No trouble at all," Feng Rao replied. "How could there be trouble? Ruofei, your response is excellent. The netizens' evaluation of you is quite high. That's why even though the guys and girls in the public relations department are busy, they're still very happy." Xia Ruofei could tell that Feng Jing was in a good mood. The video he had posted must have had a good effect. In fact, this was how the public relations department worked. As long as there was public opinion, whether it was positive or negative, they had to act immediately and make the most appropriate response at the first moment. If it was a negative public opinion, then needless to say, it was naturally necessary to put out the fire as soon as possible to minimize the negative impact. If it was a positive public opinion, they would also have to immediately discuss the follow-up plan. The purpose was nothing more than to expand the positive impact as much as possible and further improve the company's image. For example, this time, when the company's public opinion monitoring staff discovered Xia Ruofei's video response, they immediately followed up on the feedback data of various platforms and formed a preliminary public opinion report. When the public relations department found out that the comments online were mainly positive, they quickly came up with a preliminary judgment and began to discuss the follow-up plan. This plan included how Peach Blossom Company's official account would respond and also suggestions on how to operate Xia Ruofei's personal account. They even had to consider how Peach Blossom Company would commercialize their operations when Xia Ruofei really went to war in the national football team, such as buying advertisements for the live broadcast of the competition. On Weibo and other platforms, there would be a lucky draw to give Xia Ruofei the national football team's jersey. Of course, there were some plans that required the involvement of the marketing department. Under Feng Jing's leadership, the the cooperation between Peach Blossom Company's various departments was quite good. There were very few situations where the various departments would undermine each other or hold each other back. In most cases, everyone could work together. The entire company was like a precise operating instrument, and the work efficiency was very high. Xia Ruofei smiled. It's good that it's effective. It's almost the end of the year. I'll give everyone a big red packet then. I'll remember your words. Feng Rao chuckled and said, I'll pass the message to them later. That's why I called you, Feng Jing continued. You can take a look at it later and reply to the comments if you're free. In addition, the Chinese Football Association has contacted us. Their attitude is clear that they will give priority to your time. When you are free, the two sides can meet to discuss in detail. Alright, thank you for your hard work, Sister Che. Xia Ruofei smiled. I'll contact you again when I'm free. By the way, I'll be leaving the Three Mountains tomorrow. If there's anything, we can contact each other by phone or email. No problem. Feng Rao readily agreed. Perhaps it was because Xia Ruofei had performed well on Weibo, and the results were good. Feng Jing was in a good mood. Hence, she did not complain about Xia Ruofei's habit of being the boss. Xia Ruofei had just hung up the phone when Ling Qingxue rushed over and said, Not bad, young man. You're really influential on the internet now. This Weibo video had only been out for 2 to 3 hours, right? There are already thousands of comments, and most of them are praising you. Xia Ruofei let Ling Qingxue rest on his body and said, with a smile, how did they all praise me? See for yourself. Ling Qingxue said as she handed her phone over. Xia Ruofei took Ling Qingxue's phone and browsed through the comments on Weibo. He realized that there were indeed many praises. I like President Xia's feelings. What a good, serving the country, duty-bound. President Xia's character was once again confirmed. You're awesome. I don't know what's going on, but President Xia just sat there and talked without any heroic words or stirring emotions, but I couldn't help but have the urge to cry. As expected, I'm getting old? These were the comments with the highest likes, so they were listed in the top comments section. Xia Ruofei continued to read, and the style changed. For example, there was a comment that also received high likes, look at President Xia, his net worth is at least a few billion. To manage such a large company, playing football was just a hobby, but he could say that it was his duty to serve the country. Compared to some of the current players in the national football team, you are afraid of being injured in the national team game and delaying your return to the club to make money. You just take a walk on the field and play health football. Are you worthy of the national team's robes you are wearing? Was it worthy of the national emblem on his chest? It was estimated that several national football players would have mixed feelings when they saw such comments. What made Xia Ruofei not know whether to laugh or cry was that someone had also dissed Wu Lei. Of course, no one could deny Wu Lei's hard work. Therefore, the dissing was nothing more than wasting opportunities, frequently falling into the offside trap, and the most criticized and ridiculed thing about him was that he could not fight alone. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, did Wu Lei get shot? He wouldn't blame me, would he? Ha ha ha. Although the general public opinion was full of praise and praise, the internet world was so big. There were so many people online. Naturally, there were some who were unconventional and stood out. It was also possible that these people did not like Xia Ruofei and wanted to criticize him. This situation was too common on the internet. No one could be as popular as Chinese yuan. Someone left a comment in the comment section. It seems like he wants to be special. Why is it that everyone else can follow the national team's recruitment and arrangement, but you, Xia Ruofei, are different? Is it because you're richer? Xia Ruofei didn't even need to refute these brainless comments as they were spontaneously abused by a bunch of fans thousands of times. We've captured a bar spirit alive. Everyone, come and watch. President Xia is not even a registered player of the Chinese Football Association. He is not engaged in professional football, and he usually has so much work. It is already commendable that he can actively respond to the country's recruitment, but someone actually criticized him. This is simply, I'm really sorry, everyone. We didn't close the door of the mental hospital tightly and let this thing out. It's all our fault, Qingshan Mental Hospital. It's not because President Xia is rich, but because he uses the keyboard better. At the end of the comment, there was a picture of a keyboard man who was widely circulated on the internet. Xia Ruofei laughed out loud. He then looked through his own Weibo and private messages and was surprised to find that the Chinese Football Association had also reposted his Weibo with the words, "I've already contacted Peach Blossom Company. Thank you, President Xia, for your patriotic feelings." He was looking forward to the meeting between the two sides. Xia Ruofei gave the Chinese Football Association's Weibo a like and passed the phone to Ling Qingxue. Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "You must be very proud of yourself now, right?" Xia Ruofei chuckled and replied, "It's nothing much. I just feel that the fans are very cute, even if they're anti-fans, they're actually quite cute." Aren't female fans cuter? Ling Qingxue asked. Xia Ruofei immediately sensed danger and quickly changed the topic. He laughed dryly. "We're going to Beijing tomorrow. I'll go and pack my luggage first." With that, Xia Ruofei got up and left in a hurry. Seeing Xia Ruofei's figure running away, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but burst out laughing. 2,775 reactions of all parties. 1. Beijing, the Song family's old residence. Elder Song was sitting in front of a computer with his reading glasses on. After his retirement, he still maintained the habit of paying attention to national affairs. After the rise of the internet in recent years, he also slowly learned to use the internet because he found that although the internet was mixed with good and bad people, it was closer to the lives of ordinary people and could better understand the real situation. These were things that he couldn't see in the documents and internal references that were sent to him every day. Manager Liu was standing not far behind him, waiting for his orders. Manager Liu realized that the bureau chief had been on this page for quite some time. As for the contents of the page, he was very clear about it. This was because Elder Song had only opened it after he had reported to him. Elder Song was browsing the Weibo video that Xia Ruofei had posted. After watching Xia Ruofei's video, the old man flipped through the comments with great interest. After a long time, Elder Song muttered to himself, "Ruofei is a good kid." Then, he turned his head slightly and said to Manager Liu, "Xiao Liu, tell the sports bureau that Ruofei's willingness to play for the national team has already shown his noble character and unquestionable integrity. Tell them to be less bureaucratic, consider Ruofei's actual situation, and try to meet his reasonable requirements." "Yes, Chief." Manager Liu quickly replied and recorded the incident in his little notebook. Manager Liu couldn't even remember how many of these notebooks he had used. Ever since he started working, he had developed a good habit of taking notes at All times. It was even more so as a secretary. He had to remember the instructions of the bureau chief. Clearly, otherwise, it was easy to make mistakes. Especially in the past few years, he had gradually grown older and his memory was far from what it used to be, so he paid more attention to this aspect. You go ahead, Elder Song waved his hand and said, I'll read the comments again. All right. Manager Lu replied respectfully. He quietly left the study and went to his own small office next door. Then, he immediately picked up the phone on his desk and called the sports bureau according to Elder Song's instructions. A similar scene was happening in the Lu family. Elder Lu was still living in the same courtyard. After listening to Lu Chuanfeng's report, he took a tablet from Lu Chuanfeng. He looked through it for a while, before putting it down. Chuanfeng, I remember that Xiao Zhao, from the Chinese Football Association, used to work under you, right? He said lightly. Yes. Lu Chuanfeng quickly replied. He used to be my assistant. The little Zhao that old Lu was talking about was not the kind of young man that was often seen in government agencies. In fact, this little Zhao was the full-time vice president of the Chinese Football Association, Zhao Jinghao. His rank was not low in China, and in the sports field, especially in the football field, he was naturally a big boss. Tell Xiao Zhao to inform his subordinates that Xiao Xia can't be managed like an ordinary player. After all, he has his actual situation. Moreover, Xiao Xia could completely ignore the recruitment of the Chinese Football Association because he was not even a professional player. However, he resolutely responded to the enlistment. As the governing body, we should consider him more. Understood. Lu Chuanfeng said, I'll contact him now. Convey your orders. Elder Lu didn't object to Lu Quanfeng using his name to call Zhao Jinghao. He just nodded. When Lu Chuanfeng saw this, he immediately knew what was going on. The old man's attitude was clear. All he had to do was spread the word. The Chinese Football Association. Zhao Jinghao was sitting in his spacious and bright office. The room was warm and his forehead was covered in sweat. Of course, whether it was because of the heating or the 2 phone calls just now, he didn't know. It had been 3-2 for minutes since Zhao Jinghao finished the call, but his heart was still beating fast. He was indeed quite frightened. In the beginning, it was a high-ranking deputy bureau chief from the headquarters who called personally, saying that he wanted to know more about Xia Ruofei's situation. However, the meaning of his words was very clear, which was that special circumstances needed special treatment, and special talents needed special care. They had to satisfy Xia Ruofei's reasonable requests as much as possible and could not repeat the previous mistakes. Although the management was separated after the football reform, the Football Management Center of the General Administration had been abolished, and the Chinese Football Association had become an independent mass group in a legal sense. In fact, the influence of the General Administration had not decreased much. The opinions of a deputy director must also be taken seriously. Zhao Jinghao naturally agreed and said that he would personally handle this matter. The deputy director hung up the phone, satisfied. After a while, another call to say hello to Xia Ruofei came in. This time, it was from Zhao Jinghao's old leader, Lu Chuanfeng. Zhao Jinghao was well aware of Lu Chuanfeng's resources and strength. In addition, he was his old leader, so his attitude was very warm. To his surprise, Lu Chuanfeng didn't make any small talk. He went straight to the point and made a request to him about Xia Ruofei. His opinion was similar to that of the deputy bureau chief. However, the same thing would have different weight when said by different people. Especially in the end, Lu Chuanfeng made it clear that this was his father's opinion, and he was only responsible for conveying it. 2,776 reactions of all parties. 2. Zhao Jinghao's forehead started to sweat after hearing this. Zhao Jinghao expressed his attitude with sincerity and determination. Lu Yuanfeng knew that Zhao Jinghao wouldn't dare to disobey him, so he gave him a few words of encouragement and hung up. Zhao Jinghao sat on his soft office chair and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. He did not expect Xia Ruofei to have such a powerful background. Not only did the higher-ups from the headquarters greet him, but even the old master of the Lu family had personally expressed his attitude. Zhao Jinghao was also secretly glad. He had always been kind to Xia Ruofei. In fact, the Chinese Football Association's timely response to the public opinion was in line with the fans' expectations because of Zhao Jinghao's personal instructions. Zhao Jinghao was young and strong, and it was time for him to have a career. He had never been stingy with resources for talents in the football field. After understanding the public opinion on the internet, he immediately got someone to find the video of Xia Ruofei's substitute performance. This was the only video of the competition that Xia Ruofei had kept so far. Moreover, Zhao Jinghao asked for the original video, not the edited album of the star players. Hence, the video not only showed Xia Ruofei's wonderful performance, but also a panoramic view. Zhao Jinghao was not only concerned about Xia Ruofei's highlights. In comparison, he was more concerned about Xia Ruofei's movements, back catches, passes, and so on. He was keenly aware that if Xia Ruofei did not perform beyond his level in that game, then Xia Ruofei was undoubtedly one of the most talented players in Chinese football in many years. If Xia Ruofei could play for the country, there was no doubt that the combat power of the entire national football team would be greatly improved. Therefore, he immediately instructed the person in charge of the new media account to respond to the netizens' reactions. At first, Zhao Jinghao only made this decision because he valued talents and hoped to inject new positive energy into the national football team. However, it was different now. Nothing had changed, but Xia Ruofei's position in his heart had suddenly become high and mysterious. Zhao Jinghao immediately gathered all the relevant personnel of the national men's soccer team for a meeting to study it. Naturally, Xia Ruofei did not know that so many things had happened in the distant capital. After he packed his things, he bade farewell to Ling Qingxue and drove away from the villa in his night 15 off-road vehicle. He wanted to use the night to visit Song Wei's father, Song Qiming. Song Qiming had been practicing the Sutra of Humility for some time. Although he did not know that it was cultivation and only thought that it was a way to strengthen the body and qi in conjunction with treatment, he still insisted on following Xia Ruofei's advice and practiced the sutra every day out of absolute trust in Xia Ruofei. Song Qiming was a little older and had no cultivation experience. Most importantly, he did not even know that he was cultivating. Hence, Xia Ruofei was more or less worried. Since he had returned to the Three Mountains, he naturally had to find time to visit him, as they had made an appointment on the phone in advance. When they entered, the armed police at the door only checked the license plate and Xia Ruofei's identity before letting him through. It was not Xia Ruofei's first time visiting. He drove the night 15 to Song Qiming's villa with ease. After parking the car, Xia Ruofei took out a box of dahongpo tea leaves from the medium and walked into the courtyard. After all, it was impolite to visit him empty-handed, so it was only right to give him a box of tea as a gift. Xia Ruofei rang the doorbell, and someone came to open the door. To Xia Ruofei's surprise, Song Qiming opened the door personally. "Uncle Song." After Xia Ruofei returned to her senses, she quickly greeted Song Qiming. "Ruofei, quickly come in." Song Qiming chuckled as he stepped aside. Xia Ruofei was relieved to see that Song Qiming was in good health. His face was ruddy and his voice was full of energy. Song Wei's mother, Feng Liyun, also came out to greet her. She said with a reproachful look, "Ruofei, why aren't you here for dinner? Are you treating us as outsiders?" Xia Ruofei quickly explained, "Auntie Feng, I really have something else to do. Furthermore, I have to fly to the capital tomorrow. That's why I used the night to come and visit you guys. I also wanted to check on Uncle Song. Liyun, young people have their own lives." Song Qiming laughed. "Ruofei is leaving tomorrow. Don't you want to have dinner with your girlfriend tonight?" "That's true," Feng Liyun said with a smile. Xia Ruofei could not help but feel a little embarrassed. He was thinking of Song Wei. He did not dare to imagine what their expressions would be like if they knew about his relationship with Song Wei. If they knew about the complicated relationship between Xia Ruofei, Song Wei, and Ling Qingxue, who knew what their reaction would be? Come, let's go make some tea," Song Qiming said. Feng Liyun also said, "Ruofei, you guys continue. We've just finished dinner and haven't cleaned up the kitchen yet. Quickly go. I will take care of Ruofei," Song Qiming said. Then, he laughed and explained to Xia Ruofei, "The domestic service staff is on leave today. We can only do it ourselves." Xia Ruofei and Song Qiming walked to the coffee table in the living room and sat down. Song Qiming opened the kettle to get some water and said, "Ruofei, I've seen the video you posted this afternoon. You did well. Young people should have such vigor and responsibility. You're overpraising me. This is also a hobby of mine. I also love to play football." Xia Ruofei smiled and continued to ask, "Uncle Song, how have you been feeling?" Song Qiming immediately said, "Ruofei, the qi cultivation method you taught me is amazing. I only practice for about an hour a day, but now I'm not only full of energy, but also seem to have a lot more strength. What's even more incredible is that my white hair has actually decreased a lot. This was discovered by the barber when I went to dye my hair a few days ago." As a leader, Song Qiming often attended foreign affairs and appeared on the local news almost every day. Therefore, he had to pay attention to his image. He had started dyeing his hair a few years ago. Of course, he dyed it black. After he came to Sanshan to work, he had been dyeing his hair in the municipal party committee's barber shop, so the barber was naturally very familiar with his hair. As he usually dyed his hair, Song Qiming did not notice the change in his hair. He would not look at his roots in the mirror for no reason. So it was the barber who first noticed the change in his white hair. Song Qiming could already feel the earth-shaking changes in his body. His hair had even turned black. He was even more shocked. It was not easy for him to meet Xia Ruofei again. He had long wanted to ask about the qi cultivation method. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "Uncle Song, this is a good thing. It means that you've regained your youth." Xia Ruofei seemed to be joking, but he was actually speaking the truth. As long as Song Qiming was successful in his cultivation, not only would his hair turn black, but his appearance would also become younger and his lifespan would increase. In a sense, he could be considered to have regained his youth. The effect is a little too good. Song. Qiming smiled bitterly and said, I'm feeling a little scared. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Uncle Song, this is normal. You don't have to be nervous. I'm here today to check on the effects of your health maintenance technique. If there's really a problem, I can easily detect it. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, Uncle Song, please follow your usual practice method and demonstrate how you practice. 2777 Chapter 1514, The Great Tang. Smooth progress _1 No problem. Let's go to the study. Song Qiming said. The two of them went to Song Qiming's study room. He carefully took out the spiritual crystal that Xia Ruofei had given him from the safe. Xia Ruofei released his spiritual power to sense it. He realized that the spiritual qi contained in the spiritual crystal was not consumed much. With Song Qiming's current strength, he could not absorb much spiritual qi, even if he cultivated without sleep or rest. Moreover, he strictly followed Xia Ruofei's request and cultivated for more than an hour a day, so the consumption was even less. Song Qiming gave Xia Ruofei a questioning look. Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and said, Uncle Song, let's start. Song Qiming nodded and sat down with his legs crossed. He held the spiritual crystal in his hand and started to operate the mental cultivation method of the Modest Heart Sutra according to the meridian circulation route that Xia Ruofei had taught him. Xia Ruofei was observing with his spiritual power. He could clearly feel a suction force from Song Qiming's palm. The spiritual qi in the spiritual crystal was being drawn out and circulated along the meridians of the first level of the Modest Sutra. In a short while, Song Qiming had completed one circulation of the technique. Xia Ruofei nodded to himself. He could tell that Song Qiming had put in a lot of effort. Song Qiming was very skilled when he was cultivating, and there was no mistake in the circulation route of the spiritual qi. Although Xia Ruofei did not stop him, Song Qiming only completed 2 cycles of the qi before he stopped. He only wanted Xia Ruofei to check if there were any mistakes in his cultivation. He could not just keep on cultivating while Xia Ruofei waited. Ruofei, how is it? Song Qiming let out a breath of air and asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded, very good. Uncle Song, it looks like you've completely mastered this set of qi cultivation techniques. As for the changes you mentioned, they were indeed caused by practicing this set of qi cultivation techniques, and these are all normal effects. You don't have to worry at all. That's good. Song Qiming heaved a sigh of relief. During this period of time, he had been practicing this set of health maintenance method. The effect was so amazing that he felt a little uneasy in his heart. He was afraid that he had practiced it wrong. If there were any hidden dangers, his old bones, which had just been seriously injured, could not withstand the torment. Now that he had Xia Ruofei's personal verification, it meant that there was no problem with his training. The effect of this set of health maintenance methods was just that great. He immediately calmed down and felt a sense of joy that came from the bottom of his heart. Ruofei, I really don't know how to thank you. Song Qiming said sincerely, a health maintenance method with such good effects must be very precious. I'm so grateful that you've taught me this. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, this is just the beginning of the practice. As long as you stick to it, you will have even bigger surprises in the future. Didn't I tell you last time? If you persist in practicing this set of health maintenance methods, not only will the hidden dangers in your body be eliminated, but you'll also be able to live a long life. You should believe me now, right? I do. Song Qiming smiled. He believed in him. Ruofei, I've never doubted your words. Then, Song Qiming seemed to hesitate for a moment before he asked in embarrassment, Ruofei, there's something, Uncle Song, just tell me what you need. Xia Ruofei replied readily, you don't have to be so polite with me. I was thinking. Since this set of health maintenance exercises is so effective, can I teach it to your Aunt Fong so that she can practice with me? Song Qiming asked. Of course, if there are any taboos, then forget it. I'm just asking. Xia Ruofei could not help but laugh. He could tell that Song Qiming and Fong Liyun were very close. The effect of this cultivation technique was so good that Song Qiming could not help but think of his wife. However, while the idea was beautiful, reality did not allow it. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, Uncle Song, Auntie Fong can't practice this set of health maintenance methods. Of course, this isn't a taboo or anything like secret techniques. It's just that this set of health maintenance techniques was specially selected by me according to Uncle Song's physique, and it's only suitable for you to practice. Even if other people practice according to this method, there won't be any effect. If there are no special circumstances, they won't even be able to get started. Xia Ruofei paused and continued, of course, you can let Aunt Fong try it on. It's okay. However, you must be mentally prepared. I'm afraid that there's a high possibility that there won't be any effect. Song Qiming could not help but feel disappointed. He said, then there's no need to try. Of course I believe you, he said. He felt that it was a pity. After practicing this health maintenance, Song Qiming felt that not only did he become stronger, but his body also became tougher. The gastric problems and mild high blood pressure that he had before had disappeared. On the other hand, Fong Liyun was already at a certain age and had some chronic diseases. It was a pity that such a good health maintenance method was not suitable for her. Xia Ruofei could read Song Qiming's mind. He smiled and said, Uncle Song, don't worry. Although this set of health exercises may not be suitable for Aunt Fong, I will find a way to find one suitable for her. By then, she will naturally be able to practice it, but it will take some time. Song Qiming was overjoyed and said, that's great. Ruofei, I'll leave this matter to you. You're welcome. I'll try my best, but I need some patience. Xia Ruofei said with a smile. He had originally planned to wait until he had a certain level of strength before leading the people close to him on the path of cultivation. He did not expect to have any major breakthroughs in cultivation, but it would be good if they could live to 100 years old. Song Qiming and Fong Liyun were Song Wei's parents. Naturally, they were on the list of people he would teach. However, Fong Liyun's body was not suitable for cultivation and she was getting older. Xia Ruofei did not have any way to help her cultivate. Even if she used the heart, concentrating grass, there was a chance of success. The price to pay was higher. Xia Ruofei had not considered this plan yet. All right. Song Qiming nodded. All right. There's no hurry for this. Xia Ruofei continued. Oh, right. Uncle Song, I'm flying to the capital tomorrow. If you and Auntie Fong have anything for Song Wei, you can pass it to me later. Song Qiming smiled and said, Wei Wei doesn't lack anything in Beijing. I'll ask your Aunt Fong. Later. Wei Wei really misses her mother's special fried bun, but it's not easy to bring along, Xia Ruofei laughed. Don't worry about the security check. I'm using the private passage for the public jet. As long as there's time, you can prepare. I promise I'll deliver it to Song Wei as soon as possible. Song Qiming was slightly stunned. He smiled and said, I almost forgot that you're a little nouveau riche. All right. Then I'll go and tell your Aunt Fong. Please wait a moment. Have some tea. All right. Xia Ruofei said. As expected, when Fong Liyun heard that Xia Ruofei could help them bring things to Song Wei, she immediately decided to make the fried buns that she was best at and was also Song Wei's favorite. Fong Liyun was happily busy in the kitchen while Xia Ruofei and Song Qiming went to the living room and chatted while making tea. Fortunately, the filling was ready. Otherwise, it would have taken a long time to finish. Fong Liyun had planned to make some fried buns for Song Qiming the next day, but now, Song Qiming was no longer in luck. Fong Liyun finally finished cooking the fried buns at around 9:00 in the evening. There were about 40 to 50 of them, filling a big bag. She even thoughtfully packed another small bag and passed it to Xia Ruofei. She smiled and said, Ruofei, this is for you. Try my cooking. Xia Ruofei took the bag and said with a smile, then I'll accept it. Thank you, Auntie. I'll put these fried buns in the fridge when I get back. Don't worry about it during the flight tomorrow. There's a fridge on the plane too. I promise they'll still be fresh when I send them to Song Wei. Then I'll have to trouble you. The person in the room said with a smile. It was getting late, and Song Qiming and Fong Liyun had to rest. Song Qiming's cultivation was fine, but he still needed some time to break through to refine Qi level 2. Xia Ruofei did not need to give him any more guidance for the time being. So, after Xia Ruofei took the fried buns, he immediately got up and left, driving back to the Jiangbin Villa community. Ling Qingxue was too embarrassed to stay the night, so she went home the moment Xia Ruofei left. The villa was quiet. Xia Ruofei placed the fried buns into the refrigerator. As for the small bag that Fong Liyun gave him, he would just treat it as supper. He went upstairs to his bedroom, locked the door and windows, and took out the spirit map scroll. He went into the medium to cultivate for a few hours. By now, nearly half of the true qi in his body had been converted into primordial qi. Every time he cultivated, he could see his own progress, which was a pretty good feeling. When Xia Ruofei finished his cultivation and came out of the spirit map space, it was already past 2 in the morning. In fact, even if he didn't sleep all night, it wouldn't affect him much. Moreover, ever since he started cultivating, the quality of his sleep had always been very good. Even if he only rested for 3 to 4 hours, it was a high-quality deep sleep. The effect was better than the average person who slept for 8 hours. Xia Ruofei heated up the pan, fried buns that Fong Liyun had given him and ate them while browsing the news on his phone. Then, he went to wash up and went to bed. The next morning, Xia Ruofei dragged a small suitcase that was completely used for decoration and took a car to the airport with Ling Qingxue. Considering that the trip might take a long time, Xia Ruofei did not choose to drive to the airport by himself. Instead, he asked Lei Hu to arrange for a company's Mercedes-Benz car to come. It was the weekend, so there wasn't much traffic on the road. In less than 50 minutes, Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui arrived at the airport in their Mercedes-Benz. Xia Ruofei brought Ling Qingshui along with him. After going through a simple security check in the business jet building, they walked straight to the landing strip where Paradise was parked. Luan's crew had already made preparations for take off. Although it was a short flight, Xia Ruofei still allowed the three pilots to fly together because they might have to fly directly from the capital to Peach Blossom Island. After Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui boarded the plane, Paradise was quickly permitted to taxi in. It slowly glided to the runway and waited for a while. The tower then informed them that Paradise could take off. After accelerating and gliding, Paradise drew a beautiful flight path and leaped into the blue sky. 2778 Traveling together with America. 1. After about 2 hours of flight, Paradise successfully arrived at Beijing International Airport. After Xia Ruofei let the flight crew handle the follow-up work, they were on standby at a nearby hotel. He and Ling Qingshui left the restricted area of the airport through the private passage for the public business plane. Wu Chang was already waiting outside the airport in the Alpha commercial car. When he saw Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui walking out, he quickly walked up to them and called out, "Boss." Then, Wu Chang quickly took Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui's luggage. Xia Ruofei followed Wu Chang to the parking lot and asked, "Is Song Wei here?" When I set off, Miss Song had already arrived at her house in Luhai Lane. She should be waiting for you in the courtyard house now, Wu Chang said. All right, he said. Xia Ruofei nodded and continued to ask, "Is there anything going on at home?" "Everything is normal." "Yes." Wu Chang replied respectfully, "Other than the two people who came to your door some time ago, saying that they had a business deal worth billions of US dollars to discuss with you, no one else came to look for you." Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay, I got it. I've already sent those two away, so they probably won't bother me again in the future." Wu Chang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He had felt that this matter was a little unreliable from the start. Although it looked extraordinary and did not look like a swindler, a few billion US dollars was a little too exaggerated. Wu Chang had always been worried that the shop owner had been deceived, but he could not speak out to persuade him. Even if he were to ask, it would be a little presumptuous. Hence, when Xia Ruofei took the initiative to tell him this news, he felt relieved. After getting their car from the parking lot, the three of them drove back to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. It was the weekend, and it was not yet noon, so the traffic was not bad. It took the three of them about 40 minutes to return to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. The car stopped and the electric door slowly opened with a beep. Wu Chang quickly went to the back and took down Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingshui's luggage. Wu Chang's girlfriend, Xiao Xiaolan, and his sister-in-law, Wu Shoujuan, who were working in the backyard, came out to greet Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei also smiled and greeted them. He asked, "Sister-in-law, what delicious food did you prepare for lunch?" "Boss, I prepared some braised lamb, braised carp, and the Beijing roasted duck I learned recently. The main course is noodles with soybean paste. I'm not sure if it'll suit your taste," Wu Shoujuan said quickly. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I have absolute confidence in sister-in-law's cooking. Speaking of which, I'm really a little hungry. Just hearing the names of these dishes makes me drool." "Lunch will be ready soon," Wu Shoujuan said quickly. "You can go and rest for a while. It will be ready soon." "All right. You've worked hard," Xia Ruofei said. Then, Xia Ruofei said to Wu Chang, you should also go and rest. I'll take my luggage by myself. There's not much stuff. Okay, boss. Wu Chang replied respectfully. Xia Ruofei dragged the small suitcase and stopped after 2 steps. He handed the bag in his hand to Wu Shoujuan and said, Sister-in-law, please keep these fried buns in the refrigerator. These were the love-fried buns that Feng Liyun had prepared for her daughter. She had kept them in the refrigerator during the flight, including on the way back from the airport. Xia Ruofei had also stuffed them into the car refrigerator. He had promised Feng Liyun that he would keep the fried buns fresh. All right, boss, leave it to me, Wu Shoujuan said. Only then did Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue pass through the corridor and the moon gate to the master's courtyard in the middle. Song Wei was also a cultivator, and her hearing was very sharp. She had already heard the footsteps of the two, so she walked out of the room. When she saw that it was indeed Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue, Song Wei's face broke into a smile. She exclaimed, Are you Fei, Qingxue, you're here. Ling Qingxue's face also blossomed with a sweet smile. She pushed her luggage towards Xia Ruofei, then quickly walked over to Song Wei and held her arm. Wei, long time no see. I missed you so much. Xia Ruofei was speechless. It hadn't been long since they separated, right? As for this? Moreover, whenever he was alone with Ling Qingxue, whenever he talked about Song Wei, Ling Qingxue would more or less feel a little jealous. Of course, this was normal. If it were any modern woman, they would not be as generous as Ling Qingxue. I missed you too, Sister Qingxue, Song Wei said, blushing. Ling Qingxue pinched Song Wei's delicate cheek and smiled. Our Wei is getting more and more beautiful. You must have a lot of suitors in school, right? Song Wei looked at Xia Ruofei in panic and said, Qingxue, don't talk nonsense. Who's chasing me? I don't believe it. With your beauty. You're also the campus belle of Beijing University. How could no one be chasing after him? Ling Qingxue giggled and said, I won't say any more. A certain someone's face is already filled with anxiety. After she finished speaking, Ling Qingxue glanced at Xia Ruofei and burst into laughter. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. How am I? Nervous? He was clearly looking helpless, all right? The three of them walked into the room together. The heater in the house was on, and the moment they entered, they felt as warm as spring. Xia Ruofei and Ling Qingxue both took off their coats. Xia Ruofei said as he hung up the clothes, Right, Wei, I went to visit your parents. Before I came, I was worried that Uncle Song would practice the Modest Sutra alone, so I went to check on his progress. How's the situation? Song Wei quickly asked. Don't worry. Uncle Song's comprehension is still very high. There are no problems with his cultivation, and the flow of his meridians is very accurate. Xia Ruofei said, I don't have anything to correct him. I'll just let him persist normally. However, he didn't know that he was cultivating. He always thought that he was using the same kind of health-raising method as the old people in the park. Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Song Wei smiled and said, Isn't my dad a little too slow? Xia Ruofei chuckled. I'm not slow. It's just that it's hard to believe in cultivation if you don't experience it in person. Besides, Uncle Song has always been a materialist. Of course, he should have noticed that this set of martial arts was extraordinary. After this period of cultivation, some of his chronic diseases had been cured. Even his hair had begun to turn black, and his strength was greater than that of a young man. Uncle Song was a little scared himself, and he kept asking me if there was a problem. Now that you've mentioned it, I really want to go back and see him, Song Wei chuckled. Xia Ruofei said, speaking of which, Uncle Song is really caring towards Auntie Fong. After he confirmed that the changes in his body were normal, the thing he was most concerned about was whether he could pass on this set of cultivation techniques to Aunt Fong. I told him that although this set of martial arts is very precious, it's not a secret that can't be passed on, at least not to him and Aunt Fong. It's just that even if Aunt Fong learns it, it's useless. If her physique doesn't meet the requirements, she won't even be able to enter the beginner level. Yeah. Song Wei nodded. The threshold for cultivation is too high. Ling Qingxue felt the same way. She said, yup. It's all thanks to Xia Ruofei that we're able to cultivate. In order to change our constitution, we've paid a huge price. Xia Ruofei smiled. Everything is difficult at the beginning. It's worth it no matter how much it costs to let you guys take this step. And it will get better and better in the future. I called you all together this time to take you to a good place. It can be said that with this place, we won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a long time. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei asked at the same time, what kind of place is it? Song Wei then turned to Ling Qingxue and asked, Qingxue, even you don't know? I thought he had told you about it long ago. Ling Qingxue smiled faintly and said, do you think this guy will favor one over the other? He's been keeping us in suspense since Sanshan, and now that he's in Beijing, he still won't tell us. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, this is more of a surprise. Anyway, I'll definitely surprise you. It's almost time, let's go. Eat first. I still have some things to do in Beijing. We'll leave the day after tomorrow, at the latest. And you'll know then. By the way, Wei, Aunt Fong made you a lot of your favorite fried buns. I asked Wu Shoujuan to put them in the refrigerator. If you want to eat, you can just heat them up. Xia Ruofei refused to say, and even changed the topic. Song Wei and Ling Qingxue had no choice, but to glare at Xia Ruofei and let him keep them in suspense. Xia Ruofei stayed in the capital for 2 days. He went to visit Elder Song and brought Ling Qingxue and Song Wei to the Paradise Chapter for a walk. He had a drink with his brothers, and Ling Qingxue also learned about the Lingji private kitchens operations in the Paradise Chapter. Then, Xia Ruofei went to the Liu family's courtyard to check on old Master Liu and left him a batch of pills that he had prepared in advance. On the 3rd day, Xia Ruofei boarded the Gulfstream G650 public jet with Ling Qingxue and Song Wei, who had applied for leave from the school. They departed from the Capital International Airport and flew to Paradise Island in the depths of the South Pacific Ocean. The flight from Beijing to Paradise Island was longer than the flight from Sanshan, so the plane naturally landed in Rainbow to refuel and continue the rest of the flight as usual. Ling Qingxue and Song Wei had been on the plane for a long time and saw that the plane had been flying over the sea. Their curiosity grew, and they pestered Xia Ruofei several times to ask where they were going. However, Xia Ruofei refused to tell them and kept it a secret. Ling Qingxue even tried to act coquettishly. Even the shy Song Wei held Xia Ruofei's hand and shook it. She asked him in a coquettish voice, but Xia Ruofei remained unmoved. The two of them could only shake Xia Ruofei off and sit down in the middle of the cabin. They looked at the scenery outside the window and chatted, no longer paying attention to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei smiled as he sipped his red wine. He knew that Ling Qingxue and Song Wei's curiosity had been completely aroused. Although the two of them pretended not to care, in reality, they felt as if their hearts were being scratched by a cat. After more than 10 hours of long-distance flight, the plane finally began to slowly descend. When Ling Qingxue and Song Wei noticed that the plane was going down, they quickly put their faces close to the window and looked out. After the plane passed through the thin clouds, the scattered islands on the sea could be vaguely seen. When the two of them saw the plane slowly descending towards a small island, their hearts gradually became excited. After holding it in for so long, they were finally reaching their destination. The answer to the mystery was about to be revealed. Although there was no command from the tower staff, there were no other aircraft in the nearby airspace. Furthermore, Peach Blossom Island airport was clean. There were no aircraft taking off or landing. In addition, Luan's crew was already very familiar with the airport, so they landed the plane on the runway very smoothly. After taxiing, the plane slowly stopped in the parking lot. Even before the cabin door opened, Ling Qingxue and Song Wei could already feel the difference. They looked at each other and said in unison, "The spiritual qi here is so dense."